Ring, 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 the alarm clock shrieked piercingly. Louis opened his eyes, stared at the ceiling, and let out a long, muffled yawn. Weekends didn't require alarms, yet his stubborn Pikachu alarm clock displayed 12 noon, and only now did he drag himself out of bed. Before his mind could fully clear, he had already made up his mind. Today would be just as unremarkable as any other. He shuffled into the bathroom in his slippers, and while waiting for the water to run, instinctively opened a food delivery app. Dodrio Express, Palipper Fresh. The store names were eye-catching and the slogans heart-wrenching. Who would have thought that several newly opened shops were all Pokemon-themed, seeming both like parody and declaration of love? He chuckled. Now that's what you call the world's #1 IP. With a casual swipe, he randomly decided on a 29.9 yuan far-fetched restaurant combo with complimentary flatbread, set his phone aside, and began washing up to the sound of rushing water. Water droplets rolled down, leaving the mirror's surface clear. In the mirror was a tall, handsome young man with deep-set eyes, a sharp nose bridge, and thick dark circles under his eyes that somehow made his gaze appear more serene. His messy hair had naturally formed an unruly style with a hint of rebellious charm. Even those dark circles seemed to have become natural eye bags, adding a touch of dramatic appeal. Without any deliberate grooming, he already had his own distinctive style. After washing up, he returned to his rented cubicle, leaned back in his gaming chair, and his whole body seemed to sink into tangible softness. He turned on his computer and quickly typed in his password, Sakurajima Mai. The screen lit up immediately, with Pikachu's animated screensaver bouncing playfully. Pika Pika. Without hesitation, he opened Bilibili and began searching for today's mealtime videos. As a freshman at Shanghai University, he moonlighted as a gaming section up creator on Bilibili, specializing in Pokemon battle compilations and commentary. His unique style and solid professional knowledge had attracted nearly 100,000 followers. Despite his online skills, his luck was notoriously bad. Had climbed as high as 7th in the world rankings, yet could miss 3 consecutive hydro pumps, creating legendary moments that became increasingly popular memes. So he both live-streamed and made videos for efficiency. He rented a place off campus and only went to campus for classes. As he scrolled through the homepage, he thought to himself with surprise, why was today's homepage flooded with Pokemon content? Had the trend returned? 8 out of 10 recommendations were related to Pokemon. Titles like those from some adventure creator made his hand tighten when he saw Caterpie. Others like Splash, Huanon Brothers. The berries at home are ripe. Let's go pick some. These terms were familiar yet strange, as if game terminology had been forcibly embedded into reality. Could Caterpie really be discussed in terms of protein? Could berries actually be picked from mountains? Even the descriptions seemed to challenge the boundaries of his common sense. He frowned, suspicion growing in his heart, yet his hand unconsciously navigated to the gaming section. The next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. His battle video from last night had somehow been pushed to the top of the gaming section rankings. The title read, Teacher Lou's Battle Tutorial 03, Toxic Stall. He clicked on it, took a deep breath, and saw the jumping numbers 1.2 million views. His chest felt like it had been struck by a muffled hammer. He almost burst out laughing, yet didn't dare to fully smile. Holy shit, I'm blown away. Cover comments, notification messages, and waves of bullet comments flooded in. Learned something new. Now I'm going to challenge the gym leader. Please have some mercy. He scrolled through them one by one, amusement floating in his eyes, yet an even bigger question mark rose in his heart. Toxic Stall was clearly a basic strategy. How did it suddenly explode in popularity? Could some big gaming section creator have given him a shout out? But he hadn't made any recent collaborations. He rubbed his chin, stayed calm, and scrolled down to the comments section. An account with the ID Fighter and Level 6 verification had written a detailed explanation of the Toxic Stall strategy in a long comment. Toxic Stall refers to a system centered around Pokemon that know the 3 moves: Toxic, Substitute, and Protect. In battle, trainers must possess strong on-the-spot adaptability to use this strategy skillfully. The key points of this playstyle were clearly explained in the video. Grass-type and Poison-type trainers have natural advantages and can learn from this. The comment ended with thanks to the UP creator for the quality tutorial. The writing was professional, logically rigorous, and the tone was objective with a hint of respect. After reading it, Louis' mind filled with a big question mark. What was this battle section? When did Bilibili open a battle category? The replies below became increasingly abstract. Master Ball Capture. Holy crap, it's a real person. Red Baby Mama loves you. He paused slightly, but still gave Fighter's comment a like, then casually clicked on their profile. In that instant, a drop of cold sweat slowly slid down from his temple. Famous battle section up creator, 9th Indigo League champion, World Masters champion. Red. His Adam's apple bobbed as he nearly stammered. Red? Red? This joke had gone too far. Wasn't Red the fighter from Pokemon Adventures? How could he have become a Bilibili up creator? He clicked on the image gallery, and on the screen was clearly a young man around 20 with a sunny smile, red cap brim shadowing his hair, black tank top under a red vest, with a fluffy Pikachu perched on his shoulder. It looked like cosplay, but was more than just cosplay. The expression was lively, the texture realistic, even more like red than the red he had imagined. And that Pikachu's fur was soft, its expression clever, almost identical to the one from Detective Pikachu, if not even cuter. He was completely stunned. His rationality was pulling him back tight. When things happen, don't panic first. Stay calm, stay calm. He gave himself a pep talk and began to methodically piece things together. This morning when he woke up, he found his video had inexplicably gone viral. A big shot appeared in the comments. The big shot was a world champion, the protagonist of the Pokemon world, Red. Huh. Connecting the dots, it seemed to make sense. But even this, making sense, felt unstable. Make sense of what? He almost wanted to laugh out loud, then held it back. Had he traveled to another world? Or was something wrong with this world? Could it be that the world lines had converged and Red had come to be an up-creator? He considered himself professionally trained, able to digest even the most absurd situations. But this time, his brain briefly crashed. Just then, the phone rang. Hello, your delivery has arrived. Please come to the window to pick it up. The voice was perfectly ordinary, yet like some kind of switch being flipped. He responded with an, "Oh," and walked to the window, only then suddenly remembering he lived on the 6th floor. The 6th floor, and they wanted him to pick up at the window? Were they planning to use a Pidgeot for delivery? Before the thought could fully form, a black shadow swept past the window. A brightly colored bird with elegant crest feathers perched on the windowsill, its long beak holding a delivery bag, eyes seeming to smile, wings politely flapping twice. The air froze, and he stood there dumbfounded. The delivery person below shouted up, "Remember to give a good review, dear." Like sleepwalking, he reached out and carefully took the delivery from the Pidgeot's beak, his movements cautiously absurd. He couldn't remember how he got back to his chair, only that the scenery outside his window had suddenly transformed. Flocks of Pidgey flew across the sky in formation. Oddish waddled through the community flower beds like a row of low green flames. On the overpass, a Rapidash galloped with flowing fire, its hoofbeats like drums. His landlord walked past the community entrance with an orange and black-striped Growlithe, waving at him as naturally as always, as if this world had always been this way. The Pokemon world merged with reality. He stood by the window, stunned for a long time. His breathing gradually steadied. His chest grew warm. He looked up at the sky with slightly moist eyes. 18 years, he counted silently in his heart, like pressing a long-awaited countdown, only softly saying, a full 18 years. I've finally waited for this day. After calming down, Luyi went online to gather relevant information. According to historical records, human history after the appearance of Pokemon is divided into 4 stages: ancient, medieval, early modern, and modern. Ancient era. The number of Mew visibly declined, and the earliest prehistoric Pokemon such as Aerodactyl and Anorth were born one after another. Medieval era. A meteorite crashed into the Hoenn region, awakening the ancient Groudon and Kyogre, ultimately quelled by Rayquaza's intervention. Early modern era. In 1925, Dr. Nishino Mori from Celadon University invented the Pokeball, thus opening the chapter of modern Pokemon studies. These topics were prominently listed as mandatory subjects in history class. Luyi stared at the screen with a complex expression. Even with Pokemon history, there were still countless facts to memorize. The completion of Parfum Palace in 1700, the first Pokemon League Championship in 1896. Even top students would get headaches trying to memorize everything. He shook his head and clicked on High School Politics Required Course 3 online. Due to the existence of Pokemon, a centralized system centered around leagues gradually took shape. In this parallel world, Luyi lived in Magic City of the Dongwon League, while names like Kalos League and Unova League were identical to those in his memory. It seemed that reality and the Pokemon world had indeed completely merged. After being dazed for a long while, he took a deep breath. Could it be that I could become a trainer too? Becoming a Pokemon trainer had always been his dream. However, after searching for relevant information, his ideals were instantly doused by the cold water of reality. The mortality rate was terrifyingly high. Here, being a trainer was not a profession everyone could handle. Fluency in Chinese, Japanese, French, English, and other languages was just the entry requirement. Financial resources, education, connections, and networks were all indispensable. The high-risk directly classified trainers as an extremely dangerous profession, with battles categorized as extreme sports. The combination of high barriers and high risks meant that the number of true professional trainers was extremely limited. However, the popularity of Pokeballs was astonishing. Ordinary people could still capture Pokemon, and there were plenty of people who loved and owned Pokemon. Luyi was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, become a trainer? Wouldn't it be better to be a plagiarist instead? The arrival of Pokemon significantly reduced the special effects costs for movies and games, but the quality varied greatly. Look at this commercial film starring Unova Iceris gym leader Bryson, produced by Pokemon Hollywood, called Bryson Man, cliched plot, templated heroism, yet it still managed to squeeze into the top 250 on Dubon. Lu Yi really couldn't think of any reason why he wouldn't become famous. As for games, due to the world merger, those phenomenal works from his previous life simply didn't exist. Currently, the most popular game was Pokemon Battle, developed by Devon Corporation in Hoenn, which Lu Yi streamed daily. This game used virtual imaging technology to turn real Pokemon battles into real-time gameplay, attracting a massive audience. Some trainer academies even included it in their curriculum to train students' commanding skills. Many renowned trainers, including Red, the legendary battler, are loyal users of this game. The barrier to entry for Pokemon battles is extremely high, and those advanced tactics that Lu Yi was familiar with simply couldn't be popularized. That's why he managed to rack up 1 million views with just a simple substitute protect toxic strategy. With this thought in mind, he bit into his roasted duck, grabbed a green onion, and calculated. Anyway, just casually making a couple of videos, breaking into the top 100 content creators was only a matter of time. With his understanding of the battle system, creating a few more million-view works would be a piece of cake. But before that, he'd better figure out how Bilibili operates in this parallel world. While stuffing roasted duck into his mouth, he continued browsing Bilibili. Unlike his previous life, now Bilibili, YouTube, Twitch, and Nico almost shared the same batch of top content creators. For example, the water-type gym leader currently trending on YouTube, Nessa, the Galar League gym leader known as the Black Pearl, was equally dominating the charts on Bilibili. In the video thumbnail, Nessa was riding on Milotic's back, her long, powerful legs slightly tensed, her wheat-colored skin glowing healthily in the sunlight. The camera froze at the moment she rose from the sea surface, water droplets scattering like broken diamonds, creating a scene so beautiful it was impossible to look away. Lu Yi was stunned for a second. It really was Nessa. Thinking that even Red had appeared, it made perfect sense that gym leaders would be active simultaneously. This photo shoot video topped Bilibili's fashion category, posted by Nessa herself. The comment section was full of talent. Nessa shot a photo shoot for LV, my youth is back. Woo woo. Nessa little angel, mama loves you. You call that liking her? You're just lusting after her body. Shameless. For the sake of learning through practice, Lu Yi clicked into the dance category. He expected to see traditional performances, but the pinned video on the homepage featured a man Rayhan, the popular Instagram influencer and Galar Dragon-type gym leader. The guy had dark skin, a well-proportioned build with a hint of roguishness, and brilliant white teeth beneath his orange-eared headband. Although his looks weren't as handsome as Lu Yi considered himself to be, Rayhan's social media popularity was surprisingly high thanks to his dancing skills and gym leader status. Next, he browsed the film and TV section, where the thumbnail prominently displayed a promotional poster for Hollywood actress Diantha's new movie. It seemed like being a content creator had pretty good prospects. Lu Yi nodded to himself. I'll continue streaming tonight and observe for a while before making any plans. He muttered to himself. His future direction was already taking shape. Becoming a trainer was impossible, absolutely impossible in this lifetime. Since he couldn't be a professional battler, writing novels and making videos could at least put food on the table. Although he had no intention of becoming a trainer, the idea of raising a few Pokemon as pets while he still had some money was quite appealing. What should he raise? Since he wouldn't be battling, they should definitely be cute. Eevee? Pikachu? In the future, I could cuddle with Eevee and Pikachu at the same time. Won't that be wonderful? The market price for one Pokeball was 500 yuan. He felt his pocket, and including the incentive from the million views, his total balance was about 20,000 yuan, enough to go to a specialized Pokemon shop in Shanghai tomorrow to buy Pokeballs. That evening, he streamed as usual. Due to the video's viral effect, as soon as Lu Yi started streaming, his viewership broke through 200,000. As soon as Lu Yi's live stream went live, the chat exploded with messages. Time to eat, bros. You there? Why doesn't the streamer turn on his camera? Came from Bilibili. Stall tactics are truly disgusting. Lu Yi set up his microphone and casually opened the Pokemon Battle platform, browsing the chat while reading aloud. Why doesn't the streamer turn on his camera? I'll only show my face after hitting 100,000 subscribers. A string of question marks instantly flooded the screen. Is this streamer really that cocky? Your voice sounds pretty good, but you're probably just another beta driving a tank. 10-year veteran fan here. Teacher Lu is definitely a looks-based streamer. There can't really be people following Teacher Lu just to see his face, right? Right. There's a screen recording of Teacher Lu on the forum. Even though he was only on camera for less than 5 seconds, he's absolutely god-tier handsome. Faced with the exaggerated flattery, Lu Yi responded without missing a beat. Calling me a god is too much. I'm just ordinary, barely movie star level at best. Gift notification sounds chimed one after another. Thanks to when is Teacher Lu's new movie coming out for the plane? He added with a laugh. Soon. I need to discuss the script with Diantha first. Thanks to Teacher Lu and female Macamp cuddling for the 10 cards. Lu Yi gestured dismissively. We're not talking about female Macamp today. Let's continue with Pokemon battle tutorials. The chat quickly unified their requests. Please do a stall tactics tutorial. My starter happens to be Bulbasaur, Need some detailed guidance. Louis glanced at the screen as another plane animation appeared. Thanks to how does Bulbasaur do stall tactics for the plane? Someone who can afford a starter Pokemon shouldn't have trouble evolving it into Venusaur. So let's talk about Venusaur's tactical positioning. He opened the team editor, dragged Venusaur into the team, and quickly configured its moves and EVs. Venusaur has many playstyles. In Sun teams, it can use Chlorophyll for speed boosts and damage output, or go the stall route with Synthesis and Leech Seed for field control. Actions speak louder than words, let me demonstrate. Switching to the game interface, the system quickly matched him with an international player from the Johto League, ID Win like Billiards Boy. Louis greeted politely in Japanese, Konnichiwa, while locking in Venusaur. His opponent led with a Typhlosion named Explosion Taro. Kanto, Pallet Town. The orange epic-tailed girl Tokiwa Dingxiang gently patted her flushed cheeks and took a deep breath. It's fine. It's just watching a movie together. He probably won't read too much into it. Gathering her courage, she pressed the doorbell. Moments later, a male voice came through the intercom. Oh, it's you. The door's open. Just come straight up to the second floor. Go inside Red's house. Tokiwa Dingxiang's heart raced. At this time, shouldn't he be at the training ground? She carefully pushed open the door. A yellow figure leaped down from the second floor, landing precisely in her arms. Pika Pika. Long time no see, Pikachu. The room was clean and tidy, with trophies lining the shelves, though the furnishings were simple, just a bed and a computer. Make yourself comfortable, Chihong called out, then awkwardly realized he was occupying the only chair. Tokiwa Dingxiang's cheeks flushed as she whispered softly, I can sit on the bed. That works. Chihong scratched his head, then his eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, Xiaowang, come check this out. He patted the monitor. Tokiwa Dingxiang leaned in closer, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Isn't this that game you always play? Pokemon Battle. Chihong nodded. You need to use voice commands in real time, it's almost like actual combat. I use it to unwind when I'm tired from training. You? Tokiwa Dingxiang puffed her cheeks slightly. Even when you're resting, your mind is still on battling. But Chihong didn't notice her expression, his eyes practically glowing with excitement. Look at this streamer. The screen's glow illuminated both their faces as an intense classic 6v6 Master Ball tier match unfolded. Did Teacher Lu cook today? Versus Pool Boy fast as wind. The platform provided real-time subtitle translation, so they could follow every word. The streamer's laughter came through first. How dare this guy send out Typhlosion? Explosion Taro, really? Watch me Toxic stall this thing to death. In this type disadvantage matchup, Venusaur relied on Toxic Protect to slowly grind down Typhlosion, then proceeded to sweep through Ambipom and Sunflora. The red team had only revealed one Pokemon Venusaur, yet managed a clean 30 sweep. The chat exploded instantly. Type disadvantage and still beat Typhlosion at full health. Teacher Lu isn't cooking, Animormi youth is over. Stop it. This isn't even Pokemon battling anymore. Tokiwa Dingxiang murmured softly. Chi. This username. Could it be? Pretty sure that's Ajin. Chihong coughed lightly. He loves playing this game too. The camera cut back to show Venusaur's Leech Seed transforming into thick vines that burrowed into Togekiss, steadily draining its energy. Togekiss cried out as it launched an air slash, only to have it blocked by a shimmering barrier. Protect or not protect? Protect. Streamer Lu Yi couldn't stop laughing. You can substitute Leech Seed for Toxic, using both together feels even better. Purple poison indicators appeared on Togekiss as the vines continued tightening. Even when it occasionally landed a hit, Venusaur's wounds were barely the size of a pinky finger, and Lu Yi immediately commanded Synthesis, letting it heal up and enjoy a spa treatment on the spot. The chat went wild. Please have some mercy. So this is Subseed Stall? I'm in love. That's a 40 sweep. Venusaur just swept 4. Thud. On screen, Togekiss lost balance and crashed to the ground, while Venusaur looked refreshed, even striking a pose as if ready for another round of synthesis. Tokiwa Dingxiang couldn't help but admire. The timing control is incredible. Yeah, even Ajin probably wouldn't be a match for him. Chiang nodded. Outsiders see the spectacle, insiders see the technique. While Pokemon Battle was just a game, the real-time commands severely tested a trainer's tactical expertise. Both Chihong and Tokiwa Dingxiang could see that behind this Subseed Stall strategy lay precise timing control down to the millisecond. Someone like this would definitely be a seasoned trainer in real life, possibly even stronger than Ajin. Now you know why I didn't go train today, right? Chihong smiled. Observing expert battles is part of training too. Tokiwa Dingxiang had wanted to complain that this is clearly just a game, but after witnessing this display, she could only nod silently. Even if it was a game, this was still a top-tier Pokemon battle. Pikachu lay nearby, chiming in with a Pikachu. Burning with curiosity, Tokiwa Dingxiang joined Chihong in watching the stream with complete focus. In the live stream, as his opponent's final Politoed fell, Lu Yi officially claimed victory in the battle. From start to finish, he had only sent out one Venusaur. using this substitute protect toxic cycle to wear down all 6 of his opponent's Pokemon. A solo sweep should have been a glory worth bragging about for a year, but in Teacher Lu's stream, the audience was grinding their teeth in frustration. How can you be so dirty? The chat erupted. It's not that the strategy is dirty, it's Teacher Lu's heart that's dirty. As the virtual display faded, Lu Yi recalled Venusaur into its Pokeball. His fingertips still slightly tense. This battle format wasn't turn-based, but required real-time voice commands from trainers. If he hadn't been operating on a higher level while his opponent was clearly a novice, he might have actually lost. That was close. Good thing I'm more skilled, he muttered under his breath. The audience caught every word, and sarcastic comments immediately flooded the screen. A clean sweep while staying at full health? And you call that close? Adding insult to injury. I just battled a gym leader. If you had any conscience, you'd visit me in the hospital. That strategy was risky. The only one in danger was the trainer himself. Teacher Lu, stick your head over here and let me give you a buff. Lu Ye's expression remained unchanged as he continued acknowledging donations. Thanks to his Teacher Lu, even a trainer for the airplane gift. Teacher Lu isn't a trainer, it's just a hobby. The audience wanted to drown the stream in their collective spit. Your hobby is researching dirty strategies? You can solo sweep with Venusaur just as a hobby. Suddenly, a rocket gift appeared on the donation board. Thanks to Battler for the rocket, big spender. Lu Ye's previously half-dead voice instantly jumped 8 octaves, but the next second he stared at the ID and froze. Huh? A fake account. The chat exploded. Boss, you're confused. Red, don't give Teacher Lu gifts, you'll learn bad habits. Holy crap, it's actually the world champion. At his computer, Lu Yi recognized the familiar ID in 0.05 seconds, Battler Red. He immediately made Red a moderator and sent a private message. Boss Red, this is my line account. XXXX, let's chat more in the future. He thoughtfully included a Japanese translation, secretly praising himself for his cleverness. With the world champion's arrival, 500,000 viewers instantly flooded in, sending the back-end data skyrocketing. Teacher Lu, you're famous. Can you get me Red's autograph? Red, Mama loves you. The international platform's users weren't just Chinese viewers from Unova, Hoenn, and Kalos also poured in, with various languages blooming across the screen. Hello? Is the streamer disconnected? Please do another substitute protect toxic tutorial. Protect don't protect protecto. I learned it. At this moment, Red never expected that his casual gesture would cause such a massive commotion. Looking back at Tokiwa Lilac, he saw her smile helplessly and say, "You're already a world champion, a complete public figure." Red pulled his cap down lower and scratched his head awkwardly. The battle was just so exciting. I couldn't help myself. Tokiwa Lilac suddenly remembered something and covered her mouth with her hand. If Gold saw you sending gifts to his opponent, who knows how furious he'd be. She smiled softly with pursed lips, and Red joined in with an embarrassed chuckle. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of a private message notification popping up in the bottom right corner of the screen from the ID. Did Teacher Lu stream today? Communication, does he want to have a Pokemon battle with me? Red's eyes immediately lit up. Tokiwa Lilac rested her chin on her hand and studied him, her tone like someone popping a soap bubble. I'm guessing he just wants you to send more gifts. I remember you studied Chinese, right? Yes. Red nodded. He had indeed studied Chinese for a while. After pondering for a moment, he typed a brief reply. Fellow trainer, there will be opportunities to communicate. After sending it, Red suddenly slapped his forehead. I almost forgot. I'm supposed to go to Viridian Gym today to spar with Green. There's still time if we go now. Come on, you come too. Tokiwa Lilac stumbled as he pulled her along, standing there stunned. Watching Red's hurried figure, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks, but she still sighed inwardly in the end. She couldn't bring herself to mention going to see a movie. Regarding Red, Lu Yi currently had only 3 pieces of intelligence. First, this guy seemed to have bought property on the internet. You could spot him on practically every platform. Second, he was his biggest financial backer, so he absolutely had to hold on to this golden goose. Third, would someone please tell him what Red's string of actually meant? And that smiling emoji wasn't being sarcastic, was he? Stop using ellipses in everything you say. All this guessing is exhausting. Lu Yi let out a long sigh, rubbing his temples as he announced, "That's it for today's stream. See you all next time." Before he'd even finished speaking, his hands moved without hesitation, lightning fast camera shutdown, platform exit, laptop closure, all in one fluid motion, leaving a crowd of viewers bewildered in the streaming room. You're ending the stream after hitting 1 million viewers? Why are you so practiced at shutting down streams? Even though your hasty retreat looks pretty pathetic, your 6th sweep was genuinely cool. Lubaby, Mama loves you. No one noticed that after Red's rocket gifts, the stream's subscriber count was still climbing at a visible rate. You promised to show your face at 100k subscribers, and we're already past 50k. Push push push. Let's see Teacher Lu on camera next week. Surely no one actually thinks Teacher Lu is a looks-based streamer? Handsome or not doesn't matter. We're mainly here for the stand-up comedy. Having closed the streaming software, Lu Yi refocused his attention on the game called Pokemon Battle. Almost had a disaster today. Turns out this broken game is voice-controlled and real-time, with no 4-move limit? That's basically invincible. Ding. System binding in progress. Binding successful. Host, Lu Yi. Who's talking? Current BP, 1720. Click for details and BP sources. Available functions, Temple Gacha, Shop. More functions awaiting unlock. Enjoy your experience. Lu Yi froze for 2 seconds, then immediately relaxed. Geez, I was wondering who that was. You should have said so earlier. It's my cheat system. As mentioned before, Lu Yi had received professional training and wouldn't laugh no matter how amusing something was. But when his so-called golden finger truly arrived, he couldn't help but let his lips curl up uncontrollably. His inner complaints came one after another. How could a transmigrator not have a golden finger? Let me take a closer look at what this system is all about. A faint glow appeared in the center of his vision, and a translucent panel materialized, looking just like an attribute window from an online game. Current BP points, 1720. Tip. Click to view details for the complete source of BP points. Lu Yi decisively clicked. BP sources. Video views exceeded 1 million, BP 1000. Live stream popularity exceeded 100,000, BP 50. Consumed ordinary grade far-fetched cuisine, BP 20. He could understand the first 2 entries, but eating far-fetched can also add BP was beyond his imagination. The system's mechanical and cold voice immediately echoed in his mind. BP points, also known as battle points. Consuming quality cuisine can enhance the host's physical condition and provide equivalent BP points. Completing system tasks, unlocking achievements, Pokemon battles, meeting hidden conditions, all can earn BP points. Lu Yi rubbed his forehead and sighed. What's the connection between BP points and video views? The system answered irrelevantly and instead refreshed the text. Using the internet to expand influence is one of the essential qualities of a legendary trainer. I never planned to become a trainer. Lu Yi complained helplessly. After a long silence, the panel scrolled again. This system is also known as Legendary Trainer Development System. Once bound, no returns accepted. Please take note. Can we have some normal operations? Lu Yi's mouth twitched, and he finally sighed deeply. Fine. Being a streamer can also accumulate BP. It's a roundabout approach. From today on, it'll be called the Super Streamer Development System. Who's for it and who's against it? He made the final decision. Ding. Spend 1000 BP to rename the system to Super Streamer Development System. Yes, no. Just over 2000 BP, and it costs 1000 to change a name? This operation is way too stingy. Lu Yi decisively clicked no. It's just a broken system anyway. It can't force him to become a trainer, can it? The system fell silent again briefly, then suddenly brought up a new interface, the lottery panel. Available functions. Temple Shop. First, Temple guarantees SR, limited time offer. Are you from Pig Factory or Goose Factory planning? Do you also want me to make a first purchase of 6 yuan and open a Battle Pass gift pack? Lu Yi roared while uncontrollably reaching out to click into the temple interface. Brilliant animations rushed toward him. The system prompted. Host can customize the temple presentation. Case opening, talisman drawing, briefcase. Lu Yi's temple throbbed. Are you sure you won't get sued? Isn't this CSGO's case opening? And there's Rainbow Six on my OG. DNMD. You even dare to copy Hearthstone and Arknight's UI? A line of small text calmly scrolled out in the bottom right corner of the panel. Parallel world, please do not take it personally. Hearthstone card packs, set it to Hearthstone card packs for me. He compromised helplessly. System reply. UI has been set. Drop rates have been disclosed. Please check them yourself. Host. Drop rates. 60 white common, 30 blue rare, 9 purple epic, 1 orange legendary. Lu Yi covered his forehead, really not knowing where to start complaining. Even disclosing drop rates. Quite policy compliant though. After thinking, he took a deep breath. Whatever, let me try a temple first. Spend 1000 BP for 1 temple? Yes, no. Yes. Bang. 2 ancient-looking card packs materialized out of thin air. Lu Yi grabbed one and began spinning it clockwise rapidly. His fingertips moved with lightning speed, like winding up a toy. With a crisp click, the pack's surface burst into glittering fragments as 5 cards were lifted by a gentle blue light, slowly unfurling in midair. Rare, the system announced. At the center of the blue glow floated a creamy white cardamom milk. Description: 100 nutritious milk suitable for both humans and Pokemon, a favorite of Tauros. The remaining 3 common item cards fell separately. 1 Oranberry that restores a small amount of stamina, and 2 Pecha berries that cure poison. Just blue skies and white clouds, as usual. What terrible luck. Lu Yi shrugged, self-mockingly storing the 4 common cards back into the light screen. Then he opened the remaining pack. The moment the second pack was torn open, 3 unremarkable common cards tumbled out first. Just as Lu Yi was about to toss them into his bag, the system suddenly raised its pitch in a sarcastic tone. Epic. A purple gleam flickered as a skill card settled steadily in Lu Ye's palm. Japanese, LV3. Skill description: proficient use of Japanese, including accurate application of different tones, honorifics, and accents. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow as his mind felt stuffed with an entire dictionary, various vocabulary and sentence patterns arranging themselves clearly. He tested it immediately. Taicho Udanade. Makata. His tone, accent, and speed were all authentic. According to the system's included user manual, he quickly understood the hierarchy. LV1 achievable through ordinary effort, LV2 quite excellent, LV3 industry peak, LV4 cross-disciplinary, LV5 human limit, LV3. I could easily imitate an article in Natsume Soseki style. He calculated mentally, planning to someday just copy a famous author's novel and pass it off as his own. Only one card remained. He suppressed his excitement and slowly turned it over. The system shrieked at high volume. Wow, golden legend. The brilliant golden border was dazzling, but Lu Yi immediately recognized the description. Speed enhancer enhanced version A, a suspicious blue beverage made from alkaloids that greatly boosts a Pokemon's speed stat. Not recommended for human consumption. All that screaming, I almost thought it was actually legendary, Lu Yi grumbled internally. Though it said, not recommended, the description's tone was ambiguous, as if encouraging him to chug it immediately. After weighing his options, he stuffed the blue bubbling drink into a cabinet. I'll wait until I catch my first Pokemon. After organizing his rewards, he glanced at his balance, 720 BP. He planned to save up to 1000 BP for a 10 pull. Meanwhile, he still hadn't secured any Pokeballs. Need to visit the Pokemon shop tomorrow. Late at night, Lu Yi picked up the Moo Moo milk, twisted off the cap, and was greeted by a fresh, creamy aroma. He tilted his head back and drained it in one gulp, the mildly sweet flavor blooming on his tongue. System notification. Consumed delicious grade Moo Moo milk, BP 40. First consumption, host Constitution 1. Early Sunday morning, Lu Yi ran into his landlord in the hallway as she was making her rounds to collect rent. Little Lu, did you hear any strange noises last night? Sister Lu whispered while fumbling for her keys. Huh? Lu Yi blinked. I went to bed early and didn't notice anything. What kind of sounds? I can't really say. Sister Lu frowned. Many residents in the complex have reported weird incidents. The hallway lights won't turn on no matter how many times you press the switch, and some people say they saw a B2 button in the elevator even though there's only supposed to be B1. Maybe the bulbs are burned out. I'll take a look later. Lu Yi smiled reassuringly. Sister Lu felt relieved and added gently. I made fish head soup this morning. I'll have my auxiliary bring some over to you later. Sounds good. Lu Yi agreed, but after taking a couple of steps, it suddenly hit him. Fish head soup? Please don't tell me it's Magikarp head again. This old 6-story residential building had a converted freight elevator, and the wiring would short-circuit from time to time. Lu Yi first went down to the first floor, opened the main electrical box to check the fuses, and replaced a light bulb while he was at it. The filament looked fine. He scratched his head and, almost as if possessed, stepped into the elevator. The freight elevator was dimly lit with a yellowish glow. Dampness mixed with a musty smell hit him in the face. The walls were covered with yellowed rental advertisements, their text corroded by mold spots. On the control panel, he could faintly make out a paint-chipped B2 below the B1 button. Lu Yi rubbed his eyes and looked again, but the panel now only showed B1. Seeing ghosts in broad daylight, he quietly swallowed. System, what should I do in this situation? The system displayed an interface with no expression. Recommended skill, Holy Light LV1, required BP, 2000. Smite LV1, required BP, 3000. Mighty Heavenly Dragon LV1, required BP, 5000. Even Smite and Mighty Heavenly Dragon? Forget it. I can't afford those. Got anything cheaper? Recommended skill, Spirit Sight LV1, required BP, 500. Alright, I'll take it. His BP balance dropped to 260. Spirit Sight LV1. Enhances visual perception, small chance to see through spirit-type creatures. Warning. Higher levels of Spirit Sight are not always beneficial. After activating the skill, Lu Yi held his breath and scanned his surroundings. The damp freight elevator was empty, with only a cold draft passing through and the filament creaking as it swayed. Nothing there. The elevator door slid open to reveal the security guard on duty yawning. Young man, you've been standing in there forever. You weren't relieving yourself in there, were you? Lu Yi walked out with a wry smile. Sir, are there any urban legends around here? Oh yes. The old guard perked up. My granddaughter told me about them. She says that slit-mouth woman is actually a Pokemon called Mawile, and that cat-faced granny guess what it's Zoroark. Sir, please stop. Lu Yi covered his forehead. Your granddaughter sure knows a lot. Of course she does. She's an elite trainer. The old guard said proudly, then gave him a once-over. I know you, young man, the one from the 6th floor. You haven't left your apartment for half a month. At your age, instead of becoming a trainer and making something of yourself, you're holed up at home being a small-time streamer. What's that about? Thank you for the encouragement. Luyi slunk away in embarrassment. On his way to the Pokemon store, he reflected on what happened in the freight elevator. It was probably ghost-type Pokemon causing trouble, not actual paranormal activity. This explanation made sense. He always believed in science. Luyi was a firm materialist. As the saying goes, the master did not speak of strange phenomena, feats of strength, disorder, or spiritual beings. Fighting-type moves against ghost types are indeed quite ineffective. Thinking about the ghost rumors in his building, Luyi decided to wait for the landlady to hire some elite trainers for an exorcism, which should solve everything. He exhaled deeply, pulled out his phone, and opened a food delivery app to search for lunch. There was a kaiseki restaurant nearby. Slowpoke tail sashimi for 3,888 yuan per serving? Never mind. Better go buy some poke balls first, Luyi muttered to himself. The system shop priced ordinary red and white balls at 200 BP each, while they cost 500 yuan in real life. Clearly the latter was more cost-effective. At the Pokemon store, he spent 2,500 yuan on 5 Pokeballs, leaving only 17,000 yuan in his account. He then visited several breeding houses, but didn't find any starter Pokemon he liked. Eevee and Rockruff are really popular, the clerk shrugged. Even with a reservation, you'd need to wait 6 months in advance. Luyi nodded politely. On the price list, Eevee cost 30,000 yuan and Rockruff nearly 50,000. His wallet immediately surrendered. Weedle and Wurmple eggs were dirt cheap though, just 200 or 300 yuan each with purely luck-based potential. Pidgey and Tailo eggs were around 2,000 yuan. Luyi weighed his options. Rather than buying common pets, he might as well catch them himself in the wild. Be careful if you're catching them yourself, the clerk said with concern. There have been quite a few injury cases in the news. With his Eevee petting plan bankrupt, he had no choice but to head home. The sunset was falling, dusk settling heavily as a flock of Spearows swept across the sky with harsh cries. Caw. Luyi toyed with the miniature Pokeball, clicking it to full size, and weighing it repeatedly in his palm. Entering the elevator, he habitually pressed the floor button, but suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Oh no. His vision suddenly distorted, colors inverting as if someone had flipped them. The elevator buttons were covered in glowing green handprints, sticky like blood. The fluorescent light overhead flickered wildly with creaking sounds, the filament flashing several times before dying out with a hiss. A moldy stench filled the air, and damp, cold wind felt like a crimson tongue licking his neck. The elevator car dropped to the second basement level, and the doors slowly opened. Spirit Vision LV1 check critical success. Luyi's vision filled with glowing green outlines, like a hawk's view from above. Looking up, a ghastly floated before him. Bulging white eyes, mouth split to the ears, crimson tongue hanging out long. The two stared at each other in complete silence for a full minute. Click white light flashed. Luyi looked down, fingers trembling, and posted the photo he'd just taken to his livestream fan group. Image ran into a ghost late at night. What should I do? Online and urgent. Teacher Lu, you finally got your comeuppance. Oh my, so cute, I wanna. Hey, show some decency. All the lurkers have been drawn out, and the chat room is suddenly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Fighter, how about trying to throw a Pokeball? Teacher Lu, are you sure it won't get furious after I throw the ball? Fighter. Red went back to lurking, and Luyi put down his phone. Feeling bold, he glared back at Ghastly fiercely. What are you looking at? Kakik. Just then, his phone buzzed again, and a somewhat familiar ID made a suggestion. Viridian Lilac. Looking at its expression, it seems to really like you. Luyi thought for a long time, but couldn't remember who this ID belonged to. Teacher Lu, you call this liking? It's clearly lusting after my body. Teacher Lu, video. In the video, a Ghastly made entirely of black mist stared with big eyes, happily licking the handsome young man's chiseled face with its tongue. Teacher Lu wiped the wet saliva from his face and shouted at Ghastly. Stop licking and smile. Ghastly was stunned, then flew cheerfully in front of the camera, completely blocking the screen with its bulging eyeballs. Kanto region, Viridian City. Red, who was training at the Viridian gym, couldn't help but smile. Hey, training's starting, called out a handsome young man with straight brown hair and a pendant on his chest, sitting on the shoulders of a massive Rhydon with his arms crossed. What are you looking at, grinning like an idiot? A battle streamer I recently discovered, Red said, holding his phone with a smile. He seems to be planning to train a Jengar. Green jumped down from Rhydon's shoulders, hands in his pockets, glanced at the phone video, and nodded slightly. This Ghastly has decent potential. Red looked up at Green in surprise. Professor Oak once said that Green's ability was in breeding, capable of maximizing a Pokemon's potential and abilities. If even he said so, then this Ghastly definitely had training value. Isn't he a gaming streamer? Green shrugged. Why not just go watch the Masters tournament in person? Even though it's a game, his commanding skills are far superior to most master-level trainers, Red laughed. Besides, Flare Life Sciences' virtual imaging technology has already been applied to games, hasn't it? Maybe before long, we'll be able to battle online. Heh. Green's eyes sharpened, and the corner of his mouth curved up slightly. Even in a game, I won't lose to you. Haven't you lost enough already? Red said with a wry smile. Let's not talk about this and start training. Buzz buzz. Just then, his phone vibrated. Red glanced down at the chat interface and smiled. He really did catch the ghastly. Green crossed his arms and suddenly said, that group. Add me to it too. What? I'm bored and need something to pass the time. But you don't watch streams. Shut up. Just add me when I tell you to. Why are you suddenly being so difficult? I got it. Why are you suddenly so fierce? TCH. Want to have a battle? We can directly attack the trainer, right? Go, Pikachu. Ride on Earthquake. You have a new message. Your friend Green has joined the chat group. When encountering ghosts late at night, there are generally 3 options. A. Pretend you didn't see anything and walk out of the elevator with a normal expression. B. Chat and laugh with them, expressing that today's trainers are too naive. C. If you're brave enough, anything's possible. So Lu Yi chose option D. How dare you, vile spirit, cause trouble here. Great mighty dragon, world-honored Xidigarba. Take my Poke Ball. He gripped the Poke Ball and hurled it like a grenade. With a crisp pop, Ghastly was enveloped in red light and transformed into a beam that shot into the ball. The Poke Ball shook 3 times on the ground, click, 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 before the indicator light went out, signaling a successful capture. Lu Yi bent down to pick up the Poke Ball and let out a long breath. Raising a Ghastly, I guess that's not too bad. He scratched the back of his head with a subtle expression. At least Jengar looks pretty cute, right? To verify this claim of cuteness, Lu Yi pressed the button. Pop. The Poke Ball opened, releasing black mist that swirled into a pitch-dark cloud in the dim elevator. A pair of enormous white eyes opened in the fog, with a grin stretching from ear to ear and fangs gleaming coldly. Ghastly let out a laugh like clashing metal and floated behind Lu Yi, its entire head nearly pressing down on top of his. Kh. Lu Yi looked up to find himself face-to-face with that gaping maw. Ghastly squinted its eyes and suddenly extended its crimson tongue. Slurp, sticky saliva splattered across his face. Lu Yi wiped his face and muttered helplessly. Still pretty cute. Congratulations, host, on completing the achievement. I choose you. Achievement description: capture any starter Pokemon. Reward BP, 500. Remaining BP, 720. Ghastly's body was composed entirely of gas. From a distance, it looked like just a black cloud, but up close those wide eyes were still within acceptable limits. Although his pet and EV plan had completely fallen through, he now had an additional entertainment option for scaring girls at night, and could even pivot toward becoming a horror game streamer. Kh. Ghastly continued spinning in midair as the elevator lights came back on, brightening the car. As the elevator slowly ascended, Lu Yi recalled Ghastly to its Poke Ball and fell into thought. If it evolves into Jengar, its battle power would indeed be formidable. But what do I need battle power for? At most, it could be the livestream's mascot. Dingaphone notification interrupted his monologue. You have a new message. Administrator Battler has invited Green to join this group. Huh? Green? Lu Yi looked down at the new profile picture, completely bewildered as he clicked into the user's information. This big shot. Couldn't be the breeder and Kanto champion, could it? Refreshing the page, the identity verification was clearly displayed the real Green. Lu Yi nearly dropped his phone. In the special manga, this former Viridian gym leader had assembled a monster team with an average level of 70 in less than a year. Recalling his own daily grind of battling NPCs and wild Pokemon, Lu Yi screamed internally, terrifying beyond measure. Due to the capture video he had posted earlier, the group immediately focused their discussion on Ghastly training. Is Teacher Lu planning to raise a Jengar specialized in Poison-type moves? No, I think Jengar should focus on Ghost-type abilities instead. Wait, why are you saying no? As messages flooded the screen, the conversation quickly escalated into a lively debate about Ghastly and Jengar's potential. What's so special about a Ghost-type Pokemon? One user chimed in. Exactly. The special abilities of Jengar can make a huge difference in battles, another added. Plus, have you seen how cute Ghastly is? It's perfect for streams. Lu Yi couldn't help but smile at the enthusiasm in the chat, realizing that his decision to capture Ghastly might lead to something exciting in the future. Maybe I should really think about how to train it effectively, he mused, typing a quick response to the group. Thanks for the feedback, everyone. I'm definitely leaning towards focusing on its Ghost-type abilities. The discussion continued, full of tips and strategies, as Lu Yi embraced his new role in the Pokemon community. I'll just take a quick look. That's all Lu Yi had intended. But the moment he opened the file, rows of professional terminology and breeding data crashed over him like a tidal wave, instantly pulling him into a whirlpool of knowledge. It felt like being a Tauren warrior who had just stepped out of the starting village with no clue about the road ahead, only to suddenly receive a foolproof, perfect walkthrough guide from a veteran strategy team covering everything from Ghastly's diet and habits to detailed move training protocols, more comprehensive than many academic papers. At the bottom were neatly listed references. Professor Oak's exploration on whether ghost types can be incorporated into Pokemon studies. the source of Agatha's fear from Ghastly to Jengar. The acknowledgments section was even more intriguing. Green mentioned that there seemed to be some history between Kanto's ghost-type elite four-member Agatha and his grandfather, Professor Oak. He had combined Professor Oak's scientific methods with Agatha's empirical knowledge to create this comprehensive breeding guide. Green had even planned to publish this work under Professor Oak's name to help ease the tension between the two veterans, but it ultimately fell through, which now benefited Liu Yi as the current reader. What a filial grandson. Liu Yi was somewhat moved. If put up for auction, a breeding manual personally compiled by Green would easily be purple epic tier. While it couldn't compare to Giovanni's true secret techniques, it was a rare treasure for ghost-type trainers. Unfortunately, it wasn't particularly valuable to him personally, as many of the methodologies barely differed from his own assumptions. Whatever, I'll let Ghastly study it himself. Liu Yi sighed. Rather than letting it gather dust, better to let his Pokemon benefit from it. A flash of red light, and a black mist drifted out of the Pokeball. Ghastly's large eyes darted around, curiously examining its new home. Stay here and don't wander off. Liu Yi dodged the purple tongue reaching toward him. I'm about to start streaming. Kakik. Ghastly let out a long yawn, clearly bored. Bored? Well, here's a picture book for you. Liu Yi casually handed it over. Ghastly gave him a "you've got to be kidding me" look. This so-called picture book didn't have a single illustration, just dense text filled with academic terminology. Oh, you can actually read. Liu Yi raised an eyebrow, spreading the freshly printed Ghastly breeding methods in front of Ghastly. Then let me test you how many different ways to use Confuse Ray are mentioned in this paper. Confuse Ray was one of the moves Ghastly could learn early on. Green believed that Ghastly, born from light pollution, had a natural affinity for this move with tremendous potential for development, though Liu Yi had always been too lazy to train it. Since he didn't want Ghastly disrupting his stream but couldn't keep it in its Pokeball all the time, having it study seemed like the perfect solution. Kiki. Ghastly was stumped by the question, its little face in the black mist instantly turning pale as it floated there awkwardly. After a moment, it perked up and pressed its eyeball almost against the paper. Kakik. I'm going to master this paper today, no matter what. Liu Yi nodded with satisfaction. If you get hungry, there are berries in the cabinet. After giving his instructions, he walked toward the computer and logged into the streaming platform. Oh, already 60,000 subscribers. He rubbed his chin, calculating that he'd probably complete the mission in a few more weeks. Mission: I'm really not a looks-based streamer. Task description: complete the small goal of 100,000 subscribers. Mission reward: 1,000 BP points. Random skill LV1. Substitute TMX1. Liu Yi had also inquired about this so-called substitute. Was it reliable? Liu Yi felt quite disappointed. He had hoped to get something like Killer Queen or Star Platinum, but it turned out to be just a substitute move card. He opened his live stream, and the already starving audience came flooding in. Time to eat. Time to eat. Newbie reporting in. Is this the Battlemaster stream? Teacher Liu, please do another Subseed Toxic tutorial. Liu Yi glanced at the screen full of comments and casually turned on his mic. Today, I'm bringing you something different. He opened the team editor and dragged a roundhead mushroom Pokemon wearing a bamboo hat into his team. The chat instantly exploded with question marks. What's Breloom good for? Low base stats and weak resistances. Venusaur would be better. Streamer, change your Pokemon. Liu Yi ignored them and clicked the match button. Oh no, Teacher Liu is about to throw. The virtual display flashed as he matched with a Sinnoh region player. Next to their ID was an official gold badge, Sinnoh Eterna City Turna Gym Leader Kai Zhong. Holy crap, a grass-type gym leader. Definitely an expert. Teacher Liu using Breloom against her? Isn't that like teaching fish to swim? The battle began, with Kai Zhong also leading with Breloom. On the grassy battlefield, the girl had short orange hair that exposed her ears, a green cape fluttering in the wind, brown shorts revealing sturdy long legs, and a small band-aid-like decoration on her navel. She threw her Pokeball, and in a flash of red light, two Breloom, one large and one small, landed simultaneously. Clearly, the opponent's Breloom was more robust with a wider hat, completely outclassing Liu Yi's in terms of breeding quality. It's over, he's going to crash and burn. Hilarious. Does anyone actually think Teacher Liu can win? Not even a hidden ability, and he dares to battle? The whistle blew, and Kai Zhong's Breloom moved first. It kicked off with its toes, leaving several afterimages as it delivered a mock punch to Liu Yi's Breloom's abdomen, knocking it back a full 3 meters. This is like force-feeding me rice. We told you not to use Breloom. Wouldn't Venusaur be better? While the audience panicked, Liu Yi calmly provided commentary. The opponent's Breloom should have the hidden ability Technician. Mine has the ability Poison Heal. The punch hit a critical spot, but Liu Yi's Breloom didn't fall. It swayed, then suddenly roared skyward as its wounds visibly healed at an incredible rate. Holy crap, is it holding leftovers? How is it recovering so fast? It's not leftovers, it's a toxic orb. The chat finally caught on. Poison Heal continuously restores HP while poisoned, and the toxic orb inflicts poison status at the start of battle. Combined, they created the nearly bug-like recovery rate they were witnessing. The two Brelum exchanged blows, fists flying and grass scattered everywhere. One health bar steadily dropped, while the other lost 1 point only to recover 2. Question marks flooded the screen. Terrifying. That's cheating. After about 100 rounds, with the opponent's stamina critically low, Kaizhong clicked surrender with a complex expression. The livestream instantly spiked to 600,000 viewers. Teacher Liu is inhuman. Truly brilliant and brave. Is this the legendary 10,000 poisons return to origin? Lu Yi recalled his Brelum with a slight smile. The poison in Sub-Seed Toxic isn't the poison from Toxic, it's the poison from Poison Heal. Gifts rained down, subscriber numbers skyrocketed, and system BP points climbed rapidly. Listen to that. Does that sound human? Holy crap, even the gym leader surrendered? Teacher Liu is awesome. Kaizhong stared blankly at the fallen Brelum on the ground. As a grass-type specialist, he was well-versed in Brelum's habits and battle tactics. Yet he was still caught completely off guard by his opponent's strategy actually using a toxic orb to deliberately trigger the Poison Heal ability? How bold, Kaizhong murmured to himself. While some trainers had attempted Poison Heal Brelum builds before, they mostly employed conservative strategies. The continuous poison damage from the toxic orb was too burdensome, and even Poison Heal couldn't fully offset it. So most grass-type trainers opted for Brelum with the Technician ability, leveraging grass-type sustainability to enhance close combat. But Teacher Liu's tactics before him seemed to open the door to an entirely new world. What if Leech Seed provided recovery to counteract the toxic orb's poison? He quickly ran through the calculations in his mind. Leech Seed recovery, substitute damage distribution, Poison Heal absorbing toxicity. Leech Seed, toxic orb, substitute for key elements interlocking perfectly. Such a training approach was absolutely insane. Light gradually filled Kaizhong's eyes. This was completely viable in reality. His heart pounding, he eagerly clicked into Teacher Liu's profile. Highest ranking World 7. Casually glancing at the fan group he'd just joined, Kaizhong froze. Red was in the group? Champion Green too? Even they were Teacher Liu's fans. Such a famous grass-type master Miss Erica must know him, right? Kaizhong murmured, secretly wondering if he could seek Teacher Liu's guidance at this year's type specialist tournament. He pulled out another pokeball, and in a flash of red light, another Brelum with the Poison Heal ability appeared. Kaizhong carefully recalled the recent battle, realizing that Teacher Liu's seemingly taunting moves were actually the essence of Poison Heal tactics. Gripping his pokeball tightly, his gaze became resolute once more. I still have so much more to learn. After signing off gloriously, Lu Ye's stream subscriber count climbed to 70,000. The specific earnings still needed to be calculated, but it was enough to treat himself well. He pulled out a can of ice cold cola from the mini fridge, popped it open with a satisfying PSSH, and Half reclined in his gaming chair. System, check remaining BP points. BP points, 970. The show's explosive success had netted him nearly 200 BP points. Soon, he'd be able to do another 10 pull. Entering the side room, Haunter still floated before the breeding manual like a diligent scholar. Its misty black claw held an oran berry as it frowned while studying the documents. Suddenly reaching an exciting passage, it nodded smugly. Ka. Then bit into the berry in one gulp, juice splattering everywhere. Lu Yi watched with a peculiar expression. Good grief, using academic papers as dinner entertainment? Sensing movement, Haunter's black mist whooshed inward. Seeing Lu Yi, it immediately opened its mouth wide in an exaggerated grin and extended its tongue toward him. Ka. Lu Yi tried to pat Haunter's head, but his hand passed straight through the black mist, his fingertips sensing a chill and numbing sensation. Suddenly, the system's emotionless announcement echoed in Lu Ye's ears. Ghastly, a thin, gaseous life form, whose gas can bring down even an Indian elephant within 10 minutes. Lu Ye's expression shifted slightly as he cursed under his breath. Damn it. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Fortunately, Ghastly seemed to particularly enjoy Lu Ye's touch. It deliberately restrained its toxins, transforming into a faint mist that swirled playfully around Lu Ye's palm. Seeing this, Lu Yi quietly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Want some late-night snacks? Ghastly's eyes widened like copper bells, blinking repeatedly. Here, take my phone and order whatever you want. Lu Yi handed over his phone while pulling out the document that had become damp with drool. With just one glance, he exclaimed in surprise. You little rascal, you even took notes. Keck. Ghastly held the phone in its mouth, proudly lifting its head. Earlier, Lu Yi had half-jokingly asked Ghastly to mark all the key points about Confuse Ray. In less than 2 hours, the manual was covered with wet drool marks and dense annotations everywhere. You're a bloody genius. Lu Yi laughed and scolded. Keck. Lu Yi casually put the breeding manual back in place. Stop grinning like an idiot and go order takeout. Move training isn't something you master overnight. Thinking you can learn Confuse Ray in just 2 hours is pure fantasy. The main thing is, I want to save on electricity bills. Keck. Ghastly gently placed the phone on the table, its eyes scanning the interface and lighting up like little bulbs. It slurped back its drool but still wore a perverted expression, sticking out its long tongue to lick the far-fetched on the screen. Want far-fetched again? We just ordered that last time. Let's try something different. Louis rubbed his chin. How about barbecue? This place has great reviews for their lamb skewers. Omega. Ghastly's eyes lit up and immediately agreed. Extra spicy, human, ice-cold beer perfect. Half an hour later, the small table by the window was filled with enticing meat aromas. The evening breeze gently blew as the hot skewers glistened with oil. Ghastly clutched a bottle of moo moo milk, simultaneously puffing out misty circles from the spice, while frantically devouring the lamb skewers. Slow down, no one's competing with you. Hiskek. After finishing an entire row of skewers, Ghastly's black mist visibly thickened. Louis took a sip of ice-cold beer and smiled as he looked at the plate of empty bamboo sticks. This tastes pretty good. Maybe it really is wooloo meat. He turned curiously. Speaking of which, how did you end up here? Online sources say Ghastly don't inhabit urban areas. Ghastly paused its movements, looked up in silence for a moment, then buried its head in the mountain of lamb skewers. Don't want to talk about it. Louis gently touched the black mist around it, his tone gentle. That's okay. We're family from now on. The evening breeze stirred, and Ghastly suddenly looked up, its eyes turning wavy as it was moved to tears. Kek kek. Hey, don't wipe your snot on me now. After barely escaping the fate of being wrapped in the Elephant Experience package, Louis retrieved that suspicious, blue drink speed enhanced version from the cabinet as Ghastly's breakfast for tomorrow morning, then settled it on the ceiling as a bed. He had to admit, waking up every morning to a grinning ghost actually gave Louis a strange sense of security. Turn off the lights, Ghastly. Kek. The room instantly lost power. What neither of them noticed was that after Louis fell asleep, a faint glow quietly appeared around Ghastly. Circling like fireflies, this was exactly what Louis had asked Ghastly to master that morning. Confused Ray. After the two-day weekend break ended, Louis had to return to school for classes. Following the subtle shift in the world line, Magic City University seemed to have been thrust into an entirely new script. As soon as he stepped through the campus gates, Louis saw groups of students walking around with pokeballs tucked under their arms, or simply letting their partners follow at their heels. Pidgeys flapping their wings, grolides with tongues hanging out, meowths with tails held high. There was even a bold upperclassman riding a Ursaring as he roared past down the tree-lined avenue. A campus administrator shouted loudly, "No Pokemon racing on campus." The battle department students waved from a distance. "Don't worry, supervisor, we're just training." Browsing the official website, Louis discovered that the South Campus now had an additional Trainer Academy building, with Pokemon battling and Pokemon breeding listed as top priority majors. However, since he was studying finance, his core curriculum hadn't changed much. Only a few Pokemon electives had been added to the corner of his course schedule. With time still remaining before midterms, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't afford to lose his scholarship. Don't let his part-time job as a gaming streamer fool you. His studies hadn't suffered one bit. His grades consistently ranked in the top 3 of his department, and he had his sights set on the national scholarship for the second half of the year. As a freshman with good looks and excellent grades, Louis was quite popular across all grade levels. The first elective class on Monday morning was History of Sinnoh Pokemon. The lecture hall was packed, and as soon as Louis stepped through the door, he heard his roommate Liang Dio calling out, "Brother Lou, over here." Liang Dio sported a buzz cut, but his M-shaped hairline stole all the attention, making people immediately recognize him as a true warrior. Louis sat down and asked quietly, "The professor doesn't take attendance, so why are there so many people today?" Liang Dio excitedly lowered his voice. "The group chat mentioned it earlier. We're getting a guest lecturer today. A Pokemon professor." "Which one?" "Professor Rowan from the Sinnoh region." Applause suddenly spread from the front rows as several reporters with cameras squeezed into the room. An elderly man with a mustache carried a briefcase, his gray-white hair slicked back perfectly with gel, wearing a gray coat, blue knit vest, and neat tie. The old man cleared his throat and began in fluent English. "I am Rowan from the Sinnoh region. I'll be your lecturer today." Students in the back rows gasped in amazement. Liang Dio was so excited his hands were trembling. Professor Rowan is the leading authority on evolution research, known as the foremost scholar of Sinnoh. Louis' expression was complicated. "I know him." "You know him?" "Of course, how could I not know the guy who gives starter Pokemon to new trainers?" The excitement soon settled into quiet attention. Despite being conducted entirely in English, the lecture was both profound and accessible, keeping the students completely engrossed. Professor Rowan covered everything from prehistoric mythology to modern research, pointing out that the history of Sinnoh Pokemon actually reflected the history of Pokemon worldwide. According to legend, from the singularity after the Big Bang emerged the most ancient creator deity Arceus. Afterwards, Arceus created the deities governing time, space, and antimatter. On the third day, Arceus bestowed upon living beings emotion, willpower, and knowledge. These fragments flashed across the projection screen as the lecture hall fell into solemn silence, with all students immersed in this magnificent mythological epic. Bang! Professor Rowan suddenly struck the blackboard with his pointer. The crisp sound instantly brought everyone back to reality as he looked around the room with a solemn tone. Perhaps most of you will never encounter this Pokemon history again after leaving campus. But history is humanity's treasure, and it's equally valuable wealth for all of you. This Shanghai University was renowned for its liberal arts programs, which was precisely why the administration had specially invited this Pokemon professor from afar to give lectures. Below the podium, Lu Yi was resting his chin in his hand, lost in thought, when his deskmate Liang Daio nudged him with an elbow. Professor Rowan continued in a deep voice. Who can tell me the names of the 3 Pokemon that govern emotion, willpower, and knowledge in this epic? The air instantly grew tense. Few people bothered memorizing those tongue-twisting names. It was like asking someone to recite all the heroes from Homer's epics in one breath. Even hardcore FGO players wouldn't dare guarantee they could name them all. With no hands raised, Professor Rowan stroked his mustache and said reassuringly, "It's fine if you can't recall them. You could also share your views on Pokemon history." His gaze swept around the room before settling on the front row. "You, the handsome young man there, why don't you give it a try?" The word handsome acted like a flare, drawing everyone's attention to Lu Yi. Liang Daio gave him another elbow with barely concealed glee, holding back laughter until tears formed in his eyes. "If it weren't for my receding hairline, I could be the handsome one too." Lu Yi stood up and raised his hand first. "Professor, may I answer the previous question?" "Of course." Professor Rowan nodded, his eyes showing a hint of anticipation. The 3 deities that bestowed emotion, willpower, and knowledge upon living beings are Esprit, Azelf, and Uxie. Lu Yi deliberately slowed his speech, even switching to Japanese pronunciation for the proper nouns to ensure accuracy. According to legend, they reside in Lake Verity, Lake Valor, and Lake Acuity in the Sinnoh region, respectively. As his words settled, the classroom became so quiet you could hear the projectors humming. Liang Daio turned around to find several girls in the back rows staring at Lu Yi in amazement. Professor Rowan was also stunned for a moment before breaking into a delighted smile. "Yes, absolutely correct." He led the applause, which surged like a tide, while camera shutters clicked rapidly from the back rows. Lu Yi, however, was thinking to himself, "That's it? Is knowing a few legendary Pokemon names really that impressive? I could even recite Ultra Necrozma, and that would really blow your minds." The girls in the back whispered among themselves. "That's Lu Yi for you, top 3 in our grade. When did he learn Japanese? His pronunciation sounds amazing. Girl, are you getting a crush?" "Stop it." Liang Daio rolled his eyes at their chatter and expressionlessly pulled out a book titled Java Programming Language Learning from his backpack, the cover seeming to remind everyone, "Only continuous learning can make you stronger." The bell rang for the end of class. Students filed out, respectfully nodding to Professor Rowan as they passed the podium, and the professor solemnly returned their greetings. A group of teachers gathered around him for academic discussion, and Lu Yi was about to slip away when he was suddenly called back. "Lu Yi, my student." Professor Rowan waved through the crowd. "Sorry, do you have any plans this afternoon?" The moment his name was called, envious glances surrounded him, and Liang Daio quickly pushed him forward. "Professor, I don't have any other classes this afternoon." Lu Yi answered promptly. Professor Rowan breathed a sigh of relief. "I have several more specialized courses this afternoon and would like you to serve as my interpreter. Would that be possible?" The classroom immediately erupted in barely suppressed gasps of amazement. Pokemon professors were all giants in their respective fields, and the opportunity to accompany them was something countless people could only dream of. Yet at this moment, this opportunity was being personally offered to Lu Yi by Professor Rowan himself. Clearly, Professor Rowan held Lu Yi in high regard and wanted to give him a practical opportunity. "For this afternoon's specialized courses, I'd like you to serve as my accompanying translator," Dr. Rowan said. Lu Yi looked up and noticed that a Japanese translator was already standing beside the doctor as academic advisor, Zheng Sheng. Just as confusion began to rise in his mind, Zheng Sheng mouthed an exaggerated message to him. "What are you standing there for? Say yes." Any guidance from a Pokemon professor is a precious opportunity. The advisor genuinely wanted to secure this stage for his prized student. Dr. Rowan cleared his throat. It's not that Professor Zheng's Japanese is inadequate, but certain technical terms require careful consideration. Lu Yi's professional performance in the earlier courses had left a deep impression on him, and he wanted to take this opportunity to understand this young man more thoroughly. With things having come to this point, Lu Yi nodded in agreement and walked alongside the doctor toward the next classroom. Along the way, he lowered his voice and joked with his advisor. "Can you help me get a few extra grade points? You little rascal, seize this opportunity, you might even have a shot at getting recommended to the University of Tokyo." Zheng Sheng glared at him. "The University of Tokyo is just so-so. If I want a graduate school recommendation, I would have switched to economics long ago," Lu Yi said dismissively with a nonchalant tone. The advisor's mouth twitched, and for a moment he couldn't find a rebuttal. Throughout the afternoon, rumors about Lu Yi fermented among the grade level. That translator guy next to Dr. Rowan is so handsome. Are you silly? That's Lu Yi, the academic star from the finance department. The doctor made a mistake with the term earlier, and Lu Yi smoothly covered for him. I heard the doctor wanted to take him as a graduate student, but he was actually rejected? He doesn't even want the graduate school recommendation opportunity? And it's from the ACE program of the Pokemon Academy. That's a shortcut to becoming a trainer. Discussions arose everywhere, and the doctor's invitation wasn't without foundation. Until the end of his campus visit, Dr. Rowan continued to praise the knowledge and cultivation of the Magic University students, especially satisfied with that composed, knowledgeable, and handsome young man. Lu Yi. The doctor repeated the name in a low voice, recalling the boy's composed expression when discussing Sinnoh legends, and couldn't help but show a rare smile. Doesn't want to be a trainer? Coming to work as a researcher at my lab wouldn't be bad either. In his mind, aside from Cynthia, he had never seen such a young scholar so dedicated to historical research. Cynthia, the Sinnoh champion and renowned historical scholar who had once served as his assistant. If Lu Yi were to work with her, they would surely have many topics in common. After collecting his thoughts, Dr. Rowan picked up his pen and wrote a letter of recommendation, handing it to the translator beside him. Professor Zheng, please trouble yourself to deliver this to Lu Yi. If he's not particularly interested in the University of Tokyo, I can recommend him to study at Celadon University for a period. The advisor took the letter, unable to hide his shock. Celadon University was a sacred place in the hearts of trainers worldwide, with its Pokemon Academy and business school having nurtured legendary figures like Professor Oak, Devon Corporation President Hibiscus, and others. In world university rankings, it stood shoulder to shoulder with top Ivy League institutions, with its Pokemon programs frequently topping the charts. Thinking of this, the advisor felt excited on behalf of his student. I'll pass it along to him. Please trouble yourself to tell him as well. Dr. Yamanashi smiled warmly. If he ever wants to pursue academia, my research institute will welcome him with open arms. In just one afternoon of interaction, Lu Yi had left an incredibly profound impression on this veteran doctor who had worked with major research facilities for years. Whether discussing the macro theories of Pokemon evolution or analyzing specific case studies, his answers were precise and formed a coherent system that left Yamanashi applauding in amazement multiple times. Meanwhile, rumors about academic genius Lu Yi were already spreading like wildfire across the Magic City University campus. In the dormitory, afternoon sunlight streamed across the cluttered desk as Liang Dayo spun his pen and excitedly nudged his roommate's arm. Brother Lu, what exactly did that old man ask you? Milotic's evolution, Lu Yi replied casually while flipping through his book, and my thoughts on the red Gyarados phenomenon. Holy crap, you actually knew such difficult questions. Holy crap, you don't even know such simple questions. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. In his view, shouldn't these be common knowledge? Yet in reality, they were apparently major unsolved problems in the academic world. A knock at the door interrupted the roommates' complaints. Their advisor poked his head in, holding an opened letter between his fingers. This is a recommendation letter from Dr. Yamanashi. He swallowed hard, his tone serious. This isn't some ordinary school like Tohoku University. This time it's Celadon University, the holy grail for trainers worldwide. Oh, upon hearing the word trainer, Lu Yi slowly withdrew his outstretched hand. It's not that I won't go, he said earnestly. It's mainly that I love Magic City University. Cut the crap. The advisor was exasperated, forcibly stuffing the letter into Lu Yi's hands. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become a trainer. I'm being serious. Lu Yi's face was the picture of sincerity, even managing to squeeze out a couple of tears. My love for Magic City University runs deep. The advisor was speechless, nearly spitting blood. I'm done with you, do whatever you want. After seeing off the advisor, Lu Yi looked down at the neatly written recommendation letter, ultimately folding it and tucking it into his pocket. Back in the dorm, Liang Dayo was struggling through his criminal law textbook, rubbing his increasingly tragic hairline as he asked casually, "Third brother, why did you refuse Dr. Yamanashi's graduate recommendation?" "I'm afraid of dying." Lu Yi dropped that bombshell. Besides trainers, researchers were equally high risk. In his mind, the renowned industry leader Professor Oak had nearly been suffocated by a mook. Telecommunications pioneer Dr. Bill had once body-swapped with a Rattata in a real-life version of Your Name, and Hoen's Professor Birch was constantly being chased around his lab by Zigzagoon. This wasn't a cartoon. One real hit from a thunderbolt attack would be fatal. Since being a trainer was out of the question, being a researcher was even more unthinkable. On the other side of the dorm, Tian Yue, who aspired to be a trainer and wore trendy brands, was flipping through a thick paper Pokédex. Brother Lu, there's a Piplup Cup trainer competition in Pudong organized by Piplup Company. Want to join? Go get slaughtered by students from Pokemon academies? Liang Dayo snorted. Besides, third brother doesn't even have a Pokemon. What would he compete with? I have a starter Pokemon now. What? When did you catch it? Lu Yi pulled out a Pokeball from his pocket. A flash of red light, and the room temperature dropped 5 degrees. Through the faint mist, a ghostly face made of purple fog poked its head out. Tian Yue had just looked down to check registration procedures when he looked up to meet those glowing eyes, nearly launching his phone across the room. Holy shit. You scared me to death. Liang Dio rolled on his bed laughing. Idiot, scared of just a Ghastly. Before he finished speaking, Ghastly slowly turned its head, grinning from ear to ear to reveal its blood-red tongue, flashing Brother Dio a warm and friendly smile. Dio's face instantly turned pale. Tian Yue was excited though, circling around Ghastly to examine it. Looks way stronger than the one from the battle department next door. Kakik. Ghastly smugly squinted and nodded, as if accepting worship. Lu Yi recalled the pokeball. Alright, enough fooling around. I need to get back to my rental place to stream. What? Brother Lu, you're really not competing? I've told you countless times. I have no intention of becoming a trainer. The annual Summer Piplup Cup is organized specifically for novice trainers. Most participants are high school seniors and college freshmen from Pokemon academies. As an official tournament recognized by the association, achieving excellent rankings provides significant advantages when applying for a junior trainer license. However, Lu Yi had no intention of becoming a trainer and naturally didn't sign up. On a sweltering summer afternoon, the rental apartment felt like a steamer, with an old fan creaking as it spun. Lu Yi sat focused at his computer, carefully editing his next video. Nearby, Ghastly pressed against the fan, opening its mouth wide to blow black mist into the rushing air, creating echoing buzzes between the blades. The Ghastly training manual was open to the combat section. How to command Ghastly in battle. Ghastly nodded as it read, its lively nature often leading to unexpected performances in battles. The book suggested that rather than rigid training, it was better to cultivate Ghastly's autonomous combat awareness. Ghastly scratched its head. How to cultivate this? The book explained that different Ghastly have vastly different personalities and combat styles, with the key being to find the most suitable approach. Ghastly burst into laughter. Kakik. Got it. In just 2 days, it had not only mastered Confuse Ray, but also became proficient with Nightshade. All this knowledge came from the manual written by Green. The pages had been licked to tatters by Ghastly, with blurred text, truly digested, in every sense of the word. Ghastly glanced sideways at Lu Yi, seeing him still staring intently at the screen. Feeling bored, it spread the book over its face, then dove into shadows and emerged again, playing by itself. The moo milk in the fridge had long been finished, and even that mysterious blue drink was empty. That can labeled speed enhancer had noticeably accelerated the black mist's movement, and combined with its natural ability to merge with shadows, Ghastly's stealth capabilities had reached new heights. Blowing bubbles, it suddenly noticed a line of small text in the manual. How to handle a Pokemon's low spirits. 1. Use items and Pokemon food to increase intimacy. Ghastly looked at the empty table. Ska? Everything in the house has been eaten. 2. Go camping or picnicking with your Pokemon. It glanced at Lu Yi. Ski. He won't even pay attention to me. 3. Use a battle victory to motivate your Pokemon. Ghastly's eyes lit up. Kiki. That's it. It bobbed its head thoughtfully, then remembered glimpsing competition information on the phone yesterday. Ghastly slowly floated over to Lu Yi's side, gently licking his cheek with its tongue and blinking its eyes. Hungry? Take the phone and order some takeout. Lu Yi casually handed over his phone. With the phone in hand and its plan successful, Ghastly couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Kakik. What's wrong with you? That laugh is so creepy. Ghastly snickered and slid aside with the phone, extending its tongue to swipe across the screen. Nessa photo shoot? Not this one. Gardenia fashion show? Not this either. As it scrolled, it grumbled internally. What weird stuff does this guy usually look at? Finding the competition announcement, Ghastly's expression turned peculiar, then its eyes suddenly brightened. The Piplup Cup Rookie Trainer Tournament cordially invites all aspiring young trainers to participate. Filling out the registration form required Lu Yi's ID card. Ghastly rummaged through boxes and drawers for quite a while before finally finding the identification. Using its fangs to painstakingly fill out the registration form. After more than half an hour, Ghastly let out a long sigh of relief. Mr. Lu Yi, your registration has been approved. Your participant ID is 3534. The preliminary rounds will begin next Wednesday. Please take note of the schedule. Nodding with satisfaction, Ghastly rallied itself, flames seemingly burning in its eyes. I must win this competition for my master. Finally finished editing the video, Lu Yi stretched lazily. Turning his head, he saw Ghastly earnestly studying that breeding manual. This caused a subtle shift in Lu Yi's mindset. Am I training myself? Without any need for Lu Yi's intervention, Ghastly had already organized its diet, tactics, and training schedule perfectly. This left Lu Yi with an odd expression, giving him the illusion that he was completely useless. System, can you check what moves Ghastly currently knows? Would you like to spend 500 BP points to unlock VIP 1 privileges for the Pokemon Encyclopedia? Yes, no, yes. Louis twitched at the corner of his mouth. Could there possibly be V8 privileges too? Remaining BP, 570. Target search in progress. Target confirmed. Ghastly. Type, ghost poison. Ability, levitate. Known moves, confuse ray, lick, mean look, will-o-wisp, curse, nightshade. After reviewing the move list, Louis's first reaction was surprise. In reality, there was no 4-move limit, so the number of moves could somewhat reflect a Pokemon's strength. Of course, among these 6 moves, quite a few were probably learned with the help of Green's breeding manual. But this was still enough to shock Louis. So it was this strong all along? And I still caught it with just 1 Pokeball. Louis scanned through the move list again, clicking his tongue in amazement. Dirty, absolutely dirty. Among the 6 moves, 5 cause status conditions. It wouldn't be worthy of being his Pokemon without this move set. Confuse ray caused confusion, lick could cause paralysis, and will-o-wisp inflicted burns. Mean look prevented escape, and curse continuously weakened the opponent's stamina. If he added toxic and hypnosis to the mix, this would be absolutely devastating. In reality, status conditions could stack. This was why Louis's stall toxic strategy was so infuriating. Now Louis seemed to have discovered a brand new path to take his annoying tactics to the next level. Confusion, paralysis, burns, poison. These status conditions could all be applied together. Ghastly, master of dirty tactics. Although he had determined the training direction, Louis was simply too lazy to do the actual training. Being a trainer isn't worth it. Isn't streaming and making easy money much better? His stream subscriber count had already reached 80,000. With a bit more effort, he could achieve his goal of showing his face. At this crucial moment, however, the system issued a new task. Task: I'm really not a million view streamer. Task description: publish a video with 1 million views. Task reward: 1000 BP points. Random skill LV 3x1. Random purple item x1. Louis had already experienced the benefits of system items. Just the enhanced speed boost had significantly improved Ghastly's speed. If he could draw an item worth hundreds of thousands, he could sell it and really take off. The video Louis had just finished editing was exactly what he planned to publish as his new video. Teacher Lou teaches you battling 04. Minimize team. If there was anything more annoying than stall toxic tactics, it was undoubtedly the minimize team represented by the Pink Devil. Chansey holding an Eviolite had exceptional special defense and could continuously boost its evasion with minimize. You couldn't hit it, couldn't wear it down incredibly tanky while dealing high damage. How can there be such an awesome Pokemon as Chansey? Louis's lips curved into a meaningful smile. Moving his mouse, he clicked the upload button. Video uploading. Your new video has been published. Click to view. Teacher Lou teaches you battling 04. Minimize team. After posting the video, Louis hurried off to his afternoon professional classes. Meanwhile, Billy's gaming section began trembling once again because of that man. Grandpa, the creator you follow has updated. What dirty tactics will it be this time? I'm scared. 1. Video opening. Traditional performance, 1 against 6. The setup was simple. In the center of a rocky battlefield, a chubby Chansey stood there with an innocent expression. Across from it, a Jolteon with bristling fur glared menacingly. Controlling the Jolteon was a white-haired old man in a floral shirt, portly and grinning widely. 2. First round. Jolteon's Thundershock. Lightning crackled wildly as an electric field exploded outward with Jolteon at its center. Chansey was enveloped in electric sparks, shuddered briefly, then patted its round belly as if to say, I'm fine. The old man was stunned. It looked like Jolteon was giving Chansey a massage. Comments: this cracked me up. Slow speed? But that special defense and HP are terrifying. 3. Chansey begins to minimize. It brought its stubby arms together, glowing white as it visibly shrank smaller and smaller, round by round. Jolteon charged up its second attack, shrieking as brilliant electricity shot into the clouds. The electric-type ultimate move, Thunder. Thunder clouds rumbled as a massive lightning bolt crashed down, only to strike empty air with a crack. Comments: point blank miss. Holy cow, Chansey has shrunk so small it's practically invisible. 4. Seismic toss. Up you go. After 3 consecutive minimizes, Chansey had nearly disappeared. The next second, as if grabbed by invisible giant hands, Jolteon was hurled high into the air. Seismic toss. Louis calmly explained. Minimize can dodge most attacks. Combined with Chansey's tankiness and sustainability, sweeping 6 opponents is no problem at all. 5. Theoretical supplement. Unless the opponent uses Earthquake to teach you a lesson, minimize teams can counter most strategies. The comment section exploded. Is this even human language? This is way too dirty. Creator bullying elderly people? Recommend permanent ban. 6. Alternative option, Grimer. Since Chansey was rare in reality, Louis casually recommended a budget alternative Grimer. Pros: easy to capture, low breeding costs, excellent resistances, decent damage output. Cons: stinky and ugly. Of course, Louis delivered the final blow. I wouldn't catch a Grimer myself. People who care about looks are just that realistic. Comments. Got it. Heading to the sewers to catch Grimer right now. Thanks, Teacher Lou. I'll choose Grimer as my starter Pokemon. I'm with Team Rocket. The organization gave me a Grimer. Teacher Lou, how should I train it? 7. Skyrocketing data. 30 minutes after upload, the video's view count broke 20,000. With simultaneous reposts on YouTube and Nico. Its influence continued to ferment. 8. Elite Four endorsement. Koga, the Johto Poison-type Elite Four member, reposted the video with just 2 words, on point. Koga specialized in minimized tactics. In the manga, he often kept minimized Grimer on both sides of his shoulder armor for offense and defense, but this also meant he constantly wore a face mask. 9. Community eruption. The Elite Four's endorsement instantly established Teacher Lou's authority. Fans began speculating about his identity. Grass-type gym leader? Poison-type master? Though speculation varied, there was only one conclusion: Teacher Lou was definitely no ordinary gaming streamer. He can skillfully employ both of these advanced real-world tactics. Teacher Lou must be a master-level trainer. Highest world ranking of 7th. Could Teacher Lou really be a master? Be bold, maybe he's even one of the Elite Four. Teacher Lou, the god of dirty tactics. Amidst the countless voices of admiration, Ryohei from the Kanto region was merely the most inconspicuous small fry in Team Rocket. Being small fry meant doing all the dirty and exhausting work, with no benefits or insurance, and having to take the blame when things went wrong. For Ryohei, being able to sleep on Team Rocket's tattered mat and fill his stomach was already a luxury. After all, he had been orphaned since childhood, and it was the organization that gave him a chance to survive. Internal competition within Team Rocket was extremely brutal. Survival of the fittest, where you either stepped on others or got stepped on yourself. But Ryohei was naturally kind-hearted, blushing whenever he made eye contact with others, speaking in soft whispers, and never daring to talk back when mocked. Only in the deep of night under the bright moon would he secretly sneak into the storage room, crouching beside the wounded Pokemon to whisper gently to them. That night, he let an abused Houndoom escape. The price was a bite wound on his arm, followed by having 4 ribs broken by Instructor Viper. Even more cruel was when Instructor Viper coldly told him a few days later that the Houndoom had killed an innocent citizen and been shot dead by Officer Jenny. After hearing this, Ryohei felt only bewilderment. Life in Team Rocket remained dark, yet flickered with a faint yellowish light. To escape his lowly status, the only path was to climb upward. Due to his quiet nature, Ryohei was once mistaken for being mute, and after losing his entertainment value, naturally no one bothered wasting energy bullying him anymore. It took him a full 2 years to go from small fry to reserve member, and another 2 years from reserve to grunt. When it came time to receive his first Pokemon distributed by the organization, all the quality Pokemon had already been picked. Only when the last Pokeball remained did Instructor Viper glance at him and say, "Try to stay alive." Inside the ball was a Grimer covered in mud and reeking of foul odors. Ryohei clutched the Pokeball, silently avoiding the crowd, and after returning to the basement, broke down in tears. Grimer stared at him blankly, extending its mud-like hand to wipe away his tears, but then scratched its head self-consciously because it was too dirty. Grimer was definitely not a beginner's first choice, but for Ryohei, this was his first family member in life. After finishing his chores, connecting to Team Rocket's internal network to watch live streams was his only way to relax. He loved watching battle compilations of Red the Battler, loved the training manuals of Green the Breeder, but what fascinated him most was that unlucky yet endlessly tactical Teacher Lou. Late that night, Ryohei dragged his exhausted body through a 3-hour download on 3G signal. Teacher Lou teaches you battling 04. Minimize team. In the video, a simple Chansey swept through 6 opponents, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Look, Grimer. Teacher Lou's tactics are still so dirty. Grimer carefully moved closer to him, trying hard not to get mud on Ryohei's clothes. Their 2 faces focused intently in the dim screen light. In the latter half of the video, Ryohei's breathing quickened. Here I recommend a lower-tier substitute for Chansey. Teacher Lou's voice was calm. Grimer is relatively easy to capture, has low breeding costs, and can perfectly adapt to both substitute protect toxic and minimize teams. Ryohei swallowed hard. His fingers trembling slightly, a brand new door was slowly opening for him. He replayed the same explanation segment repeatedly, a burning heat rising in his chest. Finally, he stood up with a hoarse voice. Come on, Grimer. Let's go train. Team Rocket symbolized darkness, but there was still warmth between trainers and their Pokemon. Reality was already difficult enough, and it was precisely because Pokemon existed that the world didn't leave people completely alone. This is a pseudo-invincible, light-hearted Pokemon story. 3 days later, while attending his elective Pokemon Battle Studies class, Luyi received a message from the system. Ding, I'm really not a million-view streamer. Mission completed. Mission objective. Upload a video with over 1 million views. Mission rewards. 1000 BP points. Random skill LV31. Random purple item 1. It seemed the minimized team video had indeed surpassed 1 million views. Luyi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. At this rate, his livestream channel would probably hit 100,000 subscribers soon too. His subscriber count had been stuck at just over 90,000. But with this wave of popularity, the day when Teacher Lu officially shows his face couldn't be far off. On the scorching summer playground, sunlight blazed overhead as students paired off into groups. Battle zones were roughly marked with white lines, and the air was filled with the aftershocks of Pokemon moves and students' excited shouts. Although Lu Yi was majoring in finance, school regulations still required him to take several Pokemon courses. This 4-credit Pokemon Battle Studies was like PE class. Everyone just went through the motions half-heartedly. But his Ghastly clearly didn't subscribe to the going through the motions philosophy. It glided across the ground like a dark purple mist, then suddenly leaped into the air, pinning to use Slowpoke to the grass and dominating it repeatedly, winning 5 or 6 matches in a row. Slowpoke. Wake up, Slowpoke. It's just hypnosis, not a knockout. Why are you screaming so loud? Lu Yi rubbed his forehead. Oh, is that how it works? Do you scratch the back of his head, immediately lowering his voice by several octaves? Tian Yue nearby whistled appreciatively. Damn, Lu Yi. You just caught it and already trained it to this level. Lu Yi's expression was subtle. I really haven't trained it at all. Believe it or not. You're pulling my leg. Train it a few more days, and it could qualify for the battle department. In truth, Lu Yi had been too busy with live streaming to spare any time for training. Ghastly had learned all its moves on its own, even mastering the dirty combo of Hypnosis Will-O-Wisp with creative flair. Watching Ghastly dominate the field, Lu Yi suddenly felt the absurd sensation that I seemed completely unnecessary here, whether he was there or not. The results would apparently be the same. With a light sigh, he recalled Ghastly and retreated to the shadows at the edge of the playground, opening his system panel. Remaining BP 1570. Ding Pokemon Breeding Studies Branch. Pokeblock Crafting LV3 unlocked. Effect. Capable of creating high-quality Pokeblocks with comprehensive knowledge of all berry types. Crafting success rate 60. Teacher Lu's secret recipe, Pokeblocks affordable and filling. The system cheerfully displayed an advertising slogan. Immediately after. Random purple item, Fire Gem. Fire Gem contains abundant fire-type energy, can enhance a Pokemon's perception of flames, and boost fire-type move power. Single-use consumable. Looking at the complete reward package from his million-view video, Lu Yi's expression was complicated. The skill was excellent, and Pokeblocks had great market value. But this Fire Gem, selling it would be so profitable. However, the system didn't restrict sales. The real problem was that black market sellers easily ran into trouble. After weighing his options for a while, he finally shook his head. Forget it. Ghastly knows Will-O-Wisp anyway. Might as well let it have fun with this. The energy contained in the Fire Gem would perfectly supplement Ghastly, and might even help it master Will-O-Wisp more skillfully. Pocketing the gem, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Had he just taken another step down the path of becoming a trainer? No way. He couldn't set that flag. Besides, being a trainer wasn't something just anyone could handle. A full week had passed since the world line shift, and Lu Yi had gained an even deeper understanding of the trainer profession. When it comes to the highest risk factor and most distinctive feature, it's undoubtedly the pay-to-win system. Without dropping millions, don't even think about raising a pseudo-legendary. Without shelling out tens of millions, forget about dreaming of owning champion-level Pokemon. In the Pokemon world, money and battle power are almost directly proportional. Even with his system, Lu Yi wasn't confident he could support an entire team of top-tier fighters. A few days ago, he sought advice from Red in their group chat. Teacher Lu. Boss Red. How much does your team cost per month? Man of Battle. Snorlax eats quite a bit, roughly 2 million per month. Green. 2 million really isn't expensive. Viridian Lilac. Sigma, my monthly allowance is only 2,000. Green. Your Raticate and Butterfree are naturally budget-friendly. Viridian Lilac. 3. Teacher Lu. 2 million for one team? Man of Battle. No. That's 2 million per month just for Snorlax. After reading this, Lu Yi immediately closed the chat window. This was the definition of wealth inequality. Being in the same group as these tycoons made him feel incredibly pressured. Meanwhile, Red put down his phone and curiously asked Green, why is he suddenly asking about expenses? Green speculated, probably trying to calculate how much it would cost to train Jengar. Red followed up, how much did Granny Agatha invest in her Jengar? Green shrugged, only 50 million, not much. Red nodded, indeed. After class, Lu Yi returned to his rental apartment. Besides feeding Firestones to Ghastly, he wanted to study the skill he'd just acquired. Pokeblock Crafting LV3 can create high-quality Pokeblocks. Complete understanding of various berry properties. Success rate increased by 60. Pokeblocks are nutritional sources for Pokemon, and many trainers use targeted recipes. Dragonfire berry blocks enhance special attack. Sandscale berry blocks boost speed. With high nutritional efficiency comes naturally high prices. The market grades them as low, medium, high, and perfect quality, with high-quality ones easily costing over 10,000. Louis stroked his chin and muttered, "Should I buy some berries, make blocks, and resell them?" As soon as the thought arose, he slapped himself. "Can't you have some dignity? That profit margin isn't even worth bah. Am I someone who relies on looks to make a living?" To improve Ghastly's diet, he finally gritted his teeth and placed an order. One household berry blender, priced at 10,000. After payment, his bank account had only 5,000 left, making his heart ache. That evening, same-day delivery sent a Mocamp to move the cargo. The heavy vintage machine was carried up to the 6th floor, scaring the landlord who thought someone was renovating. The delivery guy handed over the receipt. "Bro, sign here." Louis looked at the waist-high metal contraption, his mouth twitching. "Are you sure this is the household version?" "It's the budget model," the guy laughed awkwardly. "The more integrated, the more expensive. 10,000 can only buy this old model." The machine started up with ear-splitting noise. The landlord hid behind his door, peeking out and listening intently. After half an hour, the room finally quieted down. Louis held up the crystalline oranberry block, his throat bobbing. Roll 68, crafting successful. High-quality oranberry block. The most basic poke block that restores some of a Pokemon's stamina, with taste being purely luck-based. Ghastly extended its crimson tongue, deftly snatched the block and popped it into its mouth, closing its eyes with a satisfied hiss. Hiss-geek. Its expression looked as blissful as first love. Louis, curious about its reaction, took a bite himself. Sweet and sour flavors instantly burst on his tongue, and he seemed to see golden wheat fields with a straw hat. Long-haired girl turning back with a smile the next second. The girl's face morphed into Ghastly's menacing head. Holy crap! Ghastly excitedly circled around him. Hiss Kiki, hiss Kiki. All right, stop pestering me. I'll make you another batch. Ghastly cheered. 2 days later, at night, in the rental apartment. Louis wore a solemn expression as he nodded toward Ghastly, who immediately tensed up, fixing its gaze intently on the energy cube sitting on the table, dark red with an amber-like luster, its blood-colored hue sending a chill down one's spine. This was the purple item Louis had obtained from his second temple, an energy cube made with dragonfire fruit as the core ingredient. Remaining BP, 270. Dragonfire fruit directly stimulates nerves through capsaicin compounds, capable of enhancing a Pokemon's special attack to some degree. Extremely rare in the human world. Rumor has it that in parallel worlds, it's called dragon fruit and is actually sweet. Dragonfire fruit belong to the category of rare berries that boost attributes, nearly impossible to find on the market. His complete temple haul included Moo Milk 3, Oranberry 3, Basic Fishing Rod Set 1, Dragonfire Fruit 2, Dive Ball 1. Since he had no immediate plans to catch water-type Pokemon, the Dive Ball and Fishing Rod set were casually tossed into a corner. What truly caught Louis' attention were those 2 crimson Dragonfire fruits. Working at full capacity, he processed the Dragonfire fruits into energy cubes. The first attempt failed, and he barely managed to produce 5 cubes on the second try, making such a commotion that the neighbors thought a murder was taking place and nearly called the police. Fortunately, the 5 cubes were of exceptional quality, demonstrating Louis' solid foundation in energy cube crafting LV3. "Give it a try." Louis presented his creation with a serious tone. "If the effects are good, I'll set up a street stall." Ghastly nodded, ready for battle. It extended its trembling long tongue, hovering it over the cube's surface for a full 5 seconds. "Just eat it already," Louis urged. A drop of cold sweat slid down Ghastly's ghostly face, dripping from its rigid tongue tip with a plop. Taking a deep breath, it suddenly rolled the cube into its mouth and chewed with the determination of someone facing execution. 3 seconds passed. "How does it feel?" Louis asked eagerly. The pitch-black, ghostly face instantly flushed red, and Ghastly opened its mouth with difficulty, bloodshot veins bulging in its enormous white eyes. Whoosh! A burst of dark purple flames erupted along with heavy panting. Louis dodged to the side. The black flames exploded against the wall with a bang, clinging to it like adhesive and burning continuously, instantly charring the entire wall black. The room fell into dead silence. Ghastly widened its innocent eyes, pretending nothing had happened. Cold sweat trickled down Louis' temple. This power was almost comparable to flamethrower. Normally, Will-O-Wisp was just blue phosphorescent fire with limited damage. But after consuming the Dragonfire fruit cube, it nearly burned through the wall. Louis couldn't tell whether it was Ghastly's exceptional talent or the cube's overwhelming potency. Startled into a cold sweat, he became even more determined in his resolve to never become a trainer. After his emotions settled, Louis stood with his hands on his hips, staring at the blackened wall while Ghastly floated listlessly nearby. "I can't blame you for this," he sighed. "Looks like I need to keep working on the formula." "Ghastly, you're saying it actually tasted pretty good." "Ghastly." Louis stroked his chin, deep in thought. The Dragonfire fruit cube's quality was definitely reliable, and what just happened wasn't a side effect, but rather an overly effective result. However, Being too effective made it impossible to sell if this caused several more fires. How would I even begin to explain myself? Lu Yi scratched his head and sighed. Fine, I'll let you have the remaining 4 dragonfire fruit cubes. As soon as he finished speaking, Ghastly chuckled mischievously and snatched all 4 crystal clear, fired glowing cubes into a glass jar with one gulp, then carefully tucked it deep into the cabinet. Lu Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm not going to fight you for them, so why hide them so deep? Ghastly shot him a sideways glance and let out a ghostly hiss, as if saying, you never know. That hint of disdain instantly struck a nerve with Lu Yi, and he gritted his teeth. Just you wait. The next second, a fire gem glowing with red light appeared in Lu Ye's palm. Though its energy wasn't as abundant as a firestone, it was still a rare delicacy for Ghastly. Ghastly immediately opened its mouth wide, its crimson tongue hanging out as its eyes locked onto the gem. Slurp, it swallowed hard, looking at Lu Yi with pitiful eyes. From Ghastly's perspective, I'm so adorable, why aren't you giving in already? From Lu Ye's perspective, he saw a sinister Ghastly staring with bloodshot eyes, constantly drooling. Lu Yi shuddered with disgust and tossed the fire gem over. Use it sparingly, that cost tens of thousands. To be fair, even elite trainers' Pokemon didn't necessarily eat better than Lu Ye's Ghastly. It had only been half a month since the timeline shift, and Ghastly had already consumed Moo Moo Milk, Carbos, Dragonfire Fruit Cubes, and now a fire gem treatment worthy of a pseudo-legendary. Holding the fire gem in its mouth, Ghastly watched Lu Ye's retreating figure as its eyes turned into wavy lines, tears streaming uncontrollably. After wandering the city for so long, it once again felt the warmth of home. Ghastly, whoa, don't suddenly pounce on me. Your black mist is toxic. Don't. Lu Yi wasn't used to keeping Ghastly in a Pokeball. First, Ash's Pikachu had left a deep impression on him. Second, Pokeballs somewhat restricted freedom and felt cold. Of course, some Pokemon preferred staying in their balls over the harsh wild where survival of the fittest ruled. Therefore, Lu Yi always respected Ghastly's choice. The next morning, he headed to campus for classes while Ghastly lay by the door crack to see him off. Aren't you coming with me? Lu Yi asked curiously. Ghastly. Ghastly shook its head. All right, stay safe at home, Lu Yi said with an odd expression. And don't set anything on fire again. Last time you burned the wall, I lost 500 from my assets. Now I only have about 4,000 left if I don't earn money soon. We won't be able to make ends meet. Hearing this number, Ghastly looked embarrassed and nodded frantically in promise. Once Lu Ye's figure disappeared, Ghastly breathed a sigh of relief, dragged the fire gem from the cabinet, placed it in the center of the floor, flipped the breeding manual to the Will-O-Wisp page, and nodded solemnly. The preliminary competition he had registered for was tomorrow. His trainer had his own matters to attend to, and it couldn't take up any more of his time. I'd had to train independently. Ghastly absorbed energy from the fire gem as surging fire elements flowed into its black mist, instantly dyeing the fog deep red. 3 clusters of cold, dark black flames rose around its body, floating slowly. Corrosion, adhesion, burning, these were exactly the basic properties of Will-O-Wisp that Green had mentioned in the breeding manual. Different trainers have various builds, some add poison to Will-O-Wisp, while others enhance its splash damage. At this moment, raging fire elements churned through the air, forcing 3 clusters of pitch-black, ghostly flames to release scorching heat. Thick black mist rolled and clung to the surroundings as Ghastly gulped down a dragonfire fruit cube with an awoo. Instantly, the heat wave shot straight up. Bang. The fire gem exploded into fine powder. The 3 ghostly flames rapidly merged through collision and repulsion, flames shooting skyward. Will-O-Wisp burst. That evening, Lu Yi returned to his rental apartment with his backpack, hearing police sirens wailing from far down the street. Firefighters had already set up their ladder truck, and a Blastoise was spraying high-pressure water jets at a 6th-floor window while onlookers blocked the street completely. Which apartment caught fire? Lu Yi asked the security guard standing downstairs. The old guard gave him a complicated look. 6th floor. Yours. The fire was contained in time by Ghastly, and neighbors called the police immediately, so fortunately the damage wasn't severe. After receiving his criticism and education, Lu Yi paid for his negligence a 1,000 yuan fine plus 1,000 yuan in damages. The man and ghost slunk back into the apartment, where large scorch marks still covered the walls. Lu Yi looked up at the ceiling. I'm really lucky Sister Lu didn't just kick me out. In the corner, Ghastly curled up into a ball, trembling slightly. Lu Yi sighed, walked over and rubbed its head. This was my fault, I shouldn't have left you home alone. Hiss, there. Okay, stop crying. After we clean up, let's go get some late-night snacks, alright? Kage. Ghastly wiped its eyes and gave a hoarse response. At the same time, messages exploded in the trainer exchange group. Teacher Lu, my house caught fire video. A Jean, what impressive flamethrower power. Green, judging by the duration, that should be Will-O-Wisp. System, group member A Jean has been muted by admin for 2 hours. Private chat with Red. A Jean, I just joined the group. How did I get banned already? Red, Maybe pay more attention next time. A Jean. Then why didn't Green get muted? Red. Meanwhile, a Jean wore protective goggles with a defiant expression. He slammed his pool cue on the table with a bang, gritting his teeth. Even if it's just a game, I'm definitely going to beat Teacher Lu. Wednesday, at Shanghai University. The scorching sun blazed through the window frames onto the playground, while the classroom air conditioner only managed to blow out lukewarm air, making the students drowsy. At the podium, the beautiful English teacher with a sweet voice was demonstrating new sentence patterns. In the back row, Liang Dao gently nudged Lu Yi with his elbow and whispered, "Third bro, you don't look so good. Your place almost caught fire last night. How could you sleep well? Did one of your neighbors get a fire-type Pokemon?" Lu Yi rested his chin on his hand helplessly. The truth was that his ghost-type Ghastly had nearly burned down the house. Will-O-Wisp ignites at just 40 C, but ghostly flames also deal area explosion damage, more dangerous than many fire-type Pokemon's Ember attacks. He couldn't exactly explain that in public, could he? Lu Yi, Liang Dao, you two need to pay attention, the English teacher gently reminded them. Learning English well is fundamental to becoming a Pokemon trainer. Don't worry, teacher, I'll keep Lu Yi in line, Liang Dao declared confidently. The teacher smiled sweetly and tilted her head. Lu Yi noticed the Java programming textbook spread across Liang Dao's desk and chuckled silently. Using a programming textbook during English class, Brother Dao sure has style. He suddenly remembered something. By the way, where's Brother Yue today? Brother Yue went to compete. Liang Dao lowered his voice. That Piplup Cup preliminary tournament. He actually signed up? Lu Yi was surprised. I heard there are over 3,000 participants this year, and several students from Jiaodong University's battle department joined too, right? Yeah, the competition is fierce. But there's a 50,000 yuan prize where there's big money. There are always brave souls willing to try. Lu Yi, who was about to go into debt, sighed. That's nice. I wonder who will win this year's championship. Outside the Mercedes Arena in Pudong District, crowds gathered like a sea of people. Most participants in the preliminaries were senior high school students from Pokemon academies and college freshmen, hoping to use their competition results to qualify for junior trainer licenses. As an officially recognized tournament by the association, top battle department freshmen from prestigious schools like Shanghai University, Zhejiang University, and Jiaodong University were all present. Tian Yue wore designer training gear with a custom pokeball holster at his waist, taking a deep breath to psych himself up. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. Having missed admission to Shanghai University's battle department by just a few points, he still believed that even late starters could forge their own path. Around him, Pidgeotto's eyes were sharp, Machop's muscles were well-defined, and Beautifly's patterns were dazzling. Battle department students chatted and laughed in groups, making Tian Yue feel even more alone. He took another deep breath. Contestants with the following IDs and names, please report to your designated battle areas, came the announcement over the loudspeaker. ID 2527, contestant Yu Hong, please report to Arena 7. ID 3534, contestant Lu Yi, please report to Arena 7. Tian Yue had just relaxed since his turn hadn't come yet, but his eyes widened at the familiar name. Brother Lu said he wasn't competing. He hurried to the entrance of Arena 7, wanting to cheer Lu Yi on and tease him a bit, but witnessed a scene he'd never forget. A sinister-looking Ghastly wearing a contestant badge was grinning menacingly at the staff member. The confused registration lady crouched down. Little guy, where's your trainer? KH. Did you get separated from him? But without a trainer, if the Pokemon competes alone, the uniformed staff member thought to herself, wouldn't that be tantamount to forfeiting? His Ghastly widened its bloodshot eyes, forcing an "I'm innocent" expression. The uniformed staff member jumped in fright and awkwardly forced a pale smile. Why haven't the contestants for Arena 7 entered yet? A sharply dressed man strode over quickly. The uniformed staff member immediately straightened up. Manager, here's what happened. She turned to Ghastly with a helpless gesture. Without a trainer, you can't compete on your own. Gasped Ly. Ghastly's face turned deathly pale. After hearing the whole story, the manager pondered for a moment. His professional instincts told him that if this Ghastly could actually win without a trainer, it would become the tournament's best publicity stunt, a no-cost, high-reward deal. So he pushed open the entrance gate and waved with a smile. Little guy, welcome to the competition. Ghastly's eyes lit up as it clutched Lu Ye's registration card and excitedly floated into the arena. The uniformed staff member was stunned. Manager, what are you? Notify the media immediately, the manager instructed as he headed toward the stands. This is a golden publicity opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Arena 7, the announcer called out enthusiastically. In the blue corner, we have Yu Hong, a freshman from Jiangnan University's battle department, with his starter Pokemon's Evolution Quilava, whose flames can reach temperatures of 150 degrees Celsius. In the red corner, Lu Yi from Modi University's finance department has entered. Ghastly. It seems contestant Lu Yi himself isn't present. In the audience, Tian Yue stared at the eager Ghastly on the field, completely bewildered. What's Brother Lu up to? Really letting Ghastly compete alone? Even if he's forfeiting, there's no need to make Ghastly go through this. On the other side of the arena, Yu Hong was equally confused. A free win in the first round? Could happiness really come this suddenly? Seeing no objection from the manager, the referee had no choice but to blow the whistle. Begin. Yu Hong opened his mouth to give a command. Kalava use. The 3 syllables of Kalava take about 0.3 seconds, and use takes another 0.2 seconds. Given that Ghastly shares the same base speed stat of 80 with Dragonite, and Dragonite can circle the globe in about 16 hours, by this calculation, how long would it take Ghastly to circle a standard 1,010-meter battle arena? Obviously much less than 0.5 seconds. Before Yu Hong could finish speaking, Ghastly was already grinning menacingly as it closed in on Kalava, instantly engulfing its opponent in sinister black mist. Quill. Kalava's back flames suddenly dimmed as it collapsed on its front legs, crying out in pain. The audience erupted in shocked exclamations. What just happened? It's over? That was way too fast. The announcer was stunned. Without any commands, Ghastly managed to strike first. Within the black mist, Kalava curled into a wheel shape, its flames blazing as it forced its way through with flame wheel. Yu Hong breathed a sigh of relief and shouted, Ember. But the command fell on deaf ears. Banquilava crashed into the arena wall, dazed and confused. Ghastly dismissed its blinding confused ray with a cold chuckle and slowly approached its opponent. Get up, Ember. Yu Hong screamed desperately. Ghastly floated in midair with a questioning look. You think it can just stand up because you say so? No matter how strong your bond is, you still have to follow basic battle rules. Quill. Kalava suddenly let out a piercing cry as the flames on its back blazed intensely. Its blaze ability had activated. Seeing its opponent about to make a comeback, Ghastly lunged forward, its tongue lashed out in a lick attack that left Kalava paralyzed, followed immediately by a second and third strike that left the opponent completely down for the count. The entire arena fell silent except for the sound of Ghastly slurping. Ghastly, it let out a satisfied burp. The referee raised his hand, his voice trembling. The winner is Luno, Lu Yez Ghastly. In the stands, the manager was excitedly talking with reporters, clearly planning extensive coverage. Who exactly is this Lu Yi? Audience members whispered among themselves. Isn't he from the finance department? How did he demolish a battle department student? The trainer was completely offline and still won? Talk about adding insult to injury. Tian Yue glanced at the bewildered Yu Hong, then at the smugly grinning Ghastly, his emotions a complete mess. This is really Brother Lu's Ghastly? It's secretly trained to this level. Brother Lu, and you said you didn't want to be a trainer? Lu Yi sat in class, completely bewildered as he stared at the flood of system notifications covering his screen, gaining admiration from bystanders. BP1, BP1, BP1. Brilliant tactical command. BP10. Disrupting Syndiqual's blaze ability. BP20. First victory achieved. Rating, outstanding. BP100. The number in the bottom right corner stopped at 575. Lu Yi had somehow gained 300 BP without doing anything, which even he found embarrassing. Did I glitch the system? He muttered under his breath. The next second, his phone vibrated violently. Tian Yue sent a string of question marks, clearly losing his mind. Tian Yue. Holy crap, Brother Lu. Tian Yue. You entered the competition without telling me? And you actually beat someone from the battle department. Lu Yi. Wasn't I just sitting in the classroom attending class? Tian Yue. Damn, you're still pretending. Tian Yue. Wait, you planned this whole thing, didn't you? Nearly every participating student in the academy was talking about it. A ruthless competitor had appeared at Field 7, using his Pokemon as a proxy to completely demolish a battle department student. To have Ghastly fight independently at this level showed that the trainer's combat awareness far exceeded that of his peers. Most newcomers were still obsessing over move power, but this ruthless competitor had already crossed the threshold of autonomous Pokemon battling, something even many elite trainers couldn't achieve. When the battle ended, Ghastly still wore a "that's it" expression, while the trainer never showed up, making reporters even more convinced that this mysterious trainer would be the tournament's biggest dark horse. Tian Yue shuddered with excitement, suddenly having an epiphany. Tian Yue. Holy shit. Refusing the interview was part of your plan too, wasn't it? Lu Yi. Tian Yue. I bow down to you. Brother Lu, when you strike it rich, don't forget your old friends. Putting down his phone, Lu Yi looked completely confused. What the hell was going on? He hadn't even registered for the competition. Just then, a message from an unknown number popped up. ID 3534. Mr. Lu Yi, you have new competition information. Congratulations on advancing to Group A of the Piplup Rookie Trainer Cup. Please report to Field 4 this Saturday for your match. Good luck. Phantom registration? Lu Yi was completely dumbfounded. I didn't even participate in the preliminaries. How did I make it to the group stage? His mind flashed back to that sneaky Ghastly from this morning, and its barely contained mischievous laughter. Don't tell me the guy secretly registered and actually won? At the thought, His chest ached. This was betrayal of the highest order. Searching through his deleted messages, Louis finally found the registration text that Ghastly had deleted. Not only had Ghastly registered on its own, but wanting to give him a surprise, it had deleted the message completely. That evening, Louis deliberately put on a stern face and waited at home for the culprit. Through the door crack, a purple-black, ghostly face slowly peeked in. Kakik. Ghastly whooshed into the room, striking a dramatic pose. Tada! The great me makes a dazzling entrance. Louis asked sternly, "Why are you so late coming home?" Ghastly chuckled mischievously, shaking the competition badge hanging from its head, proudly lifting its chin. "You went to the preliminaries today? Kakik. And you won. Kakik. I heard it was a complete domination." Ghastly. A familiar wave of exhaustion washed over his chest once again. Louis let out a heavy sigh, gripping the armrest as he shakily settled onto the sofa, his heart echoing with one desperate cry. I really never wanted to be a trainer. Yet here he was, stuck with a Ghastly that not only trained moves on its own, but could even handle tournament registration completely independently. For anyone else, this would be a heaven-sent opportunity to embark on the trainer's path. For Liu Yi, it felt like a sudden stab in the back. Hadn't even had time to seize money-making opportunities. So how could he spare the energy for competitions? Ghastly floated in midair, its face radiating pure, I'm amazing smugness. Seeing its high spirits, Liu Yi couldn't bear to dampen its enthusiasm and forced a smile. You did great. Keep up the good work next time. Kaka. Ghastly grinned widely, spinning in delighted circles. Liu Yi pressed his palm against his forehead, sinking back into the sofa with his hands crossed over his brow, weighing the pros and cons. The Piplup Cup held considerable influence throughout Zhejiang province, but the preliminary rounds were a mixed bag. Ghastly had likely just gotten lucky. Once they reached the group stage, they'd face elite competitors from various Pokemon academies. Rather than pouring time and energy into round after round of battles, he'd prefer to focus on streaming for income. Though this felt unfair to Ghastly, if they lost just one match, Ghastly would probably cool down, right? After careful consideration, Liu Yi settled on his plan. Skip the group stage entirely. You'll need to give it your all in the next group stage, he said solemnly. I won't appear until the finals. The group stage opponents won't be able to handle you. This will sharpen your battle instincts and serve as a test. Ghastly paused, its eyes seemingly igniting with flames as it responded enthusiastically. Kaka. This is my trainer's trust in me. With hard training, I'll definitely advance to the finals. Thinking of the mere 3 Dragonfire fruit cubes left in the cabinet, plus the speed enhancer and fire gem, Ghastly rarely showed such a serious expression, radiating an aura of intense focus as if facing a formidable enemy. Liu Yi grew even more worried. Surely it wouldn't actually make it to the finals? Ghastly had only been training for less than a month. Even with all 3 enhancement items, it couldn't possibly beat students who trained for at least a year in battle programs. Probably. The next round was scheduled for Saturday, 3 days away. To avoid burning through any more walls, Liu Yi reluctantly allowed Ghastly to practice moves outside. That evening, moonlight filtered through the gauze curtains into the room. Liu Yi stirred awake, looked up, and found the ceiling empty. Ghastly was gone. He went to the window and scanned the area, his gaze settling on the construction site next to the residential complex. Spirit Vision LV1 check 79, success. Under the dark purple night sky, several clusters of ghostly flames flickered intermittently, weaving between the half-built steel and concrete structures before gradually melding into the darkness. Night wind stirred the dust on the construction barriers as Liu Yi braced his hands against the windowsill, silently watching Ghastly's training. About 2 hours later, the ghostly flames extinguished. Soft rustling sounds came from the doorway. Liu Yi quickly returned to bed, feigning sleep. Ghastly quietly floated into the room, extended its tongue to give Liu Ye's cheek an affectionate lick, then contentedly returned to the ceiling to sleep soundly. The corners of Liu Ye's mouth curved upward slightly as he let out a gentle sigh. Rumors about the Ghastly and its trainer from Arena 7 continued to circulate within the trainer community. Some claimed the man had just caught the Ghastly and was using the rookie tournament to farm experience. Others believed the Ghastly was overhyped and had simply faced weak opponents in the first round. Still others were convinced it was all a publicity stunt by the organizers. Regardless of the truth, this controversial Ghastly had single-handedly boosted the Piplup Cup's popularity, leaving the supervising manager grinning from ear to ear. To prepare for the upcoming group stage, Ghastly spent almost every day at the training facility. The system's Pokédex showed no new moves available for unlock. It had thoroughly absorbed all knowledge from the Blues training manual, but the remaining content would only become accessible after evolving into Haunter. Meanwhile, the Substitute Protect Toxic and Minimize Team tutorial videos continued to gain traction, finally pushing Liu Ye's livestream subscriber count past 100,000. Ding. Mission: I'm really not a pretty face streamer complete. Objective: 100k subscribers. Rewards: 1000 BP, Random Skill LV1, TM Substitute 1. Random Skill Cooking LV1. enhancement areas, knife skills, heat control, etc. Your cooking will remind people of home. Since Louis lived on takeout, this skill would be a nice little perk for occasionally improving his meals. Besides the skill, there was also a small gray USB drive TM substitute. It contained detailed information about the principles of substitute, training techniques, and practical applications for different species in battle. With a TM, most Pokemon could learn simple moves within 3 days. The TMs were reusable and the data could be copied. Following the principle of never skimping on education or training, trainers preferred to pay premium prices for legitimate copies. The standard approach was for trainer and Pokemon to study together, but Louis casually tossed the USB to Ghastly. Come ask me if you don't understand something. KH. Ghastly paused for half a second, then obediently picked up the USB drive, plugged it into the laptop, and used its long tongue as a mouse. It opened the folder labeled 092 Ghastly, its gaze focused like a laser. In the video, a Ghastly followed its trainer's commands, first using haze, then splitting the mist in two, one large cloud, one small, gradually forming into two grinning Ghastly. When the opponent's attack landed, the slightly paler shadow shattered instantly. KH. Ghastly nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it works. No wonder my trainer told me to self-study. This is so simple. Why would I need to ask him? Inspiration struck, and it grabbed a pencil in its mouth, scribbling rapidly on white paper. 1. Use substitute to continuously cast Will-O-Wisp. 2. Use the decoy to distract while launching sneak attacks. 3. Before it knew it, an entire page was covered in dense notes. The mentally exhausted Ghastly had gone pale, pencil still in its mouth, floating somewhat unsteadily. So substitute is actually this difficult. Should I go ask my trainer? Or is there some better method I haven't thought of yet? Taking a deep breath, Ghastly used its long tongue to roll 2 oranberry cubes into its mouth, then drained a bottle of moo milk in one gulp. Ghastly munch. It squinted its eyes in satisfaction, casually tossing aside the milky white bottle, with the last drop of milk still dripping from the rim. The next second, 2 beams of ghostly purple light exploded from Ghastly's eyes. Its fighting spirit reignited. I'm pumped up, let's keep studying. That evening, Louis' live stream was like throwing a stone into a lake, instantly creating massive waves. 1. This stream was the first broadcast since the minimized team video was released. 2. More importantly, it was Teacher Lou's first face reveal. His popularity meter shot straight past 1 million. On camera, the sharp-featured young man with deep eyes rested his chin on one hand, quietly gazing at the game screen. The soft lighting outlined clean lines on his profile. His gender-neutral good looks had the entire chat spamming so handsome. However, the moment he opened his mouth, the serene filter shattered instantly. You dare roar loudly? Louis bellowed. Incineroar, let's roar loudly too. What the hell, that missed too. I'm literally exploding right now. That night, he demonstrated through personal experience what ultimate bad luck meant. His commands and predictions were flawless, but his moves kept missing. Meanwhile, his opponent not only landed critical hits repeatedly, but even pulled off a stylish, triple protect combo, causing the chat to spam, so satisfying. I really can't eat anymore. Starting off with a full Imperial banquet. This wave is charging straight at my stomach. After a night of fierce battles, Louis' rank dropped instead of rising, but the stream was filled with continuous laughter. Though his gameplay was cringeworthy, both donations and popularity reached historic highs. Stop donating, seriously stop. Louis sighed while holding his forehead. Thanks to Teacher Lou's face fan for the rocket. Moderator, please ban whoever sent that rocket. I've said it countless times, I am really a skill-based streamer. System panel. Remaining BP points, 1780. Theoretically, the tentpole gacha pool contained everything from Pokemon items to Lego Star Destroyers and life-sized Snorlax body pillows. But every tentpole ultimately benefited Ghastly, and this round was no exception. Tentpole results. Dragon Fruit 1, Mental Herb 2, a Spear Berry 4, Moo Milk 3. Only one purple quality Itima Dragon Fruit, priced at 500 BP in the system shop, barely a small profit. Mental Herb was a carbonated drink that tasted similar to cola. Spear berries were in huge demand among trainers, as they could relieve Pokemon fatigue after using moves and extend training duration. After making them into Poke Blocks, they should help ease Ghastly's fatigue, right? Louis muttered to himself. He pushed open the door and stepped out of the booth. At the desk, Ghastly held a pencil in its mouth, surrounded by black mist, still buried in taking notes. Its pale face was illuminated by the lamp, with densely packed formulas nearly filling the pages. Ghastly looked up and managed a weak but stubborn smile. Holy crap, you're way too hardcore. Ghastly. Ghastly's bloodshot eyes widened as it let out a shriek wrapped in chilling aura. With the cry, a strand of sinister black mist separated from its body, then condensed into another grinning Ghastly in midair. The substitute quickly merged into the floor's shadow, remaining intact like a sentinel guarding the surroundings. Louis' gaze froze instantly. At the same time, the substitute hidden in the shadows burst with eerie brilliance. its cold pulsations painting the walls in an ominous purple. This is, Lu Yi swallowed hard, substitute. In just one night, Ghastly had already mastered the substitute move with remarkable proficiency. Lu Yi stared at the scene before him. His expression particularly complex. This move wasn't exactly difficult, but other Pokemon usually needed at least 3 days of practice. How did Ghastly manage it in a single night? He rubbed his temples, trying to calm himself down. Maybe it was just a half-finished version that wouldn't work well in actual battle. But when his gaze fell on the system's move list, clearly displaying substitute, Lu Yi found himself momentarily stunned. Holy crap, it actually learned it. Ghastly still looked somewhat weak, but couldn't suppress the smug curve at the corner of its mouth. Lu Yi reached out to pat its head, feeling both helpless and pleased. You worked hard. To replenish the energy consumed during training, he took out an oranberry and mixed a new type of poke block, oranberry blocks, which could alleviate the fatigue Pokemon experience from frequent move usage and extend training duration to some extent. In the games, oranberries restored PP. While there was no PP system in reality, Pokemon moves did have usage limits. High-consumption moves like Stone Edge and Earthquake could barely be practiced a few times a day without sufficient oranberry support. When made into poke blocks, the nutritional efficiency was even higher. Open up. Ghastly obediently opened its large mouth and gulped down the sweet and sour block with an itchim, its entire gaseous form shivering with delight, eyes squinting into happy crescents. Ghastly. Lu Yi chuckled. All right, after eating, go get some rest. Before he could finish, Ghastly had already excitedly resumed training. A murky black gas separated from the main body, and in the blink of an eye, there were 2 more Ghastly floating in the air, cackling mischievously. It controlled the substitutes with ease, having a blast. You can get this excited just from training moves? Lu Yi facepalmed. Kakik. In Ghastly's view, training was the key to reaching the finals. Its trainer's assessment, the group stage opponents can't handle you, was both trust and encouragement, and it wanted to do even better. Ghastly, Omega. Over the next 2 days, it focused on perfecting the coordination between its main body and substitute. Sometimes it flew around the room like a deflating balloon, other times it remained as still as a wooden post. Lu Yi was driven to distraction and could only offer reminders. You can't train like this. He explained seriously. If the main body and substitute use the same move, it's meaningless. For example, simultaneously using Confuse Ray only confuses the opponent once. But if the main body uses Will-O-Wisp while the substitute uses Confuse Ray, you can stack dual status conditions. He chuckled with anticipation in his voice. Once you learn Double Team, you might be able to stack 4 or even 5 status conditions. Sleep, paralysis, burn, poison, confusion. Just thinking about it makes me, he coughed lightly, crossing out, excited, and correcting himself. Feel sorry for your opponents. Combined with subtoxic tactics, Ghastly could possess incredible battle power even before evolving. Kakik. Ghastly's eyes lit up as if a whole new world had opened before it. Holding a pencil in its mouth, Ghastly spread out a sheet of white paper on the floor and eagerly began taking notes. Lu Yi leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed, raising an eyebrow. Slightly had only casually mentioned the strategy for Substitute Protect Toxic. But could this little guy actually teach itself? Strictly speaking, Ghastly currently only mastered a budget version of Substitute Protect Toxic, using Will-O-Wisp instead of Toxic, but the crucial Protect move was still missing. A genuine Protect TM cost at least 100,000 yuan on the market, which perfectly illustrated just how expensive the trainer profession could be. Lu Yi only had 10,000 yuan left in cash, hardly enough. While the system shop was cheaper, a Protect TM still cost 10,000 BP, which was equally out of reach for him right now. Sigh. Lu Yi let out a soft breath, looking away as he thought to himself that the path of a trainer was long and arduous. He'd better focus on being a gaming content creator for now. Episodes 03 and 04 of Teacher Lu's Battle Guide had already surpassed 2 million views and were racing toward 3 million. He deleted the poorly edited episodes 01 and 02 due to his perfectionist tendencies. In just 1 month, his follower count had skyrocketed to 700,000 and was still climbing rapidly. The platform's algorithm roughly converted 100,000 views to 100B, not as lucrative as actual battles, but much safer. Personal BP balance, 2,380. He had originally planned to do a temple gacha, but seeing Ghastly diligently taking notes, he closed the interface instead. I'll save up to 10,000 BP and get Protect first. Saturday morning arrived, and the first round of Group A preliminaries in the Interschool tournament officially began. As the recently hotly discussed Dark Horse, Ghastly became the center of attention the moment it appeared. What was even more outrageous was that its trainer was still absent during the preliminary stage. Player Lu Yi still hasn't shown up, the commentator announced dramatically. And his opponent for this match is Wang Hao, a freshman from Jiangnan University's battle department. In the center of the field, Ghastly floated in midair, sticking out its tongue and making faces, taunting to the extreme. The hot-tempered Vigoroth roared back in response, claws swinging wildly. Wang Hao's expression was peculiar. Did they really think they could win without a trainer giving commands? Some people whispered among themselves. Maybe the trainer had complete confidence in Ghastly. The battle began. Black mist rushed forward, instantly forming into a grinning Ghastly surrounded by 3 clusters of dark will-o-wisp flames that whooshed toward Vigoroth. Wang Hao's heart tightened. Vigoroth, pursuit. Kao. Vigoroth crossed its arms to tank the will-o-wisp, then slashed fiercely with Dark-type claws. Dark-type pursuit poses a huge threat to ghost types, the commentator shouted. Before the words had finished, a black mist separated from Ghastly's body. The claws passed right through the mist, hitting nothing. 2 identical Ghaslys then hovered in the air, both letting out eerie cackles in unison. Using Substitute to instantly dodge damage? Just whose ace Pokemon is this? The audience erupted in excitement. An eerie light flickered across the Substitute's surface, forcing Vigoroth to instinctively close its eyes. The real Ghastly teleported behind it, and 3 surging will-o-wisp flames crashed down, earning amazed reactions from bystanders. BP1, BP1, BP1. Ghastly, dodge quickly, Wang Hao screamed. The system panel displayed a notification, BP10 battle victory. Rating? That's it? BP50. At that very moment, Lu Yi was at home editing videos, rubbing his temples. Trouble finds you even when you're minding your own business at home. They had already advanced to the preliminaries. How could they still be winning? Lu Yi had specifically looked up the tournament schedule online. The group stage consisted of 3 rounds spanning nearly a month, which unfortunately coincided with his final exams. Originally, he had been quite optimistic about it. If Ghastly lost this match, he could return home and focus on studying in peace. Who would have thought that not only did they make it to the group stage, but Ghastly actually won again? This year's batch of Battle Department freshmen was really disappointing. Since Ghastly had successfully advanced, Lu Yi had no choice but to seriously consider taking command personally in the next round. His reasoning was simple. First, with him present, he could ensure Ghastly wouldn't get too badly injured. Second, if they encountered a truly tough opponent, he could always forfeit on the spot. He had no interest in winning the championship, just wanted to make sure Ghastly had no regrets. To get a better understanding of potential opponents, Lu Yi called Tian Yue, who was actively participating in the competition, and arranged to meet at a Starbucks near campus. On this summer afternoon, the streets were filled with energetic young women and wild Pokemon shuttling through the city. The scene of humans and Pokemon coexisting looked like Rhyme City from Detective Pikachu brought to life. The Pokeballs hanging from passers-by's waists gleamed white in the sunlight, quite eye-catching. Welcome. As he pushed through the door, cool air rushed to greet him. I'll have a medium latte. Sir, we only have large and extra large. Then give me the one between those 2. As soon as Tian Yue entered, he saw Brother Lu clutching his stomach as if he'd suffered a serious blow. Brother Lu, Ghastly really won, he said excitedly in a hushed voice. I know, Lu Yi replied, his expression still resembling someone with stomach pain. That Vigoroth had even placed in county-level competitions, but it was completely useless against Ghastly's substitute. Amazing, Brother Lu. I didn't know you had that trick up your sleeve. Lu Yi silently sipped his coffee. Ghastly had only learned substitute the night before. Saying that out loud would be too demoralizing, so he kept quiet. Clearing his throat, he got to the point. What's the arrangement for the next match? You're really planning to compete yourself? Tian Yue's eyes widened. Lu Yi nodded, hoping to get a decent ranking. Privately, his best-case scenario was making it to the top 16 just enough to not interfere with final exam preparation. This is only the first round of group stage. Win 2 more matches and you'll advance. If you're lucky enough to get a bye, you'll go straight to the top 16. Tian Yue rubbed his hands together, then deflated when mentioning himself. When's your match? I got eliminated this morning. Uft. What are you laughing at? The coffee's hot. Lu Yi coughed to cover up. Are there many tough opponents who advanced? He asked seriously. Yes, the top seed Feng Shu is a monster who made the school team as a freshman at Jiangxi University. Impressive, making the school team in his first year. There's also Lu Yu from Magic City Jiaodong University. Even the electric-type gym leader praised his magneton. That sounds pretty outrageous too. And from our school, there's Shun Tingji from a fairy-type family lineage, the acknowledged goddess of the Pokemon Academy. Wonderful. Lu Yi clapped his hands. Tian Yue stared at him for a long moment, then said with a complicated expression, with such strong opponents, don't you feel any sense of crisis? Of course I do. Lu Yi turned his head away. Can't you see I'm trembling? You're clearly smirking. Lu Yi coughed lightly. Facing strong opponents would not only provide good training for Ghastly, but also ensure that even if they lost, there would be no regrets. Lu Yi could then focus on his studies and career without distraction. This was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. A fairy-type family lineage, just the name alone sounded incredibly prestigious. Add to that a trainer recognized by a gym leader and a prodigy who made it onto the school team as a freshman. With powerhouses like these in the competition, there was no way he could win. Theoretically, Will-O-Wisp countered Magneton, and Poison-type moves were effective against fairy types. but the skill gap was obvious. Even if he lost, it would be completely understandable. Ghastly. Liu Yi threw his pokeball, and a mass of dark purple ghostly mist whooshed onto the center of the field. KH. Give it your all in the next round, no regrets. KH. Omega. Johto region, Mount Silver. Perpetual mists wreathed the mountain peaks, where natural hot springs mingled with rare plants. But what truly drew trainers were the fierce wild Pokemon dwelling within. The dense fog churned as a Charizard with a terrifying presence burst through, wings beating powerfully. On its back sat a black-haired young man in a red vest, his cap pulled low, sharp eyes scanning through gaps in the mist. Reaching the lake at the summit, the young man gently patted Charizard's scales. Thanks for the hard work. Charizard rumbled low before disappearing back into the sea of fog. You called me here, suddenly what's up? The young man Kanto champion Red spoke. Rustle. Leaves trembled as a middle-aged man in ninja garb and mask dropped down from a branch, hanging upside down, his voice deep. Your observation skills remain sharp. Get ambushed enough times, you learn to stay alert. Red shrugged. The newcomer was none other than one of Johto's elite 4 poison-type specialist Koga. Koga flipped down to the ground, cutting straight to the chase. I'd like to call in a favor. Even you owe favors? Red raised an eyebrow. Koga fell silent for a moment. Recently, I made a breakthrough in poison-type techniques. Look at your feet. Red glanced down, feeling a chill around his ankles. Hundreds upon hundreds of Grimer had shrunk to ant size, their eyes glowing in eerie green as they formed a viscous toxic stream that corroded the ground. Venusaur. Red released his pokeball and leaped onto Venusaur's back. Vine whip. Snap. 2 vines shot out like lightning, wrapping around Koga's throat. From release to restraintless in 3 seconds. Koga raised his hands high. No ill intent, I just wanted to see if the champion could see through my new tactics. He grinned. Experiment successful. This is your new strategy? Red's voice was cold. Exactly. Koga nodded. If I could position hundreds of miniaturized Grimer in advance, even an Elite 4 member would struggle to escape. Red surveyed the retreating toxic sludge, his scalp tingling slightly. The inspiration came from a trainer named Liu Yi. Full team minimized tactics, quite devious. Koga muttered. I heard you know him. My daughter watches his streams every day, even says Red is one of his fans. The ninja's tone shifted as he began rambling about his daughter getting older, staying home all the time, cute but strong-willed, helping with family duties, but she couldn't stay home forever. As he spoke, his eyes actually began to redden. Red coughed twice, steering the conversation back. What exactly do you want me to do? Koga removed his mask with a hearty laugh. How about I introduce you to my daughter? That's your real agenda, isn't it? Red rubbed his forehead. The actual business. Koga's expression grew serious. Lee just caught a ghastly. This scroll contains my toxic mastery notes, a lifetime of knowledge. I hope you can deliver it to him. He tossed the scroll, which Venusaur's vines caught steadily. Please. Koga bowed deeply to Red, filled with gratitude. Lee was panicking right now. The kind of panic that made his heart race and his palms sweat. At 8 in the morning, he was shouldering his backpack and getting ready to head to campus for classes when his phone buzzed with a private message from Red, the world champion. Red, morning. Liu Yi. Boss Red, just get straight to the point. Red, send me your address. I need to mail you something. Mail something? It wouldn't be razor blades, would it? He'd only skipped streaming for 3 days. With finals approaching and assignments piling up like mountains, Liu Yi had no choice but to put his streaming on hold temporarily. On top of that, he had to keep an eye on Ghastly to prevent the little guy from screwing up during secret training sessions. While other trainers wished their Pokemon would train harder, he was being pressured by his own Pokemon what a nightmare. Just as he was grumbling to himself, Red sent another image. The picture showed an antique scroll sealed tight with black wax, adorned with crimson cloud patterns that seemed to radiate an intimidating sharpness even through the screen. Red, this is from Master Koga. He asked me to deliver it to you. Koga? Liu Yi's mind immediately conjured the image of that masked ninja, the former poison-type gym leader of Kanto who, after 3 years of intensive training, claimed his position among Johto's Elite 4 with his mysteriously unpredictable poison-type team. Definitely not someone to mess with. Liu Yi quickly tried to decline. Boss Red, you can keep it. There's really no need to give it to me. Red, no can do. This contains Master Koga's years of accumulated knowledge about poison techniques. He specifically wanted to repay the favor he owes you. Poison techniques from an Elite 4 member. If Ghastly tried to practice these and made a mistake, Liu Yi could end up dead. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he typed back with trembling fingers. When did he ever owe me a favor? Red, your minimized team strategy, it inspired him. Red had also watched Liu Yi's gameplay video afterward. In the champion's view, the minimized tactic had plenty of flaws when applied to real battles. But Koga had found a different approach, using massive numbers of minimized Pokemon for ambushes, perfectly compensating for all the strategy's weaknesses. Even Red had to admit that if hundreds or thousands of minimized Pokemon were pre-positioned in the wild, even Elite 4 members could be wiped out. He muttered to himself, Let's hope Team Rocket doesn't pick up on this strategy. Although Team Rocket's leader Giovanni remained missing, large numbers of remnants still lurked throughout various regions. Maintaining regional stability and hunting down these remaining members was precisely the duty of champions and Elite Four members. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was completely stunned-eyed. Inspired an Elite Four member? I'm not even an official trainer, yet I somehow managed to teach someone at the Elite Four level? This is absolutely ridiculous. He muttered to himself, his expression like someone who'd just won the lottery. Red continued his instructions. The scroll will be delivered to your home by courier. It should help with your substitute protect poison strategy. He even added a smiling emoji at the end. Though he didn't fully understand Lu Ye's true strength, Red firmly believed that any trainer capable of inspiring an Elite Four member was no ordinary person. He was convinced this collection of poison techniques would elevate Lu Ye's abilities to the next level. Battling strong opponents now, that was exciting. Red clenched his fist, and in his dark pupils, flames of battle seemed to flicker. If Lu Yi knew that Red considered him a worthy opponent, he'd probably flee overnight. At this moment, he set down his phone, his brow furrowed into a deep frown. Substitute and toxic, just missing the substitute part? Half a month ago, he had mocked Ghastly's substitute toxic combo as a budget version. But now Ghastly had not only mastered substitute to perfection, but also obtained Koga's personal notes on toxic techniques. This wasn't just an upgrade, it was shooting straight to the stars. A top-tier TM was worth at least $1 million. But if he dared to resell it, he'd likely face Koga's assassination that very night. After much deliberation, the only viable option was to let Ghastly learn it. Lu Yi muttered with a strange expression, "Why does everyone keep shoving TMs into my hands? Can't they give them to people who actually need them?" Complaints aside, he still sent his contact information to Red. After all, when something worth millions was involved, it would be foolish not to take it. Red was also surprised when he saw the address. Shanghai? With Teacher Lu's abilities, becoming a Shanghai gym leader wouldn't be surprising. That night, a dragonite that had crossed the ocean landed at Lu Ye's doorstep. Its massive wings stirred up a fierce wind, and the surrounding onlookers exclaimed in unison, "Holy crap, a dragonite!" Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Yi stepped forward, received the scroll from Dragonite's chubby little claws, and secretly slipped it 2 energy cubes. Dragonite looked down to verify the photo, and after confirming it was correct, popped the cubes into its mouth. Its eyes curved into crescents, and the next second, it spread its arms wide and gave Lu Yi a bear hug. If the police hadn't arrived quickly, my ribs would have been broken. Lu Yi's chest was squeezed red as he silently complained, "I really don't know how Ash withstands Dragonite hugs." After confirming Dragonite's safe delivery, he repeatedly asked Red to confirm that the scroll didn't come with any sudden death options before returning to his room. The beautifully patterned scroll was spread flat on the table. Unlike video TMs, written techniques required greater comprehension from both trainer and Pokemon. If the compatibility wasn't right, even forced learning would be difficult to apply. However, Ghastly's comprehension had always been reassuring. What Lu Yi truly worried about was his own life. Gliggertail Stinger, Beedrill Venom, Drapion Glands. He read through the materials list as cold sweat dripped down his temples. Each of these items contained deadly toxins, and the thought of storing them at home made his blood run cold. Reading further, his face turned completely pale. 200,000 for black sludge, 2 million for a toxic orb. Are we training moves or burning money here? Amid his anguished cries, he glanced up at Ghastly. The little guy's eyes were gleaming like a child who'd discovered a new toy, its crimson tongue twitching with anticipation. Lu Yi quickly reminded, "Don't go licking this stuff." Remembering that Ghastly was also a poison type, he deflated, "Oh right, you're poison resistant. Never mind then." But even without fear of poisoning, letting Ghastly research toxic on its own was still playing with fire. In reality, 9 out of 10 poison-type trainers were associated with life-threatening danger. Last time practicing Will-O-Wisp nearly burned down the house, and now they wanted to practice toxic. Just thinking about it made Lu Ye's scalp tingle. He stared at the priceless scroll on the table, marked with a big danger sign, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and murmured, "I really don't want this thing." The second round of the group stage will be held on Wednesday evening. Before that, Lu Yi has to get through the final practical exams for several elective courses at Magic City University: Pokemon breeding, Pokemon battle studies, and Sinnoh Pokemon history. He had already secured first place in Sinnoh Pokemon history after successfully impressing Professor Rowan, while the remaining 2 courses were scheduled for Monday and Tuesday, perfectly avoiding any conflict with Wednesday's competition. Even so, he would love nothing more than to find an excuse to forfeit the match entirely. On Monday morning, the first-year finance department classroom was transformed into an examination hall. The gray-haired professor paced slowly between the desks, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the students. 4 berry blenders sat in the center of the room, with groups of 4 students each. Today's exam question was create energy cubes. The machines hummed as examinees gathered in circles around the control panels, barely daring to breathe. This collaborative assignment left no room for error. Any mistake could ruin the entire cube. Yet in this pin-drop silence, Lu Yi let out a long, drawn-out yawn, instantly drawing stares from all around. The professor looked up and reminded him coolly, "Watch the time." Lu Yi's group only had 3 members. Liang Daio wiped the sweat from his forehead while operating the machine and complaining. "Second brother, didn't you say you'd studied this before?" Tian Yue smiled bitterly. "How was I supposed to know you'd mess up so many times?" The quality of energy cubes was directly tied to the number of mistakes made, and solo production was exponentially more difficult than group work. Tian Yue had thought his experience would be enough to carry them, but he never expected Big Brother Daio to not only fail to contribute, but actually hinder their progress repeatedly. "All right, you two take a break and let me handle this," Lu Yi said casually. "Just sit back and coast along honestly." Tian Yue immediately stepped aside, but Liang Daio pressed down firmly on the blender with righteous determination. "No way, we're a team." Lu Yi could only shrug. 10 minutes later, the bell rang. The professor pushed up his glasses and leaned down to examine their group's finished product, letting out a quiet, "Oh." The crystal-clear orange berry cube gleamed with a warm luster, just half a step away from premium quality. "Did you 3 really make this yourselves?" the professor asked, looking up. "Of course," Liang Daio puffed out his chest. "It's all thanks to our tireless teamwork." The professor nodded and wrote a number on the grade sheet, 90 points. "You pass." Tian Yue's eyes widened, his voice trembling. 90? Even students from the Pokemon Academy next door don't score this high. Walking out of the classroom, he was still dazed, asking, "The 3 of us got 90 points?" Lu Ye's expression was peculiar. "We could have gotten 100 originally." "Exactly," Liang Daio huffed in agreement. "Second brother, if you had really participated, we might have gotten a perfect score." "I." He rubbed his chin, muttering to himself. "Seems like I have quite a talent for making energy cubes. Maybe I should minor in breeding." Lu Yi simply smiled. The system showed that Lu Ye's energy cube crafting skill had improved from LV3 to LV4. Energy cube crafting LV4. You have a low probability of creating perfect quality energy cubes, with a 70 success rate improvement when crafting energy cubes. Your crafting skills now rival those of a coordination master. Lu Yi had only recently discovered that accumulating proficiency could upgrade skills. Level 4 was already considered master level, and Lu Yi could theoretically make a fortune selling energy cubes. Unfortunately, without a nutritionist or medical license, selling them privately would be illegal, and he couldn't possibly spend a year or 2 completing the required courses. After much consideration, these high-quality energy cubes could only be fed to his own Pokemon for now. That evening, the school announced the practical exam results. Lu Ye's group unsurprisingly took first place. The good news came so suddenly that Liang Daio felt dizzy on the spot. Tian Yue grabbed Lu Ye's arm, trembling with excitement. "Brother Lu, next time I want to keep being dead weight." "Me too," Liang Daio chimed in with righteous conviction. That night, Lu Yi returned to his rental apartment. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw Ghastly staring at the green manual with glowing eyes, which startled him. "Holy crap, you better take it easy with that thing." Fortunately, Ghastly hadn't fully absorbed the breeding manual yet. Once it had licked every word from that manual, it would probably be time for the Poison Mastery Guide to suffer the same fate. Just thinking about it made Lu Ye's scalp tingle. He tried making energy cubes with 5 orange berries, but failed to produce perfect quality 5 times in a row. "Guess that low probability really is low," Lu Yi muttered. Meanwhile, Ghastly opened its mouth and created a tornado-like suction, swallowing an entire bowl of cubes. "Ghastly, you're gonna choke. You ate all of that? Be careful you don't die tonight." Orange berries had stimulating effects, so around 10 that night, sharp, ghostly wails echoed from the construction site next door, continuing intermittently until dawn. Tuesday morning, Lu Yi gathered his backpack and pokeballs, heading to Shanghai University's Battle Center for his Pokemon Battle Studies final exam. The Battle Center covered nearly 20,000 square meters with complete professional competition equipment, though the high-spec venues were only open to the public during school team training or tournaments. Regular students had to book the basic facilities in advance. From a distance, he could see classmates crowding around the entrance. The new PE teacher, Gao Yang, wearing a baseball cap, blew his whistle. "Students, sorry. The venue has been temporarily occupied. Can we take the exam tomorrow instead?" "I have other classes tomorrow." "Yeah. Teacher, we booked in advance. How can you change it now?" Complaints arose from all sides. Lu Yi suppressed a grin that was about to spread across his face and quietly nudged Liang Daio. "What's going on?" "I heard the battle department needs extra training, so they booked the whole venue." Liang Daio scratched his head. "Can't help it, it's their specialty." He shrugged, ready to suggest heading back to the dorm to play games. Suddenly, there was commotion at the front. A girl from the finance department pushed to the front and confronted the staff at the entrance. "We clearly booked first. The battle department has first priority. It's written in the usage rules," they explained. "That's the rule during league season. It's not the college league now." Teacher Gao quickly tried to mediate. Everyone calm down. We can discuss this. Discuss what? You guys are just gonna watch us get pushed around, some girl shouted. The situation grew more chaotic when a girl with a ponytail emerged from the venue, looking composed. I'm also a girl. I'll talk with you. Tian Yue whispered to Lu Yi. That's the fairy-type family heiress I told you about, Shin Tingji. According to school rules, team members had priority access to facilities. Shin Tingji frowned. I'm a freshman team member. The crowd instantly fell silent. A Shanghai University team member, who was still a freshman? How strong must she be? So what if you're on the team? Liang Dayo shouted back. You're just one person, not your whole class. Right? First come, first served. Being on the team isn't worth bragging about. Shin Tingji looked up and scanned the crowd. If any of you can beat me, then naturally I won't be a team member anymore. This statement left Liang Dayo speechless, and he sheepishly retreated into the crowd. The air grew tense as Teacher Gao tried again. How about we come back later? Pop. A red beam shot out from a pokeball. Ghastly materialized out of thin air, eyes bloodshot, and breathing like a bellows. The effects from last night's bowl of orange berries still hadn't worn off. All eyes immediately focused on Lu Yi. Lu Yi smiled without warmth. His fingertip pressed tightly on the pokeball button as he warned in a low voice. Ghastly, you little troublemaker. Don't make me take action. All eyes in the venue focused on Lu Yi. Oh right, Brother Lu is competing too, someone whispered, but then lowered their voice even more. But his opponent is from the school team. Don't put the class rep in a tough spot. Several girls stole glances at Lu Yi, their expressions both nervous and secretly touched at the crucial moment. The handsome Lu was still the most reliable. On the other side of the field, Shin Tingji gazed at the menacing Ghastly, her brow slightly furrowed. She instinctively felt this Ghastly was no ordinary opponent, yet its trainer was just a freshman from the finance department. No matter how handsome, he couldn't possibly outmatch the battle department in commanding. Hey, Brother Lu, are you serious? Tian Yue leaned close to his ear. If you lose, you might not be able to compete tomorrow. Lu Yi had been hesitating, but these words made his eyes light up. Would that mean he could focus on studying for finals? He patted Tian Yue's shoulder and nodded with a smile. I'll do it. He stepped forward, his voice calm yet clear. At our magic university, we don't have a tradition of letting girls take the lead. The burning gazes from his finance department classmates behind him made Lu Yi feel like he was sitting on pins and needles, while the battle department boys behind Shin Tingji gritted their teeth. One by night was bad enough that this guy was handsome, but he dared to show off in front of them too? A finance department freshman challenging the school team? He probably doesn't even know how to spell defeat. Sister Shun, teach him a good lesson. Yeah, beat him so badly he'll never dare touch a Pokemon again. Lu Yi looked gratefully at the boy who was shouting the loudest. What a good person, helping to build up the momentum. Quiet down. Shin Tingji turned back with a low shout, then said to the PE teacher, Teacher, could you please serve as the referee? Teacher Gao sighed and shook his head. Fine, I understand. As long as you can resolve this yourselves. I'm still in my probation period. The finance department students surrounded Lu Yi as they walked toward the battlefield, full of fighting spirit. Ghastly floated beside him with glowing red eyes, grinning to reveal a menacing smile. That smile sent chills down Shun Tingji's spine, but Lu Yi knew the truth. Ghastly had stayed up late again last night. Those were just dark circles making it look fierce. Tian Yue still asked uneasily in a low voice. Brother Lu, are you confident? Actually I'm not very good at commanding, Lu Yi admitted frankly. This is my first real battle command, but I'll give it a try. On the standard 1010 field, Shun Tingji and her Granbull were already in position. It was a bipedal bulldog-type Pokemon with light purple fur, a developed jaw, and sharp fangs that spelled ferocity. Seeing this, Lu Yi felt slightly disappointed. Had hoped to see a cute Ralts, but apparently even fairy-type families were only at this level. Teacher Gao's whistle sounded. Battle begin. Shin Tingji's arm swept down, her finger pointing straight ahead. Granbull, bite. Granbull's muscles tensed as it lunged forward. While it was still in midair, Ghastly had already flashed to the flank with its signature sinister grin. Shin Tingji's heart skipped a beat. That speed? Lu Yi sighed inward. The whole world knew Granbull was going to use bite, and she still treated it as a finishing move? So he commanded, Ghastly, substitute. Ghastly's black mist began to twist, a mass of gas separated out, forming two grinning Ghastly. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, two Ghastly circled around Mytena at incredible speed. The watching students whispered among themselves. Why does Sister Shun look like she's being overwhelmed? Are you kidding? That's just a tactic to make the enemy lower their guard. In the center of the arena, a bead of cold sweat rolled down Shun Tingji's temple. The Ghastly's mobility was too outrageous. Without finding a way to limit its speed, Mytena couldn't catch it at all. Mytena, use scary face. Ghastly, close your eyes. The commands fell almost simultaneously. From the corner of her eye, Shin Tingji glanced over to see Lu Yi standing with his arms crossed, his face clearly showing, just as expected, even with a hint of boredom. Too predictable, he muttered under his breath. An inexplicable sense of pressure gripped Shen Ting's head. Had she been read? The so-called read meant predicting the opponent's command and setting up countermeasures in advance. Failure would mean total defeat, but success could completely destroy the opponent's mentality. Impossible. It's just a coincidence. She forced herself to stay calm. On the field, Mytiana's terrifying face had no effect on the closed-eyed Ghastly. Instead, the moment Ghastly shut its eyes, an eerie radiance bloomed across its body. The light flickered, and while Mytiana's head was briefly dazed without falling into confusion, Shun Tingji felt relieved, her gaze sharpening once more. Mytiana, bite. The massive jaws snapped shut, but didn't even catch Ghastly's shadow. Lu Yi raised his hand and pointed at the ground beneath them, shrugging and shaking his head. Ghastly's mean look was still in effect. Mytiana's legs trembled, unable to move a single step. Despite Mytiana's fierce appearance, it's surprisingly timid by nature, Lu Yi sighed. If you'd bothered to read the Pokédex more, you wouldn't have let it make eye contact with Ghastly. Shen Tingji opened her mouth but found her throat tight. Don't space out, Lu Yi urged. This is trash talk, part of my strategy. Lu Yi had expected a member of Magic University's team to easily see through his trash talk routine, but before he could even get a few sentences out, the girl had already retreated into herself. You're not even giving me a chance to perform. Shen Tingji bit her lip until it bled, her voice trembling. Mytiana. Use. Ghastly, will-o-wisp. Lu Yi cut her off. Ghastly. Ghastly grinned wickedly as it circled, 3 clusters of ghostly blue flames gathering in the air and forming into a blazing cold fireball. Boom. The chilling shockwave swept past, blasting Mytiana backward with its first scorched and disheveled. Howl! The piercing wail echoed, but Ghastly's assault didn't stop. This wasn't turn-based. As long as Shun Tingji couldn't find a way to break the deadlock, Ghastly could attack indefinitely. However, faced with Ghastly's outrageous speed, Mytiana couldn't even find a single opportunity to strike back. Shen Tingji's mechanical commands made Lu Yi frown deeply. What's wrong with Magic University? Is this the level of your team? The players I meet in ranked matches are stronger than you guys. Another explosion rang out, and Mytiana collapsed on the arena, its wails growing weaker. The entire venue fell silent. All eyes focused on Lu Yi, with only one big question mark left in everyone's minds. Lu Yi had actually beaten a team member? Recalling Lu Ye's pre-match comment about not being very good at commanding, Tian Yue was completely stunned. You call this not being very good at commanding? Saying you're no good while purely crushing a team member through strategy alone. Brother Lu, have some shame. In the second round of group matches for the Pokemon Cup, media outlets swarmed like bees to honey. Outside the contestant tunnel, reporters with equipment crowded densely together, creating a spectacle more dramatic than previous year's semifinals. The organizers' marketing campaign had hyped up that Ghastly as this tournament's most eye-catching dark horse. Look, is that the guy? Yes, that's Ghastly floating above his head. In the crowd, Lu Yi wore a crisply ironed white shirt, his tall frame carrying pokeballs at his waist, with Ghastly flickering in and out of visibility above his head. Cameras instantly focused on him. Do you feel confident about this match? Why didn't you compete in the previous rounds? What's your expected ranking? Facing the cameras, Lu Yi smiled slightly. I just hope to leave no regrets. But inwardly, he thought, it's so hot. I really want to go back and enjoy some air conditioning. Ghastly chuckled mischievously. Ghost types weren't bothered by the stifling heat. When the bracket was announced, his opponent was a senior from Hangzhou No. 2 High School. For students pursuing the trainer path, both this competition and interview scores could serve as stepping stones for early admission to Pokemon academies. However, in terms of commanding skills, the senior was leagues behind Lu Yi. The official battle began. Lu Yi seemed to be bullying his opponent, reading moves in advance and completely dismantling his opponent's strategy with a series of predictions. Why does it seem like Butterfree's every move is being anticipated by Ghastly? It's the skill gap. Butterfree's speed can't keep up with Ghastly at all. Noits Lu Ye's commands that are too precise. Will-o-wisp clung to Butterfree's wings, flames dancing along the wing veins. It cried out in distress and plummeted from midair. The referee's flag dropped simultaneously, declaring the victor. Damn, where did this dark horse come from? I heard he's from Shanghai University, but he's not even a battle major. Almost simultaneously, the adjacent arena also concluded. Shen Tingji from Shanghai University crushed her opponent from Shanghai Jiaotong University with absolute dominance. Her Florges effortlessly reaffirmed the fairy-type family's legacy. Timid in internal conflicts, but delivering heavy blows in external battles. Meanwhile, Lu Yi recalled Ghastly, frowning slightly. How did I win again? Just as he exited the tunnel, a figure blocked his path. The newcomer was tall and thin, with pokeballs clipped to his shorts, looking excited. Teacher Lu. My name is Feng Shu, and I'm your fan. I'm a level 10 member in your streaming room. Lu Yi thought for half a second, no recollection, but level 10 definitely meant a longtime fan. He smiled reassuringly. Oh, it's you. Take your time, no rush. My idea is, how does Bulbasaur use substitute and toxic? Fengshu scratched his head with a silly grin. Thanks to your guidance, my Bulbasaur has evolved. Nice. Using a starter Pokemon as your initial partner. Lu Yi was surprised. Are you competing too? Yes. I've already made it to the round of 16. Lu Ye's heart stirred, remembering that Tian Yue had indeed mentioned. The new student from Zhangsujiang University's battle department came from a family of veteran grass-type trainers and had made the school team as a freshman. In terms of family background, Fengshu was on par with Shun Tingji, possibly even stronger. Excellent. Keep up the good work in the upcoming matches and aim for the championship. Lu Yi patted Fengshu's shoulder. No, no, no. Fengshu shook his head like a rattle drum. Since you've already signed up, even if I give it my all, I'd only be fighting for second place. My Ghastly really might not be able to beat Bulbasaur. Lu Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, waving his hands frantically at the flattery. Cut it out. If I really switched to a different Pokemon, all the contestants here combined wouldn't be enough for me to handle. What a joke. Fengshu didn't think it was a joke at all. He'd witnessed this person's commanding skills firsthand. Even Kai Zhong, the grass-type gym leader from Sinnoh, had suffered losses against him. With such seasoned commanding abilities, the only logical explanation was, Teacher Lu had recently caught Ghastly and just happened to coincide with the Piplup Cup tournament. He would normally scoff at such novice competitions, but reluctantly participated to grind experience for Ghastly. The fact that Teacher Lu didn't even take the field in the first 2 rounds, letting Ghastly battle autonomously, was clear proof. Just being in the same tournament as you is enough for me. Fengshu bowed deeply. Thinking about it seriously, his speculation wasn't absurd. Trainer strength, commanding ability, Pokemon strength. Would Teacher Lu, who could go toe-to-toe with master-level trainers, really only have one Ghastly? Impossible. Moreover, Teacher Lu was so young. It was simply uninspiring. Someone like that participating in the Piplup Cup, even with a newly caught Ghastly, would be absolutely crushing. Fengshu silently wailed. Please, don't put me in Teacher Lu's group. Lu Yi smacked his lips. What you're saying sounds reasonable, but the problem is I really do only have one Ghastly. You only brought one Ghastly? Fengshu's eyes lit up like searchlights. Pretty much. Lu Yi waved helplessly. See you on the live stream tonight. Don't worry, I'll definitely send you gifts later. Fengshu ran off excitedly. That night back home, the group chat had already exploded over the latest YouTube video. Those big shots were all speaking Japanese, standing out awkwardly in the massive fan group. So Lu Yi simply created a separate inner circle. World Championship winner Chi Hong, Kanto Champion and Viridian Gym leader Qing Lu, Sinnoh Grass-type Gym leader Kai Zhong, Viridian Power wielder Chong Panding Xiang, Hoenn Electric-type Gym leader Tai Xuanan, optimistic old man who'd been pestering Lu Yi to play games ever since losing to him, an unemployed wanderer Ajin. Though Ajin was unemployed, he carried the title Hatcher. Any Pokemon he casually hatched would start with at least 5 perfect IVs, which was the dream cheat code every breeding enthusiast longed for. Ajin, holy crap. That top video on YouTube is absolutely fire. Chong Panding Xiang. Omega, I watched it too. So cool it's off the charts. Qing Lu. Wu Song made too many mistakes, otherwise he still had a chance to win. Tai Xian. Haha. Watching it made this old man's hands itch. I want to stretch my muscles too. Chi Hong. Typing too slowly. Only managed to send ellipses before diving back underwater. Teacher Lu, what video? Ajin, go watch it yourself. Get online early tonight, so I can crush you. Teacher Lu. Kaizhong. Amish Sharona is just so cool. Sharona? Lu Yi scratched his head, clicking on YouTube with a puzzled expression. At the top of the trending list was a freshly uploaded battle recording. Sinnoh League Championship Challenge. Sharona vs. Wu Song. In the Sinnoh region, on Lily of the Valley Island. As the host venue for the Sinnoh League's Lily of the Valley Conference, this place boasts world-class battle facilities. Elite trainers from around the globe gather here, all vying for the championship crown. Upon reaching the summit, they earn the right to challenge the Elite Four, and even take on the league champion who stands above them all. At this moment, standing at the pinnacle of Sinnoh is the golden-haired champion from Celestic Town, Cynthia. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Sinnoh League Masterclass Battle Arena. The announcer's voice echoed through the vast main stadium. Today, Sinnoh League Psychic-type Elite 4-member Lucian will challenge for the champion's throne. Will we witness the birth of a new champion, or will the current champion successfully defend her title? Let's wait and see. Thud thud. At the end of the contestant tunnel, an elegantly refined man appeared first. Light blue hair draped over his shoulders. He wore a burgundy suit with brown leather shoes. One hand in his pocket, the other carrying a hardcover book. Cheers erupted from the stands in waves. Lucian snapped his book shut with a crisp sound, adjusted his blue-framed glasses with one hand, and flashed a gentle smile at the camera. Lucian has entered the arena, the announcer announced loudly. This marks his 3rd challenge for the champion's seat this year. That information wasn't really necessary to emphasize. Lucian awkwardly adjusted his reading glasses. Just then, His gaze was drawn to the graceful figure in the tunnel. Click, click. The rhythm of high heels hitting the ground intertwined with the screams from the stands, with each wave of excitement surpassing the last. The Sinnoh champion, Miss Cynthia. When her footsteps stopped at the battle platform, the entire venue seemed to hold its breath in an instant. Her dazzling golden hair shimmered with a soft, lustrous glow, cascading like warm sunlight. Her pale gray eyes were deep and serene, making everything around her pale in comparison. She wore a black trench coat and pointed high heels, gently sweeping her waist-length hair from beside her ear to behind her back, a subtle smile gracing her refined features. Sorry to keep you waiting. Cynthia nodded slightly. I'm already deeply honored that you've accepted my challenge. Lucian placed his hand over his chest, his tone humble. I hope this time I can defeat your Garchomp. You're welcome to try. Cynthia responded with a light laugh. Both contestants are in position. The battle is about to begin, the announcer shouted. Lucian's first choice was the exceptionally resistant Bronzong. Cynthia threw out her invincible Garchomp. As both elite Pokemon appeared simultaneously, it seemed as though the very atmosphere of the arena shifted, and the audience erupted in unified gasps of amazement. Garchomp's entire body was covered in razor-sharp scales, with barbs protruding outward. Its spindle-shaped dragon tail whipped up sudden gusts of wind as it moved, while the missile-like bone fins on either side of its head gleamed with cold light along their edges. Its blood-red eyes blazed with fighting spirit between the crossed blade-like appendages. Then it unleashed a deafening roar. Gra! Bronzong hovered in midair, its ancient bronze body swaying gently as deep, resonant bell tones echoed throughout the arena with solemn dignity. Battle begin. Garchomp, Fire Blast. Cynthia commanded first. Bronzong, block. Lucian immediately countered. Garchomp opened its mouth and unleashed blazing flames, the intense heat waves distorting the air as a massive fire-shaped character thundered toward its opponent. Boom! Bronzong dropped to the center of the field with a resounding clang, a light screen forming in front of it, only to be instantly consumed by the flames. As the fire dissipated, dangerous blue light suddenly flashed between the ancient patterns on its bronze body. Wusong waved his hand and shouted, Trick Room! Dazzling purple light instantly burst across the battlefield, and a Q-shaped space resembling a cage materialized out of thin air, trapping both Bronzong and Garchomp inside. The commentator yelled at the top of his lungs. Trick Room is activated. Garchomp's prized speed advantage is now completely nullified. However, facing this near-decisive lockdown, Cynthia merely smiled slightly, her eyes gleaming with confidence. Garchomp, Dragon Rush. A roaring sound erupted as Garchomp's form transformed into a supersonic fighter jet skimming the ground, white shock waves exploding from its tail. Those scythe-like arms slashed down violently, and the surrounding space cracked like glass. In an instant, with a sharp crack, the Trick Room shattered. Louis sat in front of his computer, his expression peculiar after watching the video. A peak battle between two Elite Four trainers should have been spectacular, but he never expected this. Dragon Rush can actually break through Trick Room? This is way too overpowered. Maybe I should just pack up and go home to farm. Beside him, Ghastly stared at the screen with the same bewildered look in its round eyes. Louis reached out and poked its dark mist. So what do you think? Gaz depressed? Kakik. Ghastly suddenly trembled with excitement, its pupils dilating as uncontainable enthusiasm flooded its ISO Pokemon battles could be this thrilling. Louis had thought Ghastly would be scared into hiding in a corner, so he patted its head comfortingly. Don't worry, with me around, bullying some ordinary masters in the future shouldn't be a problem. Though he harbored some longing to become a top-tier trainer, Louis was well aware that money, resources, and connections all required massive investment. Even with a system, reaching Elite Four status in a short time would be no easy feat, let alone touching champion level within a year like Red. That was pure fantasy. But seeing Ghastly's fighting spirit, he still smiled and poked the dark mist. Whatever, even if I don't become a trainer, for your sake, burning money is worth it. He teased, when we actually lose someday, you'll face reality. You little rascal, do you really think we can become world champions? Kiki. Ghastly's eyes curved into crescents, its entire misty form trembling with joy. Alright, time to stream. Let me exchange that Protect TM for you first. Louis closed the video and opened his streaming software. As soon as the stream went live, fans flooded in. Teacher Lou, you're finally back. You've been absent for almost a week. Didn't you want money? Teacher Lou is streaming. My youth has returned. Facing the barrage of comments, Louis calmly responded. Can't help it. Final exams are intense. I need that scholarship. The chat exploded. No way. Does anyone actually think Teacher Lou is a model student? 10-year veteran fan here. Teacher Lou is a top student at Shanghai University. The streamer has such high academic credentials. Just then, a rocket donation from How Does Bulbasaur Use Protect and Toxic floated by. Louis graciously accepted it. As long as you send rockets, we're friends. But today we're doing something different. He opened the team editor and dragged Jengar into the lead position. Parish Song Team Tutorial. What dirty strategy is this now? Stop talking. Serve it up, I am starving for content. The screen switched to ranked matchmaking, and the system quickly found an international player from the Sinnoh League with the ID, Cabbage Ice Cream. Their cartoon avatar showed a 3-head-tall blonde little girl, absolutely adorable. Luyi sighed. Damn, the opponent is really cute. After double-checking the ID to make sure he hadn't run into some top-tier trainer, his fingers moved to the keyboard. After glancing once more at his opponent's ID to confirm he hadn't matched against any elite trainer, Luyi began commanding seriously. In the Sinnoh region, Sanjem Town. The resort hotel adjacent to Sanjem Beach was surrounded by palms and shrubs that created a cool shade, while the warm, humid sea breeze carried a salty scent. The rooftop pool sparkled under the sunlight, and a pink and blue gastrodon rested by the pool's edge, gently touching the water's surface with its soft tongue as if checking the temperature. Under the parasol, Glacian tucked its tail neatly and sat upright like a small statue, squinting as it let out a soft yawn. On the beach chair, a blonde woman lay face down with a white towel casually draped over her shoulders, her wet hair scattered across the wooden lounge chair. She scooped up a spoonful of vanilla ice cream, holding the spoon handle between her lips while staring intently at the handheld gaming device in her palm. Game over. How did I fail again? Can't I just spend some money on this game? So annoying. Cynthia muttered, her fingers still rapidly tapping the buttons. After finishing a round, she pushed open the glass door and was greeted by the cool mist from the air conditioning. In the corner of the room, Spiritome had shrunk into a ceramic pot, disguising itself as a houseplant, its ghostly green eyes occasionally glancing toward the door. 3 whole days had passed since Aaron's challenge, and this was Cynthia's rare personal vacation. Although she held the champion title, her daily routine mostly involved slacking off, sometimes visiting Eterna City to study stone tablets, sometimes appearing at the Canalave City Library, and even going shopping with Diantha when she was free. However, she still had to accept Elite Four challenges, which counted as one of her few unavoidable official duties. Since Team Galactic's leader Cyrus's conspiracy collapsed and he fell into the distortion world, Sinnoh had been relatively peaceful. Compared to Kanto, where Team Rocket was stirring up trouble, and Unova with Team Plasma's unresolved issues, Cynthia's life was much more relaxed. Rumors said that the champion in Hoenn was even more leisurely traveling the world digging up fossils, and eventually simply giving up the champion position to someone else. Cynthia was quite confident about this. Her leisure time was well-deserved. This time she had given herself a 3-day vacation, planning to complete all the games she had been putting off. Otherwise, once the vacation ended, the type expert tournaments and master tournaments would come one after another, and it would be too late to leisurely play games. She took a comb and smoothed her golden hair inch by inch, the strands fluffy and soft. Biting down on a hair tie, she raised her hand to tie up her long hair in one motion, not losing a single strand in the process. Diantha had once enviously admired this, loving to run her fingers through that ribbon-like golden hair. Cynthia herself didn't think much of it, had simply let her hair grow to waist length, because she was constantly buried in mythology research and too busy to trim it when she first became champion. Now, wherever she went, that dazzling golden color was her most distinctive feature. Whenever Diantha put on sunglasses trying to shop incognito, she knew her disguise was blown the moment Cynthia appeared. What else can I play? Cynthia sat cross-legged on the wooden floor, her porcelain white legs folded. The LCD TV was connected to the console, with the game menu filled with titles, most of whose trophies she had already collected. She offered the controller to Garchomp, who politely declined. She smiled gently and turned to search for single-player games. Pokemon Battle. I haven't touched this in ages, let's give it a try. Her eyes lit up as she connected her voice-controlled headset and opened the login interface for Pokemon Battle. To avoid trouble, Cynthia hadn't used her verified account for Pokemon Battle. This was to avoid being discovered by Ryu, the Bug-type Elite Four member, and Flint, the Fire-type Elite Four member from Sinnoh's Elite Four. Those two were just too weak, and battling them in games was simply boring. The matchmaking interface spun rapidly as Cynthia rested her chin on her hand, a spark of interest flashing in her Amber Eye Issa player from the Dongwon region. How rare. The rules were crystal clear. Singles battle, winner takes all. She chuckled softly and reached out to select her battling Pokemon. It has to be Garchomp after all. In the virtual battle room, Cynthia raised her arm and threw out a Pokeball. A silver-white beam of light hit the ground, and Garchomp emerged with its razor-sharp scythes, roaring proudly as its tail fin whipped up a fierce wind. In reality, the actual Garchomp was busy munching on Pokeblocks, merely glancing up with disdain in its eyes before contentedly returning to its meal. On the opposite side, red light flashed as a grinning Jengar floated into view, its sinister laughter echoing throughout the arena. A ghost-type trainer? How confident. Cynthia brushed back a strand of hair, her voice instantly turning cold. Crunch. The maximum speed configured Garchomp shot forward like a cannonball, its spindle-shaped tail fin tearing through the air with thunderous sonic booms. It lunged at Jengar with jaws wide open crack. A translucent protect barrier instantly materialized, and under the tremendous recoil, Garchomp was forced back several meters. At the same time, a mournful, haunting song began seeping from Jengar's mouth, low and eerie. Garchomp's body visibly trembled. Perish Song. Cynthia's brow furrowed slightly. In reality, Perish Song destroys the will through fear-inducing sound waves, and once it reaches its limit, the battle system would declare a loss of fighting spirit and immediate defeat. On screen, a countdown timer prominently displayed the remaining time: 5 minutes. The Dongwang trainer is going for psychological warfare? She pondered, then issued her command. Dragon Rush. Garchomp soared skyward like a burning meteor, leaving behind a blazing trail. On the other side of the room, Cynthia's other Pokemon had already been drawn in, obediently lying in front of the display screen, watching their trainers' every move. In the center of the battlefield, Jengar's protect barrier lit up once again. Cynthia's eyes sharpened as she lightly clenched her palm. Now dig. The momentum from Dragon Rush transformed into a blade as Garchomp instantly dove underground, sending dust flying. Almost simultaneously, it burst from the ground behind Jengar. Roar! Its sides swept down, claw-like blades tearing through Jengar's ghostly form. The ground-type move's double effectiveness against ghost types caused the HP bar to plummet instantly. On the other end, Luyi was brazenly commentating to his livestream audience. What kind of trash Pokemon is Garchomp? Can it even hit Jengar? My Jengar has the levitate ability. The next second, his pupils dilated in shock. What? Levitate is fake? A ground-type move actually hit. The chat exploded. Ha ha, divine retribution for Teacher Lu. The opponent's commands are so aggressive. It has that master-level battle feel. Serves you right, Teacher Lu. You finally got read like a book. Luyi rubbed his forehead but quickly regained his composure with a calm smile. But it doesn't matter, because we're equipped with a focus sash. Based on the power of this Garchomp, the opponent must have chosen Life Orb. Since there was no Mega Evolution Stone available for Jengar in the game, Luyi could only equip Jengar with a focus band in the game data. This item could reduce fatal damage to just 1 HP, which in reality meant clinging to life with your last breath. So, the pale-faced Jengar made a bleg sound and spat out a black and red headband from its gaping mouth, frantically tying it around its forehead. Its round eyes immediately blazed with purple fire, becoming lively once again. Every time he saw this, Luyi couldn't help but complain. This animation is way too bizarre. While sighing, his mind raced through calculations. In real battles, trainers would go to great lengths to hide their items. Some stuffed life orbs into wristbands, others disguise as decidui cloaks, all to prevent opponents from seeing through their strategy. As for Jengar, with its built-in fourth-dimensional stomach, it wouldn't be surprising if it carried 4 or 5 citrus berries into battle. But that would be too underhanded. Luyi didn't consider himself that devious yet. Though, come to think of it, would referees really check the number of items carried? Maybe he could try it next time? In the virtual projection, Garchomp's countdown showed less than a minute remaining, and the opponent immediately launched a fierce assault. Jengar dodged and weaved, using Protect one moment and Detect the next, dragging out the time until only 10 seconds remained. 10, 9. Garchomp Dragon Claw. Jengar Double Team. The cyan dragon claws slashed through empty air as Jengar slipped past the sharp talons using Double Team, even making a face and sticking out its tongue. 5, 4. Cynthia frowned deeply, hastily trying to recall Garchomp to its Pokeball. But at that moment, a pitch-black shadow spread from beneath Jengar's feet, instantly creeping under Garchomp. Countless purple-black arms emerged from the shadow, tightly binding the target and leaving Cynthia helpless. The countdown reached 0. Garchomp yawned widely, lost its will to battle, and lazily fell from midair. The system announced, Luyi wins. Holy crap, Meanlook plus Perish Song? That completely prevents switching. There's actually a strategy like this. Teacher Lu, can this work in real life? Facing the flood of questions, Luyi thought for a moment. Theoretically, yes. Perish Song is a mental attack, so as long as the opponent loses their fighting spirit, it would be ruled a victory in official matches too. The key is Protect, Detect, then Protect again. The chat exploded, and the stream's viewership instantly broke 1 million, then soared to 2 million. The audience was thrilled. I get it. I'm going to challenge gym leaders with this. Teacher Lu is amazing. That's the third strategy, right? Most master-level trainers were considered excellent if they could master 2 strategies proficiently, but Luyi had revealed 3 tricks in just 2 months, sharing them all freely. Selfless wasn't enough to describe him, was practically the god of dirty tactics. Gift effects exploded across the screen in succession, brilliant beams making the display dazzlingly bright. Luyi glanced at the system. The livestream's viewership broke through 2 million for the first time, earning 1,000 BP points. Immediately after, brilliant commanding 200 BP points appeared, bringing the total BP to 5780. In just one evening, it had increased by over 2,000 points, which even surprised Lu Yi himself. Upon reflection, this was the first major debut of the Parish Song team in livestream format. While some trainers used it in real battles, the impact was nowhere near as sensational as the livestream. The 2,000 new BP points were just the beginning. Once edited videos went online and the buzz continued to build, exchanging for a Protect TM would only be a matter of time. In his peripheral vision, Ghastly was staring at the swaggering Jengar on screen, drool practically streaming from its vacant gaze. Lu Yi chuckled and poked its body. Don't worry, someday you'll be able to play this dirty too. Ghastly. Ghastly responded with enthusiasm. Lu Yi withdrew his hand, faced the camera again, and cleared his throat. Alright, that's all for today's stream. Hit subscribe if you haven't already, and we'll see you tomorrow. With that, he skillfully pressed the end button, and the live stream went black. The chat was flooded with question marks and loyal fans spamming. Everyone stand up. So moved. Goodbye, Teacher Lu. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in another room, Cynthia stared blankly at the defeat message on her screen. She removed her hair clip and lay back on the pristine white bedding, tossing her controller aside as her golden hair spread across the pillow. She murmured softly. If this were a real battle, her Garchomp would have already turned that Jengar into Swiss cheese. Still, she couldn't deny that the Parish Song strategy had its merits. Morty, the ghost-type gym leader from a Krutique city in Johto, was a staunch advocate of Parish Song teams. Lorelei, the Ice-type Elite Four member from the Sevii Islands, also used Lapras and Dugong as Parish Song cores. But games could never fully replicate the nuances of real battles. Losing the match still left her feeling unsettled. She sighed and picked up her phone, initially wanting to complain to Diantha, but saw an incoming call from Professor Rowan and had to answer. A new batch of stone tablets has been excavated in Canalave City. Professor Rowan got straight to the point. Come to the museum when you have time. Did your visit to the Eastern Huang region end? Cynthia sat up. Yes, quite fruitful. Professor Rowan's voice was full of admiration. The academic atmosphere in Eastern Huang is very rich. I even wanted to invite a student as an assistant this time, but was declined. Didn't you say you wouldn't take on any more assistants? Cynthia was surprised. With his reputation as Sinnoh's leading Pokemon research authority, countless people would kill for the chance to study under him. Professor Rowan had long declared he wouldn't accept new students, yet now he made an exception only to be refused. He has extensive knowledge of Sinnoh mythology. I thought he could help you. Rowan sighed. But he has no interest in becoming either a researcher or a trainer. To each their own. Cynthia chuckled softly. Years ago, she had defied her grandmother's wishes and embarked on her league journey alone, driven by her love for Pokemon and battling. Everyone should pursue their own dreams. She understood this deeply. What are your upcoming plans? In December, I'll be serving as a judge for the Type Expert Tournament in Canalave City. So you're planning to take a 3-month vacation? Professor Rowan finally caught on. Cynthia gave a vague response. Professor, my phone's dying. I'll hang up now. She quickly ended the call. Setting down her phone, she reopened the game interface, reflecting on the recent battle with a slight frown. After a moment of contemplation, she reached out and tapped the Add Friend button on the screen. Player Cabbage Ice Cream has sent you a friend request. Accept decline. Lu Yi didn't even hesitate. He clicked decline without a second thought. He snorted inwardly. Want to add me as a friend just to flame me? Not a chance. Back in the day, Teacher Lu was still a naive young man whose specialty in Hearthstone was playing Dirty Priest. Whenever he drove opponents crazy with his Dirty Priest deck, people would frantically send friend requests. With the noble intention of technical exchange, he'd politely accept them, only to encounter nothing but toxic players who would unleash their fury before immediately blocking him. The most classic line was always, "Screw your damn Dirty Priest. Pirate Warrior is the best deck in the world." After that, Lu Yi became extremely cautious about accepting friend requests. After all, his playstyle was dirty enough that he could understand why losers would explode emotionally. When Jean got swept 60 by his Venusaur and was too upset to eat for 3 days, Lu Yi had long grown accustomed to such scenes. So when he declined the request just now, he secretly gave himself a pat on the back for being so clever. But less than 3 seconds later, another private message popped up. Cabbage Ice Cream. Still daring to send me question marks? Lu Yi chuckled and casually replied. Teacher Lu, my friend slots are expensive. Cabbage Ice Cream. How much? Teacher Lu, at least 1,000. Cabbage Ice Cream. What's your account number? Lu Yi, they actually want to pay? Lu Yi's eyes widened. He'd seen losers flame people, seen losers flame their teammates, but paying the opponent after losing was a first. If you can't beat them, join them? Staring at the unfamiliar ID Cabbage Ice Cream, he seemed to see a brand new path to wealth. Teacher Lu, no rush, let's do the math. Teacher Lu, getting into my friend list includes not just tactical coaching, but also free sparring sessions. 1,000 isn't unreasonable, right? Cabbage Ice Cream, very reasonable. Teacher Lu, plus I'm ranked 7th in the world, so my schedule's tight. How about an extra 500? Cabbage ice cream. Nem. Teacher Lu. You know how prices are in Dongwang utilities, labor costs. Tell you what, friendship price, 3,000. The other side went silent for a moment before responding with 3 dots. Cabbage ice cream. Isn't that a bit too little? Cynthia was calculating. A league tournament match lasted about 2 hours, and her appearance fee was 2 million. If Lu Yi could really serve as a sparring partner against his specialty parish song teams, this price was practically dirt cheap. Veteran trainers charged over 10,000 per hour for sparring sessions. This, Teacher Lu's, 3,000 wasn't just reasonable, it was almost insulting to his worth. Teacher Lu too little? He nearly spat water all over his screen. Lu Ye's fingers trembled as he typed. Teacher Lu, well, what do you think would be appropriate? Cabbage ice cream. For the friend slot, I'll give you 10,000 first. When you're free to play games with me, we'll discuss separate fees. Cabbage ice cream. I'm logging off now. Send me your account number. See you later. The happiness came so suddenly that Lu Yi felt dazed. Did I just encounter a sugar mama? Not only did she not flame me after losing, she even gave me 10,000 yuan. After accepting the friend request from Cabbage Ice Cream, Lu Yi nervously clicked into her profile page, though he couldn't be entirely certain of her identity. Based on the ID and the Pokemon avatar she used, there was a strong possibility that this was Sinnoh champion Cynthia. But would a champion really have that much free time? Not only playing online games in her spare time, but also using such an adorable little girl avatar. Another equally plausible theory was that it could be the blonde legal lowly Caitlyn, who was close friends with Cynthia. That would make perfect sense too. The most outrageous possibility was that behind the screen sat some middle-aged man picking his toes, deliberately using a cute chibi character to fool the world. At this thought, he shuddered and quickly banished the horrifying image from his mind, consoling himself. Let's just assume it's Cynthia, at least that would give him some motivation during their gaming sessions. Buzz. A text notification suddenly chimed. Your account ending in XXX has received a deposit of 10,000 yuan. Current balance, 23,500 yuan. Woohoo, we're taking off. Lu Yi pumped his fist. For raising Pokemon, this money could only be considered initial capital, but at least it was a start. In a few more days, his streaming and video platform earnings would also arrive, estimated to be just over 30,000. For a first-year college student with no background, this wasn't a small fortune, but once thrown into the bottomless pit of being a trainer, tens of thousands wouldn't even make a splash. That's exactly why I don't want to become a trainer. He sighed deeply, calling out to the Ghastly in his room. Son, today Daddy's taking you out for a feast. Kakik. Ghastly excitedly fluttered through the air, but halfway there, something fell off. It sounded like he was going to get the short end of the stick again, but thinking about the free meal, he couldn't be bothered to care. The two of them, one human, one spirit, arrived at a high-end concept restaurant on the Bund. Lu Yi ordered a vegetable salad for Ghastly while getting himself a sirloin steak. Don't glare at me. This is the restaurant's signature dish, specially designed for Pokemon. He explained with his mouth full, stuffing a piece of cut steak into his mouth. Shi kiki tt. Ghastly's eyes immediately turned into wavy lines as he reluctantly chewed the lettuce leaves. The crisp crunch sounds particularly pitiful under the lights, drawing quite a few stares. Lu Yi smiled apologetically at the neighboring table's guests. The little girl at the next table immediately blushed, whispering to her friend, "That's the trainer from the Piplup Cup, right? He was even on TV." Excellent people seemed to be recognized wherever they went. Just as Lu Yi was secretly musing about this, Ghastly suddenly darted onto the table and swallowed the entire steak in one gulp with an HM. Kiki, are you sure you won't choke to death? Lu Yi glanced around the restaurant environment. As a branch of Sillage Restaurant, the decor matched the official website's description. Crystal chandeliers cast amber-colored halos, with a wooden bar in the center and a small stage with a piano beside it, clearly reserved for live bands. The original Kalos location was situated in Lumio City, famous for its Snorlax 3-star rating. While this Magic City branch was just a subsidiary, it still maintained 1-star standards. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels approached from afar. Shen Tingji had changed into a blue sleeveless dress, wearing delicate thin heels, and bowed slightly in greeting. Lu Yi. She seemed to be with her parents. A well-dressed couple in the distance was smiling and observing Lu Yi. Hello, Lu Yi replied, somewhat surprised, thinking what a small world this was. Shen Tingji hesitated for a moment, then said softly, about what happened before, I'd like to apologize to you again, if you don't mind. Before she could finish, a piercing microphone screech drew everyone's attention to the stage. A waiter stood under the spotlight, flashing a professional smile. Next up is Sillage Restaurant's signature event battle restaurant time. Starting from Generation 5, every Pokemon game has featured battle restaurants as a core element. In real-life Shanghai, people are equally passionate about Pokemon battles. Even in restaurants with soft lighting and gentle piano music, you can see trainers commanding their Pokemon to dance and maneuver between dining tables. Customers eat while watching, finding nothing odd about it. In fact, they believe battling and dining are a perfect match. Out of courtesy, Shen Tingji returned to her seat first. while Lu Yi watched the small stage set up in the restaurant's center with great interest. Since it was labeled as an exhibition match, contest elements were essential. The clear song of Primarina intertwined with the rainbow water curtains created by Floatsoul, with water droplets sparkling like diamonds under the lights, drawing applause from the audience. Next came the free meal challenge segment, with many guests eagerly taking the stage. Lu Yi rested his chin on his hand and glanced sideways at Ghastly, who was licking chocolate souffle. Want to give it a try? Ghastly had chocolate around its mouth, its round body swaying like a tumbler doll, clearly refusing. We could save over 1,000 yuan, Lu Yi sighed. Never mind, your happiness matters most. Applause erupted again as Shun Tingji stepped onto the stage in high heels. It was still the same Lucario, but it seemed more intimidating than when they first met. In just 10 minutes, she defeated 3 challengers in a row, her steady commands perfectly complementing Lucario's fierce attacks. After taking her bow, she curtsied slightly as cheers rose from the audience. Let's go, Ghastly. Time to head home and sleep. Lu Yi stretched lazily. Ghastly had obviously gained weight and was sprawled on the table, unwilling to move. After experiencing countless master-level battles, Lu Yi had long lost interest in such low-level competitions just from watching from below. He could predict both sides' next commands, and the results were always as expected. Of course, considering he had only reached the 5th floor in the system's battle tower, he'd still feel a bit guilty if his opponent was stuck on the 1st floor. In the system panel, a semi-transparent progress bar appeared after cooking LV1. Cooking LV1 67,100. The melt-in-your-mouth texture of the star-rated cuisine slightly increased his proficiency. Evaluating top-tier dishes was also an essential path to becoming a master chef even if he stopped being a trainer someday. Opening a small restaurant on a street corner would still be respectable. When settling the bill, the waiter smiled and reminded him, "Sir, your meal has already been paid for by someone else." Really? That's unexpected. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. It was the lady who just participated in the competition. She used her free meal privilege to pay for your dinner. It turned out that because Lu Yi had given up the school team selection, Shin Tingji, who was ranked lower, was able to keep her spot. This gesture was her way of returning the favor. Lu Yi understood immediately, nodded to her in acknowledgement, and gladly accepted this 1,000 yuan gift. The night breeze was gentle, and the streetlights stretched their shadows long as one person and one Ghastly walked slowly through Shanghai's bustling streets. The Piplup Cup round of 16 was scheduled for Saturday. Lu Yi planned to work overtime to edit and upload Teacher Lu's Battle Guide 05, Parish Song Team. Before the competition, after all, a video with millions of views would bring substantial creator rewards. Lu Yi could also use the BP points earned from his video influence to exchange for Ghastly's Protect move. With this, Ghastly's early game Substitute Protect Toxic strategy would be complete, and those more devious tactics could wait until after evolution. At that moment, Ghastly was floating unsteadily in the air, its face turning green with its belly bulging in and out. "Ghastly, I told you not to eat so much." Lu Yi pointed at it helplessly, backing away. Ghastly covered its mouth, making a series of sigma sounds as it dove toward him. Don't throw up on me." Fortunately, it only let out a burp in the end, then weakly floated up to the ceiling and collapsed, instantly falling asleep in a purple mist. After his shower, Lu Yi sat at his computer to edit the Parish Song Team battle footage. He had plenty of Materialum Master Tier battle against an incredibly strong Garchomp would be enough to make the gaming section explode. But thinking that one set of footage might be too thin, he opened the game interface again. In his friends list, the avatar for Cabbage Ice Cream remained gray. Lu Yi hadn't figured out which expert this was, but the message, "Coaching costs extra," left a deep impression. "Maybe I could earn another sum," he muttered, stroking his chin, then snapped himself back to reality. "No, I already took payment once. I need to maintain professional integrity." The only active player on his list was Gold. As the protagonist of the special edition Gold-Silver series, Gold was in his element during wild battles, but when it came to official matches, his tactical skills were questionable at best. Yet he loved clinging to Lu Yi, who ranked 7th worldwide. For Duo Machesa, classic case of terrible but addicted. Lu Yi's lips curved slightly upward. "Isn't this the perfect material?" He sent a private message. "Teacher Lu, you there? Get online." Gold. "Wait up, I'm coming." Half an hour later. Gold. "That round doesn't count." An hour later. Gold. "I refuse to believe it today." 2 hours later. Gold. "I'm done, goodbye emoji." "Teacher Lu, thanks for your hard work. Even actors couldn't deliver this kind of entertainment value." Gold. "I was commanding seriously. It's your dirty tactics that are the problem." Gold, fuming with frustration, rushed into the chat group to complain. Gold. "Parish Song tactics are way too dirty." Gold. "Can't even switch out. Team coordination is useless." Green responded calmly. "Lorelei from the 7 Islands plays it well." Gold. Sigma. Green added. "Red Nosh fought against Lorelei." After 10 minutes of silence, Red sent a message. "Red, Parish song tactics are rarefaths, one of Sister Lorelei's alternative strategies. Red. Did you encounter a trainer using parish song teams? Gold. No, it's for Teacher Lou's new video. Green. Question mark. Even he was shocked. Substitute protect toxic. Minimize teams. Parish song teams. This was already the third advanced tactic Teacher Lou had pulled out. The commanding difficulty was off the charts, with equally explosive risks and rewards, all highlighting one word. Dirty. What level is Teacher Lou exactly? How does he know so many tactics? The group buzzed with confusion. Red remained calm, having long considered Lu Yi a potential rival. Worthy of Teacher Lou indeed, he smiled. Meanwhile, Lu Yi finished editing the footage, stretched lazily, and clicked upload with a playful smile curving his lips. Video uploading. Your new video has been published. Click to view. Teacher Lou teaches you Battles 05, Parish Song Team. The Sevii Islands are an archipelago located in southern Kanto. They are also the hometown of Lorelei, one of the Kanto Elite Four and an ice-type specialist. Inside the Icefall Cave on Ice Island, a thundering waterfall hung like a silver ribbon. A lapras raised its neck and released an ice-blue beam, the light sweeping across the water curtain as the flow instantly froze into a crystalline ice wall. Crack! A massive icicle broke off and crashed into the water below, while the waterfall quickly resumed its flow, splashing with bone-chilling echoes. Near the cave entrance stood a red-haired woman in stiletto heels, her long legs wrapped in black stockings that gleamed with an oily luster in the dim light. She wore a form-fitting black uniform skirt that barely reached her hips, with plain glasses perched on her nose. Her slender, tall figure appeared even more striking in the cold ice light. She gently patted Lapras's hard shell, her laughter crisp and clear. Well done, Lapras. Lapras affectionately nuzzled her pale cheek. Suddenly, within the ice light reflecting off the cave walls, a bright flash appeared. The woman's communicator lit up. This is Lorelei. Lorelei, you need to check out the video I just shared on YouTube, came Misty's energetic voice from the other end. Lorelei crossed her arms, holding her phone with one hand as she asked with a gentle laugh. Another drama you've been following lately? No way. It's a tutorial video on parish song tactics. Parish song tactics? Lorelei raised an eyebrow. I wouldn't dare use those in master rank anymore. Where's this supposed expertise coming from? This time it's not using Lapras as the co-writes Jengar. Jengar? Lorelei was momentarily stunned. Could such a fragile frame really last long enough to make all opponents lose their will to fight? Curious, Lorelei recalled Lapras to its pokeball, stepped out of the cave, and took a speedboat back to her residence on Four Island. Pushing open the door, she was greeted by pink wallpaper and fluffy carpeting. Dolls and cushions were scattered across the floor, with movie star posters covering the walls. Despite her ice-cold exterior, Lorelei secretly shared the same girlish heart as Misty, even following the same shoujo manga and idol dramas. She opened her computer and clicked on the link her friend had just sent. Teacher Lou's Battle Guide 05, Parish Song Teams. A trainer from the Dongwang region? Lorelei was somewhat surprised. In her memory, Dongwang had no renowned experts in parish song tactics. Even the ghost-type gym leader of Fengdu City was only known for Destiny Bond strategies. The screen came to life as two Pokemon appeared, Gengar versus Garchomp. A common pairing in master rank, yet the battle was heart-stopping. Both trainers commanded with steady expertise, each move change precisely timed before any opening could be exploited. Lorelei's gaze quickly locked onto that Garchomp's familiar bold and aggressive rhythm that seemed distinctly unfeminine. Cynthia? Her pupils contracted slightly. The video continued, with Gengar using cunning positioning and precise moves to consistently suppress Garchomp's rhythm. Each exchange of damage created space for the final parish song countdown. Lorelei became increasingly certain the opponent was indeed the Sinnoh champion. But what surprised her even more was this Dongwang trainer's mastery of parish song tactics, virtually flawless. In just over 10 minutes, Gengar successfully used parish song to force Garchomp into submission. The screen froze on the moment the referee signaled the match's end. Lorelei adjusted her glasses, her gaze piercing through the display as if making eye contact with that trainer through the screen. Lorelei couldn't help but look toward that trainer from the Dongwang region. Who on earth could this be, to actually hold their own against Cynthia? The video froze on the scene of Garchomp and Gengar facing off. Koga fell silent for a moment, pressing his fingertip against his glasses frame, his gaze sharp. I see how it is. He rewound the footage while piecing together the tactical logic. First turn, using parish song at any cost to bait the opponent into aggressive attacks, then constantly stalling with protect, waiting for even the slightest opening from the opponent's commands to turn parish song into a countdown to victory. The stakes shifted from on-field combat to off-field psychological warfare. If it hadn't been champion Cynthia on the other side, most trainers would have already cracked under pressure. At this thought, he smiled. An interesting trainer. The footage continued playing. Cynthia attempted to withdraw Garchomp, only to be locked down by Gengar's mean look. The shadow tag parish song strategy came to its conclusion. Though lacking a complete practical demonstration, Koga still watched with great interest. He sighed softly. Usable, but the conditions are too demanding. As soon as he finished speaking, he lazily sprawled across his computer desk and stretched. Probably some expert's pet project born out of boredom. But damn, it's dirty. The YouTube rating kept climbing, yet limited by Pokemon team compositions. Most viewers could only cry for help in the comments. Koga casually hit the like button and browsed through the comments. This is already Professor Lu's third tactical tutorial. Why is it all game battles? We want a real-life battle. Real battles involve trainer privacy concerns, hard to get footage. Clairvoyant Matsuba, please analyze this, master. Matsuba, the ghost-type gym leader from a Krutique city in Johto, was also a devoted follower of parish song tactics. Koga had met him once, but ghost-type strategies weren't his forte, specialized in ruthlessly precise ice-type suppression. In the comments, Clairvoyant Matsuba appeared with a reply. Excellent tutorial. To help more people understand, I specifically re-demonstrated using gameplay commentary format. I've also optimized it for doubles. You can use Jengar Gothatel. Friends interested are welcome to watch this year's type expert tournament in person. A new wave of comments exploded. Dirty, dirty, dirty. You ghost-type users are absolutely ruthless. Isn't Professor Lu a grass and poison-type expert? How does he know ghost types too? Master of all types? I'm impressed. Koga chuckled, but grew increasingly curious about this Professor Lu. The guy had indeed exploited game mechanics cleverly, yet still managed to fight Cynthia to a draw that was impressive enough. He clicked into the profile, where fan group access by region was prominently displayed. Koga simply used his main account to apply for group membership. A system notification popped up, and the chat interface instantly went quiet. Fake account. Someone's actually pretending to be a 4 Elite fan. Kanto Ice Type Elite 4? No way that's real. Koga adjusted his glasses and typed. Is there a problem? The next second, Admin Battle Seeker sent a pop-up invitation. Red wants to invite you to join Master Trainer's chat group. Accept decline? Koga smiled wryly. That guy's involved in every bit of excitement, isn't he? Ding. You have a new message. User Ice Type Elite 4 Koga has joined the chat group. Kona and Red had a complicated history together. Back then, their ideologies clashed, and the Elite Four of Kanto joined forces to corner Red, even sealing him in ice on Mount Silver, nearly causing the legendary champion's demise. Later, when the new island incident erupted, Kona came to his aid, allowing Red to escape, and their old grudges were finally put to rest. Now, Kona had just been added to a fan group and was immediately startled by the lineup. Every member was a renowned trainer, including Red, of course. Ajin's first message exploded across the screen. Ah, it's really Aunt Kona. This message hit Kona like a thunderbolt, her fingertips freezing on the screen. Aunt? A woman is always only 16. Okay. Erica from Celadon City quickly tried to smooth things over. Ajin, that's not very nice to say. But Ajin continued his oblivious explanation. Huh? But when I was little, she was already one of the Elite Four. The next second, member Ajin has been muted for 1 hour by administrator appeared. Green said with a smirk. What a coincidence. We were just discussing your parish song strategy. Kona rubbed her temples as she scanned the member list. Both administrators in the group, Red and Green, were champion level, and even the regular members started at master rank, with several gym leaders mixed in. What was even more ridiculous was that all these people were fans of Teacher Lu. She had an ominous feeling and silently complained. Maybe I shouldn't have joined this group. She decided to be diplomatic first. My parish song strategy isn't as refined as Teacher Lu's. Green casually replied. Indeed. Kona's eye twitched frantically. I make one polite comment, and you actually agree. Champion or not, you still don't have a girlfriend. The atmosphere grew tense. Half an hour later, the group owner finally came online, sending a confused message. We have a new member. Louis had just finished class and stared at the notification somewhat bewildered. I was only gone for a while, and now there's an Elite Four member in the group? At this rate, it seems like I'm the only non-trainer here. Considering that world champion Red was already in the group, he'd grown numb to such things. Even if Giovanni got added someday, he'd probably just shrug. Anyway, more people meant more fun. With no one chatting, he simply turned on his computer to check the data for his new video. Teacher Lu teaches you battling 05, parish song team. In just one day, this video had shot straight to the front page. Over 1 million views on Bilibili, with YouTube and Nico Nico equally bustling. The backend prominently displayed new followers, 237, 240. Gaining over 200,000 followers from a single video was unimaginable for ordinary people, and could only be described as terrifyingly impressive. With this, Teacher Lu had used 3 deeply impactful dirty strategy videos to skyrocket from a small streamer with just over 100,000 followers to over 800,000 followers, just one step away from the million milestone. His backend was flooded with sponsorship offers, and many well-known Pokemon merchandise companies were actively extending olive branches. Some manufacturers even offered 100,000 yuan for a single advertisement. But Lu Yi cared more about video quality and immediately declined it, positioned himself as a future top-tier content creator. After all, Lu Yi aimed to become a leading content creator. The current 100,000 might equal 1 million in the future, so it would be too cheap for these capitalists. Within the system, as the video's influence continued to ferment, Lu Yi officially completed his small goal. Video views exceeded 1 million, BP points 1,000. Video shares exceeded 100,000, BP points 1,000. Remaining BP points, 11720. Spend 10,000 BP to exchange for Protect TM? Yes. All items in the system backpack were compressed within a small space, with only non-system items unable to be stored. TMs could be used repeatedly, making the 10,000 BP price quite worthwhile. After confirming the exchange, a snow-white TM resembling a USB drive appeared in a backpack slot. Lu Yi reached out to take the USB drive and played with it for a few seconds, then called over Ghastly, who was licking the cover of a textbook next door. Do you know why I called you over? Ghastly. Ghastly tilted its head to look at the USB drive, its misty black body suddenly trembling. Ghastly, good that you understand. Lu Yi smiled, feeling quite pleased, like this child can be taught. Ghastly grabbed the USB drive in its mouth and plugged it into the computer's USB port, using its tongue as a mouse to open the file in just a few moves so skillfully, it was heartbreaking. Lu Yi was rarely free, so he simply sat in front of the computer to study the Protect training method together with Ghastly. The training wasn't complicated. Ghastly would mobilize the black mist within its body to condense a semi-transparent mist shield in front of itself to block attacks. Theoretically, Protect could achieve 360-degree protection without blind spots, but limited by its own strength, Ghastly could only manage to create a narrow mist shield after multiple attempts. After several failures, the little guy listlessly sprawled on the keyboard, almost seeping into the computer's fan housing. Don't rush, take it slow. Lu Yi took out a piece of orange-berry cube and waved it above Ghastly's head like a cat toy. Ghastly glanced at him listlessly, but eventually opened its mouth reluctantly. After 3 seconds of chewing, Ghastly's face bloomed with a satisfied smile. Ghastly. After comforting his partner, Lu Yi immediately sent a message in the trainer group. Teacher Lu, how do you train Protect? Gold. You don't even know such a simple move? First do this, then do that other thing, and you're done? Green. If you want to thoroughly master Protect, it's actually quite difficult. Red, a new tactic? Teacher Lu, no, just the most basic Protect. Red pondered for a moment, then suddenly understood the meaning. The great way is simple. Even the most basic return practice to perfection could surpass Hyperbeam. He quite admired Lu Yi's dedicated attitude toward learning. Red, I have some personal insights. Do you need them? Teacher Lu, you're too kind. Just send them privately. The group fell silent for a moment. Lorelei, hugging her Lapras plush, looked thoughtful. What dirty strategy is Teacher Lu researching now? And getting insights from Red. His understanding of Protect will probably reach new heights. Lu Yi spread the printed Protect insights in front of Ghastly. The light from the new teaching material reflected in Ghastly's big eyes, instantly igniting its thirst for knowledge. Slurp, drool pattered onto the desk. Lu Yi rubbed his chin and sighed softly. Training Pokemon isn't that difficult after all. Saturday, sunny weather. Perfect for showing off. Lu Yi cracked an egg with one hand, letting it drop into the pan with a satisfying sizzle as oil splattered, instantly filling the kitchen with an enticing aroma. That's when he remembered today was the round of 16 for the Piplup Cup. His rare day off was about to go down the drain. He sighed, plating the fried egg alongside golden French toast, then carried it to the dining table and called toward the bedroom. Breakfast is ready. A faint, translucent progress bar appeared before his eyes. Cooking LV1 Proficiency 82100. Just as Lu Yi was examining his pitiful proficiency level, a ghastly pale face suddenly popped up from the table with a poof, startling him so badly his hand trembled. Ghastly's eyes were bloodshot, with massive dark circles hanging beneath them, the entire Pokemon swaying as it floated toward the plate, looking absolutely famished. It flopped onto the table with a splat and began slowly crawling toward the toast. Did you stay up all night? Lu Yi pushed the plate over, his expression puzzled. Ghastly nodded repeatedly while munching on the toast. Were you reading or watching videos all night? Ghastly licked the crumbs from the corner of its mouth, floated back to the room, and returned carrying a stack of soggy printed papers in its mouth. The pages were tattered, but the words Protect were still barely visible. Clearly, this little guy had spent the entire night studying move mechanics. While Lu Yi felt touched, he suddenly found his mind wandering. If he lost this match, wouldn't he be able to sleep in next weekend? He smiled warmly as he transferred his own fried egg to Ghastly's plate. Take your time eating. Winning or losing doesn't materially much more important. Ghastly froze, staring at the fried egg for a long moment before tears began dripping down. Ghastly. There, it's okay if we lose. Just focus on battling without worry. Ghastly wiped away its tears and alternated between bites of bread and sips of moo milk. Its complexion visibly improved, but its gaze became even more determined than before. This match had to be won. Though the Piplup Cup was a beginner-level tournament, it brought together top competitors from various Pokemon academies, and serious injuries could occur if one wasn't careful. Lu Yi maintained his go with flow attitude, sticking to his usual goal, do his best, and leave no regrets. The scorching sun was brutal, nearly turned back the moment he stepped outside. Fortunately, the bubble tea shop at the corner had air conditioning, where his two roommates Tian Yue and Liang Dayo were already waiting. How do you two have so much free time today? Lu Yi teased. Liang Dayo, dressed sharply in a suit, declared righteously. Cheering you on is just incidental, our main purpose is checking out girls. Tian Yue's eyes lit up. Honest. Lu Yi laughed and waved them along. Come on, let's get this over with early. At 10 in the morning, the Piplup Cup round of 16 officially began. Lu Yi had received a bye in the previous round and hadn't gotten much exposure, but when he entered the venue, he still drew countless stares. Lu Yi's taking the stage. That finance major genius? He's even more handsome in person than in photos. Ah, that Ghastly is so cute. Amid the commotion, Liang Dayo shouted at the top of his lungs, Go Lu Yi! Lu Yi waved in their direction, his warm smile making several young ladies blush as they quickly raised their pom-poms to cover their faces. Go Lu Yi! Almost instantly, he gained several more fans. Both contestants are now in position. The announcer called out loudly. We can see that contestant Lu Yi has once again sent out his incredibly fast Ghastly. Meanwhile, Yu from Shanghai Jiaotong University has released a deep purple, muscle-bound Nidorinoid's sharp horn gleaming menacingly under the arena lights. Nidorino stepped cautiously, its round eyes locked onto the opposing Ghastly, while the ghost Pokemon floated in midair, glaring down with fierce eyes, radiating an invisible aura of intimidation. The audience fell silent instantly, everyone waiting for the first commands from both trainers. Aren't you going to make the first move? Lu Yi raised an eyebrow, reminding his opponent that the match had begun. He was also momentarily stunned. Are you letting me go first? No, I'm distracting you. Lu Yi shook his head, his tone sincere, yet carrying a hint of cunning. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ghastly suddenly became a blur, instantly closing in on Nidorino. Yu snapped to attention and shouted urgently. Nidorino, dodge and use focus energy. Pale will-o-wisp flames grazed the ground and missed their mark, black fire stirring up clouds of dust. Nidorino barely managed to sidestep, then took a deep breath, chest swelling, muscles tensing as focus energy took effect. But Ghastly pressed its attack, cold flames rising once more. Boom. The second will-o-wisp landed precisely beside Nidorino, the explosion sending up white smoke. Through the firelight, Nidorino emerged from the flames, charred but still standing on all fours. Lu Yi squinted as he observed, silently analyzing Yu's next strategy. Double kick would be ineffective against a ghost type, and poison sting lacked sufficient power, so Nidorino used peck. Yu gritted his teeth and called out the command. Lu Yi's voice followed immediately after. Ghastly, float behind it. The focused Nidorino burst forward, its horn cutting through the air, but struck nothing. Ghastly had already silently drifted behind it. A bead of cold sweat rolled down Yu's temple. Boom. The familiar explosion rang out again, filling the entire arena with white mist. The announcer exclaimed excitedly. Direct hit with will-o-wisp. For Nidorino, already suffering from burn status, this is a devastating blow. Murmurs arose from the stands. How did Ghastly dodge and advance just now? Lu Yi seems to be predicting his opponent's moves constantly. In the crowd, Shen Tingji listened with slight fascination, that familiar feeling of being completely outmaneuvered by Lu Yi bringing back memories of past defeats. As the white smoke cleared, Nidorino's knees trembled, but it stubbornly refused to fall. Yu quickly assessed the situation. Any more running would surely lead to collapse. Only ranged attacks remained. Nidorino, use poison sting, he shouted. Cold light emanated from the horn as sharp poison needles shot directly toward Ghastly's eyes. Lu Yi's heart skipped a beat, but then Ghastly suddenly opened its mouth wide and swallowed the poison needles whole with a single gulp. What the hell? Shocked exclamations erupted from the sidelines. Having devoured the poison needles, Ghastly let out a satisfied burp and grinned menacingly, showing its teeth. Even Lu Yi was somewhat dumbfounded. You weren't like this during morning practice. How did you become so fierce once the match started? In an instant, he collected himself and pointed forward. Ghastly, nightshade. Dark energy immediately surged forth as a terrifying nightshade rose behind Ghastly, ghostly hands reaching out from both sides to send Nidorino flying. Thud. Nidorino crashed to the ground with a dull impact. The referee's whistle immediately pierced through the arena. Nidorino is unable to battle. The winner is Lu Yi from Shanghai University. Holy crap, Lu Yi is amazing. Liang Dayo shouted at the top of his lungs. The audience erupted in thunderous cheers, their roars rolling like waves across the stadium. Tian Yue stared at the scoreboard in the center of the arena, swallowing hard in disbelief. Lu Zi had actually made it to the quarterfinals? Though the Piplup Cup was just a beginner-level tournament, it was an officially certified municipal-level competition. Since its inception, no amateur trainer had ever reached the quarterfinals, yet Lu Yi had just shattered that record. At this thought, Tian Yue, who dreamed of becoming a trainer himself, felt a pang of jealousy. But when he caught sight of the Ghastly perched affectionately on Lu Ye's shoulder, he shook his head. Lu Zi must have put in tremendous effort behind the scenes that others couldn't see. Rather than being envious, he should focus on improving himself first. Lu Zi is incredible. Tian Yue and Liang Dayo exchanged glances before shouting together. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. An amateur like Lu Yi actually made it to the quarterfinals? Who is this guy anyway? All eyes were fixed on the young man in the arena. Meanwhile, Feng Shu, who had also advanced to the quarterfinals, sat in the stands reflecting on the journey from the preliminaries. He was filled with emotion. That Ghastly's growth rate is incredible. Teacher Lu really lives up to his reputation. Even his Pokemon training skills are exceptional. As soon as the match ended, reporters who had been waiting on the sidelines swarmed forward. How does it feel to reach the quarterfinals as a finance major? Lu Yi, could you share some insights about raising your Ghastly? Camera flashes went off rapidly. Lu Yi pondered for a moment before answering seriously. You have to use love. The reporters paused briefly, then quickly scribbled down his response. After finishing the interviews, Lu Yi waved to his roommates in the stands, signaling them to meet him at the player tunnel, then turned and left the arena. Inside the player tunnel. That was incredible, Lu Zi. You actually won. Liang Dayo was still buzzing with excitement. It was all right. Lu Yi rubbed his slightly sore shoulder, sighing at the thought of having to wake up early again next weekend. It was all thanks to its exceptional performance today. Ghastly, Ghastly. The Ghastly floated above his head, nodding proudly. Tian Yue remained half shocked, half admiring. You're the first non-Pokemon major to reach the Piplup Cup quarterfinals. Our class group chat has exploded. Lu Yi pulled out his phone to find his screen flooded with 99 notifications. He randomly opened some messages to find that even his usually quiet advisor and professors had reached out. Advisor, holy shit, you did it, kid. Student Affairs Office Teacher Xiao. Remember to bring copies of your certificate. Next week we'll need them for scholarship applications. Economics Professor Chun. Congratulations, Lu Yi. Lu Yi had always maintained good relationships with his teachers, so he replied to each one before opening the class group chat. Lu Zi made it to the Piplup Cup quarterfinals. No way, really? Lu Zi is amazing. I knew our class representative could do it. Messages kept flooding in, but Lu Yi was somewhat puzzled. Was reaching the quarterfinals of a beginner tournament really worth getting this excited about? Then he realized this was probably equivalent to an amateur runner beating professional athletes, and he sighed quietly. You might not believe this, but Ghastly secretly signed me up for this tournament. Lu Yi smiled wryly. Lu Zi, thanks to you. Liang Dayo leaned in conspiratorially. We just got contact info from a bunch of cute girls. Question mark. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. I was battling down there while you two were hitting on girls up there? Tian Yue clicked his tongue in amazement. When you waved at us, girls immediately rushed over to us. Lu Yi looked surprised. Is it really that effective? There's a contestant named Han Xiaoxiao who also made it to the top 8, and she claims to be a fan of Teacher Lu. Tian Yue scrolled through his phone while glancing sideways at Lu Yi, his tone probing. Brother Lu, could she be one of your female fans from the live stream? Lu Yi looked up at the ceiling with a calm tone. Given my current influence, it would be strange if no one in the competition recognized me. He paused and added, it's fine if they recognize me. I'm not some big celebrity who needs to hide from fans. Should I introduce her to you? Tian Yue's fingers moved across the screen. She seems to be from our Magic University High School, but she's already been guaranteed admission to the main campus. These young girls develop so fast nowadays she doesn't look like a senior at all. Lu Yi chuckled. I'll pass on adding her as a friend. Just remember to help me gather intel on tactics. Tian Yue's eyes lit up as he immediately gave a thumbs-up gesture. Back home, Lu Yi immediately pulled up the system panel. Remaining BP, 2050. Today's match had earned him 200 BP points. While it couldn't compare to the earnings from uploading videos, it was still decent. Recalling the most stunning moment of the battle, it had to be when Ghastly swallowed Nidorino's poison sting whole. Ghastly had quadruple resistance to poison-type moves, making the poison sting practically a health supplement. With this level of strength, it was time to research the toxic move. Lu Yi rubbed his chin, remembering how last time's Will-O-Wisp training nearly burned down the house. This time practicing toxic, the risk wasn't small. After a moment's hesitation, he opened the system shop. Spend 2,000 BP to exchange for poison gem? He could try the 10-pull gacha, but given his unlucky nature, direct exchange was safer. Confirm exchange successful. Remaining BP, 50. The deep purple poison gem was crystal-shaped with an alluring luster, as if violent energy was sealed within. The gem's shell was solid and wouldn't leak toxins, making it much safer than radioactive elements. Lu Yi played with the gem, sighing. No wonder Daigo digs for stones everywhere. These things really are beautiful. Ghastly's eyes were already gleaming, drool creating a shiny trail across the floor. Ghastly. Lu Yi handed over the gem with a serious reminder. Make sure to call me during training. Don't mess around on your own. Ghastly took the gem in its mouth and nodded frantically. Leave it to me. It floated to the desk, used its tongue to pull open a drawer, solemnly took out toxic training notes, and spread it on the desktop, then turned back to Lu Yi with a silly grin. Ghastly. Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh too. The Piplup Cup quarterfinals were scheduled for next Wednesday, with warm-up activities in between. According to the school calendar, the finals would coincide perfectly with the end of the semester. Time to start reviewing. Lu Yi muttered to himself while pumping himself up. Since I've made it this far, I need to fight to the end. He pulled out his textbooks, preparing to study alongside Ghastly. Just then, his phone buzzed, and the screen showed a line message from a special contact. Cabbage ice cream is online. Let's play games. At a luxury hotel in Sunny Shore City, Cynthia, the Sinnoh champion, hadn't left her room for 2 whole days. The exquisite hand-woven carpet was almost completely covered with heavy books. Volumes on mythology, history, and ancient ruins borrowed from the Sunny Shore City Library lay scattered everywhere, their covers steeped in the scent of ink. Even during her vacation, she remained immersed in these obscure materials. The evening twilight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Her white t-shirt clung to her frame, and her somewhat gaunt face was slightly flushed from hours of hunching over her desk. She slowly stretched, her slender figure extending against the chair back. Lying sprawled across the desk, she accepted the water glass handed to her and smiled softly. Thank you. It was Lucario who had brought the water. After nodding in acknowledgement, it silently walked to the balcony to continue its watch. Roserade leaned down to neatly stack the scattered books, then released a gentle hypnotic fragrance to dispel its trainer's fatigue. Glacian jumped onto the desk, its cool little tongue gently licking Cynthia's cheek. All right, I get it, she said with squinted eyes and a smile. I'll take you all out tomorrow. These lazy days were brief, but delightful. Just thinking about the endless paperwork and bureaucracy within the league gave Cynthia a headache. But maintaining Sinnoh's stability was the champion's duty. She couldn't always do as she pleased. Fortunately, her motto had always been, live in the moment. Since I have to return to the league tomorrow, I'll reward myself tonight an all-nighter gaming session. She nodded excitedly, her fatigue instantly swept away as she skillfully connected her handheld console to the large screen. Her alternate account, Cabbage Ice Cream, had only 2 friends on its list, Diantha and did Teacher Lu cook today? Diantha rarely came online, usually only joining for a few matches when Cynthia insisted. Thinking of that trainer who specialized in parish song tactics, she brushed back her golden hair with an upward curl of her lips. There's absolutely no way I'm losing today. Cabbage Ice Cream is online. Let's game. On the other end, Lu Yi was preparing to study when he was once again interrupted by a gaming invitation. Why is it that every time I want to seriously study, someone calls me to play games? Refuse? Impossible. Gaming with a rich lady who had a sweet voice and was adorably naive. Who could refuse that? Teacher Lu. Received. Teacher Lu. Voice chat. Cabbage Ice Cream. What's voice chat for? Teacher Lu. Voice chat costs extra after all. Commentary requires additional payment. Cabbage Ice Cream. No, I can understand fine. Though somewhat skeptical of the rich lady's claim that she could understand fine, the customer was king. Lu Yi, working as a gaming companion for the first time, came online and asked somewhat nervously, Teacher Lu, gentle approach or direct approach? Cabbage Ice Cream. Teacher Lu, battle tactics, I know quite a few. Cabbage Ice Cream. Use whatever you're good at. Since the client hadn't requested aggressive tactics, Lu Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't familiar with Life Orb Conkeldurr or Dragon Dance sweeps. Substitute Protect Toxic was his true calling. He dragged Jengar into his team and said cheerfully, when it comes down to it, I'm still best at Substitute Protect Toxic. Watch carefully, this will be your future strategy. Kakik. The nearby Ghastly nodded excitedly. The match began. When the opponent's Pokemon appeared, Lu Yi instantly froze. Water splashed as a pristine white Milotic with 2 cherry-colored ribbons raised its head and released an ethereal cry. When Lu Yi saw this Milotic, he immediately understood his opponent's strategy. Coil would boost Milotic's attack, defense, and accuracy by 1 stage each. By continuously using Coil, the final hypnosis would be almost guaranteed to hit. But once he saw through it, breaking the strategy became a simple matter. Lu Yi smiled slightly. You want to play mind games with me? You're still too young. On the other side, Cynthia looked at the familiar Jengar and smiled faintly. However, she soon noticed that Jengar wasn't using its usual priority toxic or perish song, but instead hovered in place with glowing eyes and a sinister grin spreading across its face. Nasty plot. Cynthia murmured softly. Why did he suddenly change his strategy? Nasty plot would greatly boost Jengar's special attack. but it would expose that frail body to enemy fire. However, against a Milotic that was stacking defense with coil and had mediocre offensive power, breaking through its defenses first was the optimal choice. Jengar Thunderbolt. On screen, brilliant lightning struck down, instantly reducing Milotic to critical health. Ghastly floated nearby, looking at Lu Yi with confusion. Ghastly? It was wondering how this didn't look like the stall strategy with Substitute, Protect, and Toxic at all. Lu Yi scratched his head awkwardly. This one isn't suitable for you. The next strategy will be. For the second Pokemon, Cynthia sent out Togekiss. Lu Yi had thought Jengar's speed advantage was obvious, but he didn't expect the opponent to be holding a choice scarf, maxing out its speed. Jengar could only use Explosion to weaken the opponent while falling behind. After the thunderous explosion, only scattered fragments of Jengar remained on screen. Ghastly's eyes widened. Sigma, don't tell me the strategy you want me to learn is this one. Lu Yi coughed. Not this one. Though it might be this one. The battle situation changed repeatedly. Although his opponent's tactics frequently caught him off guard, Lu Yi managed to maintain his composure. In the end, he won by the skin of his teeth with a 56 victory. When the battle ended, he slumped weakly against his chair back, muttering under his breath. This is exhausting. Rich ladies' money isn't easy to earn. His phone suddenly buzzed. Vanilla ice cream, again. Teacher Lu, another round? Vanilla ice cream. 5,000 for a win, 3,000 for a loss. Teacher Lu, I'm in. The evening glow gradually faded. Lu Yi slumped in his seat with an aching back, struggling to type. Teacher Lu, I really can't go on anymore. 5-6v6 battles in one evening, all tough fights. He had barely won 2 matches and lost the remaining 3 despite giving his all. Good thing I lost more, Lu Yi thought, or it might have turned into a best-of-7 series. On the other side, Cynthia, whose competitive spirit was through the roof, stretched and smiled gracefully. Vanilla ice cream, not bad skills. Vanilla ice cream, that's 21,000 total. I'll transfer it to you shortly. Lu Yi swallowed hard. 21,000, equivalent to most of his monthly income. Forget about Champion Red being the boss. This was where the real money was. Vanilla ice cream. Do you play other games? Teacher Lu, yes. Vanilla ice cream. Didn't you say you couldn't go on? Teacher Lu, whether I can or can't, you'll find out soon enough. Without EA or Nintendo, this world still had plenty of online games. The two played through dungeons until 1 a.m. When the final boss fell and the ending cutscene played, Cynthia sent a message. Vanilla ice cream. Can't believe we actually cleared this level. Teacher Lu, don't tell me you couldn't get past something this simple. Vanilla ice cream. I'm logging off. The next second, she went offline at lightning speed, catching Lu Yi completely off guard. Good grief. Even I don't log off that fast. But this rich lady absolutely couldn't be offended. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yi sent. Teacher Lu, get some rest. 2 minutes later, he added. Teacher Lu, if you can't sleep in the middle of the night and want to get up to play games, remember to call me. When she didn't reply, he tossed his phone aside. The night was deep, with occasional calls from wild Pokemon outside the window. Looking up, he saw Ghastly already fast asleep on the ceiling. Lu Yi yawned as his eyelids grew heavy. Half an hour later, in the dark room, the phone screen lit up. Cynthia lay against her soft headboard, her slender fingertip gently tapping the screen. Vanilla ice cream. Okay. Early on a weekend morning, Gaisai woke up the sleeping Lui with an affectionate lick. The paralysis effect kicked in instantly, making him shudder as he reached for a pecha berry from his bedside table, took a bite, and chewed with a stoic expression while nodding to Gaisai. Thanks for that. Kakik. Last time, Lui had specifically instructed that toxic training must be conducted under his supervision. So at the crack of dawn, Gaisai eagerly phased into his room and circled the ceiling restlessly. Yawning as he freshened up, Lui grumbled internally. Last night he'd stayed up late gaming with that wealthy lady, and today he had to accompany Gaisai for training. Was this really a trainer's daily routine? How ridiculous. But since he'd made a promise, he was unusually motivated to train. After washing up, he pulled up the system Pokédex to check Gaisai's current move set. Confuse Ray, Lick, Hypnosis, Curse, Nightshade, Will-O-Wisp, Mean Look, Protect, Substitute, plus the Levitate ability. It had learned almost every major move available before evolution. Only Toxic was missing to complete Gaisai's Subtoxic strategy. For a Pokemon with limited offensive options, Toxic was a crucial component. Let's go. Grab the poison gem and head to the training facility. Lui yawned again. Kakik. His earnings from Bilibili and streaming had come through last night, plus his side income, giving him about 60,000 yuan, enough confidence to book a proper professional venue. Though it cost over 1,000 per hour, the accompanying professional staff and medical team ensured safety when practicing Toxic. Accidents were the biggest concern. Lui chose a battle club called Toro's Arena. Trainers could either get a membership or pay directly. Knowing he wouldn't visit often throughout the year, he readily paid 3,000 yuan to reserve a small training facility. The club arranged an elite-level poison-type trainer, as requested. The trainer was named Zai Quantal and lean with sharp, upturned eyebrows and piercing eyes. You're the one training a poison-type Pokemon. She glanced at Lui. Choosing Gaisai as a starter is quite rare. Both Poison and Ghost were niche types, and with Gaisai's long development cycle, trainers willing to choose it as their starter were few and far between. But since Jengar was a formidable poison type, Xiaochuan had a soft spot for Gaisai. Lui nodded. I wanted to master Toxic. What do you need me to do? Battle or feeding moves? Xiaochuan crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow expectantly. Lui recalled a passage from Aju's Toxic Insights about poison-type Pokemon. Poison types are naturally immune to poisoning, so theoretically they can absorb toxins from other Pokemon to continuously strengthen themselves, like devouring strange flames. The more they absorb, the more potent and harder to cure their poison becomes. This theory was first proposed by Aju in his Toxic Insights, along with extensive documentation of various toxin combination methods. Without the techniques recorded by Aji, anyone else who rashly let their poison-type Pokemon attempt this would only cause their Pokemon needless suffering. Therefore, this Poison Mastery Guide carried tremendous weight in Lu Ye's eyes. Comparable to the most advanced techniques, this wasn't just any poison knowledge, it was practically a legendary flame technique. Lu Yi sighed inwardly, his gaze falling on the purple-black poison gem in his palm. This gem could amplify Ghastly's already formidable toxins, and once fused with other Pokemon's poisons, its power would increase exponentially. It was precisely for this reason that Lu Yi had made the special trip to the training grounds to find a true poison-type trainer to spar with. Just give us some practice moves, preferably direct poison-type attacks, Lu Yi said with a smile. Xiaoquan nodded in response, and threw her Pokeball. A flash of white light exploded, and a massive serpent suddenly reared Yupin Arbok. While its pre-evolution Ekans was non-venomous, the evolved Arbok could take down a Tauros in 3 seconds. It raised its menacingly patterned neck, its cold vertical pupils gleaming ominously under the lights. Lu Yi frowned and reminded her, let's try Poison Sting first. Then he turned to Ghastly. Remember to use Aji's method, and don't push yourself. After all, Ghastly had a 4 times resistance to poison. Surrounded by dark mist, it grinned toothily and nodded confidently. Xiaoquan crossed her arms and called out, Arbok, Poison Sting. Hissed the giant serpent flicked its tongue, its upper body straight as cold light shot from between its fangs. As an elite-level trainer, Xiaoquan's attacks were swift and ruthless. However, Ghastly reacted just as quickly. A faint protective shield formed in front of it protect. The poison needles seemed to hit a swamp, their speed suddenly dropping. The next second, Ghastly opened its mouth wide and began crunching, crunch crunch, as if biting chocolate bars, swallowing the poison spikes one by one. Xiaoquan's expression froze instantly. There was actually this kind of training method. 4 times resistance, or not. Nobody ate poison needles as snacks. As the poison spikes entered its belly, the dark mist around Ghastly became streaked with deep purple, appearing even more mysterious. Ghastly, Ghastly, it grinned proudly. Seeing Ghastly unharmed, Lu Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand. Continue. Xiaoquan snapped back to attention, hesitated for a moment, then commanded again, Arbok, acid. A glob of corrosive acid came whistling out, carrying a corrosive aura straight toward Ghastly. Even for Ghastly, taking this attack heat-in might be difficult to withstand. Xiaoquan frowned, but then saw Ghastly grab the poison gem in its mouth and charge straight into the billowing acid cloud. Sizzle the acid churned as mist swirled. Ghastly bobbed its head within it, looking for all the world like it was taking a hot bath. Holy crap! Xiaoquan's eyes went wide. The acid had corroded the outer shell of the poison gem, exposing the highly toxic material within. Ghastly licked at it like gnawing marrow, its crimson tongue repeatedly sweeping across the gem's interior with slurping sounds. This terrifying scene left Xiaoquan completely dumbfounded. As an elite-level poison-type trainer, she had never witnessed such a spectacle. What kind of training method is this? Xiaoquan swallowed hard. Lu Yi was equally stunned. Aji's techniques were actually this intense? But thinking about it carefully, Aji was after all a poison-type Elite 4 member, and this Poison Mastery Guide represented his life's work, combined with Ghastly's 4 times poison resistance. In same-level poison-type battles, Ghastly seemed like it could always maintain the advantage. Lu Yi's expression grew complex as his mouth twitched. I was thinking this was my first time training. How did I suddenly become invincible? Throughout the afternoon, Ghastly extended its massive tongue and licked Arbok from head to toe. On the surface, it appeared to be a proper lick move, but Lu Yi couldn't shake the feeling that this guy was simply craving the poison stored inside Arbok's body. The paralyzing effect of lick quickly took hold. Arbok's limbs stiffened as it collapsed limply in the center of the field, while the 2 venom glands in its upper jaw visibly deflated at an alarming rate. Lu Yi watched with his scalp tingling, opening his mouth several times to call a stop, but held back out of politeness since interrupting mid-training seemed rude, forcing himself to look away. On the other side, Xiaoquan, an elite poison-type trainer, stood with his arms crossed, his face clearly expressing disbelief. A Ghastly with quadruple poison resistance made sense, but how could Arbok be reduced to such a pitiful state? He glared at Lu Yi and asked through gritted teeth. Hey kid, what does your family do for a living? If you can raise a Ghastly like this, why would you even need to come to a battle club? Lu Yi sighed with a bewildered expression. I'd like to know how I managed to train it too. Logically, Ghastly shouldn't be able to dominate Arbok like this. Did something go wrong? Seeing Lu Ye's sincere expression, Xiaoquan had nowhere to direct his anger. He could only recall Arbok into its pokeball and sigh heavily. Don't come back to this club anymore. Why? Lu Yi was stunned. Didn't you see that my Arbok was nearly drained dry? At that moment, Arbok was severely weakened, its toxins depleted, and wouldn't recover anytime soon. Leaving the training ground, Lu Yi muttered guiltily. Who would have thought that besides his dirty tactics, Koga's training methods would be this underhanded too? TSK, this poison-type Elite Four member is not someone to get close to. Despite this, the afternoon wasn't entirely fruitless. Although Ghastly hadn't learned Toxic, its adaptation to poison-type energy had improved significantly. The Arbok venom stored in its body could enhance the power of toxic attacks in the future. Having observed the entire process, Lu Yi still secretly credited himself with the achievement. Could it be, he muttered to himself, that I'm actually a training genius? KH. A strange laugh drifted over. Lu Yi looked sideways to see Ghastly's mist had changed from light purple to dark green, with bubbles popping continuously. It floated in midair, its body seemingly filled with liquid that sloshed around with a clang-clang sound. Several drops of thick poison splashed onto the stone pavement, hissing as they corroded small honeycomb-like holes. Ghastly grinned, showing a somewhat embarrassed smile. Lu Ye's face darkened as he raised his voice. Let's go. To the Pokemon Center. KH. Before Ghastly could react, it was recalled into its Pokeball by a red beam of light. The training ground wasn't far from the Pokemon Center. Lu Yi jogged all the way into the lobby, handed the Pokeball to the nurse, and bowed nearly 90 degrees. Please take care of it. The nurse smiled politely. Don't worry, the examination will be finished in half an hour. Please have a seat. Lu Yi sat on the bench with a chill running down his spine, sweat sliding down his temples as he couldn't help but bite his nails. 30 minutes later, the red light above the emergency room went out. The doctor removed his mask with a serious expression. In cases like this, he began. Doctor, is it serious? Lu Yi rushed forward. In cases like this. The doctor paused mid-sentence again. Doctor, please say something. The doctor shot him a withering look. Ghastly, just over 8. I'll prescribe some digestive tablets. Huh. A glossy Ghastly floated out of the emergency room, swaying its head smugly under the watchful eyes of a group of beaming nurses. The lights reflected off its slick, misty body like a freshly waxed surface. Ghastly shook its purple vapor and immediately glared at the young man standing by the door. Ghastly, it cried indignantly, its round eyes bulging with protest. Why did you send me to the emergency room for no reason? Lu Yi let out a long breath and glared back. You nearly scared me to death. Just half an hour earlier, this Ghastly's vapor had been tainted by toxins, turning a sickly green as if it might dissolve into pus at any moment. Fortunately, after emergency treatment, the dark green gradually faded, leaving only some bluish spots. The emergency doctor, wearing disposable gloves, pushed up his reading glasses. Don't worry, it just absorbed toxins from other Pokemon and had a brief rejection reaction. It's not seriously hurt. Besides, he bent down and poked Ghastly's soft cheek with his finger. This Ghastly of yours has quite an appetite. As soon as he finished speaking, the doctor's body went rigid, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the floor with a thud. Holy crap. Doctor, are you okay? Lu Yi crouched down to help him up. The doctor's trembling hands made an okay sign. Just a little joke. I was a trainer myself back in my youth. But foam was already spilling from the corner of his mouth. Lu Ye's voice cracked with alarm. Doctor, you're foaming at the mouth. These are just minor issues. The old doctor dragged out his laughter, struggling to grab his pen and scrawl his signature crookedly on the medical report. After completing the paperwork, the young man gained newfound respect for the medical staff of the Dongguan region. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, he would have suspected the doctor was literally risking his life to write medical reports. According to Koga's Guide to Deadly Poisons, this type of rejection reaction could last up to a day. Lu Yi understood this intellectually, but when it actually happened, he couldn't help but panic. At sunset, the city was bathed in orange-eyed light. Lu Yi dragged his weary body down the street, followed by a completely bewildered Ghastly. Don't push yourself so hard next time, he said with rare seriousness. To me, whether it's practicing moves or being a trainer, nothing is more important than you. Ghastly's vapor stilled, floating low as its mood darkened. Initially, Lu Yi had refused to become a trainer, only caring about his own safety and wallet. However, during his time with Ghastly, he found himself increasingly worried about one thing: whether Ghastly might get hurt. After the timeline shifted, he often wondered, do Pokemon genuinely accept training and willingly battle? Or are they forced to risk their lives due to their trainer's commands? He didn't reject the trainer profession, but championships and glory held no appeal for him, just wanted to live peacefully with Pokemon. Seeing Ghastly still looking dejected, Luyi curved his lips into a smile and reached into the black mist, forcibly pulling up the corners of Ghastly's mouth. Smile. Numbness crept into his fingertips, but he winked at Ghastly. Ghastly, Ghastly. Ghastly's eyes welled up with tears, but it still forced itself to grin widely, showing an exaggerated smile. In its heart, there was only one thing it wanted most: to repay Lu Yi. To accompany Lu Yi to see the scenery from the world's highest peaks, even if it meant getting battered and bruised. Although its master always said he didn't have time, Ghastly was convinced Lu Yi's greatest wish was to become a trainer. Otherwise, why would he always play those tactical games? That must be preparation for his path as a trainer. I need to work harder too. Ghastly silently encouraged itself. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the human and ghost long across the ground. Lu Yi muttered under his breath, I really don't want to be a trainer. Ghastly's eyes lit up as it proudly floated to the middle of the road. Ghastly, Ghastly. I'll definitely help my master become a trainer. The weekend was over, and Lu Yi had to return to Magic City University for classes. The Piplup Cup quarterfinals were scheduled for Wednesday afternoon, and with the competition just around the corner, Lu Yi remained surprisingly relaxed. The one who was truly on edge was Tian Yue, who paced around Lu Yi in front of the academic building, his voice low but urgent. Brother Lu, are you really confident? This quarterfinal is packed with hidden talents, you absolutely can't be careless. Lu Yi slung his backpack over his shoulder and patted Tian's shoulder with a smile. Don't worry, I definitely won't be careless. Liang Daio stood nearby with his arms crossed, elbowing Tian Yue with a mischievous grin. Why are you more anxious than the emperor himself? You're not even competing. Besides, Brother Lu must have been secretly training extra hard. TSK, it was the same during finals last semester, kept saying he wasn't studying, but he was the one hitting the library the most. He then dramatically adjusted his non-existent glasses, putting on a "there's only one truth" expression. While Lu Yi appeared calm on the surface, he felt a flash of panic since he had indeed secretly gone training last night, and his classmate had hit the nail on the head, leaving him with no way to refute it. His advancement to the quarterfinals had happened last Saturday, and many classmates were only hearing about it today. The glances from passers-by carried a strange quality. Good at studying, handsome, and skilled at Pokemon battles. Isn't he basically cheating? Student Representative Lu is really amazing, isn't this, breaking records? He's the only non-battle major in the quarterfinals. First period was economics. Professor Chun was always stern, and the moment he stepped onto the platform, the large lecture hall fell silent. During roll call, Professor Chun suddenly looked up. Lu Yi, someone's looking for you outside. I won't mark you absent for this class. The entire class immediately began whispering. Standing at the door was a middle-aged man in a white shirt, average height, with an elegant demeanor, who nodded apologetically. Whoa, isn't that Coach Zhai Wenyao from the school team? Which team, basketball or soccer? Are you stupid? Obviously the Pokemon battle team. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Yi walked out of the classroom with a puzzled expression. He hadn't caused any trouble, so why was he being called out during class? The man nodded slightly. Student Lu Yi, let's chat in the classroom next door. Once seated in the empty classroom, he got straight to the point. I'm Zhai Wenyao, coach of the Pokemon battle school team, and I'd like to invite you to join our team. If Lu Yi's private victory over Shen Tingji could be explained as coincidence, then making it to the Piplup Cup quarterfinals was solid proof of real skill. Though it was a municipal-level competition, Magic City's tournaments carried the weight of provincial-level events. Anyone who could stand out on such a stage had undeniable potential. For this, Zhai Wenyao had prepared an entire pitch trainer license recommendation letters, possibilities for future graduate school admission, everything planned out. But Lu Yi's response completely derailed his train of thought. Coach Zhai, I'm sorry, but I have no plans to become a trainer. I stumbled into this competition by accident. Maybe I got lucky and made it to the quarterfinals. Zhai Wenyao's mouth fell slightly open, and he hesitated for a long moment. You really have no plans to become a trainer? None. Lu Yi's expression was sincere. Then how did you make it to the quarterfinals? An accident, pure accident. Then what about people saying you beat Shintingshi? Lu Yi gave an awkward smile. Her Blastoise wasn't in good condition, so I got lucky and won. Zhai Wenyao fell silent for a moment. The reason he came to find Lu Yi wasn't just because of Lu Yi's top 8 status. Someone had sent him a video, which was a major factor. In the video, Lu Yi had completely overwhelmed Shen Tingji with his almost prophetic predictions, leaving her powerless to fight back. How could someone like this not want to become an official trainer? The more Zhai Wenyao thought about it, the more confused he became. Is there something wrong with him, or is there something wrong with me? Since you don't want to join the school team, I won't force you. Zhai Wenyao spread his hands and smiled helplessly. At least come up with a better excuse next time. Director Zhao from the battle department has been eyeing you for a while. He wants me to join the school team too? Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. No, Director Zhao wants you to transfer directly to the battle department. Then it's fine. Lu Yi shrugged, showing his usual gentle smile. I'm quite comfortable staying in the economics department. I'm in the top 3 of my major and grade theory, still busy fighting over students internally. Besides, I still have Professor Rowan's letter of recommendation stuffed in my drawer. He wasn't opposed to changing majors. He just hadn't encountered a truly appealing opportunity yet. After classes ended for the day, the sunset painted the streets outside campus in golden red hues. As Lu Yi passed by a convenience store, he saw a brand new Piplup Cup promotional poster on the glass wall. Final 4 showdown. Piplup Cup quarterfinals officially begin Wednesday night. To understand his opponents, he had specifically asked Tian Yue about this year's top 8. 3 from Shanghai University, 3 from Jiangsu University, 1 from Shanghai Jiaotong University, and 1 from Shanghai University High School, all prestigious institutions. The trainer community had its own barriers, and it was already rare for non-light schools to make it to the quarterfinals. Moreover, these people would likely challenge gyms directly after graduation and eventually take the stage at the league conference. Not worth it. Lu Yi shook his head lightly. The growth rate of those geniuses was too outrageous. Red, 1 year since debut, Kanto League champion. Green, also 1 year, defeated by Red just half an hour after winning the cup. Even Ethan, who was often teased in the group, had solid master-level talent. Rather than clash head-in with monsters, it was better to adjust his mindset. Lu Yi thought to himself, as long as I'm useless enough, no one can discourage me. Night fell. Returning home, Gasly was lying in front of the sofa watching TVA live broadcast of the National League Master Circuit. It held a pencil in its mouth, its glowing eyes fixed intently on the screen, nodding from time to time while scribbling notes in a small notebook. Gasly. I get it, I completely understand. Lu Yi chuckled and casually recorded a video to share in the group chat. Viridian Gym. Green, who had just finished a challenge, wiped his sweat and opened the video, pondering for a moment. The Gasly is well trained. The energy cubes are at least master-level craftsmanship. Judging by the color, it's been practicing poison-type moves recently. Viridian Jasmine. Is there something wrong with Gasly? Teacher Lu. No, my Gasly is just too cute, wanted to share. Viridian Jasmine. It really is. Green. From its condition, Gasly isn't far from evolution either. This comment reminded Lu Yi. It had only been 2 months since he caught Gasly, yet it was no longer a newly hatched Pokemon. Combined with its recent intensive training in poison moves, its internal energy was fully stored. It was indeed time to consider evolution. This being his first time preparing a Pokemon for evolution, he didn't dare take it lightly. With a ask when you don't know attitude toward learning, Lu Yi seriously typed in the group. Teacher Lu, how do I get Gasly to evolve? Teacher Lu, how do I make Gasly evolve? Green stared at the screen, his brow furrowed in concentration. As a master-level trainer, how had such a question ended up directed at him? Evolution wasn't that just a natural process? But after a moment's thought, he suddenly realized he'd been taking things for granted. While evolution was a fundamental subject, it was equally vast and profound. Even with all the advances in Pokemon studies, countless mysteries remained unsolved. The true nature of trait evolution, the symbiotic mechanism between Slowpoke and Shelder. Dedicated researchers like Professor Rowan were still active around the world. The existing methods of evolution accumulating battle experience, saturating with type energy, deepening emotional bonds each could have profound effects on a Pokemon's entire future. It was precisely because Teacher Lu was mindful of this that he sought help from everyone in the group. Almost fell into my old habit of arrogance again. Green raised his hand to his forehead, the image of a figure wearing a sun hat floating through his mind. When it came to evolution, he immediately thought of a familiar face. Red was thinking of the same person at the same time as Green. Red. Good question, but we're not the experts. Red tagged Green. You have Blue's contact info, right? Among the 3 Pokédex holders from Pallet Town, Professor Oak had described Red as the fighter, Green as the trainer, and Blue was praised as the evolver. Even Red would consult Blue when his Pokemon were about to evolve. At that moment, halfway up MT Silver, Red offered an energy cube to Pikachu on his shoulder, smiling to himself. Teacher Lu really thinks things through. In the group, Green replied with a tone that suggested he found it troublesome. Green, can't find it. Red, huh? Aren't you too close? Green, haven't contacted her in ages. Lorelei, who had been quietly watching the chat, wore an amused smile. She'd heard all about the entanglements of the Kanto trio Green, Red, and Blue, plus Yellow from Viridian City, who had a crush on Red. The romantic triangles or polygons of young people made even the Elite Four sigh and say, youth is wonderful. Lorelei cupped her cheeks cheerfully. I'll invite her. Gold suddenly popped up. I just got her contact info from Silver. System notification. Group member Gold has invited Parasol Jigglypuff to join the chat. Gold. Blue, change your nickname. Blue, huh? How are you all here? At this moment, Lu Yi, the group owner, looked up at the sky. Was this his fan group or Red's harem group? Everyone in the world could see that Yellow had a crush on Red. except for those two oblivious parties. Add Blue with her complicated relationship, and Misty who had already gracefully stepped aside. The key point was that Green was also Yellow's mentor, and Blue was the sister of Silver. The communications expert. This circle was truly messy. In the group, the naturally sociable Blue was already chatting enthusiastically with Lorelei. Only when Green reminded her did she scroll back to find the ghastly video in the chat history. Blue watched it carefully several times, then nodded with certainty. Ghastly is definitely about to evolve. If possible, I'd like to observe more closely. Group owner, can we video chat? Lu Yi replied. Of course, thank you so much. A notification chimed in the group chat as Blue sent a video call request. Although no one could figure out Lu Ye's true strength, even a legend like Red was his fan, so Blue naturally treated him as a senior and spoke with extra respect. The call connected. Lu Yi casually turned on his camera and let Ghastly float out from behind his shoulder, spinning playfully in front of the lens. On screen appeared a young girl, her round cap tilted slightly, reddish-brown hair cascading to her shoulders, delicate features, and a brilliant smile. Hello, senior. She flashed her pearly white teeth. Lu Yi paused briefly, feeling somewhat awkward being called senior, but explaining would be too troublesome, so he simply nodded. I'd like to ask what exactly I need to do. Blue took his politeness as modesty and continued smiling cheerfully. Senior, just keep training as usual. As usual? Lu Yi thought to himself, will that be like winning without effort? On the other end of the camera, Blue rested her chin on her hand and carefully examined Ghastly floating in midair. The quality of the energy cubes it usually eats must be pretty good, right? The color of its gas shows it's been practicing poison moves recently, and you're even using the harsh, toxin absorption method. Though the approach is tough, Ghastly has a great relationship with you, which shows your training skills are excellent. Indeed, I've been quite dedicated to training lately, Lu Yi nodded. Keh. Ghastly also nodded seriously in cooperation. Blue continued her advice. Maintain that bond, it'll evolve faster. But it's best not to let it evolve suddenly during battle. Too many variables. An Everstone would be safer and allow it to learn moves earlier without any negative effects on the Pokemon itself. Lu Yi mentally noted the key points. Thank you, Senior Blue. You're too kind, Senior Lu. I'll send you Ghastly's evolution data later, just follow that. After hanging up, Lu Yi felt more confident, but an Everstone in the system cost 1,000 BP, and his balance was under 100. He had to check the official Pokemon Store website instead. 10,000 for a broken rock. Seeing the price made him gasp. In the display case sat a fist-sized gray stone with no patterns, yet the price tag read 10,000 yuan. The official explanation stated that recent research had discovered Everstone's effects on Pokemon breeding, causing prices to skyrocket accordingly. Lu Yi searched online and found this was indeed the market rate. Everstones could occasionally be found in mines, where miners usually brought Excadrill and Dugtrio with the pickup ability to try their luck, odds similar to gold prospecting, making these stones hard currency in mining regions. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and placed the order. Including handling fees, the total came to 12,000 yuan. The seller promised delivery by tomorrow, and Piplup's quarterfinal match would officially begin on Wednesday tomorrow. Early Wednesday morning, a delivery worker brought a beautifully packaged Everstone to Lu Ye's home. The delivery was made by a Pelipper, carrying the package in its pouch-like large beak, thoughtfully wrapped with waterproof film on the outside. Lu Yi tore through the tape, styrofoam, and cushioning paper, finally revealing a dull gray, utterly unremarkable stone that made him momentarily suspect he'd been scammed. Ghastly. Ghastly extended its long tongue and, without a second thought, gave it a lick for taste, testing everything was its way of feeling secure. Due to the Piplup Cup, the school had specially granted Lu Yi a day off. Lu Yi would have preferred staying in the classroom to study properly, but his advisors sternly refused. Observing competitions is also a required course for trainers. I've already signed your leave slip, so go with peace of mind. Unable to argue with his teacher, Lu Yi had no choice but to head to the competition center with Ghastly. The afternoon featured the remaining quarterfinal matches, and as a contestant, Lu Yi could sit courtside with VIP-like treatment. In the blazing summer heat, he wore sunglasses and leaned back in his chair, left hand resting on the backrest, right hand swirling an ice-cold cola. Ghastly also claimed a seat for itself, with the Everstone tied around its forehead, not around its neck, simply because it didn't have one. Ghastly gulped down the iced cola through a straw, letting out a low moan of satisfaction. It then nodded vigorously, causing the sunglasses on its forehead to slide down perfectly over its eyes. Ghastly. Evolution materials provided by Xiao Lan floated in front of it, with Ghastly using its black mist to hold up the documents, reading through them like a boss, occasionally nodding in commentary. Ghastly, I see. Lu Yi glanced at its expert-like demeanor and muttered helplessly. You little guy are quite the character. Ghastly. Sorry about that. Ghastly laughed heartily. Just then, someone gently tapped Lu Yi from behind, their voice excited yet cautious. Are you Teacher Lu? You are Teacher Lu, right? Lu Yi turned around alertly. First tell me what you want. I'm your fan. I'd like an autograph. Confirming it wasn't an enemy, he relented. All right then, give me a pen. Usually he rarely acknowledged his identity as tactics were too dirty, and he feared offline retaliation. After signing, the young girl was almost incoherent. I'm a junior from Magic University affiliated high school. I'm about to compete. Could you cheer me on? Louis lowered his sunglasses, looked her up and down, remembering Tian You's mention of the well-developed junior from the affiliated high school, and smiled. Han Xiaoxiao, right? Good luck in your match. Han Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up as she suddenly stood and bowed deeply. I'll definitely work hard to advance to the semifinals. Suddenly, excited shouts erupted from the front rows. The commentator's voice boomed through the microphone. Both sides are displaying incredible skill. On the battlefield, Shen Tingji from Magic University was locked in intense combat against Lu Yuzheng from Jiangxia University. Arcanine lunged forward with a biting attack, but Magneton suddenly separated, using its split mobility to dodge the fire fong. Then 3 magnetic pulse beams shot out abruptly. The devastating mirror shot left Bruhuang's entire body stiff as he collapsed to the ground in defeat. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Bruhuang is unable to battle. Lu Yu from Jiangxia University wins. Nice job. Lu Yi raised his hand with a thumbs up. His opponent Lu Yu came from an electric-type gym and had already possessed the strength of an official trainer before the inter-school competition began. Now, he had become the first contestant to advance to the semifinals. In the next round, Han Xiaoxiao took the stage. As soon as the whistle blew, her Brellum unleashed a barrage of bullet seed attacks, each seed pounding against Graveler's rocky armor. The match was decided within seconds. Looks like she really is a casual player, Lu Yi muttered, surprised that she had actually raised a Brellum. In the audience stands, Tang Hui, the gym leader of Shanghai's psychic-type gym, exchanged quiet words with Song Pengqing, the chairman of the Municipal Pokemon Association. There are exceptionally many grass-type newcomers this year, Song Pengqing said, adjusting his glasses. Does it have something to do with the substitute protect toxic strategy that's been trending on Bilibili lately? Tang Hui raised an eyebrow. You're really behind the times, aren't you? Song Pengqing chuckled. My granddaughter says this strategy is all the rage now. Tang Hui smiled wryly, then flipped through the roster. The next contestant is Jiang Yun from Shanghai Jiaotong University. His swallow is practically broken in this tournament. Huh? His opponent is actually Lu Yi? Song Pengqing was stunned. Swallow was naturally immune to ghost-type moves, and with its guts ability, even Will-O-Wisp would struggle to contain if this was undoubtedly going to be a brutal match. What a shame. I thought he might create a miracle, Song Pengqing said regretfully. For a non-professional contestant to reach the top 8 is already a record, Tang Hui consoled, while also mentioning another noteworthy trainer, Feng Shu, who used Ivysaur. As the sun set in the west, the venue was bathed in golden red light. Shen Tingji still stood beside the contestants' area, looking somewhat hesitant. Didn't you lose? Why haven't you gone back? Lu Yi asked, puzzled. To cheer you on, she said quietly. Apart from Han Xiaoxiao, Lu Yi was now the last remaining representative from Shanghai University in the venue, which showed just how intense the Piplup Cup had become. For him, having Ghastly fight as his substitute throughout the preliminaries and group stages, the reality of it all was just starting to sink in. Lu Yi stood up, stuffing his sunglasses back into his pocket. Let's go. It's our turn. Keck. Ghastly, wearing sunglasses, slurped down an entire cup of cola in one go, then stuffed a hamburger into his mouth and nodded with his mouth full. Shen Tingji watched in amazement. Was this duo here to compete or have a picnic? The announcer's voice once again echoed throughout the venue. Next match, Jiang Yun from Shanghai Jiaotong University versus Lu Yi from Shanghai University. Worth noting, Lu Yi is the only non-battle studies contestant in this tournament and has set a new record for best performance by such a student. Will he stop at the top 8 or continue his climb? Let's wait and see. Jiang Yun had dark skin and a sturdy build. He gave Lu Yi a slight nod of acknowledgement, a man of few words, but clearly focused. Facing this type of serious opponent, Lu Yi abandoned his trash talk tactics. After all, the opponent's swallow was known as the Broken Swallow, and if it really went all out, things could get ugly. Keck. Ghastly floated onto the field and shook his head, sending his sunglasses landing precisely on the ground. Jiang Yun also pulled out his pokeball and said in a low voice, Go, Swallow. When Lu Yi spotted the swallow with its dark blue wings and crimson markings, he had already prepared a consoling speech for Ghastly in his mind. Thank you, Ghastly. It's not that we're too weak, the enemy is just too cunning. Indeed, this swallow's move set was so dazzlingly powerful it was almost despairing, fully living up to its nickname, Bug Swallow. Normal and flying type, with the Guts ability, equipped with Growl, Focus Energy, Quick Attack, Aerial Ace, Wing Attack, and Agility. No matter how you looked at it, this was a physical attacker specializing in mobility. At that moment, it spread its dark blue wings and glided through the air, its form suddenly diving down like an arrow released from a bow. The battle has begun, the announcer declared loudly. Swallow leads with aerial ace. As its signature move, aerial ace struck with overwhelming momentum, its wings and long beak gleaming with sharp white light. Pop! Like a balloon being punctured, the substitute that Ghastly had created in advance was instantly torn apart by the sharp talons. In the judges section, Song Pengcheng, the director of the city association, let out a soft, "Oh." I thought the match would be decided in one round, but I didn't expect Ghastly to have such reaction ability. Tang Hui, the psychic-type gym leader, also nodded. Creating a substitute instantly shows this Ghastly has quite seasoned battle instincts. With the first strike unsuccessful, Ghastly had already floated to Swallow's underside. Jiang Yun commanded in a deep voice. Continue with aerial ace. Swallow immediately turned and dove down, its beak stabbing viciously like a spiral drill. Protect. Lu Yi squinted as he called out. Watch out for its wings. Ghastly condensed an almost solid mist shield, blocking the sharp claw strike hidden as sparks flew. Though aerial ace was blocked, Swallow pressed on relentlessly, its wings crossing like blade fans as it unleashed a fierce wing attack. The announcer roared. A finishing move. This is Swallow's wing attack. However, the sure-hit strike missed its target. Lu Ye's early warning allowed Ghastly to instantly flash away, opening a 3-meter gap. Am I seeing things wrong? Song Pingcheng whispered. In that moment, Ghastly's speed actually exceeded Swallow's? Tang Hui pondered. Lu Yi clearly put Ghastly through speed training. To use gaming terms, he allocated all the effort values to speed. The explosive limit he achieved is now completely on par with Swallow. Every Pokemon has limits, and properly distributing potential is the core of breeding science. Though Swallow's base speed was high, in direct comparison, it had now fallen behind. Jiang Yun's expression shifted slightly. Swallow, agility. He knew Ghastly lacked moves that could directly threaten Swallow. As long as the speed boost succeeded, the match would be without suspense. Seeing his opponent greedily boosting speed again, Lu Yi sighed. Even agility now? You're being way too greedy. Without needing direction, Ghastly also seized the opportunity. The audience erupted in shocked cries. Why did Swallow suddenly fall? That's hypnosis. Ghastly actually knows hypnosis. The Swallow circling in midair was preparing to boost its speed when a hazy beam of light had already locked onto it. Hypnosis shot precisely from Ghastly's eyes, hitting its mark. Screech. The Swallow crashed to the ground with a piercing cry, its eyelids growing heavy as they slowly closed shut. The stands erupted in chaos. Just moments ago, Swallow had been dominating Ghastly. How did the tables turn so suddenly? That kid was hiding hypnosis up his sleeve. Song Pingcheng shot upright, his eyes blazing with intensity. Tang Hui nodded approvingly. He never showed it once before the quarterfinals. These young trainers are getting more tactical by the day. With hypnosis successfully landed, Ghastly didn't have much time left. It turned to Lu Yi, tilting its head with expectant eyes. Lu Yi shrugged. Use whatever you want. It's not like you have any other decent moves. Kakik. Ghastly's eyes lit up with excitement. This was the first time it had used toxic since training began. Ghastly puffed out its cheeks, took a deep breath, and its widened eyes flashed with green light as a sickly green poisonous mist surged forth, instantly engulfing Swallow. From the judges' table, Song Pingcheng muttered under his breath, "Is that toxic? Looks pretty nasty." Tang Hui's smile grew awkward. Lu Yi might actually have a chance to win. Within the toxic fog, Swallow's feathers turned a sickly blue-green as its breathing became labored. The next second, it snapped its eyes open, pupils blazing like flames. Its guts ability had activated. That's it, Swallow. Jiang Yun clenched his fists, his voice hoarse. Aerial ace. Screech. The entire venue's atmosphere ignited. Swallow's wings gleamed coldly as it burst through the mist, charging straight at Ghastly. Lu Yi looked bewildered. I'm supposed to be the underdog here. He urgently commanded. Ghastly, protect. Bang. Swallow crashed into the solid misty barrier with a dull thud that made the audience wince as if hearing bones break. Lu Yi seized the moment. Keep using hypnosis. And so, just as Swallow opened its eyes, it was forced back to sleep. If hypnosis missed, Ghastly would use protect to stall for time, then try hypnosis again. Through this endless cycle, Toxic continued its relentless assault. The bird's body turned purple, its eyes rolled back, and white foam bubbled from its beak while Ghastly crouched nearby, cackling wickedly like it was ready to finish the job with a brick to the head. Even the referee couldn't bear to watch any longer and decisively blew the whistle. Winner. Lu Yi. The arena fell silent. The audience wore complicated expressions. They'd paid to see passionate battles, and while Swallow had certainly shown passion, what was up with this Ghastly, who fights by slowly torturing their opponent? Damn, that's dirty. Refund. I want a refund. Teacher Lu is amazing. From the other side, Han Xiao, who had also advanced to the semifinals, waved frantically at Lu Yi. Shin Tingji was full of questions. You can actually do that? Association Director Song Pengcheng and Gym Leader Tang Hui exchanged glances, both unable to suppress bitter smiles. Song Pengcheng frowned. He's really from the finance department? He looks like a professional trainer with 5 or 6 years of competitive experience. Tang Hui shrugged. All I know is he's broken another historical record. With Gasly, Lu Yi had pulled off an incredible comeback victory against Shanghai Jiaotong University's Jiang Yun from a disadvantageous position, becoming the first non-battle studies student to reach the Piplup Cup semifinals since the tournament's inception, once again shattering historical records. Excellent prediction, BP 50. Successful use of stall poison tactics, BP 50. Victory achieved. Rating, spectacular, BP 100. Remaining BP, 470. A single match had earned him over 400 BP points, far exceeding Lu Ye's expectations. He had assumed Gasly would surely lose, never imagining that his opponent Swellow would perform so poorly. Could it be that I really trained it that well? He muttered, stroking his chin. Meanwhile, Swellow's trainer Jiang Yun had fallen into complete self-doubt. How could it keep using Protect successfully? My coach never taught me how to counter this strategy. He stared blankly at the battlefield, his voice filled with confusion. On the sidelines, reporters swarmed in. Camera flashes created a sea of light as microphones were thrust almost to Lu Ye's nose. Could you share your feelings right now? We heard you're also a popular Pokemon battle streamer. Any insights to share? Teacher Lu, my daughter is your fan too. With the quarterfinals not yet fully concluded, Lu Yi slipped away through the contestant passage with Gasly, breathing a sigh of relief. We're in the semifinals already? He scratched his head. I don't think I've done much serious training, have I? The next contestant to take the stage was Feng Shu, whom he had encountered before. Having watched Lu Ye's stall poison tactics all afternoon, Feng Shu was deeply moved. Truly worthy of teacher Lu coming to this kind of competition to bully kids, and deliberately keeping Gasly from evolving with an Everstone. So typical of his personality. Most trainers couldn't wait for their Pokemon to evolve early to boost their battle strength in subsequent matches. But teacher Lu had specifically given Gasly an Everstone. Aside from extreme confidence, Feng Shu couldn't think of any other reason. I remember this Gasly was caught less than 2 months ago, right? To train it to this level. Could teacher Lu also be a Pokemon breeder? The question swirled in his mind before being pulled back to reality by his upcoming battle. First, make it to the semifinals and have a few rounds with teacher Lu totally worth it. In the evening's final match, Feng Shu's Ivysaur faced off against a sharp-fanged Golbat. The Golbat was exceptionally well-trained, having even learned the powerful 80 base power Leech Life early. However, Feng Shu had learned from Lu Yi, executing the Leech Seed and Sleep Powder combo with masterful precision. The Pokemon traded blows back and forth, their health bars nearly swapping, with Ivysaur barely claiming victory in the end. With that, the quarterfinals concluded. News of Lu Yi advancing to the semifinals instantly shook the entire grade. His phone buzzed incessantly, and even coach Zhai Wenyao, whom he had met once before, sent another school team invitation. But Lu Yi was currently busy declining a different contract, the sponsorship agreement offered by the Piplup Cup organizers. The contract promised an annual training fund of 100,000 yuan, free equipment, poke blocks, and other benefits, but held little appeal for him. Moreover, the contract terms for champions versus semifinalists were worlds apart, and since he had no intention of pursuing a professional trainer career, he naturally couldn't be bothered to sign. The other 3 semifinalists were Feng Shu, Han Xiaoxiao, and Lu Yu from Jiangxi University. Among these 3, 2 were Lu Ye's fans. This wasn't a semifinal match. Lu Ye's expression turned peculiar. This was clearly a fan match. What if he lost to a fan? That would be social suicide on the spot. He stroked his chin and muttered under his breath. No way. I need to get Gasly to train harder. Ever since defeating Swellow, Gasly's body had been flickering with evolutionary white light, only suppressed by the Everstone pressed against its forehead. Now with the evolution data provided by Blue and his homemade energy cubes, evolution was just one step away. Back home, Gasly immediately untied the Everstone from its forehead, its entire body floating in the air as if breathing a sigh of relief. Lu Yi opened his computer and began thinking about content for his next video. His followers had reached 970,000. Achieving this level of popularity with just 3 videos was rare across the entire platform. He had thought of many topics for his Teacher Lu Teaches You Battle series, anger point teams, spikes teams, weakness policy Palos Sand. But he lacked sufficient material, making the final product inevitably rough. At that moment, the system presented another task. I'm really not an all-around content creator. Objective: reach the top of any video category rankings excluding gaming. Reward: 2000 BP, random skill LV3, random purple item 1. Note: this task can be completed repeatedly. This is supposed to be a trainer development system, yet it keeps assigning these side jobs. Lu Ye's mouth twitched, though he found it somewhat appealing. The battle category was dominated by Red and other top players. The music and dance categories were even more competitive. After careful consideration, he decided to venture into the lifestyle category while improving his meals. After several attempts, his cooking skill finally upgraded from LV1 to LV2, sufficient for running a small restaurant. LV3 would be star chef level, which he didn't dare hope for yet, but becoming a food blogger was more than manageable. Ghastly, come help. In the kitchen, Lu Yi rolled up his sleeves. Ghastly floated to his side, its dark mist quietly supporting the spatula. Turn off the heat after the potatoes steam for 20 minutes while I prepare the oven. This time he was recreating a signature dish from Food Wars. Imitation crispy roast meat. The steamed potatoes were mashed into a smooth paste, mixed with sautéed mushrooms and onions, then carefully wrapped in bacon and tied with kitchen twine, garnished with rosemary. Ghastly, put it in the oven, 300 degrees for half an hour. Ghastly. Ghastly's dark mist supported the tray, pushing the entire meat roll into the oven. Meanwhile, Lu Yi melted butter in a frying pan, poured in red wine, and the wine's aroma instantly filled the air, followed by the spicy fragrance of black pepper and other seasonings. The sauce bubbled, its color gradually thickening from ruby red to deep crimson. The aroma spread from the stove all the way to the living room, making Ghastly take several deep sniffs, drool spinning continuously. Ding! The oven timer chimed. The baked bacon potato roll had a golden exterior with glistening oil. Ghastly eagerly opened the oven, and a wave of steaming meat aroma hit them. Lu Yi placed the meat roll in the center of a pristine white plate, drizzled it with the dark red sauce, and added a few sprigs of rosemary for decoration. Not bad. He nodded with satisfaction. Ghastly, wanna try? Here, be careful, it's hot. Lu Yi set up the tripod and smiled at the camera. From now on, it'll be the first Pokemon food blogger. Ghastly supported the plate with its mist, facing the camera. It first gently blew on the food, then tentatively licked the sauce with its tongue, its eyes immediately narrowing into crescents. Then, ignoring the knife and fork, it opened its massive mouth and bit off more than half, juice dripping down the corners of its mouth. Watching this, Lu Yi's Adam's apple bobbed, and he cut off a small piece to taste. The moment it entered his mouth, he seemed to see a herd of toros running across the grassland toward the sunset, hearing the subtle sounds of fermentation from wooden barrels in a wine cellar. A gentle breeze passed by, and he and Ghastly lay in the wilderness wearing straw hats, lost in thought-pure bliss. Thank you for the meal. He smiled, raising his fork. Ghastly. Ghastly lifted its sauce-covered face, grinning with satisfaction. At that very moment, Ghastly's body erupted in brilliant white light. Lu Yi stared blankly at the white light before him. In the first second, he turned to glance at the Everstone on the table. In the second, when he looked back, Ghastly's body was already swelling with mist, sprouting two sharp, ghostly claws. In the third second, he seriously pondered where to press the B button to cancel evolution. But there was only one answer: nowhere. The white light completely enveloped Ghastly. The swirling mist contracted, then rapidly expanded into an irregular purple ghostly face, with rows of spike-like protrusions rising on either side of its head. Its round, bulging eyes stretched longer, with ghostly blue flames burning in the pitch-black pupils. Its originally snow-white fangs were replaced by sharp purple teeth. Along with the evolution, a pair of jagged, ghostly claws floated on either side of its body, moving with exaggerated agility. Evolution complete. Haunter squinted its eyes, cradled the sauce-covered plate in its palms, stuck out its long tongue, and licked it clean with a delighted kikik. Lu Yi rubbed his forehead. So you evolved just to lick plates? With hands now, it was indeed far more convenient than when it was a Ghastly. I just spent over 10,000 on that Everstone, and you evolve anyway? Lu Yi's scalp tightened. But then he remembered Everstones were meant to prevent accidental evolution during battles. This peaceful transformation was actually quite natural. Now I should call you Haunter. Haunter licked the plate spotless, let out a satisfied burp, and squinted with that familiar mischievous grin. Lu Yi chuckled. You're still the same as always. Remember to wash the dishes later. With hands, he wouldn't even need to nag about chores anymore. Kikik. Haunter's face was covered in sauce. Its crimson tongue rolled out as it cheerfully lunged toward Lu Yi. Lu Yi skillfully dodged with a backbend and pulled up its move list. Besides support moves like Substitute, Protect, and Toxic, the first new move was Hex. Haunter could release black mist to envelop targets, with power increasing terrifyingly based on the number of status conditions affecting the enemy. In the real world, status conditions could stack if an opponent had 5 different conditions and then took a Hex attack. Lu Yi shuddered. Dirty, so dirty. This move was learned after defeating Swellow with the help of the Everstone over 10,000 yuan, but it paid for itself. Even so, he still felt the financial pain. He had planned to wait until it learned Shadow Ball before evolving. What a loss. Then again, he wasn't an official trainer anyway, so it didn't matter much. The second new move was Shadow Punch, automatically gained through evolution, though it still needed training to master properly. Haunter was already eagerly throwing punches at the wall. Its fists phased through the wall and emerged from the other side, snapping back to its shoulders with a pop. It let out cackling laughter, having a blast. Lu Yi looked up at the ceiling. This scene seemed somewhat familiar. There's this guy called Jojo or something, right? He summons all kinds of weird stuff, and then just goes crazy punching everything. As Lu Yi made his sarcastic comment, he raised a hand and called out, Haunter. Han Han. Haunter immediately responded, its ghostly, purple figure blending into the shadow beneath Lu Yi's feet with the ease of its natural abilities. Only its two round, glowing eyes swirled about in the darkness. Slip into the shadow behind me first, Lu Yi instructed. Then, with one hand on his hip, he snapped his fingers with a crisp snap. Haunter shadow punch. Han Han. Haunter launched itself out of the shadow, stopping right behind Lu Yi. Its fists flew in a frenzy, creating countless dark, rippling punches that overlapped and shattered in the air, sending visible shockwaves rippling outward. Brilliant. Lu Yi's eyes lit up like light bulbs. Now I'll never have to worry about sneak attacks from behind again. In this world of Pokemon, a trainer's personal safety had always been a tricky challenge. In wild, chaotic battles, even elite 4-level trainers could end up in trouble. The most infamous example was that one chaotic battle in the special series. Dragon Master Lance, of all people, had been taken down by a Rattata and a Caterpie, just a bunch of so-called trash deer Pokemon. That was nothing short of a disgrace for the Elite Four. Now that Lu Yi had Haunter, who could slip into shadows and ambush enemies, he felt much more at ease. While he didn't plan to pursue the path of a full-time trainer, it never hurt to be prepared for the unexpected. After sending Haunter off to get used to its new body and clean the kitchen, Lu Yi grabbed his camera and began reviewing the footage he had just shot. In less than 10 minutes, his calm expression turned into one of delight. The footage was incredible. On screen, a handsome young man was focused on cooking. His knife skills were precise, his movements smooth, and the whole thing was visually satisfying to watch. The dark circles under his eyes and the faint stubble on his chin, likely from sleepless nights, didn't diminish his charm. Instead, they gave him a touch of lazy allure. As the golden bacon sizzled and crackled, its juices dripping into the pan, steam rose in front of the camera lens, vividly captured in the shot. Even Haunter's subtle gulping as it watched the food was recorded. With a bit of editing and a few filters, this could easily become a top-tier food video. But the real highlight came at the end, the evolution scene. Right after Haunter devoured the roasted meat, it began to glow and transform, as if Lu Yi's cooking had directly triggered its evolution. Watching this, Lu Yi couldn't help but pat himself on the back. No one does it like me, he exclaimed, giving himself a satisfied pat on the shoulder. Who else could cook a dish so good it made a Pokemon evolve? But his grin froze in the next moment. Haunter evolving into Jengar meant one thing: its food expenses were about to skyrocket. Compared to Ghastly, Haunter's appetite had already grown exponentially, and Jengar's would be even worse. Cold sweat ran down Lu Yi's forehead. Worse still, Haunter's taste buds had been spoiled by his cooking. From now on, he'd have to grind BP like crazy just to exchange for enough berries to keep it satisfied. And with the system constantly throwing missions his way, it was becoming increasingly clear that this was all one giant trap, nudging him step by step toward the life of a full-time trainer. System, you're scheming against me. Lu Yi clutched his chest, the excitement from earlier draining away into emptiness. He pulled out a calculator and started crunching numbers. Ghastly's monthly expenses, 2,000 yuan. According to the Greenfield Breeding Manual, Haunter's dietary needs are at least 3 times that of Ghastly's. Estimated monthly cost, 6,000 yuan. In 6 months, forget Barriesh wouldn't even be able to afford rent or utilities. Lu Yi took a deep breath to calm himself. At least, as long as it doesn't evolve into Jengar, I can still manage. Determined to make the best of the situation, he inserted the memory card and got to work editing. The multi-angle footage was solid, so there was no need for reshoots. 2 hours later, the final cut was ready. It was already 1:30 in the morning. On screen, the golden, crispy roasted bacon was drenched in rich, savory sauce. Just looking at it, you could almost imagine the burst of flavor as you bit into it. The rising steam practically wafted out of the screen, and Haunter's enthusiastic feasting made it all the more mouth-watering. A late-night food video like this, no one could resist. Lu Yi swallowed hard and decisively hit the upload button. As the platform processed the video, he called out to the kitchen, Haunter, make me a bowl of instant noodles with 2 sausages. Han Han. A minute later, the system notification popped up. Your video has been reviewed and successfully uploaded. Click to view. Lu's Late Night Kitchen Episode 01. Crispy Roasted Bacon Recreation. 10 minutes after Teacher Lu's video went live, the comment section exploded. Grandpa, your favorite content creator just posted. Content creator side hustle series? Holy crap, late night food torture. Posting food videos in the middle of the night, please have some mercy. Wait, is that dish actually glowing? The Billy house buying fans rushed into the video immediately, expecting another clickbait scheme. Each clicked with sincere hearts, just hoping Teacher Lu was okay. But who could have imagined that this streamer, famous for his sharp commentary and tactical analysis, would suddenly pivot to food blogging and upload at 1 a.m. no less. On screen, golden grilled meat was brushed with thick sauce, the filter lowered the color temperature, and soothing background music flowed gently. The bullet comments instantly filled with holy shit, I'm starving. Why did I click this at night? Teacher Lu, you're broke. Besides the stunning-looking grilled meat, Ghastly's eating show delivered another devastating blow. The round ghost type hovered above the plate, devouring large bites while steam seemed to leap through the screen. Just as the 5-minute torture was about to end and viewers were ready to catch their breath, Teacher Lu brought out a second serving and started eating himself. I have never seen such shameless behavior. Suggest renaming it Midnight Rerun. But complaints aside, no one could find fault with his cooking. Steady knife work, precise heat control, even professional chefs couldn't pick it apart. This was also Teacher Lu's first face reveal. Slender fingers flipping the spatula, his profile outlined clearly in the warm light, paired with calm, yet healing narration that actually had people tearing up in the bullet comments. Is this really Teacher Lu? Handsome guy, who are you? Give us back our streamer. The editing style was remarkably similar to a parallel world's Midnight Diner. No flashy techniques, just magnetic narration telling the story gently. The comments section unanimously predicted that the lifestyle category would soon see a wave of food content copycats. The climax came at the end. Ghastly had licked the plate clean and looked like it wanted more when suddenly silver light, flashette evolved directly. Cooking can make Pokemon evolve. New evolution research? I'm completely stunned. Only then did viewers recall the breeder system. Sinnoh's Poffins, Galar's Dynamax soup, and curry. Using cuisine to train Pokemon wasn't unfounded. But wasn't Teacher Lu a tactical master? How did he become a breeder too? Is this the world of the strong? Being handsome is one thing, but cooking too? Lu Bao, I'm in love. Pewter City, Pewter Gym. After comforting his younger siblings and putting them to sleep, the night had grown deep. The stern-faced man stretched and smiled with squinted eyes at his brother behind him. Thanks for your hard work, Jiro. You should get some rest too. Jiro, who bore a 70% resemblance to Xiao Gang, nodded and walked to the door before turning back. With a serious expression, he said, Brother, you've worked hard too. Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Gang smiled and raised his hand, gently tapping his brother's forehead with his knuckles. This is all what I should be doing. The Pewter Gym's strength had long been recognized by the Kanto League, but relying solely on a gym leader's salary to support 9 younger siblings was still a struggle. To supplement the household income, Xiao Gang accepted challenges during the day and worked night shifts at the Pewter City Museum in uniform. That majestic Kabutops was a partner he had gained while working there. Beyond being a trainer, he was also a qualified breeder. After washing his hands, Xiao Gang walked straight to his desk and opened his computer to study new materials as usual. As soon as he clicked on the homepage, a trending video caught his eye. Midnight Diner? He squinted and read the title aloud. A cooking video? Culinary skills had always been his forte, but the video was tagged as Breeder, which piqued his interest. Using cooking to breed Pokemon? Breeders, also known as Pokemon breeders, had diverse functions. Hatching eggs, grooming, cooking, they covered everything. Strictly speaking, a Jean and Xing Lu could also be considered breeders. Qihong often mentioned his junior from Sinnoh, Diamondo, who excelled at using Poffins to enhance Pokemon conditions. He clicked on the video, and his expression immediately grew serious. The filmmaker's knife skills, heat control, and seasoning were somewhat inexperienced, yet made no major mistakes. At the end of the footage, after the Ghastly swallowed the dish, it was suddenly enveloped in evolutionary light, and Jengar's form appeared. Showing off. Xiao Gang instinctively questioned, but immediately dismissed the thought. No, it really evolved because of the cooking. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Was it the emotion poured into the dish, or hidden breeding techniques? In this world, emotional energy was mysterious, yet real. The power of Viridian could temporarily push Pokemon beyond their limits, and the power of bonds was legendary. The Ghastly in the video was clearly intimate with its trainer. That heartfelt cooking was the key to triggering evolution. Really? Xiao Gang's lips curved upward. An excellent breeder. Love for Pokemon was the most important quality of a breeder. Just one short video had already earned Xiao Gang's recognition of that Teacher Lu. He suddenly clenched his fist, his expression becoming solemn. This was mutual admiration between two men, two breeders. After carefully choosing his words, he sent his first private message. Solid as rock, hello. Half an hour passed with no reply. At that moment, Lui had just finished eating instant noodles and returned to find his follower count had inexplicably dropped by 30,000. Damn, too real. He raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself. Seeing his fan count steadily rising again, he wasn't panicked. His OCD kicking in, he opened his private messages to clear all the red notification dots. Suddenly, an ID called Solid as Rock caught his attention. The profile picture was the gray equilateral octagonal badge of Pewter Gym. Lui's mouth twitched as he clicked on the profile. What greeted him was a muscular man with squinting eyes. One more won't hurt. He sighed softly and typed his reply. Teacher Lu here. Want to join the group? When Xiaojing joined the group, it was already late at night. He glanced at the member list and immediately felt a chill run down his spine. It was packed with renowned trainers from all over, a lineup worthy of the Master Division right before his eyes. Xiaojing kept a straight face and muttered under his breath. This roster is way too impressive. At that moment, Ajin was huddled in a corner of the breeding house playing games. The screen's glow illuminated his face while a fierce-looking Togekiss hovered overhead, circling around. Toge, you idiot. Do you even know how to play? Togekiss flapped its wings angrily, its voice sharp and piercing. Ah, Poketaro, stop making noise. Ajin fumbled frantically, but before he could finish speaking, Togekiss knocked him over to the wall with a takedown attack. Then, leaves rustled by the window as an Ambipom swung in from the tree, effortlessly carrying the dazed Ajin to bed. Ajin scratched his messy hair and glanced sideways. Togekiss was patiently teaching Piku how to clear the level, leaving him with nothing but a helpless smile. His phone suddenly vibrated. Ajin took a look and immediately exclaimed, "Squinty-eyed uncle." On the other end of the screen, Xiaojiang's eyelid twitched violently, veins bulging at his temples. "Why aren't you sleeping this late?" Ajin asked in the group chat. "I wanted to ask Mr. Liu for advice on breeding techniques," Xiaojiang answered honestly. "Uh-huh, you mean Teacher Liu? That guy probably went to bed early. Look for him tomorrow." Ajin laughed heartily. Xiaojiang nodded silently. Even though he was used to encountering skilled trainers, looking at the entire row of master-level trainer IDs filled him with awe. Just what kind of powerful breeder could this be? Meanwhile, Lu Yi, who had invited Xiaojiang into the group, had already gone to bed. In the morning, his phone's continuous vibrating woke him up. The group was enthusiastically discussing the midnight diner he had posted the night before. "I'm so hungry." Changpan Dingxiang wailed online. "I made breakfast at home. You can come over later," Qihong replied. Changpan Dingxiang. Ajin exclaimed in surprise. "What? That guy's also a breeder." The group chat grew more animated. Infusing emotion into cooking and making Pokemon evolve, that's already quite an advanced breeding technique, Xiaojing mused. Kona chimed in. Seabold, the water-type Elite Four member from Kalos, probably uses a similar method. Qinglu frowned. He had always believed in survival of the fittest and scorned such emotional approaches, yet had to admit, "I can't deny that Teacher Lu's method seems to work too." "Aha, Ghastly evolved." Xiaolan's eyes lit up. "That was less than 2 months, right?" Xiaojiang stroked his chin and commented seriously. "Getting Ghastly to evolve in 2 months is extremely rare. Mr. Lu is very likely a master-level breeder." Lu Yi stared at his phone in bewilderment. "What breeder? Didn't Ghastly just evolve because it wanted to lick plates?" "I'm not. I didn't. Don't make things up." Watching the discussion heat up, he ultimately couldn't bring himself to burst their bubble and could only sigh. "Fine. Whatever makes you happy." Closing the group chat, Lu Yi opened his backend to check his follower count. It had skyrocketed to 1 million overnight, successfully breaking through the threshold. The system notification chimed. Achievement: million follower content creator unlocked. Reward: commemorative ball X1, skill upgrade ticket X1. Lu Yi's hands and feet went cold on the spot. "A whole million followers, and you're giving me this little stuff?" He looked up and roared. "Tell me, why didn't you give me a master ball? Did you pocket my rewards as commission?" Ding. To commemorate the host's significant achievement, the system will award a precious commemorative ball as a reward. Hearing the familiar notification sound, Lu Yi was still half asleep when the image of that pure white sphere appeared in his mind. Real commemorative balls weren't the buy 10, get 1 free promotional items from games, but limited editions released in small quantities by Pokeball factories during special events, priceless treasures so rare that even collectors had to wait in long lines. Unfortunately, this was just a system-exclusive item for him. Trying to trade it would only bring trouble, and it would likely end up gathering dust on a shelf. What really caught his attention was the second reward, a skill upgrade ticket he'd never seen before. The card was as thin as a gold foil sticker, and the moment his fingertip touched it, the entire card dissolved into tiny particles of light. The system panel popped up. Skill upgrade ticket used successfully. Please select a skill to upgrade. Cooking LV2, Spirit Vision LV1, Energy Block, Crafting LV4, Japanese LV3. The most cost-effective choice would obviously be maxing out Energy Block crafting, but he wasn't a trainer, and LV4 was already sufficient for daily use. After a moment of hesitation and internal struggle, he gritted his teeth and chose Energy Block crafting. "Why do I feel like this is another trap?" he muttered under his breath. Ding. Skill upgrade successful. Energy Block crafting LV5. With your comprehensive knowledge of berries, you have a certain probability of creating perfect quality energy blocks, rivaling those of coordination champions. The upgrade description sounded impressive, but the probability still wasn't 100%, and he'd need plenty of hands-on practice to master it. Even so, while he still had a gap compared to coordination champion Macaulay, crushing coordination masters like Melissa in technique would be a piece of cake. It was still early, so he didn't dare start up that berry blender that hummed like a tractor, lest he wake the neighbors. However, he could already clearly feel the subtle changes in his hand coordination that came with the skill upgrade. "You little rascal, you're in for a treat," he called out toward the next room, pushing open the door to tease Haunter, but suddenly his eyes widened. Kakik. Haunter was throwing punches at the wall. Its 2 ghostly claws, which could detach from its body, whooshed through the air, zipping around the living room, sometimes phasing into walls, sometimes diving down from the ceiling in unpredictable trajectories. It was practicing Shadow Punch. You're a special attacker. With your pitiful physical attack stat, what's the point of practicing punches? Lu Yi facepalmed. Hunter shot him a sideways glance, as if to say, "Are you trying to tell me how to do my job?" Fine, fine, whatever makes you happy. Lu Yi crossed his arms and observed, drawing several conclusions. 1. The ghost claws could only extend 5 meters from the main body, equivalent to a drank range on a stand stat sheet. 2. Precision was practically ease level. 3. Physical attack power remained absolutely pitiful. Practice all you want. I'll buy you some dumbbells sometime. Kakik. Hunter's eyes lit up like two little lamps, nodding excitedly. Lu Yi rubbed his temples. Even Pokemon had limits. No matter how much you train, could you really develop a dual-blade Haunter? But since he never planned to pursue the battle route anyway, rather than dampening its spirits, he might as well let the little guy have its fun. I'm heading to class. Want to come with me? Kakik. Haunter shook its head and resumed its boxing stance, throwing punches with determined grunts. All right then, just don't punch holes in the house. The Piplup Cup semifinals will be held next Wednesday, with a week-long promotional campaign leading up to it. Lu Yi's final exams happen to fall during this period, and summer vacation will begin right after the tests. Since he's decided not to return to his hometown during the break, he plans to visit his parents during the review week before exams. Students, this is our last class of the semester. I'll just take attendance, and then we're done. Professor Chun, always meticulous, stood beside the podium and adjusted his thin-framed glasses. After attendance, the classroom erupted in long-suppressed cheers. Although the review week lasts a full 7 days and exam preparation is painful, it still counts as a mini-vacation for students. Tian Yue from the front row turned around excitedly and called out, "Hey guys, want a game together later?" The student nicknamed Big Brother Dio instantly looked years older. I have to study for computer science, criminal law, and advanced mathematics." Tian Yue immediately shut up, swallowed hard, and turned his gaze to Lu Yi. "What about you, Brother Lu? You probably need to train, right?" "Actually, I'm free." Lu Yi shrugged. "I've already earned enough credits, so it's fine if I fail these 2 courses." "You?" Tian Yue was speechless. The news that a first-year freshman from Magic University had made it to the Piplup Cup semifinals, and from the finance department no less, had already spread like wildfire throughout the economics college. Students from the Pokemon College in the South Campus even made special trips just to catch a glimpse of this legendary junior master. At least 3 battle department students challenged him face-to-face, but Lu Yi declined with a simple, "You're not roadside in peak speeding, you won't drop any money," leaving his challengers both amused and exasperated. After classes ended for the day, Lu Yi pulled out his phone to check the latest stats on his Midnight Diner series. In the gaming section, Teacher Lu was widely recognized as a dirty tactics content creator. Those underhanded tricks that worked flawlessly in his videos would likely result in complete defeat in reality without his commanding skills, leading to extremely polarized fan reactions. Dirty. Teacher Lu is really dirty. How can there be such a handsome tactical master like Teacher Lu? This time, however, he had uploaded a cooking video, which came as quite a surprise. Setting aside the late-night food torture, his culinary skills received unanimous praise from fans. Combined with his understated narration and restrained editing, this Midnight Diner series gained an extra touch of warmth. At the video's end, Haunter's brilliant smile during evolution made viewers truly feel that humans and Pokemon can coexist harmoniously. In the comments section, a highly liked comment caught Lu Ye's attention. Onyx used Harden. Teacher Lu's Midnight Diner strips away worldly vanity and noise, reaching straight to the heart with simple narration. I believe he mainly wants to express the following points. 1. Erase Garchomp. Damn, bro, your analysis is spot on. Art is Electrode. You wrote the most. I'm following you. Lu Ye's expression was priceless. So it can be interpreted that way? He widened his eyes and nodded repeatedly. Driven by numerous positive reviews, the video's popularity continued to climb. While still some distance from the top of the lifestyle section, given the current trend, it was only a matter of time. After confirming the data, he put away his phone with satisfaction. Regarding the Piplup Cup semifinals, Haunter was even more invested than Lu Yi himself. Lu Yi simply stopped training altogether and devoted all his energy to final exam preparation. All right, time to start studying. In the library, Lu Yi pulled out his notebook and muttered to himself. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. His only special contact had sent 2 words with a commanding tone: "Play games." "Not you again." Lu Yi twitched at the corner of his mouth, complaining in a low voice. "Every time I want to study properly, you show up. Do you really think Teacher Lu is just a kept man?" Yet his reply was equally fierce. "Coming. Give me 10 minutes. I'll be home right away." Meanwhile, Sharona sat in front of a massive curved screen, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips before she focused intently on the display again. On screen, a massive Tyrantrum roared and bellowed. She had already failed over 10 times and reluctantly thought of that highly rated professional gaming companion. This level is so hard. She brushed away the golden hair from her forehead, talking to herself. Would it be too much trouble to ask the master to accompany me? Before finishing her sentence, she frantically pressed the controller buttons. Never mind, I'll just pay extra later. On the other side, Louis sprinted through the streets with only one thought time, his money. If the rich lady found another gaming companion, his trip would be wasted. Bursting through the door, he was gasping for breath. The living room walls were full of holes and dents, with fist marks shockingly visible. Hunter was carefully holding a paint bucket, touching up the walls. Hearing the commotion, it froze midair, slowly turned around, and showed a flattering smile. It's okay, I'm mentally prepared. Louis sighed and patted its shoulder. Keep painting, we'll have a good meal later. Kaja. Hunter perked up and continued working. After quickly washing his face, Louis turned on the gaming console. This console was released by Devon Corporation from the Hoenn region, and supposedly the concept of gaming consoles was first proposed by Daigo Zvuch. If this rich second generation couldn't find rare stones, he'd have to go home and inherit his family's fortune worth hundreds of millions. Besides Devon, the Fleur-de-Lis Labs in the Kalos region was also researching AR and 3D technology. Thinking about this, Louis muttered, I wonder if we'll be able to play cards using virtual images in the future. Complaints aside, he skillfully connected to the network. What are we playing today? Monster Hunter. The system interface displayed the mission list, and he used his rental account to head straight to the mission point, where a Garchomp was already waiting in the lobby. Through the team voice chat, a magnetic female voice came through. You're still using Jengar? The voice was slightly husky but exceptionally pleasant. You're also using Garchomp? Louis tried to keep his breathing steady. True. Sharona nodded. How much does it cost to defeat a Tyrantrum? What do you think is appropriate? I'm not too familiar with prices in Sinnoh. Louis considered carefully. I don't know the prices in Dongwon. Sharona said straightforwardly. Just send me next week's bill. Louis was moved to tears. This rich lady was simply an angel. It's fine if we can't clear it. Sharona added. After all, it's a 5-person dungeon. I can find someone else. Karun from Kalos would work too. In her mind, Karun was an all-around genius, skilled in both gaming and performance. You're underestimating me. Veteran player Louis scoffed. In the game, Jengar swung its boxing gloves, grinning menacingly as it charged toward the roaring Tyrantrum. In the skill bar, the Destiny Bond combo was particularly prominent. Die for me, Louis growled. Sharona watched in amazement as Jengar battled the Tyrantrumovan in this game. Teacher Lu still followed the substitute Protect Poison strategy. Finally, purple light flashed as the Destiny Bond combo activated. The massive Tyrantrum crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, dust flying everywhere. Boom. The timer froze at just under 5 minutes. Sharona's delicate face was filled with astonishment. That was way too fast. The level that took so much effort and still couldn't be beaten was just cleared so easily? Cynthia froze. Just seconds ago, she was still struggling with the same dungeon, but now she could only hear her teammates' casual report through voice chat. Boss, come quick. I found rare materials. Louis' voice was filled with barely contained excitement. Don't move, I'm coming. Cynthia immediately responded, her beautiful eyes sparkling even brighter. The evening glow poured over the windowsill as flocks of Pidgey flew past on their way home, chirping softly. Through the headset, Louis sounded like he had just stretched, his voice carrying weariness and laziness. I'm logging off. Okay. Cynthia didn't try to keep him. Louis let out a big yawn. Remember to book in advance next time. My schedule is pretty packed. A master-level trainer couldn't be available on demand. After thinking for a moment, Cynthia nodded in agreement. All right, I'll book in advance next time. Louis chuckled. Speaking of which, why do you always use Garchomp? Just as Cynthia was about to explain, she heard his teasing tone. Don't tell me you're also a fan of Cynthia? As the Sinnoh champion, constantly pestering others to play games was indeed inappropriate. Revealing her true identity would be even more foolish. She composed herself and asked back, Are you a fan of Cynthia? Yes, I really like her, Louis said with feeling. I've been a fan since I first watched Diamond and Pearl. What's Diamond and Pearl? Nothing, just a nickname for a Master League tournament. He glossed over it vaguely. Cynthia's tone remained flat. You could challenge her in the Master League. No, I never wanted to become a trainer. Louis glanced at the haunter beside him. The poor thing was rubbing its deflated belly, looking pitiful with reddened eyes. Keh. Let's hurry up and eat. Look how hungry Haunter has gotten. Louis laughed, changing the subject. I'm logging off now. Let's connect again next time. Cynthia's lips moved slightly, but she only softly hummed in agreement. One more thing. What? Have you ever heard a Primarina's song? I think it sounds a bit like your voice. A subtle smile curved Cynthia's lips. Thank you. Your Japanese is quite good too. See you. Louis waved and logged off. In her room, an elegant Glacian jumped onto Cynthia's lap, curling up obediently against her chest. She brushed back her golden hair, gently stroking her pet's smooth fur, murmuring to herself. A tactical master who doesn't want to be a trainer? A gentle smile bloomed on her exquisite features, eventually forming a breathtakingly beautiful curve. How interesting. Louis removed his headset and let out a long breath. I knew it. There's no way it could be Cynthia. The Garchomp had made him suspicious, which was why he deliberately mentioned the champion's name to test her. However, her reaction was calm as usual, like meeting a fellow fan. I was definitely overthinking it. He shook his head in self-mockery. A league champion wouldn't have time to play games every day. Regardless of who this rich lady really was, her generous spending was undeniable. Even if she's average-looking in person, just her voice is enough to make people fantasize. Lee slapped his cheeks hard. You're supposed to do great things. Even though living off your looks would be easy, you can't lose sight of your goals. His phone buzzed. Cabbage ice cream. Remember to send me the bill. I am afraid I'll forget. Sure thing, Teacher Lou. Haunter floated nearby, watching the entire exchange. It glanced sideways at Lu Yi with a smirk creeping across its face. KH. Companionship doesn't count as salary, and how can skilled work be called living off someone? Lu Yi muttered defensively, then threw out a few self-justifying remarks. Pokemon expenses were too high, he never really wanted to be a trainer, and so on. KH. Haunter clutched its belly, laughing so hard that its laughter exploded through the tiny apartment, filling the air with joyful echoes. Before they knew it, review week had arrived. Teacher Lou's debut episode of Midnight Diner had climbed to third place in Billy's lifestyle section, though the top spot still belonged to Professor Oak's Backyard Chronicles. Even though Professor Oak himself didn't use Billy, he'd specifically hired a team to set up high-definition cameras, documenting his backyard Pokemon day after day. The Spinda are so adorable. Holy cow, a whole Tauros herd. Tens of thousands of acres, you call that a backyard? Louis spent half an hour watching Spinda videos, then contentedly hit the like button. Lunch was bacon and fried eggs. Haunter neatly folded its napkin and floated beside the table, elegantly cutting the bacon with a knife and fork. Louis raised an eyebrow. Remember to grab the luggage later, we're heading back to my hometown. KH. Since he wasn't planning to return during summer break, he decided to visit his parents during review week instead. His hometown was a 2-hour journey from the metropolis, small village nestled between mountains and water. With luggage packed and gifts labeled with each relative's name, the two boarded the high-speed train, then transferred to a bus. Half an hour later, the earthy scent of the countryside hit them. The sky suddenly became crystal clear, and the sound of babbling streams filled their ears. Be careful not to scare anyone, Louis warned. KH. Haunter responded confidently, dragging a luggage bag twice its size as it floated forward. At the village entrance, a little girl with pigtails was riding a scooter. She recognized Lu Yi immediately, abandoned her scooter on the ground, and bounded over joyfully. Big brother Lu. She flashed a gap-toothed smile from losing baby teeth and threw herself into Lu Yi's arms. Lu Yi ruffled her hair. Little Exine, did you miss your big brother? Mama said you'd definitely bring presents. Little rascal. Here you go. He pulled out a shrunken pokeball and pressed it into her palm. AA pokeball. Lu Xiaoxing clutched the ball, her voice trembling. Big brother, isn't this too expensive? At 500 yuan market price, her hesitation was perfectly reasonable. Your mom told me you've always wanted to catch a Pidgey. I'll take you up the mountain this afternoon. Lu Yi smiled. Little Xian's eyes instantly lit up like stars, and she leaned over to plant a big smooch on Lu Yi's neck. Thank you, big brother. Haunter mimicked her, poking its head out from behind Lu Yi and pointing to its own cheek, indicating my turn. Little Xian first froze, then stiffened, then burst into tears with a loud wah. Mama, there's a ghost. Haunter panicked, rummaging through the luggage for tissues to offer her, but the little girl had already run away crying. KH. It hung its head dejectedly, its entire face turning a gloomy gray. Louis patted its back. How about I give you a kiss instead? Haunter rolled its eyes in disgust, picked up the luggage, and floated ahead sullenly. Watching its retreating figure, Louis suddenly felt sentimental. You've changed, you weren't like this before evolving. Just as he finished his lament, Haunter had already floated to the far end of the village entrance. Louis shouted, wait for me, and don't go scaring any more kids. When Louis returned home, his mother was lighting the fire to cook dinner. Seeing him arrive, she immediately looked incredulous. Mom, what's for dinner? Louis casually sat down on the wooden bench and grabbed a purplured bayberry from the basin, popping it into his mouth before picking another one to hand to Ghastly, who was following behind him. Oh, just some simple dishes. Liang Fong patted her apron and sat down by the stove. How was school? Pretty good. Where's Dad? He went to pick berries on the hill behind your uncle's place. He'll be back soon. Liang Fong had already noticed Ghastly crunching on the bayberries, but didn't ask questions. She just watched the ghost-type Pokemon with kind eyes for a while. Is this your Pokemon? Yeah, just caught it. Let it eat more, look how thin it is. While they were chatting, the courtyard gate creaked open, and Lu Ye's father burst in carrying a bulging sack on his shoulder, looking energetic. Hey, little Lu is back. Dad, how many berries did you pick? Lu Yong, whose temples were already streaked with silver, laughed heartily. Not that many, just picked a little bit from your uncle's place. Lu Yong used to be a teacher in the city, but finding the pace unsuitable, he simply returned to the village to become a village official. The family kept a zigzagoon, while a Oddish tended to the potted plants in the courtyard. He occasionally played with the neighbor's Lilliput or went to the river to fish for Magikarp, enjoying his own leisurely lifestyle. At that moment, the zigzagoon saw Ghastly's menacing grin, its dark round eyes suddenly widening as it timidly shrank behind Lu Yong. Lu Yong lightly kicked the zigzagoon's rear. Don't be scared, go say hello. Ghastly immediately assumed a boxer's stance, throwing punches at the zigzagoon with enthusiastic huff-huff sounds. Since Shadow Punch had no effect on normal types, Lu Yi had to send both Pokemon to play in the corner of the courtyard. How long are you staying this time? Lu Yong set down the sack and wiped his sweat. I'll stay for 2 days, then have to go back. There are still exams at school. Your uncle said you were on TV, something about a Piplup Cup. What kind of competition was that? Just a casual tournament, nothing for you to worry about. Father and son continued their casual conversation, and Lu Yi finally understood the situation. The back hill was now dedicated to growing berries, which brought high profits and good sales, but it also attracted wild Pokemon who damaged many saplings, giving village official Lu Yong a headache. You came at just the right time today. Tonight you'll go up the mountain with your uncle. Lu Yong took a puff of his pipe. Go check on those newly planted saplings and make sure the wild Pokemon don't eat them all. Are the mountain Pokemon really that fierce? Lu Yi asked curiously. You bet they are. Many saplings have been bitten to death. I keep telling your uncle not to set traps in cages, but if this continues, we'll have no choice. Lu Yi nodded. I'll go take a look tonight. Ghastly is pretty strong. A few wild Pokemon shouldn't be a problem. He thought to himself that since this place wasn't far from the county seat, if there were any real trouble, the League would have intervened already. As the sun gradually set, wisps of cooking smoke rose from the rooftop. At the dinner table, Liang Fong kept serving food to Ghastly, making Lu Yi feel quite neglected. After dinner, he took the zigzagoon out for a walk to digest their meal, bringing Ghastly along to bully the little kids. However, the village children were naturally boisterous and quickly became fast friends with Ghastly. Brother Lu, don't hog my swing. I want to play on the seesaw too. Brother Lu, get down first. After playing enough, Lu Yi took the zigzagoon and visited houses throughout the village, walking away with plenty of fruits and snacks. Late into the evening, Lu Yi sat cracking sunflower seeds, his mouth never stopping. The life of a village bully is just that simple and plain. And boring. Kawa horse cry pierced the air as a dark crow landed atop a telephone pole, tilting its head to survey the village road below. Dusk had just crept over the mountaintop when Uncle called out to Lu Yi, who had come home to visit family, asking him to join him for a nighttime trip up the mountain. Your dad told you about this, right? Uncle smiled as he handed over a flashlight. It's rare that you're back, but I still have to ask you to come guard the forest with me. Sorry to trouble you. No problem. I'm used to being a night owl anyway. Lu Yi took the flashlight and smiled back. Behind Uncle, a snarling local dog followed closely, barking frantically at the Ghastly floating in midair with neurotic intensity. Ghastly, however, seemed completely oblivious, using its fingers to stretch its mouth into an exaggerated arc, rapidly changing its ghostly expressions in provocation. As twilight deepened, the dense forest became so dark you couldn't see your own fingertips. Uncle switched on his flashlight and had the dog lead the way. Little Lu, stay close. I've set quite a few traps and cages, he muttered as they walked. You educated folks might think this method is too harsh, but if I can't catch the fruit thieves, I'll be drinking the northwest wind. The orchard was practically the livelihood for almost every household in the village, yet wild Pokemon would come cause trouble every few days. Lu Yi hadn't investigated the situation and knew he had no grounds to argue, so he just silently followed behind. The mountains echoed with the calls of partridges and faint, distant roars, making the night feel even more eerily cold. Emerging from the dense forest, sparse fruit trees came into view, with several saplings reduced to nothing but bare trunks. Damn it, not again. Uncle stamped his feet in anger. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed through the bushes. Dog chase. Hal the dog roared and charged in. Psychic vision check in progress, 61. Check successful. The lighting was too poor. Lu Yi could barely make out that the black shadow looked like a ball of fur, but couldn't identify the species. Ghastly, follow up. Confuse Ray. Lu Yi called out in a low voice. Even though it might accidentally hit the dog, this was the most reliable move at the moment. Ghastly cackled as it dove down, its eerie light exploding across the entire orchard, as blindingly bright as daylight. A sharp, mournful cry suddenly rang out from deep in the bushes. It stepped in a trap. Uncle pumped his fist excitedly. The two rushed forward to see drops of fresh blood trailing along the broken iron cage. It could bite through the cage? How strong are those teeth? Uncle's expression turned strange. The body size shouldn't be that big. Lu Yi frowned. Uncle, you stay here. Ghastly, and I will pursue. If we don't catch it tonight, I won't be able to sleep peacefully in the countryside. Be careful then. The night was deep, with only the rustling of cicadas. Fat caterpie dropped from the trees one by one, spinning thick silk. Louis stepped on dead branches, the crunching sound particularly clear in the quiet night. The eagle eye effect of his psychic vision indicated that the green bloody footprints gradually faded, finally stopping at the trunk of a sturdy camphor tree. Louis looked up. A sharp cry suddenly exploded, and a black shadow swooped down from the treetop. Ghastly, protect! Black mist instantly formed a barrier, sparking cyan blue sparks. Confuse ray. Louis squinted and shouted simultaneously, Murphy's Law. Black mist rolled around Ghastly's body as eerie light shone through, but it seemed to be torn apart by something. The black shadow actually pierced through the fog and lunged forward viciously. Ineffective? Normal type. Louis cursed under his breath. Protect again. That's the dark type move. Bite, your defense is fragile. You can't take it. Poison gas. Ghastly spewed toxic fog at the black shadow right in front of it, causing the opponent to immediately choke and shudder. Don't burn the tree will-o-wisp. The pale blue ghostly fire wasn't very hot, but it was enough to ignite the thick poisonous gas. B. A pained cry pierced the night as the ghostly fire flickered and died. Thud. The black shadow crashed heavily to the ground, letting out a hoarse whimper. Louis picked up a branch and carefully approached. Crack. As soon as the branch pushed aside the creature's messy fur, it was bitten through by sharp fangs. At the same time, the system's Pokédex finally displayed the identification results. Louis stared at the screen in a daze, then glanced at the black ball covered in burn marks and thick fur. He opened his mouth in disbelief. EV. Looking at this pitch-black little creature, Louis found it hard to connect it with the gentle, adorable EV from his memories. Had anyone ever seen an EV that would bite people on sight? While he was still puzzled, the little one had already scooped up a pawful of sand and flung it at Ghastly's face. Taking advantage of the ghost type's instinctive dodge, it bolted on all fours, desperate to escape. EV. After just 2 or 3 steps, it collapsed and rolled on the ground in pain, its hoarse cry filled with unwillingness. Moonlight filtered through the forest canopy, illuminating the blood seeping from its hind leg, dripping steadily onto the fallen leaves. Come on, I'm not some bad guy. Louis sighed, slowly approaching. The mud-covered EV trembled uncontrollably. With nowhere to retreat, it could only bare its teeth and growl low, its voice hoarse yet warning. EV. Ghastly. Ghastly floated closer curiously, extending a claw to poke. The EV immediately bit down hard. Before Ghastly could even cry out, it quickly pulled back its hand, face pale as a sheet, clutching its head with both hands. A perfect, the scream.jpg pose. Just then, Uncle arrived panting heavily, hands on his knees. Did you catch it? Not sure if it's this one though. Louis looked at the battered EV, hesitation filling his heart. The Pokemon's fur was matted into tangles, the soft fluff around its neck burned black, its hind leg a bloody mess, and its claws broken and jagged. Yet it still stared at everyone with those dark, vigilant eyes, evoking deep sympathy. Uncle swallowed hard, stammering. It probably isn't this one, right? This little thing. EV. The accused EV immediately struggled, fury blazing in its eyes. Uncle was so intimidated by this display that he stepped back. Ghastly floated in front of it, eyes glowing with the blue light of hypnosis. Eve. The EV shook its head desperately in resistance, but eventually collapsed drowsily onto the grass. Looking at this extremely wary little creature, Louis sighed. Can't just leave it here. I'll take it back with me. Uncle finally relaxed, nodding repeatedly. Thanks so much, Xiaolu. If you need anything, just tell Uncle, don't be shy. Louis picked up the EV by the scruff of its neck, surprised by how light it felt. Need to get back and bandage it up first. Watching its steady breathing and peaceful expression in sleep, he murmured softly. You've been through a lot out here in the mountains, haven't you? EV were well suited as pets, but also frequently abandoned. First, their appearance varied in quality. Second, aggressive cubs were often considered defective and discarded at birth. Cruel, but such was the reality for ornamental Pokemon. Ghastly. Ghastly pointed at the Pokeball on Luya's waist, looking at him questioningly. Didn't you see how desperately it was fighting back? Luya smiled wryly. If I capture it now, it'll hate me forever. Ghastly. Ghastly scratched its head, then went to poke the sleeping EV's little face, covering its mouth to stifle giggles after succeeding. Dawn was approaching, with the eastern sky showing hints of pale light, as a few hoot-hoot perched listlessly on branches. Louis carried the EV home, brow slightly furrowed. Should I give it a bath first? He asked Ghastly tentatively. Ghastly. Forget it, no point asking you anyway. Louis pulled out his phone, wanting to ask the experts in the group chat for help, but they were probably still asleep at this hour. Scratching his head, he muttered. Red's EV evolved into Espion, and even that one wasn't this temperamental. Who else has an EV? Whatever, I'll handle this myself. He rolled up his sleeves, first boiling a pot of water, then rummaging through the house for alcohol and cotton cloth. System, do you have any medical skills? Would you like to spend 500 BP to purchase emergency medical treatment one-time use? Highway robbery? Fine, I'll buy it. Ding, purchase successful. Remaining BP, 570. The skill took effect immediately, and he instinctively understood what to do. He carefully unwrapped the old bandages from Evie's leg. Hold her down for me. If she wakes up, use hypnosis again, got it. Ghastly. Ghastly gave him an okay gesture. Lu Yi parted the matted fur, and the sleeping Evie whimpered in pain. Her slender leg was covered in blood, with bone fragments visible. To still be able to run in this condition, this little one's tough. He disinfected first. Proper suturing would have to wait for the Pokemon Center. Even he gasped at the gruesome wound. Evie's eyes remained closed, her dirty little face full of panic and helplessness. Lu Yi gently rubbed her head, trimmed away the blood-matted fur, and touched the wound with an iodine-soaked cotton swab. Evie's eyes shot open as she struggled violently. Ghastly. Ghastly's tongue curled as blue light emanated from it. Using hypnosis. The little one stiffened before collapsing again. Lu Yi wiped his sweat. Paralysis and hypnosis. Use everything. Ghastly nodded excitedly. The sun rose. During the makeshift surgery, Evie woke up 3 times and was hypnotized 3 times. Every time she woke up, she tried to bite, nearly sending Lu Yi to the hospital himself. That was close. This patient is way too aggressive, he joked to himself. After finishing up, Lu Yi spread bedding on the floor and gently placed Evie on it, thoughtfully tying the bandages into a bow. While Evie slept soundly, he checked her belly. Female. The bow was the right choice. By mid-morning, Evie was still fast asleep. His uncle dropped by and circled around her in amazement. Hard to believe such a little thing has such a fierce bite. It's the move bite, Lu Yi explained. She has other small injuries too, probably from fighting wild Pokemon in the mountains. This one's pretty high level and has plenty of battle experience. Just to be safe, he kept his parents at a distance and took turns with Ghastly keeping watch. After lunch, the famished Evie finally opened her eyes. What greeted her were 2 heads tilted curiously to either side, a young man and a Ghastly. Oh, you're awake, Lu Yi said, leaning his head against Ghastly. Jia. Ghastly also tried its best to show a friendly smile. Evie shrank back a bit, crouching on the blanket, then bared its teeth and let out a warning growl. Evie. Suddenly, Evie made an adorable cry. Standing on its injured hind leg, Evie quickly retreated about half a meter. Before its eyes was a bowl full of energy cubes, all freshly made by Lu Yi from fresh berries. The village chief's house had a berry blender, and it was of better quality than the one at Lu Ye's home. This was also the first time Lu Yi had made perfect quality oranberry blocks. Want to try some? Lu Yi asked eagerly. Jia. Ghastly nodded while wiping its drool, but the saliva kept flowing down. Evie still bared its teeth, crouching low on the ground in an attacking posture. All right, we won't watch you. Lu Yi raised both hands. We're leaving now, but don't you dare sneak a bite. Evie turned its head away, showing disdain for the charity food. Ghastly stared longingly at the full bowl of energy cubes, tears streaming down its face. If you won't eat them, let me have them. Ghastly wanted to say more, but Lu Yi had already dragged it away. The two stood outside the brick wall, peeking at Evie through the gaps. Is it really not going to eat? Lu Yi looked puzzled. These are made with master-level craftsmanship. Jia. Ghastly wept bitterly, wishing it could be that Evie. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from the courtyard. Crunch like the soft sounds of chewing. Lu Yi's eyes lit up. After waiting for a while longer, Lu Yi kicked open the courtyard gate. Evie jerked its head up from the bowl, its face full of shock and innocence, berry juice staining the corners of its mouth. As if trying to explain something, Evie opened its mouth, then immediately dove back under the covers, burying its head in the blanket. Evie had already settled into Lu Ye's home. Its front leg was wrapped in a bandage tied with a neat bow, though its fur remained dull and grimy, as if it had rolled around in the mud several times. Lu Yi had rolled up his sleeves multiple times, wanting to carry this dirty little creature to the bathroom for a wash, but remembering that the wound hadn't fully healed yet, he held back and had to give up for now. Evie showed no courtesy toward its new environment, building a makeshift nest in the corner of the courtyard using dead branches and fallen leaves. In just 3 days, nearly all the potted plants in the yard had been completely destroyed, with only broken ceramic shards rolling around on the ground. Lu Yong stood by the floor-to-ceiling window watching for a while, then waved his hand with a bitter smile. It's fine. It's still just a child after all, huh? Crash. Another crisp sound rang out as a blue and white porcelain planter shattered to pieces. Lu Yong's eyebrow twitched violently, his hand holding the chopsticks trembling uncontrollably, but the next second he still slammed down his bowl and chopsticks. I'm going outside for some fresh air. At the dining table, Lu Yi sheepishly promised his mother, Mom, I'll replace all the plants for Dad later. Liang Fong raised an eyebrow curiously. What kind of plants are you planning to replace them with? Those southern ones called nonsense trees they can survive without watering, Lu Yi suggested. After speaking, he stepped into the chaotic courtyard. Fallen leaves and scattered soil were everywhere, and Evie was picking up a flat stone shard, grinding its claws with a scratching sound. Hearing footsteps, its ears shot up immediately, eyes filled with wariness, but after recognizing who it was, its little tail wagged gently before drooping down again. Vui. The little creature called out weakly, lying on the ground and extending its tongue to lick the bow-tied bandage. When the wound starts itching, it means it's almost healed. Lu Yi crouched down, speaking gently to comfort it. Don't move, let me change your bandage. This was Evie's third day here. With its amazing recovery ability, plus the spray effects of Pokemon medicine, the wound had already closed, and scabbed overus medicine had no effect on humans, but could bring Pokemon back from the brink of death. As for food, Lu Yi hadn't neglected that either. His poke block making skill was a solid LV5, and even Hoopa would have to nod approvingly if it came by, was quite confident about this point. Eevee still refused to cooperate, sticking its rear end up, but was eventually lifted onto Lu Ye's lap. It might hurt a little, just bear with it. Vui. Eevee turned its head away, but its eyes quickly reddened from the stinging pain. Tears welled up, yet it stubbornly didn't make a single whimper. Lu Yi gently ruffled its fur with heartache. Eevee's whole body stiffened, its fangs nearly touching his hand, but finally it let out a deflated, low purr. In a couple days when the wound is stronger, I'll give you a bath, okay? Vui. Eevee immediately broke free, its tail puffing up like a broom. That won't do, girls all love being pretty, otherwise even the rescue center. Lu Yi muttered half-jokingly. Before he could finish, Eevee jumped out of his arms, ears perked up and glaring angrily. That look could practically set the air on fire. Vui. Lu Yi was stunned and could only spread his hands. All right, I get it. But would you be willing to let me capture you? Eevee gave him a cold glance, turned around and crawled back into its little nest without a word. Outside, Uncle Lu Yong had been waiting anxiously. Seeing his nephew come out looking dejected, he quickly lowered his voice. Still won't let you capture it? Lu Yi nodded and sighed. I probably said the wrong thing. Lu Yong scratched his scalp. Then what do? We can only send it to the rescue center? Or should I ask the neighbors if they'd be willing to adopt it? Lu Yi turned to look at the pile of dead branches in the courtyard. Forget it. Let's just release it back into the mountains. He had never planned to become a trainer, while that Eevee had an extremely strong fighting instinct in its bones. Forcing it to stay by his side wouldn't be fair. Jengar. Under the eaves, Haunter heard its master's sigh and also drooped its arms. It had originally thought it could have another playmate, and had even practiced its boxing greeting moves with Zigzagoon. As for Zigzagoon being sent to the Pokemon Center, it was clearly immune to Shadow Punch, so don't go spreading rumors. As review week drew to a close, Eevee's attitude grew increasingly cold. At dusk, Lu Yi pushed open the wooden gate of the courtyard and immediately noticed the colorful energy cubes in the food bowl, completely untouched. His heart sank with disappointment. After applying medicine to Eevee for the last time, he skillfully tied the pink bow around its neck, as usual. You can go now, Lu Yi said, standing at the threshold with a calm tone. Eevee tilted its head in confusion at first, then stood up with a cold expression. It walked across the courtyard with slightly unsteady steps, deliberately bumping into Lu Ye's leg as it headed straight toward the country path, without a trace of reluctance. The sky was shifting from golden to dim. Lu Yi followed behind, and the shadows of the man and Pokemon stretched long under the setting sun. When they reached the end of the field ridge and darkness fell on both sides of the sky, he called out, If you know the way, you can always come back. Eevee didn't look back, its silhouette swallowed by the twilight. Lu Yi pulled out the pokeball he'd been clutching until it was warm, whispering to Haunter beside him. The moment it turns around, I'll throw it. Kakik, Haunter nodded solemnly. But until that figure disappeared around the bend in the path, Eevee never gave him the slightest chance. Lu Yi felt hollow in his chest and sighed. Let's go, Haunter. Kakik. Haunter's eye sockets drooped as it floated lower than usual. Meanwhile, in the reed grass by the field ridge, Eevee quietly watched the two figures until night swallowed their shadows, then leaped lightly and vanished into the darkness. That night, his uncle burst through the door like he was carrying earth-shattering news. I had an expert take a look. Those saplings weren't damaged by Eevee at all. Is that so? Lu Yi merely nodded. Why aren't you happy? Now you can capture Eevee fair and square. It left today. Lu Yi rubbed his temples. It didn't agree to come with me. His uncle's eyes widened. Just chuck the ball at its head and be done with it. I thought about it, but it wouldn't even turn around. Lu Yi smiled bitterly. Respecting a Pokemon's wishes had always been his principle. His uncle stroked his chin and clicked his tongue, then lowered his voice. Come up the mountain with me tonight. I know which little rascals have been gnawing on those saplings. What Pokemon? Raticate. They can't chew the big trees, so they can only gnaw on the newly planted saplings to wear down their teeth. Lu Yi was already in a foul mood and asked through gritted teeth. Can we just burn them all down? Don't be ridiculous. We'll just teach them a lesson. Haunter. Lu Yi shouted toward the house, shouldering a fire extinguisher. Come on, we're going up the mountain tonight. Midnight. The night sky was crystal clear after the rain, with the moon shining as bright as polished wax. Lu Yi walked at the front, his steps filled with anger, while his uncle hunched his shoulders and shivered behind him, muttering, "I'll probably have to hold him back later." Before they reached their destination, sharp cries echoed from deep in the forest. Ratata! Evui! Clearly a battle. Lu Yi charged forward, and the moment he pushed through the bushes, his eyes widened in shock. Under the moonlight like water, Evie was surrounded by several Raticate and a group of Ratata, yet it still held its head high with a disdainful expression. The pink bow swayed gently at its neck. Evie! Lightning flashed. Evie's form shot forward like an arrow from a bow, barely dodging Eradicate's deadly fangs, its tail sweeping across, sending a Ratata flying. Breaking through the encirclement, Evie kicked up a massive cloud of sand, hurling it straight into the face of the lead Raticate. Rata! The plump Raticate shrieked in pain, squinting as it lost its bearings. Its front paws flailed wildly, but it couldn't catch the elusive Evie. Seizing the moment of confusion, Evie crouched low and darted forward, its fangs sinking deep into the opponent's shoulder blade. With a powerful heave, it toppled the grassland tyrant to the ground and pressed down hard with its front paw. Uncle stared in amazement. This Evie? Is this strong? Vui! Evie flicked its tail in response. Just then, two Rattata lunged from the flanks. Before Evie could turn its head, a familiar command rang in its ears. Quick attack dodge. Vui! It hesitated mentally, but its body instinctively became a blur, slipping out of the attack trajectory. After escaping danger in an instant, Evie couldn't help but look back, its eyes already slightly reddening. Don't space out. Lu Yi barked sharply. Left side, watch out. Use swift. Vui! Evie sniffled, sidestepped the tackle, then spun forcefully. Star-shaped beams shot out like blades, accurately striking both Rattata and sending them tumbling to the ground. With their leader subdued, the Rattata instantly scattered, squealing as they dove into the grass and fled in all directions. Evie perked up its ears, about to give chase, when Lu Ye's call came from behind. Evie! It froze completely, instinctively using its grimy little paws to wipe the dust from its face, then pretended to stay composed as it turned away and continued walking forward. Suddenly, Evie's neck shrank back. A pokeball had struck precisely on top of its head. Red light flashed as it glared tearfully at Lu Yi with fierce resentment before being drawn into the ball. Uncle, it won't break out, will it? The uncle beside Lu Yi swallowed nervously. That look just now didn't seem like it wanted to be caught at all. Lu Yi shrugged with a wry smile. I should have realized it sooner. Turns out it's its Sundara. Silence fell over the surroundings, with only the gentle breeze rustling through the grass. Click! After a soft sound, the pokeball remained perfectly still. Perfect capture. The forest was silent, with pure white moonlight streaming down. Lu Yi bent down and picked up the pokeball, lying quietly among the soft fallen leaves, his face full of helplessness. Sunders were truly troublesome. If this little guy had just turned around earlier, he would have seen everything clearly, instead of Lu Yi fighting thin air all over the mountain. He had even considered Evie's feelings thoroughly. Inside the pokeball, the dirty little Evie curled up slightly, nervously looking around. It twitched its nose as a familiar, comforting scent filled its nostrils. Through the translucent ball wall, it saw Lu Yi outside, froze for a moment, then looked away with disdain and lay down, squinting. I'm just a little tired. I'll take a nap now and pretend I don't know anything. Drowsiness washed over it, and its eyelids grew heavier. Nearby, Haunter and Lu Yi exchanged glances, both scratching their heads simultaneously. What should they say next? Kakik, never mind. Lu Yi simply called out loudly. Evie, get days. Not far away, Uncle stepped forward and kicked the still playing dead Raticate, also scratching his head. We wronged Evie last time, but how did it show up again? Perhaps it wanted to prove itself. Lu Yi smiled slightly. Evie wouldn't explain itself. Driving away this pack of Raticate was already its way of repaying kindness. It just hadn't expected to encounter Lu Yi here again. The little one had almost lost its composure then. Fortunately, Lu Yi hadn't seen it bare its teeth. I'll take this Raticate to the Pokemon Center. Uncle pulled out a Pokeball and pursed his lips. Freeloading here is much better than living wild in the mountains. Red light engulfed Raticate. The Pokeball shook 3 times and settled finally. Everything was resolved. Lu Ye's greatest gain from this trip was this Sundara little Eevee. As night grew darker and Eevee had just finished a fierce battle, he decided to let it sleep a bit longer. Taking advantage of the break, he scanned Eevee's data with his Pokédex. Eevee. Type. Normal. Ability. Anticipation. Moves. Growl. Sand attack. Tackle. Tail whip. Quick attack. Swift. Bite. This Eevee was all alone, without a pack, and hadn't learned the fairy-type move Baby Doll Eyes, but it had mastered its other moves quite skillfully. During their first encounter, even Haunter had nearly been caught off guard, showing how much hardship it had endured in the back mountains. You've worked hard, Lu Yi whispered to the Pokeball. From now on, I'll take care of you. As his words fell, the Pokeball gently swayed once, like a silent response. Review week was about to end, and Lu Yi had to return to school for final exams. Before the exams, there was also a fan match waiting for him. His schedule was packed without a moment to breathe. The next morning, after breakfast at home and saying goodbye to his parents, he boarded the high-speed train to Shanghai. In the train car, scrolling through his phone, he suddenly exclaimed softly, "Oh, I made it to the top of the lifestyle section." Teacher Lu's late-night diner had defeated Professor Oak's backyard to successfully claim the top spot in the lifestyle section, instantly drawing attention. The comments section exploded. "No way, no way. Teacher Lu isn't really an all-around content creator, is he? Truly a meal-worthy video. I thought Teacher Lu's gameplay was already meal-worthy enough, but damn, he's actually a real chef. Holy crap, handsome guy, who are you? Give us back Teacher Lu." In less than a week, the new show surpassed 1 million views, and the system notified him that the task was complete. Task: I'm really not an all-rounder creator. Objective: reach the top of any video ranking excluding the gaming category. Rewards: 2000 BP, programming LV3, silk scarf X1. Note: task can be completed multiple times. Programming LV3. The official description was straightforward: the ability to proficiently use common algorithms and multiple programming languages. The system even thoughtfully included an illustration: an elderly man gasping for air during a morning jog, with a caption that read, "Actually, he's a 25-year-old programmer who loves fitness." Lu Yi's eye twitched violently. "Are you sure? This skill won't come with a risk of premature balding?" Ding, the system firmly replied. "Skills provided by this system come with no side effects. Please use them with confidence." He let out a sigh of relief, but still remained cautious. Better to use it sparingly. If something goes wrong, the difficulty ahead is basically hell mode. The other reward was a silk scarf. The system's introduction remained as over-the-top as ever. Silk scarf, smooth to the touch, slightly enhances the power of normal-type moves. A limited edition luxury item. You deserve it. Lu Yi stroked his chin and muttered, "I suspect this lousy system has some kind of warehouse checking function. I just caught an EV, and now it drops its exclusive gear. Sure, it's pseudo-random, but in the age of big data, I guess it checks out." Back at his doorstep, just as he pulled out his keys, Ghastly floated to the door. Its large purple hand reached through the wooden door, and with a click, the lock turned. Ghastly turned back to Lu Yi with a mischievous grin. "Oh, are you some kind of outlaw?" Lu Yi's mouth twitched. "You're way too good at breaking and entering." Once inside, he opened a pokeball. With a flash of red light, Evie yawned lazily, its dirty little paws rubbing its eyes. V. Its ears perked up instantly, and after confirming it was Lu Yi, its stiff tail slowly drooped, wagging twice before stopping altogether. "This will be your new home from now on," Lu Yi said with a smile. V. Evie half opened its eyes, lazily glanced around the living room, and let out another half-hearted yawn. Haunter. Ghastly enthusiastically floated over, striking a boxer's pose to greet it. The next second, Evie bit down on its wrist. Haunter. Ghastly's eyes widened in shock as tears of pain welled up. Lu Yi rubbed his chin, a thought crossing his mind. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Evie remained alert, pacing around the living room as if it were ready to bolt at any moment. Lu Yi pulled out the silk scarf and crouched down, holding it out. "Here, a gift." V. Its shiny black eyes stared at him, head tilting adorably to the side. "It's for you," he said, keeping his smile. Evie froze for a moment before swiftly turning its head away, leaping onto the windowsill with an air of disdain. Unfazed, Lu Yi gently picked it up by the scruff of its neck. "VV. Oh." The little creature put up a token struggle, but its resistance was half-hearted at best. The silk scarf wrapped softly around its neck, tied into a playful bow. Realizing its efforts were futile, Evie pouted but reluctantly accepted the new accessory. EV3. As soon as he let go, Evie landed gracefully, shaking its head and fluffing its fur. The white scarf picked up some dust, and a flicker of distress flashed in its eyes. It gently tugged at the scarf with its teeth, pulled it off, and carried it to the corner before retreating a safe distance. "Don't like it." V. Evie shook its head, then began licking the dirt off its fur, stubbornly lifting its head and puffing out its chest. Lu Yi pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. "How about we take a bath together?" Evie hesitated for a long time, its ears turning red. Finally, it let out a low, reluctant growl from its throat. V. Evie had just finished its bath. The warm water had washed away all the dirt from its originally grimy fur, revealing a soft pale yellow base color and fluffy white fur around its neck. A few water droplets still clung to its forehead, and as it shook its head, it happened to look up and catch sight of itself in the mirror. The strange Evie in the reflection startled it so much that it stumbled backward, its tail puffing up like a dandelion. "You silly thing." Lu Yi burst into laughter. "Vui." Evie glared at him fiercely, but its adorable round eyes and wet little nose had zero intimidation factor. They only made people want to reach out and pet it. Lu Yi decisively grabbed those soft little paw pads, planning to trim its nails while he was at it. Sensing danger, Eevee flailed its limbs wildly and nearly kicked the scissors away, forcing him to give up reluctantly. I'm just worried your nails might grow too long and hurt your paws. After all the fussing, the little guy finally looked like the adorable creature Lu Yi remembered, though its eyes seemed a bit sharper than before. Not wanting to create more trouble for himself as a novice trainer, Lu Yi stroked his chin and opened the trainer chat group. How do you raise an EV? As soon as he sent the message, Brock was the first to respond. Mr. Liu, did you catch an EV? Yeah, I don't know how to raise it properly. It's quite a headache. EV has 8 evolution forms, and each one requires different training approaches. It's definitely complicated. The EV beside him heard the discussion and rolled over cutely. The rolling cutely to Ganderica in the group helpfully posted the same emoji. Little EV. Blue chimed in with a laugh. What does Teacher Lu plan to evolve it into? If you need evolution stones, I can sell them to you at a discount. Lu Yi glanced up at the EV that was glaring at him menacingly, but his mind conjured up an image of Flareon. Fluffy fired fur perfect for winter warmth, serving as both scarf and foot warmer absolutely perfect. How much do evolution stones cost? Regular quality is about 600,000, high quality costs over 1 million. Which kind does Teacher Lu want? Lu Yi was speechless. I can't afford either kind. At this point, Lorelei interjected. Friendship evolution works too. Red's Espion is quite adorable. Green immediately protested. You call an Espion that can blow up small mountains with one shadow ball adorable? Seeing the conversation drifting off topic, Lu Yi cleared his throat. Ahem, I think we should respect Eevee's own wishes. Brock nodded seriously. Respecting a Pokemon's wishes. Is that your breeding philosophy, Teacher Lu? Compared to only pursuing battle power, this approach is indeed more advanced. He continued. Though it's not much, I can share some EV breeding case studies. That's wonderful, thank you. Lu Ye's eyes lit up. File, EV breeding examples, received. The case studies detailed general dietary needs, living habits, and other key points, though training programs were omitted due to different evolution paths. Lu Yi flipped through page after page, sometimes frowning, sometimes looking thoughtful. Well, I don't understand any of this. The content was too technical for his current level of comprehension. Fortunately, he did reach one basic conclusion: EV was omnivorous, with a diet including berries, raw meat, grains, and other foods. Breeders typically prepare carefully balanced diets for EV, while those with more resources choose to feed them with energy cubes. Energy cubes will do. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. Then I can relax. While he might be mediocre at other things, when it came to energy cubes, he was confident that even Brock might not match his skills. With the diet issue resolved, training remained a concern, but since he had no intention of becoming a trainer anyway, he couldn't expect EV to be self-taught like Haunter, could he? One self-training Pokemon was already absurd enough. Having a second would be completely unrealistic. With this carefree mindset, he stepped out with his tea in hand, only to freeze in place. Haunter was giving Eevee a lesson. Kage. It had somehow produced a small blackboard covered with chalk scribbles that looked like random lines to anyone else. Vui. Yet Eevee nodded seriously, occasionally asking questions. Kage. Haunter nodded with satisfaction, looking at Eevee as if seeing promising material. Lu Yi quietly took a seat nearby, his emotions mixed. Where did things go wrong? Eevee indeed wasn't self-teaching, but why had Haunter taken over as instructor? Not only was it training itself, but now it was teaching Eevee too? At this thought, his chest tightened slightly, and he could only rub his forehead with a long sigh. It's fine, no big deal. What could Haunter's teaching possibly accomplish? Could Eevee actually learn a new move on the spot? Vui. As if on cue, Eevee suddenly looked up. A hazy glow separated from its body, forming another identical Eevee substitute. The light-formed double lasted barely 2 seconds before shattering. Eevee was drenched in sweat and panting heavily, but couldn't hide the excitement in its eyes. Kage. Haunter nodded with the satisfaction of a proud parent, even dramatically wiping the corner of its eye. This is my specialty, the substitute technique. Now I pass it on to you, little Eevee. With so many things to complain about, Lu Yi didn't know where to start. Learning substitute in just one afternoon? Was it the teacher's excellent instruction or the student's incredible talent? One backstabber was enough, and now there's a second one. Vui. Eevee trotted over to Lu Yi with light steps, proudly showing off its new move. Lu Yi forced a smile and patted its head. You did great. The moment he touched it, Eevee's whole body stiffened. It turned its face away, pretending indifference, but its tail wouldn't stop wagging. Lu Yi sighed again. He clearly didn't want to be a trainer, so why were his Pokemon more enthusiastic than the last? While he was lost in thought, Eevee stole glances at its trainer. For different Pokemon, battle held different meanings. Back on the mountain, it fought for survival out of necessity, but now Lu Yi had given it a completely new life. It had to become stronger, to be the sharpest blade in his hands, not only surpassing Haunter, but surpassing all Pokemon. Eevee gazed silently at Lu Yi, its resolve growing stronger. I will definitely make him the most powerful trainer. On Saturday, the long-anticipated Pokemon Cup semifinals officially kicked off. According to the tournament bracket, Lu Ye's opponent was Han Xiaoxiao from Magic University High School, the streamer known for her brilliance. On the other side, Jiangxi University faced an internal battle with Feng Shu going up against Lu Yu. As soon as the matchups were announced, Feng Shu secretly wiped his sweat. Thank goodness. I don't have to face teacher Lu in the semifinals. Han Xiaoxiao, however, lit up like stars were shining in her eyes. Under the pretense of discussing professional matters, she added Lu Yi as a friend and bombarded him with messages. Teacher Lu, I'm matched against you in the semifinals. Can we take a photo together after the match? An autograph would be great too. Thanks to his videos going viral over the past few days, Lu Yi had already built a solid fan base among young trainers. Judging by Han Xiaoxiao's enthusiasm, she seemed less like a competitor and more like a starstruck fan. This really is turning into a fan meet and greet, Lu Yi said with a mix of laughter and exasperation. He clicked into her social media profile and immediately felt his eye twitch. Her cover photo was a cute cartoon drawing that looked about 70% like him, with a grinning Jengar floating beside it, accompanied by bold text. Protecting the world's best substitute protect toxic strategy. He paused, stunned. So this is what they call a fangirl? Scrolling down further, he found Han Xiaoxiao's daily posts. Ridiculous. Teacher Lu is at least a master-level trainer, okay? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. OMG, Teacher Lu can even cook. I'm totally in love. Lu Ye's expression grew complicated as he glanced over at Haunter, who was scratching its head. Kage. Go easy on her later, let her learn how harsh the world can be. Kage. Haunter cracked its knuckles and split into a sinister grin. The matches wouldn't start until the afternoon. During lunch, Lu Yi brought Evie a glass of moo milk. After calling for it several times with no response, he had to personally carry Evie out of its room. Vui. Evie struggled reluctantly a few times before finally lowering its head and extending its little tongue to lap at the milk in small sips. While it was drinking, Lu Yi slipped his hand into that ring of fluffy fur. The texture was incredible, and he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This feel is absolutely perfect. Vui. Evie suddenly looked up and glared at him fiercely, then immediately let out a burp. Vui. It bared its tiny teeth, though the effect was hardly intimidating. Lactose intolerant? Lu Yi paused, then burst into laughter. Wait here, I'll get you a different lunch. Vui. It burped again, tail swishing lightly as it shyly turned its face away. Meanwhile, Haunter grabbed a handful of energy cubes and poured them into its mouth like candy, then snatched up a bottle of mental energy soda. PSSH, the bottle cap flew off, and it squinted as it took a sip, letting out a contented moan. Kage. Before leaving, Lu Yi patted Evie's head. Wanna come with us? Kage. Haunter's eyes also lit up with invitation. Evie hesitated for a moment, but still shook its head. It was shy around strangers, though staying cooped up in its pokeball all the time wasn't good either. Then you stay home and guard the house, Lu Yi said with a smile. We'll bring you something delicious when we get back. Vui. Evie nodded lightly, burped once more, then darted away. Watching the little creature's retreating figure, Lu Yi stroked his chin and murmured to himself. Evie doesn't know Will-O-Wisp, so it shouldn't burn the house down, right? Should be fine. Lu Yi muttered to himself, nodding with confidence. After settling Haunter in, he grabbed his backpack and headed straight to the fan tournament venue. Outside the Mercedes Arena, crowds packed the area while media crews clustered with their cameras and equipment. The first major summer tournament in Magic City, a Piplup Cup, was approaching its climax, with the semi-finals about to begin. The commentators kept emphasizing, could Lu Yi from Magic City University, the biggest dark horse, continue creating miracles? Meanwhile, the organizers announced this match's special guest, Guoming, champion of the South China region. By tradition, guests not only provided commentary, but also served as unofficial evaluators, which would affect the contestants' chances of obtaining their junior trainer certification a month later. In the arena's VIP section, Song Pengcheng, chairman of Magic City's Pokemon Association, leaned on his walking stick with a gentle smile. Master Gua, it's been quite a while. Guoming clasped his hands respectfully. You're still as sharp as ever, sir. The younger generation is formidable. I am happy to take it easy. Song Pengcheng stroked his beard mysteriously. Guoming raised an eyebrow. Are you referring to Lu Yu or Feng Shu? Song Pengcheng merely smiled. The first match features both of them. Guoming looked away. The outcome will be clear soon enough. Ceremonial cannons boomed as the audience erupted in cheers. The contestants took their positions while cameras zoomed in. In the middle of the stands, Tian Yue was sweating nervously. Brother Lu, are you sure being this relaxed is okay? I'm getting anxious just watching you. Lu Yi sighed. Just look at my eyes if you don't believe me. Tian Yue leaned in to examine him closely. You do seem pretty nervous? Dio, munching on a hamburger nearby, scoffed. Nervous my ass. His opponent is one of his online buddies. Let's just watch the match. Lu Yi patted his ticket stub. These tickets cost several hundred yuan. The opening battle, Ivysaur versus Magneton. Steel types were immune to poison, while grass types struggled against metal. Victory would ultimately depend on command and training. From the start, Liu Yu took the initiative. Thunder Wave. Azure electric arcs shot across the field. Ivysaur was naturally slow, making evasion nearly impossible. Feng Shu urgently commanded, protect. A light green barrier snapped open with a bang, blocking the thick electrical current. Immediately after, Ivysaur curled its limbs as two vines burrowed into the ground with a hiss. The commentator analyzed loudly. Feng Shu is abandoning mobility and choosing to root in place. Not a bad strategy, Song Pengqing nodded. Guoming smiled. He wants to play the long game. Feng Shu waved his hand. Leech Seed. The vines shot out spikes directly at the opponent. But Liu was already prepared. Euro Ball. Follow up with Thunderbolt when you get close. Magneton immediately began spinning at high speed, its metallic shell sparking wildly as it deflected all the vines. With Ivysaur unable to move after rooting, Magneton closed in and unleashed a brilliant electrical explosion boom. Electric arcs burst across the field as Ivysaur curled up in pain. Feng Shu gritted his teeth. Hidden power. The flower buds suddenly blazed as a fiery red orb shot out, instantly filling the arena with scorching heat waves. In the VIP section, Song Pengqing looked surprised. Fire-type hidden power. But Guoming frowned. Still too hasty in execution. In the stands, Tian Yue jumped up. Holy shit, Ivysaur's making a comeback. But Liu Yi shook his head. Liu Yu's about to win. Flames washed over the metallic shell as Magneton emitted a piercing high-frequency sound, but it endured the burning and struck back with electricity. The second thunderbolt hit its mark precisely. The referee waved his flag. Ivysaur was unable to battle. The winner, Liu Yu from Jiangsu Zhejiang University. Tian Yue froze for a moment. The hidden power fire that had just hit clearly struck the Magnezone, yet it didn't even break through its protective barrier. Since he had decided to fight a battle of attrition, going head-to-head with firepower was never a wise choice from the start. Liu Yi commented from the sidelines. Magnezone's ability is sturdy. Ivysaur's firepower isn't enough, and instead exposed its own weakness. In the judges' panel, Guoming, champion of the South China region, reached the same conclusion as Liu Yi, still too reckless. It would have been better to save the hidden power fire trump card for later. Well, he's young, so it's understandable. Director Song Pengqing smiled slightly and flipped through the competition roster. Who's next? A student from the finance department? And he actually made it to the semifinals. Guoming raised an eyebrow. This is the biggest dark horse of this tournament. To switch careers halfway and still make it to the semifinals, Song Pengqing smiled warmly. I find it quite interesting. Guoming snorted coldly. The Piplup Cup's prestige keeps declining. Many non-professional trainers, in pursuit of battle power, use breeding methods that are both amateurish and overly harsh. He had seen too many failed examples and held nothing but stereotypes against amateur contestants. Song Pengqing shook his head. He's not ordinary. His commanding skills are even better than some elite trainers I've seen. You'll understand in a moment. In the contestant tunnel, Liu Yi grew increasingly anxious. I need to move quickly. I have a bad feeling about this. Eevee should be fine alone at home, but my Pokemon never play by the rules. At this thought, his hands and feet felt ice cold, and he wished he could finish the match and fly back home to check immediately. Koga. Hunter understood his anxiety and nodded seriously. From some unknown pocket, it pulled out a dragon fire fruit cube, tossed it into the air, and swallowed it whole with an awoo. Instantly, Haunter's pupils contracted sharply, and its eye sockets filled with bloodshot veins. Liu Ye's expression turned strange. The doping test is over, and there wasn't a drop of urine in there. When Liu Yi stepped out of the tunnel, the venue erupted instantly. Go Teacher Liu. Look, Liu Yi is here. Despite only appearing a few times, the audience had already unfurled banners reading, Teacher Liu is the most handsome. Liu Yi scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The fans on the opposite side were equally excited. Teacher Liu, his opponent Han Xiaoxiao blinked. Please go easy on me later. I'll try to be gentle. Liu Yi nodded solemnly. Red light flashed, and Haunter appeared with a sinister grin, floating in the center of the field. Ghastly actually evolved. He saved this trump card specifically for the semifinals? What deep scheming? Could this also be part of Teacher Liu's plan? The audience buzzed with discussion. Guoming looked at Haunter and let out a soft, oh, this Haunter is bred quite well. Song Pengqing also nodded. It evolved less than a week ago, but it's adapting fairly quickly. Han Xiaoxiao threw out her pokeball, and white light formed into a Breloom. The Breloom had a kangaroo-like build, topped with a hat-shaped mushroom cap, and its body was primarily green and beige. Spreading its red claws on both sides, Breloom let out a sharp cry. The system's Pokédex instantly displayed the data. Breloom Grass Fighting Type, Ability, Effect Spore, Moveset including Mach Punch, Mega Drain, Stun Spore, Leech Seed, Spore, Bullet Seed, Substitute, and Headbutt. The Effect Spore ability was quite troublesome, capable of randomly inflicting status conditions on opponents. From its move set to its ability, Everything bore the hallmarks of teacher Lu's dirty tactics. Lu Yi pondered briefly as the referee's whistle sounded. Battle begin. Go, Brelum. Han Xiaoxiao's voice carried excitement while maintaining her sharp focus. Spore. Milky white spores poured frantically from Brelum's neck, swirling through the air toward Haunter. With the effect's spore abilities enhancement, dodging seemed nearly impossible. Han Xiaoxiao's lips curved into a confident smile, but the next moment her pupils dilated sharply. Ghostly blue flames suddenly bloomed. The fire spread along the ground, instantly igniting the mushroom spores and transforming them into fluttering blue butterflies dancing through the air. The spectacular scene triggered thunderous cheers from the audience. In the stands, Guoming looked stunned. This Lu Yi? Is he also a coordinator? Song Changpeng opened his mouth, his gaze toward the field now tinged with appreciation. This kid always manages to pull out new tricks. The phosphorescent glow hadn't faded when an eerie light gathered once more Haunter's confused ray. Brelum felt the world spinning around it, stumbling unsteadily. Lu Ye's voice was low and swift. Haunter, misfortune never comes alone. Kakik. Black mist erupted from Haunter's body, instantly dimming the confused ray. The dark fog rolled forward, engulfing Brelum as Haunter's sinister laughter echoed, accompanied by Brelum's anguished cries from within the darkness. The entire venue fell silent. Tian Yue and Liang Dayo exchanged glances, completely bewildered. How had Brother Lu become this powerful after just 1 month? As the black mist cleared, Brelum stood covered in wounds, trembling but still defiantly upright. Brelum, Megadrain. Han Xiaoxiao called out urgently. Just as Brelum raised its arm, ghostly blue flames erupted around it once more. Boom. At the judges' table, Guoming wore an expression of disbelief, while Han Xiaoxiao is only a high school senior, being completely dominated from start to finish. This gap is absolutely ridiculous. He took a deep breath. More importantly, Lu Yi didn't give his opponent any chance to counterattack. That storm-like offensive assault seemed like pure instinct. I take back my earlier assessment, Guoming sighed. This is a trainer with both gorgeous style and extreme aggression. Song Changpeng coughed lightly, muttering to himself. Are we talking about the same person? In the quarterfinals, he relied on stall tactics to the extreme to win. Yet now he can switch styles at will. Today's young people are truly becoming more and more remarkable. As the ghostly flames died out, Brelum finally collapsed powerlessly. The referee's whistle pierced the air sharply. Winner, Shanghai University, Lu Yi. All eyes in the venue focused on this handsome young trainer. Under the spotlight at the center of the arena, Lu Yi's school badge and finance department logo scrolled across the big screen. A freshman from Magic City University had actually crushed all the talented competitors and made it to the Piplup Cup finals. After a brief moment of silence, the audience erupted like a lit fuse, bursting into deafening cheers. Lu Yi is awesome. Haunter, go get him. In the front row of the judges section, Chairman Song Pengcheng adjusted his glasses, his gaze following the crowd to land on Lu Yi, and couldn't help but nod slightly. Advancing to the finals, yet remaining humble and composed, this kid really does have the bearing of a master. However, the protagonist himself was frowning with a puzzled expression. This doesn't make sense. Why are the opponents so weak? He had originally signed up just so Haunter wouldn't have any regrets. The nutritional supplements he'd bought with BP points had all gone into Haunter's belly, plus occasional guidance from the big shots in the group chat, but he'd barely done any formal training himself. Yet he'd coasted all the way to the finals? This year's newcomers really aren't up to par, Lu Yi muttered under his breath. Han Xiaoxiao, who had lost in the semifinals, put away her poke ball without any sign of disappointment. Instead, she smiled as if it were perfectly natural. Being able to battle with the tactical master Teacher Lu, I'm more than satisfied. Teacher Lu, could we take a photo together later? I'd also like to ask about some training details. Lu Yi, as I twitched. What was my training method again? Do I even have a training method? He bit the bullet and deflected. Ahem. I'll do a special explanation in my live stream another day. Great. I'll go shower you with gifts when I get back. Han Xiaoxiao blinked and smiled sweetly. As the semifinals ended, news of Lu Yi advancing to the finals instantly shook the Magic City trainer community. The widely circulated tactical master label, combined with Haunter's astonishing growth rate, made everyone question the true strength behind this newcomer. Could a rookie who just debuted really be as mysterious as the rumors suggested? But the deeper they dug, the more puzzling the answers became. Multiple gym leaders praised his tactical sophistication in interviews. Poison-type Elite 4-member Koga had shared his tutorial videos, and there were even rumors that he had close personal ties with world champion Red. At the Magic City Pokemon Association, Song Pengcheng set down Lu Yi's personal file, his expression complex. Could he be some big shot's illegitimate son? The records were terrifyingly clean. An ordinary freshman in the finance department at Magic City University, with no suspicious background whatsoever. The more ordinary it seemed, the more alarmed Song Pengcheng became. How could a newcomer with no connections be linked to a world champion? The only explanation: someone had pulled strings to make his background seamlessly perfect. I can't investigate any further. Song Pingqing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Let's just treat him as a regular contestant. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was completely unaware that he was already being regarded as a hidden master. Facing the media's bombardment of interview requests, he declined all appointments overnight and hurried back to his rental apartment with growing anxiety. Evie seems to have learned bite. He gripped the door handle, his palms clammy. It shouldn't be that bad. It seemed pretty normal just a few days ago. Despite repeatedly reassuring himself, Lu Yi was prepared for the worst. As long as the apartment wasn't demolished, everything would be fine. According to the theory that everything can be subject to Schrodinger's principle, you never know if a husky will wreck your house until the moment you open the door. Lu Yi turned the key, and the door slowly creaked open with a click. He pondered to himself. Evie is based on a fox after all, which is technically part of the canine family, so there's no telling if it might act like those legendary house-wrecking huskies right now. It exists in a quantum superposition of having wrecked the house and not having wrecked it. The door swung fully open, revealing pristine white walls in the living room and floors without a single scratch mark. The air still carried the lavender fragrance he'd sprayed before leaving. Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled to himself. I guess I was overthinking it. Evie is so adorable. How could it possibly wreck the house? Jengar. Ghastly poked its head around, looking for Evie but finding no trace of it. Instead, it noticed a trail of tiny paw prints running along the floor, disappearing at the round cat door specially installed at the bottom of the entrance. Like a little detective, it rubbed its chin thoughtfully and nodded. Where's Evie? Lu Yi was puzzled. Jengar. Ghastly raised its hand, pointing toward the cat door. Lu Yi's expression immediately darkened. Don't tell me it ran away from home. The previous tenant had cut a hole in the door panel so their Meowth could come and go freely. Cats naturally know their way around, but Evie wasn't familiar with the neighborhood at all. Come on, Ghastly, let's search the area. Just as Lu Yi grabbed his jacket, his phone suddenly buzzed. On the screen, his landlord's sister Lu had sent a rather stiff message. Lu Yi, are you available right now? Please come to the Pokemon Center on line 3. This was followed by a photo. A Growlithe wrapped in bandages with teary eyes. The caption read, according to the security guard, it seems like Evie beat up this Growlithe. Lu Yi stood frozen in place. Just then, rustling sounds came from the doorway. A battered Evie squeezed through the entrance, perked up its ears, and flashed Lu Yi what seemed like an innocent smile. Evie. This all happened while Lu Yi was playing his friendly matches. At that time, Evie was rolling around on the bed in a little ball out of boredom when suddenly it kicked with its hind legs and its ears twitched alertly. It quickly slipped over to the cat door and whooshed outside. Trotting along the hallway, it reached the community garden and began patrolling. Its anticipation ability had saved it countless times in the mountains, making vigilance second nature. But Lu Yi's Evie had its own unique understanding of danger. Since it could sense it coming, why not strike first? Outside the flower bed, two little boys were having a Pokemon battle. My Nidoran won't lose to you. Bring it on. My Caterpie just evolved into Metapod. Just as Nidoran and Metapod clashed, a silver gray figure shot out like lightning. Eevee precisely finished off both low-health targets, flicked its tail, and vanished behind the bushes. If the system were present, it would surely chime in sarcastically. Eevee's experience points are increasing. By the flower bed, the two boys stood stunned for a moment before bursting into tears. Mom, Thears and Eevee. Leaving the flower bed, Eevee spotted a group of stray Meowth. Everyone in the community found these little troublemakers annoying but couldn't do anything about them. Its anticipation ability triggered again. Instead of retreating, Eevee charged straight into the group of cats. During the battle, its eyes burned with fierce determination. Only through constant training could it become stronger. Meow. Accompanied by piercing cat cries, the Meowth scattered in all directions. Eevee licked away a drop of blood rolling down from its brow and curled its lips in a disdainful smirk. Eevee. The system notification seemed to refresh again. Eevee's experience points have increased significantly. Just as Eevee was catching its breath, a passing Growlithe stopped in the distance, wagging its tail and looking on curiously. The next moment, it froze as if locked onto by a sniper, breaking out in cold sweat and letting out a dry plea for mercy. Growl. I'm just passing by. Eevee slowly turned its head, licked the corner of its mouth, and flashed the Growlithe a warm and friendly smile. Eevee. Eevee returned home battered and bruised after defeating Growlithe, just as Lu Yi was coming back. Eevee. The little one rushed to greet its trainer as soon as it saw him, tail wagging excitedly, but a closer look revealed exhaustion written all over its small face. Lu Yi picked up Eevee, gently stroking its fur with his fingers, his expression complicated. You beat up the landlady's Growlithe? Eevee. Eevee first tilted its head to dodge the evil claws, thought seriously for a moment. Then suddenly, its eyes lit up. Eevee, beat it up. You're quite proud of yourself, aren't you? Lu Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. We'll probably get kicked out by the landlady tonight. While Eevee hadn't destroyed the house, Offending the landlord was obviously worse if they really got evicted. One human and two Pokemon would truly be sleeping on the streets. Omega, Eevee actually covered its face shyly with its paws. Luyi sighed deeply. This was ultimately his own negligence, and besides educating Eevee, he needed to reflect on himself too. I get it now, I can never leave you two home alone again. Nearby, Haunter laughed gleefully with a Haunter oh. What are you laughing at? You're no better. Luyi rubbed his temples with a headache. These two, one practicing moves at home and nearly burning down the house, the other going out to fight and beating up the landlady's Growlithe. At this rate, were they trying to make trainers obsolete through self-teaching? A thought struck him, and he suddenly had an epiphany. It's not that I don't want to be a trainer. It's that it wouldn't matter if I were one. This logic actually made him nod in agreement. Looking down at Eevee again, the little one was covered in small scratches, with blood droplets still hanging from several spots. Luyi gently rubbed its head. Come with me to the Pokemon Center later to get those wounds treated. Eevee. Eevee drooped its ears and responded weakly. Luyi now looked exactly like a parent cleaning up after their troublemaking child. At the entrance of the Pokemon Center, he first respectfully invited his landlady sister Lu over, bowed deeply in apology, and voluntarily took on all the medical expenses. Sister Lu, I'm truly sorry for causing you trouble. If you want to change tenants, just give me 1 day, and I'll move out immediately. Burning the house, beating up dogs, each incident more outrageous than the last. Luyi couldn't think of any reason why the landlord wouldn't want to get rid of him. These are all minor matters. Sister Lu waved her hand. I own basically all the houses on this street. Even if you wanted to move, you wouldn't get far, so you might as well keep living here. Luyi was first moved, then realized something was off. Listen to yourself, does that sound like something a person should say? My Growlithe wasn't on a leash either, so that's partly my fault. I won't charge you for the medical fees. Sister Lu smiled. I made soup at home tonight, bring the little one over to try some. Don't worry, Sister Lu, I'll definitely be there. Luyi quickly promised. Eevee's injuries were all external wounds. Worth mentioning was that the doctor examining it was the same one who had nearly been poisoned by Haunter last time. The doctor recognized Luyi immediately, and his expression crumbled on the spot. It's you again. Luyi scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, doctor, I have to trouble you again. During the examination, the doctor ended up with 3 scratches from Eevee and shakily wrote the medical report with his bandaged hand. Nothing serious, just spray some healing potion on it. Oh, and please don't book an appointment with me next time. I'm clearly not qualified enough for this. Walking out of the clinic, Luyi carefully cradled Eevee in his arms. Throughout the journey, his arms trembled slightly from the gentle swishing of Eevee's tail. When they reached the front door and he bent down to set Eevee down, the Pokemon nimbly twisted and gracefully leaped onto the floor. With a sweep of its fluffy tail, Eevee shot Luyi a sideways glance that clearly said, I gave you face in public, but don't expect the same treatment at home. Luyi raised an eyebrow, reached out to grab Eevee by the scruff of its neck, and placed the little tyrant into its newly bought pet bed. The moment Eevee landed, its fur bristled as it let out a low growl. Luyi quickly sprayed healing potion on himself, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. While others captured Pokemon as friends and battle companions, he felt like he'd brought home a demanding little emperor that required constant attention. Complaints aside, meals still needed to be served. In the evening, he brought out high-quality orangeberry cubes he'd personally prepared, placing portions in front of both Eevee and Ghastly. The sweet, fruity aroma filled the living room as the two Pokemon devoured their food while playfully tussling with each other, their bowls clanking noisily. Taking advantage of this moment, Luyi picked up his phone to check his messages. Red had sent a message. I've been training at Mount Silver recently. Did Teacher Lu just capture an Eevee? Luyi, who had been looking for someone to consult, immediately replied. Boss Red, my Eevee has quite a temper. Any suggestions? Red recalled his own Eevee's defiant behavior before evolution and couldn't help but smile slightly. V used to be very antisocial too, but after evolving into Espion, it became incredibly affectionate. Luyi knew that Story Red's Eevee had been subjected to live experiments by Team Rocket, forcibly switching between fire, water, and electric forms, with the excruciating pain making it extremely aggressive. Only after finally evolving into Espion and stabilizing in that form did its temperament gradually become gentler. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Friendship evolution, huh? That means the Espion, Umbreon, or Sylveon routes. Since it won't cost anything, I'll just print out pictures of all 3 forms and let it choose. Red continued. For evolution theory, you could ask Professor Rowan from Sinnoh. He specializes in evolution research. Should I get his contact information from Professor Oak? That won't be necessary. I have Professor Rowan's business card, Luyi replied. Red paused for a moment before responding. As a master-level trainer, it's perfectly normal for Teacher Lu to know professors from other regions. That's even better then. Closing the chat window, Luyi retrieved a gray-bordered, gold-embossed business card from the back of his drawer and dialed the number. I wonder if he'll even answer. He muttered. Surprisingly, the call was answered on the first ring. A deep, somewhat stern voice came through. Rowan Research Lab. May I ask who's calling? Professor, this is Lu Yi from Dongwon. You gave me your card during your previous visit. I have some questions I'd like to ask. Professor Rowan paused for a moment, recalling the well-spoken young man, and his tone immediately became warmer. Lu Yi? I remember you. So, have you reconsidered becoming a researcher at my lab? Uh, that's not what I'm calling about. Lu Yi described Evie's temperament and characteristics in detail, then lowered his voice. I want to know if this might affect Evie's evolution. Despite having the anticipation ability that should make it cautious of danger, Evie was even more reckless than Haunter. To be safe, Lu Yi decided to consult the experts directly. On the other end of the video call, Professor Rowan raised an eyebrow after hearing the brief explanation. An aggressive Evie was quite rare. Can you transfer Evie over to me? Lu Yi glanced back at the bandage-wrapped Evie napping on the sofa and lowered his voice. I just caught it, and it's quite shy around strangers. Transferring it would be challenging. I understand. Professor Rowan nodded, his gaze gentle yet focused. Then let's do a video call so I can observe the little one first. The connection established, revealing a dignified elderly man with graying hair and a neatly trimmed mustache on screen. Professor Rowan first nodded respectfully to Lu Yi. Long time no see, Lu Yi. My invitation still stands. I hope you'll give it serious consideration. I will. Lu Yi answered sincerely, though he didn't dare elaborate. He then carefully picked up the still drowsy Evie and adjusted the camera angle. Evie was wrapped in gauze all over, with several torn bandages showing bloodstains, battle scars from actively picking fights with other Pokemon that day. Professor Rowan watched Evie's occasionally twitching ears and let out a soft, oh, anticipation ability, yet it actively challenges other Pokemon. This Evie has an extremely competitive spirit. Professor, this won't leave any negative effects, will it? Lu Yi couldn't help but ask. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. Not at all, you should be grateful. It's naturally gifted, and combined with your emotional influence, it's determined to grow stronger at any cost. Lu Yi's expression turned peculiar, with only one word coming to mind. What? Professor, I never intended to become a trainer. Haha, I know. Professor Rowan laughed heartily. But life often works in mysterious ways. Lu Yi looked down, gently stroking Evie's soft forehead. The little one rarely acted spoiled, only expressing gratitude by constantly growing stronger. Haunter floated over, curiously poking Evie's cheek before mischievously retreating with a grin. You share a deep bond. Professor Rowan observed with admiration. Just as Lu Yi was about to respond, a brilliant golden flash suddenly entered the screen. Professor, the inscription decoding is complete. The husky female voice struck Lu Yi as strangely familiar. He looked up to see a tall woman with waterfall-like blonde hair cascading over her shoulders, radiating an imposing presence. The silhouette from his memories merged with reality, and Lu Yi's pupils contracted sharply. Sinnoh champion, Sharona. Cynthia, this is Lu Yi from the Dongwon region that I mentioned to you before. On the distant screen, Cynthia walked toward the camera, her figure gradually coming into focus. Her signature black coat had been replaced by a crisp, well-fitted white lab coat, and delicate gold-rimmed glasses perched on her elegant nose. She wore no makeup, yet her cherry-colored lips and fair, refined features naturally highlighted the depth of her gray eyes. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall to her waist, and Lu Yi couldn't help but freeze slightly in front of the camera. She's absolutely stunning. Hello. Cynthia nodded with a gentle smile. The professor speaks very highly of you. Professor Rowan is too kind. Lu Yi felt somewhat embarrassed. The professor doesn't praise people lightly. Cynthia smiled again. Besides, your research direction aligns somewhat with mine. She was, after all, a scholar from the Sinnoh region who studied mythology, having devoted considerable effort to researching time and space. Now that she had encountered a fellow researcher, especially one personally recommended by Professor Rowan, she was naturally curious. You two chat first, I'll go pour some coffee. Professor Rowan interrupted, rising to leave, leaving only the two people and an EV on opposite ends of the screen. The air fell silent instantly. Lu Yi gently stroked the sleeping EV in his arms, but his thoughts kept circling around Cynthia's voice. This voice sounded so familiar. Where had he heard it before? A flash of inspiration struck, and the blonde little girl from the game overlapped with the female researcher on screen, matching perfectly with that slightly magnetic voice from Team Chat. The next second, it was as if thunder exploded in Lu Yi's mind. It's really Cynthia? The wealthy lady I played games with is actually the damn Sinnoh champion. His expression lost all control, his features clearly spelling out, holy crap. Cynthia blinked in confusion. Is there something on my face? A bit of beauty. Lu Yi covered his face with his palm. Let me process this for a moment. She smiled softly, the curve fleeting like a swan gliding across water, leaving only brief ripples. Haven't I met you somewhere before? She rested her chin on her hand, studying him carefully. Lu Yi shook his head. I don't think so. No. Cynthia pondered. Then why does your voice sound so familiar? With her busy champion schedule and mythology research to juggle, finding time to play games was already difficult enough. She truly couldn't recall where she might have heard it. Lu Yi groaned inwardly. How was he supposed to explain this? I'm the guy who played games with you. That would be far too inappropriate for this setting. And if she asked, who is Teacher Lu? That would be truly awkward. So he deflected vaguely. You might be mistaken. Cynthia scratched her head, looking somewhat anxious about not being able to remember. Just then, Professor Rowan returned to his seat with coffee. Cynthia nodded and smiled politely at Lu Yi. Excuse me. Her slender figure retreated from the frame. Professor Rowan took a sip of coffee. Anyway, if it's convenient, please transfer EV over in a few days. Besides that, do you have any other questions? Lu Yi pondered for a moment. Does your research institute need more staff? Professor Rowan's eyes widened. Are you planning to come over? No, I was just asking casually. Lu Yi had to admit it. The moment he saw Cynthia, his resolve wavered slightly. But Lu Yi considered himself a qualified young man of the new era. Staying true to his original intentions was his foundation. If he said he wouldn't be a researcher, then he wouldn't, period. After politely thanking Professor Rowan, he ended the video call and gently carried the sleeping EV to the plush cat bed in the corner of the living room. EV curled up into a small ball, its tail twitching occasionally as it rolled over, its nose quivering slightly. So the wealthy patron was actually Cynthia? No wonder she was so rich. Lu Yi stared blankly at the Pokemon in the bed when suddenly a thought struck him. Wasn't this essentially being kept by Cynthia him? He quickly swallowed and shook his head, muttering to himself. Let's just keep things as they are. She may be rich, but Teacher Lu doesn't live off others. In just 2 short months, his world had completely changed. He'd captured Haunter and EV. A bunch of big shots had appeared in his chat group, and now he was connected to the Sinnoh champion. The surreal nature of it all made his scalp tingle. But accepting reality was what the professionally trained Teacher Lu did best. He quickly processed the shock of wealthy patron Cynthia, then painfully realized, she's the Sinnoh champion. Charging her tens of thousands per hour wouldn't be unreasonable, yet she said his fees were cheap. After some intense self-reflection, he let out a long breath as his mood gradually settled. Stay calm. Even Red is my fan, so what's the big deal about playing a game with Cynthia? The fees stay the same, no discounts just because she's beautiful. Business is business. If he gave her a friendship discount just because she's a champion, wouldn't Teacher Lu lose face? The logic was sound, and he mentally gave himself a thumbs up when a freebie? Not a chance. Night fell. Exhausted from the day's events and information overload, he collapsed onto his mattress and fell into deep sleep. The room was pitch black when rustling sounds suddenly emerged. EV, its energy fully restored, opened its bright black eyes and looked around alertly. EV, time for action tonight. From within the wall, a menacing ghostly face slowly materialized, surrounded by dark purple smoke. Haunter grinned wickedly and nodded. Jengar. EV, what are we training tonight? Jengar. You'll find out when we get there. The lights were still on at Professor Rowan's lab. Cynthia frowned, trying hard to recall where she'd seen that young man in the video. Where have I met him before? She murmured to herself, finding his voice incredibly familiar. The internet connection distorted voices, and she'd barely had time to play games recently, so it was natural she couldn't remember immediately. Meanwhile, Professor Rowan was carefully documenting the case Lu Yi had provided, an EV with the anticipation ability, yet with an unusually aggressive temperament. The old man chuckled with interest. What a fascinating pair. That EV from earlier? Cynthia's curiosity was piqued. Yes. Professor Rowan described the symptoms. It's likely stress-related from the new environment, but it refuses teleportation treatment, which makes it tricky. Cynthia smiled gently. I'll go see this little one myself. I need to visit Dongwang anyway. Oh, the Masters League in the second half of the year? Who's your opponent? Professor Rowan stroked his beard. The competition is in Magic City. I'll most likely face Lance from the Kanto region. Cynthia covered her mouth as she yawned softly, fatigue showing in her eyes. So after the holidays end, I won't have any free time at all. Do you know anyone in Dongwang? Should I introduce you to some people? No need. Cynthia's mind drifted to that tactical master who specialized in parish song teams with rather underhanded strategies. She scratched the back of her head. I recently met a friend who seems to be from Magic City too. She tilted her head thoughtfully, her golden hair swaying slightly under the light. What was his name? Teacher Lu. Sunday. Bright and early, poverty drove Lu Yi to open his eyes. He planned to go all out preparing for the Piplup Cup finals. It wasn't until he made it to the finals that he figured out the championship rewards. 50,000 cash, 200,000 in promotional resources as Sooth Bell. The 200,000 in promotional resources was basically a joke, but what really caught his attention was that Sooth Bell. Though it could be exchanged in the system as an orange tier item, it only occasionally appeared in the mystery shop for 30,000 BP. Lu Yi currently had less than 2,000 BP, having long since traded most of it for rare berries to make poke blocks. He'd also occasionally used firestones, poison gems, and other precious materials to improve Haunter's meals. Lu Yi considered himself fair and impartial, but so far, the only gift he'd given Evie was a silk scarf. The Sooth Bell could boost Evie's friendship level and maybe even soften this little tyrant's temper. More importantly, winning the finals would get it for free. If this wasn't a freebie, what was? With his desire for free stuff hitting peak levels, Lu Yi had never been more eager to train than today. Here's the problem, he muttered, stroking his chin. How exactly should I train them? True, his commanding skills rivaled those of a tactical master, and his poke block-making abilities matched those of a contest champion, but when it came to training, he was practically a novice. His resume was pathetically thin. The only thing worth putting on record was teaching Ghastly Toxic under Koga's guidance. Actually leading training sessions himself was quite the challenge for Teacher Lu. Fortunately, there was still Haunter. The barbell set he'd ordered online arrived this morning, and Haunter could already lift 30 kilograms dumbbells with one hand. His physical strength was even more impressive than his special attack. But the next second, Lu Yi couldn't help but slam the table and shout, "Don't use Nightshade to help you lift." Kaka! The black mist suddenly dissipated, and the dumbbell crashed to the floor with a thunderous bang, instantly creating spiderweb cracks across the surface. Lu Yi could practically hear his wallet crying. Kaka! Haunter's eyes welled up with tears as he pulled out his no-brighter, ghostly hand from under the weight, shaking it frantically like the unlucky Tom from Tom and Jerry. With his hand materialized, he could naturally feel every bit of the pain. Lu Yi's expression turned peculiar as he cleared his throat. Keep training. Evie's Sooth Bell is counting on you. Meanwhile, Evie's training equipment was much Katera specially made, oversized hamster wheel. In theory, Evie just had to jump in and could run continuously, training both speed and endurance simultaneously, truly killing two birds with one stone. The more Lu Yi thought about it, the more pleased he became, stroking his chin as he praised himself. I really am a training genius. Vui. Evie looked up, staring at him with the expression one reserves for idiot. She doesn't actually think I'd use something this stupid, does he? You won't try it. Lu Yi seemed disappointed. How about giving it a shot? You definitely look adorable. Vui. Vui. Cute, my foot. Evie puffed out her cheeks and reluctantly hopped onto the running wheel, glancing around nervously. Lu Yi narrowed his eyes and suddenly gave the back of the wheel a gentle push. V. The wheel suddenly accelerated, forcing Evie to sprint frantically with all four paws, her feet pattering rapidly against the metal platform. After just 2 seconds of panic, she suddenly perked up her ears, her eyes lighting up like light bulbs. This thing was actually pretty fun. V. The little one called out excitedly and picked up the pace even more. Lu Yi leaned against his desk, and seeing Evie this happy for the first time, he couldn't help but smile. What was supposed to be a day of rigorous training had successfully turned into a leisurely day of raising a ghost and petting Evie. Tomorrow was the final exam for his second semester as a freshman, and after that, summer vacation would officially begin. Lu Yi was already planning take on more jobs during the break to earn enough food money for both Pokemon for the next few years. As night fell, he was reading in his room when he heard 3 urgent knocks at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Opening the door, he found the neighborhood committee lady with a warm smile. Little Lu, we're here to present you with a banner. Lu Yi was stunned. What banner? At that moment, both Pokemon behind him froze in unison. Evie and Haunter, who had been playing happily, exchanged glances, so nervous that even their tails trembled. KH. Haunter whispered. Did we forget to cover our tracks? Evie cried out. I forgot. Last night, Haunter had carried Evie and snuck out while their trainer was fast asleep. The nearby construction site was spacious and crawling with wild Pokemon, a natural training ground. Persian, Raticate, Houndoom. These Pokemon often fought over territory, with wins and losses on both sides, maintaining a delicate balance. Until last night, when 2 uninvited guests arrived. According to the security guard on duty. Holy hell, that Evie went absolutely berserk. By dawn, the construction site was littered with claw marks, stone chips, and fallen Meowth. Since most of the participants were normal types, Haunter remained calm and collected, while Evie bared her teeth with several fierce scratches across her body. Haunter rummaged around in his own shadow for a while before suddenly producing a bottle of healing potion with a flourish. Tada! He waved it in front of Evie. Evie's eyes lit up as she nodded repeatedly. VV. Professional. And so, today's banner was earned. The front of the banner read in small text. Thanks to Comrade Lu Yi for his outstanding contribution to the neighborhood's stray cat control efforts. But the large headline boldly proclaimed. Gynecology expert, miraculous healer. A drop of sweat rolled down Lu Yi's temple. Ma'am? What's with this slogan? Oh my, the printer made a mistake. Just hang it up anyway. The lady was so enthusiastic that refusal wasn't an option. She shoved the banner into his arms and hurried away. The living room fell silent except for 2 trembling Pokemon. Lu Yi sat on the sofa holding the banner, staring at those bizarre large characters and turning it left and right, thinking helplessly. This thing practically screams betrayal between every line. Taking a deep breath, He looked up at Eevee and Haunter. Care to explain? VV. KEH. I can't understand Pokemon language, so asking you to explain is pointless. Louis scratched his head and decided to interrogate them one by one. You went out last night? Both Pokemon nodded honestly. Training on your own? KH. Haunter grinned. I led the way. Those wild Meowth. V. Eevee puffed out her chest proudly. I beat them up. Louis immediately felt exhausted and shakily held the banner above his head. Fine. At least it was free. In the end, this gynecology expert, miraculous healer banner was solemnly hung in the most prominent spot in the living room. Louis stroked his chin, watching the red silk flutter slightly in the air conditioning breeze, and muttered to himself. You know what? It actually looks pretty good. Monday, July 6th. As the bell rang for the final exam, Louis finally welcomed his summer vacation. The bus pulled into campus, and the dormitory building was already crowded with parents. Several veterans, wearing trainer cloaks, stood out prominently in the crowd. That next time don't bring Charizard to pick me up, it's too flashy. Tian Yue dragged his luggage with one hand while holding his phone to his ear with the other, complaining but unable to hide his pride. He waved at Lu Yi from afar. Brother Lu, see you next semester. Charizard spread its wings and took off, the scorching airflow sweeping away a few fallen leaves as it carried Tian Yue swiftly across the sky. Must be nice to be rich, Lu Yi sighed, adjusting his backpack straps. The Tian family's wealth was well known to everyone, but unfortunately Tian Yue's high school grades were mediocre, ultimately missing his chance at the Magic University's battle department. For most ordinary people, the college entrance exam remained the only fair opportunity to become a trainer. In other regions, without connections, organizations like Team Rocket or Team Plasma were the shortcuts. Louis yawned and walked along the tree-lined path, fallen petals scattered everywhere, rustling under his feet. Light footsteps approached from behind. How's your preparation for the finals going? Shin Tingji, with her ponytail, caught up and walked alongside him. Louis paused. Yesterday he had said he would train seriously, but ended up sleeping all afternoon while holding EV. Should be. No problem, he cleared his throat. Anyway, it doesn't matter if I lose. Haunter has already done its best. Shin Tingji nodded, then after a moment of silence said softly, my father wants to meet you. He watched your battle videos and wants to hire you as my private tutor, mainly for battle strategy. The girl's cheeks turned slightly red. I'm still too inadequate. The Shin family had always been renowned as a fairy-type family, involved in luxury Pokemon goods and beauty industries. Louis had seen her social media posts. Her second Pokemon was actually a newborn Togepi, showing their deep foundation. I'd better pass, my skills are limited. Louis politely declined, while thinking to himself, I can barely beat gold. Shin Tingji stopped walking. See you next semester. See you next semester. The morning exam was only 2 hours, and Louis had thought leaving 2 Pokemon at home would be safe enough. He had even put EV in its Pokeball and solemnly instructed Haunter to watch the house. The result, Haunter had wandered off on its own, unable to find that troublemaker anywhere in the room, and thinking of its overly enthusiastic personality, Louis could only rub his temples. I never learn, do I? He released EV, and the little one looked drowsy, rubbing its eyes and calling softly, EV. Have you seen Haunter? Evie shook its head like a rattledrum. Forget it. It'll probably come back when it's dinner time. Despite the unease churning in his heart, Louis sighed and carried Evie back to the bedroom. The computer hummed to life, and the long-dormant streaming software chimed with notifications. Room name, Pokemon Battles. Your teacher Lou is back. Immediately, a flood of fans poured in, comments cascading like a waterfall. Holy crap, Teacher Lou, you're finally streaming. Dinner time, brothers. My youth has returned. Teacher Lou's familiar teasing voice came through the headphones. Sorry everyone, I had exams recently and didn't have time to update strategies. Taking advantage of summer vacation, I'm determined to get everyone properly sorted out. Evie. The just awakened Evie tilted its head at the camera, lifting its fluffy paw to gently tap the camera lens. AWSL. Streamer, don't block the camera, give us Evie's full face. This Teacher Lou guy is so annoying, always getting in the way of watching Evie-chan. Louis glanced at the chat and smiled sheepishly. Thanks to has Teacher Lou eaten for the plain gift? Just ate. Fried rice with eggs. Another gift effect flashed across. Thanks for the big rocket for little Evie. Come on, Evie, say hello to Uncle. Evie. Evie's face was full of confusion, its tail lazily patting Lu Ye's elbow. You're the uncle. Teacher Lou, your whole family are uncles. The chat exploded instantly. I'm dead. Don't switch screens. Please, let me look at Evie-chan one more time. Louis picked up Evie and placed it on his lap, gently stroking its fur. Evie drooped its ears, occasionally twitching, still looking sleepy. First time watching, is this Evie's stream? Teacher Lou, get lost. The game interface suddenly showed a matchmaking countdown. While waiting, Louis opened the casual section. Let's play some cards. You there? Aren't you the charitable gambling god? Streamers slacking off. Suggest letting EV take over the stream. Lu Yi ignored the chat, looking at his 17 cards and raising an eyebrow. These cards? You think you can beat me with these? Damn, spring's already here? I'm out, I'm out. Laughter erupted throughout the stream, the entertainment value explosive as always. Match found. Official battle begins. Familiar viewers immediately pulled out their notebooks. This episode was Spike's team tutorial. Lu Yi introduced. Those familiar with me know that Teacher Lu always plays stall teams. As everyone knows, stall teams are also part of Pokemon battles. Dirty tactics aside, just don't use them to challenge gym leaders. I've already had no fewer than 3 viewers ask me to reimburse their medical bills. Ahem, enough chatter. Let's check out today's match. Lu Ye's lineup. Skarmory, Ferroseed, Kofagrigus, Amoonguss, Blissey, Tentacruel. The opponent was from Goldenrod City in Johto, with an all-pink team. Miltank, Clefable, Wigglytuff, Chansey, Lickilicky, Clefairy. Whoa, the opponent seems to be running a minimized team too. This is Charm Tactics, right? And it's another gym leader? Seeing the opponent's ID verified as Goldenrod City Gym Leader Whitney, Lu Ye's eye twitched. Shadow of that infinitely rolling Miltank from the GBA era still haunted him. He smiled coldly. What goes around, comes around. Go Skarmory Spikes. Steel feathers gleamed as Skarmory soared high, sharp feathers shooting down to lay a field of spikes, blocking Miltank's rolling routes. Whitney quickly responded. Miltank, roll out in place to build power. You're still rolling? Skarmory Whirlwind. Strong winds swept through, forcibly switching out Miltank. Battle rules determined. Forced withdrawal counted as switching, meaning it would step on spikes again upon re-entry. Lu Yi explained while operating. Spikes plus Whirlwind, forcing opponents to constantly switch Pokemon with stacking damage, combined with Stealth Rock and Toxic Spikes, 3 types of entry hazards taking turns. The Spikes plus stall team strategy can completely wear down opponents to death. Skarmory's Whirlwind wasn't nearly strong enough to force Miltank off the field. A piercing roar erupted, as if tearing through the air itself. Miltank staggered backward, nearly losing its footing before Whitney quickly recalled it into its Pokeball. The audience erupted in amazement. Teacher Lu, are you even human? When Whirlwind doesn't work, you switch to Roar. Is this the legendary entry hazard team? We love it. The battlefield had become completely unrecognizable. Sharp stone spikes jutted up like barbs everywhere, while glinting toxic spikes lay scattered between them. Any Pokemon landing on the field would be pierced through and through. Under the torment of these traps, the previous Lickitung had already collapsed in agony. Whitney had no choice but to send Miltank back out. As the white light materialized on the ground, it was instantly struck by both the stone spikes and toxic spikes. Its muffled cry of pain made everyone's hearts tighten. She gritted her teeth and recalled the battered Miltank once more. Go, Clefairy. Use Minimize. Skarmory, keep using Whirlwind. Lu Ye's voice remained calm. You're so annoying. Whitney shouted. Clefairy, use Attract. The minimized Clefairy hid behind the protruding Stealth Rock, darting like a pink ghost through Whirlwind's gusts before launching heart-shaped beams. Just as the hearts were about to hit the airborne Skarmory, Lu Yi had already recalled it, and his genderless Kofagrigus spread its stone wings in midair. The audience exploded in cheers. Now, that's what you call prediction. That's real prediction. Teacher Lu completely dominated the gym leader from start to finish. That Miltank, I remember now. Last time it swept my entire team of 6. Now it can barely move an inch in this sea of hazards. Is this what happens when 2 masters of dirty tactics hurt each other? The commentator couldn't help but complain. The battle ended with the score displayed on screen. Teacher Lu's entry hazard team achieved a satisfying 62 victory, completely crushing Miltank. At the same time, due to the explosive entertainment value, his system BP skyrocketed by nearly 1,000 points. The chat went wild. Teacher Lu actually didn't throw today? That Ferroseed is so dirty, tanking 3 rollouts, and still managing to KO Miltank in return. Wow, I learned something new again. Teacher Lu, please have some mercy. In the Chengdu region, Manjin City. Bang. Akane, with her pink twin-tailed hair, slammed her fist down on the table so hard that her chair creaked and groaned. That's so dirty. How can there be such a filthy Skarmory user? She gritted her teeth, her chest heaving with such intensity that several rookie trainers nearby turned pale at the sight of her charmingly bouncing Miltank. With nowhere to vent her anger, Akane pulled out her phone and called Prosecutor Hayato, who was far away in Kikyo City. Hayato, was that account you just now? Even the tactics were identical. Hayato chuckled awkwardly on the other end. Calm down, Akane. I think you've got the wrong person. I know Spikes is a basic Master League tactic that many people use well. Akane pressed on relentlessly. But Spike's Whirlwind Skarmory, how else could it be but you? Hayato still wouldn't budge. Poison-type Elite 4 member Enzu also uses Toxic Spikes, and Takashi from Nibi City has used Rock Tomb plus Stealth Rock. There are plenty of Steel-type gym leaders and tactical masters out there. Besides, I'm busy hunting down Team Rocket right now. I don't have time for games. Akane paused for a moment, muttering under her breath. That seemed like a player from the Dongwang region. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Damn it, those tactics looked so familiar, and they used them even more smoothly than you do. Hearing her grinding teeth, Hayato burst out laughing. You ran into a Spikes team? With your brain? Losing is totally normal. What? Akane's temple veins bulged as she gripped her phone tighter. Hayato immediately sensed danger. The signal's bad. Let's talk later. He quickly hung up. Taking a deep breath, Akane pulled up the battle replay and watched it carefully. My commands were fine. It's just that his team composition was superior. She scratched her head, frustrated yet unwilling to accept defeat. We're all here to train, so why does he have to pick this kind of ranking climbing lineup? She admitted that if given the same team, she might not have lost to Teacher Lu, but her opponent had clearly grasped the essence of Spike's team's all 6 Pokemon work together flawlessly. This is just deliberately disgusting. Akane growled through clenched teeth. What kind of master spends all day figuring out how to climb ranks? She clicked on Teacher Lu's battle record, nothing but victories. A few matches against Sun teams even showed ridiculous 60 sweeps, and the trainer of that Sun team was none other than Billiards Boy Akin. Seeing this, Akane's eyes widened as the image of that cocky young man floated through her mind. She nodded thoughtfully. If it's Akin, getting swept isn't that surprising, is it? Far away at the breeding house on the outskirts of Goldenrod City, Gold suddenly sneezed. What the heck? Why do I keep sneezing these past few days? He rubbed his nose and scratched his head, then lazily picked up his vibrating phone. Hello? Who's this? Your great aunt. Wrong number, bye. It's me, Whitney from Goldenrod City. Gold raised an eyebrow. Oh, calling to ask me out. Give me Hu Tao's line, and I might seriously consider it. Cut it out. This is business. How well do you know Teacher Lu from the Dongwang region? What's his actual skill level? At the mention of Lu Yi, Gold stroked his chin, recalling that ruthless group chat admin. His skills? Well, even I can't beat him, so what do you think? He cleared his throat, putting on a mysterious air. Whoa, Teacher Lu is incredible. Even Red Senpai is his fan, and Brock praised him as a top-tier breeder. Really? Whitney's voice suddenly weakened, as if worried about being caught out. If that's true, then it makes sense that his spike strategy is even stronger than mine. Don't believe me? Join the group and see for yourself. It's full of masters. Gold clicked his tongue in admiration. If Teacher Lu hadn't begged me back then, I wouldn't have even bothered joining. Huh? A master group? Red Senpai is in there too. Whitney's eyes practically sparkled with stars. Yep, pretty amazing, right? Gold nodded smugly. The air went silent for a few seconds before Whitney spoke in a mosquito-like whisper. Could you maybe add me? What? Speak up. Could you add me to the group? Gold picked at his ear. With your skill level, you're probably not quite there yet, right? Believe it or not, I'll come to the breeding house right now for a real-life battle. Gold waved his hands. Okay, fine. Get me 100 signed photos of Hu Tao, and I'll add you. Really? Of course. Deal. I'll go find Hu Tao right now. Meanwhile, Lu Yi, who had just finished streaming, casually glanced at his phone. A newcomer in the group. Whitney. Whitney. It's Red Senpai. The real deal. Whitney. Senpai, can I add your line? I've admired you for so long. Erica. 3. Lorelei. Oh my, how interesting. Lu Yi scratched his head. Well then, Red's harem group confirmed. The Spikes team stream had good reception, and Whitney, being a gym leader, was decent material. If it wasn't enough, he could have Gold play a few more matches. Throughout the entire afternoon, the system BP increased by over 1,000. Converting that to berries, his 2 little ones' meals for next week were secured. Remaining BP, 2,400. Evie had been lying on his lap watching him play games all afternoon. It yawned and lazily jumped down to run on its wheel. As the sun set and dusk deepened, Lu Yi put on an apron and prepared a whole table of dishes, waiting for Haunter to come home. Just as the food was about to get cold, a purple-black figure squeezed through the door crack. Haunter excitedly landed and slapped a card onto the table with a smack, then floated over to the refrigerator with practiced ease, phasing its hand directly through the door to pull out a can of energy soda. Coke. It looked blissful. Lu Yi took off his apron, his expression turning strange as he bent down to pick up the card. His eyelid immediately started twitching. Bull Training Club Annual Premium Membership Card. Huh. Lu Yi sensed something suspicious. Not only did you go train by yourself, but you secretly got yourself a membership card? The story begins during Teacher Lu's exam period. At this moment, Haunter was at home, holding a photocopy of Poison Mastery Notes in both hands. It extended its crimson tongue and carefully licked every line of text from top to bottom with a rustle sound, chuckling kitch as it licked, as if savoring premium venom. After licking the last character, Haunter nodded thoughtfully. Just as it was about to share its insights with Evie, it realized Evie was locked inside its pokeball. It floated over to the pokeball and scratched its head, then suddenly deflated like air being sucked out with a poof, becoming flat as paper and drifting down gently. Suddenly, its eyes lit up and its body puffed back up with a pop. It excitedly floated toward the door. HH, watch the house. Inside the poke ball, Evie angrily pounded the interior walls. How dare you sneak off to train without me? Haunter was far more familiar with the surrounding training facilities than Lu Yi. The construction site next to the residential area was just a low-level dungeon that it could clear without taking damage even while bringing Evie along. To find real strong opponents, it immediately thought of that elite-level poison-type trainer especially, that menacing Arbok. At this thought, Haunter shuddered. Arbok is truly terrifying. With its target locked, Haunter eagerly floated to the bull training club. It passed directly through the glass door, leaving the receptionist stunned. Hello. Are you here for battles or training? Haunter pointed at the 2888 training package on the counter. KH. This is what my trainer ordered last time we came. That should be fine. The receptionist stared wide-eyed at this penniless yet confident ghost. KH. Haunter beamed with confidence. This being her first time serving a ghost-type Pokemon, the receptionist couldn't help asking. Little one, which Pokemon are you planning to train? Haunter pointed at itself and chuckled. She opened her tablet. You can book a trainer here and pay online after making your selection. Haunter rubbed its chin and browsed seriously. Just then, Xia Quan, wearing tight workout pants and sporting a stunning figure, walked by carrying a water bottle. She glanced over casually and her expression changed dramatically. That laugh was all too familiar. The Haunter that nearly sent Arbok to the hospital last time, and it evolved? Xia Quan nervously looked around, only relaxing after confirming that handsome young man wasn't present. As long as they weren't here to cause trouble, it was fine. Coach Xia Quan. Perfect timing. We have a student specifically requesting you. The receptionist called out. Following her pointing finger, Xia Quan saw Haunter grin and even shyly scratch its head. In the training area, Xia Quan walked while observing. This is my first time seeing a Pokemon so proactive about training. HHH. She suddenly remembered a crucial issue. But you don't have money, right? If you default on payment, you'll be blacklisted. Sigma. Haunter's entire face turned ghostly pale as it dejectedly floated toward the exit like a specter, with what seemed like the words resentment hovering above its head. Xia Quan paused for a moment, then gritted her teeth and called out. Fine. I have a solution, come back. KH. Haunter instantly changed expressions like in Sichuan opera, glancing at her disdainfully. If you had a solution, why didn't you say so earlier? Why make me waste all that emotional energy? With your skills, you're more than qualified to work as a part-time coach here. Xia Quan raised an eyebrow and added, besides free training, you could also earn some extra cash on the side. Want to think about it? Kakik. Jengar threw back its head and laughed heartily, patting Xia Quan's shoulder so hard it made her sway. How didn't you say so earlier? We could have been colleagues ages ago. The club was brightly lit, with mirror floors polished to a gleaming shine. Xia Quan's mouth twitched. The rumor that Pokemon take after their trainers was clearly true. Just how shameless must this trainer be to raise such a carefree Jengar? Kakik. Jengar struck an eager pose, fists pumping, looking ready to charge onto the battlefield at any moment. Xia Quan steeled herself and called over the receptionist. Add a new coach entry to the tablet. Are you sure this is okay? The receptionist held her stylus, blinking in confusion. What's wrong with it? Just means we'll sell more memberships. Xia Quan shrugged. Jengar quickly calculated. Lu Ye's exam had 1 hour left, which meant it could legitimately work part-time for 60 minutes. Thinking about contributing to the household again, its eyes practically sparkled. Kakik. Xia Quan stood courtside, witnessing Jengar's first coaching session firsthand. Honestly, even as an elite trainer herself, Xia Quan couldn't gauge Jengar's true depth. Judging by its nutritional condition, it probably ate luxury supplements daily that Xia Quan could only dream of. As for training techniques, Xia Quan's specialty, toxic, style had been left in the dust by Jengar's methods. Xia Quan frowned deeply. What kind of background did that young man from last time have? Training Jengar to this level in just 1 month. Though, that guy was pretty handsome. Maybe next time I should be more proactive? Her cheeks flushed as she clicked her tongue softly. The match was decided. This was real educational content. The client's night arena couldn't even withstand 2 moves. But the more decisive the battle, the more it proved the coach's caliber. The club has a new coach, and it's a Pokemon. Really? Is it that Mr. Mime from last time again? No, it's Jengar. Its strength completely destroys ordinary elite level. Discussions erupted everywhere, and Jengar's hour flew by in the blink of an eye. It floated over to the vending machine, stretched out its arm, and simply reached into the dispensing slot to grab a soda, without even bothering to insert coins, gulping it down with gusto. Kakik. Crushing noobs, training, and making money. Could it get any better than this? The receptionist pressed a membership card into its hand. Here you go, little guy. This is your membership card. Kakik. Jengar beamed as it accepted the card, waved at Xia Quan who stood against the wall with arms crossed, and floated away cheerfully. Xia Quan instinctively waved back, then twirled her bangs as her ears burned. It's actually pretty cute. Lu Yi returned to the club, raised an eyebrow, and compared cards with Jengar. On the card face, Jengar was making a silly ghost face. You really didn't spend any money? Louis asked skeptically. Kakik, how did you manage that? Louis's voice couldn't hide his amazement. Jengar lifted its head proudly. That's my Jengar. Louis sighed admiringly. Just tell me if you need money, I can still afford training costs. Backstabbing aside, he wouldn't dampen Jengar's enthusiasm. Even if these two little ones tore down the house, he couldn't bear to scold them. Trainers and Pokemon should be equals. Louis respected Jengar's desire to contribute to their family. Jengar scratched its head with an innocent laugh. Kakik. All right, you've worked hard. Louis reached up to pat its head. Let's eat. I prepared your favorites. Kakik. Omega. A peaceful dinner time. Eevee buried its entire head into the food bowl, rustling as it munched on the kibble. Suddenly, its ears twitched slightly, and it glanced up at Louis before simply picking up the bowl in its mouth and trotting to the next room to continue eating. Louis chuckled and shook his head, then turned back to his computer to start editing a tactical demonstration video about Spike's teams. Due to her busy schedule, Cynthia hadn't been online for quite some time, which left Louis feeling somewhat disappointed. He was still missing a few clips of footage, and while Jean was always willing to help record, Louis couldn't keep taking advantage of his friend's generosity. Opening the group chat, he saw several trainers still online, including the Sinnoh grass-type gym leader from Eterna City, Gardenia. After several instructional battles using Spike's teams, with Louis, Gardenia, who had approached with a humble attitude to learn, sincerely remarked, Teacher Lu's tactical understanding is as outstanding as always. Not bad, Louis nodded casually. After a moment's hesitation, Gardenia asked, Teacher Lu, will you be participating in the Type Expert Tournament in the second half of the year? She could never figure out which type Teacher Lu truly specialized in. Grass, poison, ghost, steel. He handled each one with ease, which only made her feel that her own chances of competing were becoming increasingly slim. How could a master who had mastered so many types be limited to a Type Expert Tournament? No, Louis answered honestly. Are you kidding? His goal was first to win the fan tournament. Where would he find time to participate in a Type Expert Tournament? I thought so. Gardenia sighed admiringly. In her view, with Teacher Lu's abilities, he naturally wouldn't consider such competitions. After recording all the footage, Louis officially began editing. The new video title was Teacher Lu's Battle Tutorial 06, Spike's Teams, which maintained his signature style of creative trash talk and dirty tactics. The video shot to the top of the section rankings the moment it was published. The comments flooded in. Front row seats. Nobody actually bought a house on this platform, right? I was there. The opponent was almost in tears from the dirty tactics. In his commentary, Louis provided detailed analysis of the key difficulties in Spike's tactics, battlefield control, and the rhythm management of Whirlwind and Roar. In actual combat, Spike's area planning was crucial, as your own Pokemon could also be injured if they accidentally stepped into the area. Therefore, flying-type Pokemon were the most suitable for setting spikes. Using spikes to limit the opponent's mobility was the core of the strategy. More comments poured in. Holy crap, this tactic is way too difficult. Dirty or not, this is already advanced level strategy, right? He's actually willing to share this? While spikes was a fundamental strategy in Master League play, it had long been difficult to popularize among casual trainers. Teacher Lu's video gave viewers their first real exposure to the essence of Spike's tactics and helped them truly understand a master's tactical comprehension. Is this what the world of the strong looks like? I'm convinced. Could Teacher Lu actually be one of the Elite Four? This is what selflessness looks like. I'm moved to tears. Many viewers only began paying attention to command techniques and team composition because they followed Teacher Lu. Before this, many novice trainers only focused on Pokemon levels, not knowing that victory wasn't entirely determined by stats. The ability to reverse a battle through tactics and commands was equally part of Pokemon battling's charm. Unlike Teacher Lu's previous dirty tactics, this Spike's Team video was his closest approach to Master League level instruction. Teacher Lu's Spike's Team episode was the video that best matched Master League standards. Substitute strategies like Toxic Stall can easily be countered by brute force moves, minimized teams get crushed by Earthquake, and even Perish Song tactics are rarely seen, not even by Lorelei. But spikes? Spikes are widely used in the Masters League, becoming the centerpiece of many strategies built around them. It's safe to say that Mr. Lu's latest video has once again raised the bar for competitive Pokemon content. Calling him a benchmark for battle strategy guides is no exaggeration. Mr. Lu, the god of dirty tactics. Don't stop me, I'm going to send him a gift. What? The livestream host is an Eevee? Johto region, Violet City. Prosecutor Azu took a moment out of his busy schedule to glance at Whitney's so-called Spike's Team video. Sitting in his office, Azu clasped his hands together, resting them near his nose as he fell into deep thought. The master from Dongwang who specializes in Spike's tactics, he's already released 3 other tutorial videos, all featuring strategies worthy of the Masters League. Truly impressive. Azu had heard of the legendary Confucius from the Dongwang region. Education for all, regardless of background, a philosophy that extended to both the virtuous and the wicked, and even to Pokemon. Right now, Mr. Lu seemed to embody that same spirit. Even remnants of Team Rocket had recently started organizing special squads focused on toxic stall and minimize strategies. Who knows what kind of ripple effects this Spike's tactic will cause? It's enough to make anyone's head spin. Azu wiped a bit of sweat from his brow. So this is what they call the quirks of a master, huh? As an Interpol agent, Azu considered contacting the authorities in Malville City to investigate Mr. Lu. But as he reached for the phone, his hand hesitated and eventually retreated. He couldn't risk disturbing Mr. Lu without solid evidence. If he really has ties to Team Rocket, it could spell big trouble, Azu muttered to himself, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. Wait, is this Spike's team video getting even more traction than the previous ones? Lu Yi stared at the backend analytics in utter confusion. Before uploading the new video, Mr. Lu had 1.2 million followers. But now, in just a single day, his follower count had surged by 200,000, reaching 1.4 million. The video, titled Mr. Lu Teaches You How to Battle 06, the Spike's team, had already climbed to the top 3 spots on the daily trending list, with its popularity still growing. Judging by the comments, it seemed the widespread use of Spikes in the Masters League, combined with Mr. Lu's in-depth and insightful analysis, was the main reason for the video's success. Most of Mr. Lu's followers were casual players and amateur trainers. To get a glimpse into the world of Masters-level tactics, paired with Mr. Lu's witty commentary, naturally earned the video immense praise. Is that how it is? Lu Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, that makes sense now. He nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that Spike's tactics were particularly popular in this world. While Mr. Lu wasn't the originator, his video's perfect blend of entertainment and expertise had won universal acclaim. As the 4th installment in Mr. Lu's strategy tutorial series, his reputation as the master of dirty tactics had already become deeply ingrained in the audience's minds. Meanwhile, the system's BP points had quietly climbed to over 5,000. Lu Yi didn't hesitate. He spent 5,000 BP to redeem an item he had been eyeing for a while, the Dusk Stone. The Dusk Stone was a small, mysterious stone capable of evolving certain Pokemon. As black as the night itself, it radiated a faint, chilling energy that could enhance the ghost-type energy of Pokemon. The stone, polished to a deep purple sheen, exuded an eerie yet captivating beauty. As an evolution stone, the Dusk Stone could be used to evolve Pokemon like Misdreavus and Lampent. For ghost types, its energy-rich composition also made it an exceptional supplement. The small Dusk Stone, redeemed for 5,000 BP, would fetch at least tens of thousands on the market if it were even available for purchase. But since it came from the system, Lu Yi considered it a freebie and tossed it to Haunter without hesitation. Here, your midnight snack, Lu Yi said with a grin. Good luck in tomorrow's friendly match. Eevee's Soothe Bell will be counting on you. Haunter stuck out its crimson tongue, skillfully catching the Dusk Stone. With a playful twirl, it shot Lu Yi a cheeky glance. July 8th, Wednesday. The long-awaited Pokemon Cup Finals finally kicked off today. This tournament has broken records in both buzz and viewership. The two competitors present a striking contrast. One is a prodigy from Jiangxia University's battle department, already favored by multiple gym leaders. The other is Lu Yi, a relatively unknown newcomer from the finance department who can hardly be considered professionally trained. This stark difference has sent attention levels soaring. Even more surprising is that online support for Lu Yi is overwhelmingly one-sided. Teacher Lu is actually this young? Coming to a rookie tournament to level up Teacher Lu is seriously dirty. Beating up little kids? You're the poster child for talent without virtue. The comments grew increasingly heated. Strongly suggest disqualifying Teacher Lu. Isn't he master level? How is the organizer still letting him compete? You're overthinking it. He meets the age requirements. What's wrong with winning some prize money? Let him have it. Let him have it. Addressing these doubts, guest commentator Tang Hui, the Magic City gym leader, smiled faintly. His commanding skills are indeed impressive, but calling him a master would be quite an exaggeration. Song Pengcheng, the gray-haired chairman of the Magic City Association, pondered silently for a moment. Masters under 20 weren't unheard of. The current world champion won the league championship at 11. But if Lu Yi truly was a master, why would he participate in such a novice tournament? The whole thing sounded absurd. Perhaps he encountered some opportunity, Song Pengcheng added vaguely. Beside them, a muscular man with a full beard nodded in agreement. I've watched his videos, quite impressive indeed, but that's just gaming after all. With weak Pokemon, even the best commanding can't make up for the gap in raw power. He narrowed his eyes, thinking he can use Lu Yu to train his Pokemon? Too naive. The speaker was Lu Jianghai, electric-type gym leader of Lijo Sitaluyu's father, attending as a guest commentator while cheering for his son. Though guests wouldn't interfere with match results, witnessing his child's victory firsthand held special meaning for any father. Let's hope so, Song Pengcheng replied with a dry laugh. At this moment, the Mercedes Arena was packed to capacity. Massive banners from the Pokemon Company hung around the venue, with several Magnemite floating overhead serving as aerial cameras. Thanks to their sturdy ability, they could easily withstand move aftereffects, making them more suitable than traditional drones for such occasions. Go Teacher Lu. Han Xiao Xiao, one of the semifinalists, had spontaneously organized a professional cheering squad. Another semifinalist, Feng Shu, was also banging gongs and drums nearby. In the player tunnel, Lu Yi listened with embarrassment these days. Even trying to quietly earn some easy money wasn't simple. Keck. Haunter floated beside him, eyes sparkling with excitement. Last night, it had licked that small dark stone completely clean despite being a stone. It tasted almost exactly like candy. After finishing the dark stone, Jengar stared at Lu Yi with longing eyes, looking shy and affectionate. That's really all I have. Lu Yi spread his hands helplessly. Jengar tilted its head with a puzzled expression. Fight better tomorrow, and maybe I can exchange for another one in a couple of days. Kakik. Jengar spun around excitedly twice before floating behind Lu Yi. In the center of the battle arena, Lu Yi walked onto the stage looking tense. Across from him stood a handsome, gentle young man who was smiling and nodding. Don't talk to me, won't listen to anything you say, Lu Yi said seriously. Huh? Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. I can't even say hello? No, you're just trying to mess with my judgment. Well, have you eaten yet? Not yet. I was planning to eat after the match. The commentator in the audience looked stunned. Are the contestants trash-talking each other? The tension seems pretty intense. Lu Yi casually said, I know a good restaurant. I can recommend it to you later. Really? I don't like Shanghai cuisine much. I am not fond of sweet food. The match has already started, the commentator roared, electrifying the entire venue. This will be a history-making final. Red light flashed as Magneton and the grinning Jengar landed simultaneously. Seeing how friendly his opponent was, Lu Yu's nerves relaxed slightly. I just need to command seriously. He had barely opened his mouth when a dull bang echoed. Magneton was already sent flying by a heavy punch, scraping across the field with sparks flying. There it is. Incredible speed. That's Jengar's shadow punch, the commentator shouted excitedly. In the audience, Feng Shu's eyebrow twitched. Even as a master, he's still pulling sneak attacks? That's our teacher Lu for you. Lu Yi snapped back to reality, his face reddening slightly. Pure accident, an accident. Jengar was too underhanded. Retracting its fist, Jengar suddenly flickered in front of Magneton, its eyes blazing with eerie blue light hypnosis. Electric terrain. Lu Yi responded immediately. Electricity crackled between Magneton's magnets, instantly weaving an intersecting electromagnetic net around its body. Electric terrain prevents sleep and boosts electric-type moves. In the guest section, Tang Hui glanced at Lu Jianghai. The electric-type gym in Liuzhou City actually has this training method? The blue light was instantly dispelled, and hypnosis failed. Thunderbolt. Lu Yu commanded immediately. Blinding electric light surged from both sides of Magneton's magnets, 6 clusters of electric arcs converging in the air to form a massive lightning pillar. The thunderous current crashed down, and the audience suddenly gasped in surprise behind Magneton. Another grinning Jengar had appeared. The substitute was torn apart by Thunderbolt, but Jengar's real body had already darted behind Magneton, ghostly blue flames igniting at its fingertips and wrapping around the screws with burning intensity. Jengar avoided Thunderbolt in advance. The commentator screamed hoarsely. The flames hit precisely, and Magneton was immediately burned, its metal shell charred black. Lu Yi stroked his chin, quietly assessing. Using electric terrain to avoid hypnosis was predictable, and the burn effect has been achieved. Jengar has a clear speed advantage, so Lu Yi will definitely want to ensure his moves hit next. Among Magneton's status moves, it's either Thunder Wave or Supersonic. With the electric terrain boost, Thunderbolt would be his optimal choice. Haunter Hex. Lu Yi's crisp command rang out almost simultaneously with his opponent's Magnezone, Thunder Wave. The burn continued to corrode Magnezone's metallic shell, sparks flying as its stamina was gradually seared away. If Hex connected now, the damage would double. Haunter spewed forth billowing black mist, thick as ink, instantly engulfing Magnezone. Accompanied by a piercing wail, the massive steel type plummeted from midair, left with only a sliver of remaining health. Liuzhou City Gym leader Lu Jianghai pounded the table heavily from the spectator seats, breathing rapidly. What kind of judgment is that? He instantly predicted Lu Yu's move. Just how strong is this Lu Yi? There's still a chance. Tang Hui beside him narrowed his eyes. If the paralysis succeeded, his opponent would be forced into a passive position. At the center of the field, Lu Yi didn't continue stalling with Protect, but decisively switched to an aggressive Hex assault. However, Magnezone stubbornly held on, not getting knocked out instantly. If Thunder Wave hit and Haunter's luck ran out, the consequences would be dire. Lightning crackled as the thick Thunder Wave struck Haunter with a sharp crack, causing the purple-black ghost's entire body to stiffen immediately. Haunter was paralyzed. Lu Yu's eyes widened suddenly. It worked. Haunter, finish it off with Hex, Lu Yi said calmly. Haunter grinned wickedly as it extended its long tongue. A bright red pecha berry curled at its tip. Before thousands of spectators, it brazenly began chewing, letting out a cunning laugh. Kikik. Haunter's held item was indeed a petraberry. The paralysis was instantly cured. It pointed a fingertip at Magnezone, still swaying precariously in midair. The next second, massive black mist surged forth once more. Sizzle. The teeth-grinding sound of metal corrosion echoed as the entire venue fell silent. The referee waved his flag. Winner, Magic City University, Lu Yi. Unlike the cheering audience, the VIP section fell into complete silence. The thunderous applause that had erupted midair was abruptly cut short here after all. Applauding in front of parents whose child had just lost the finals seemed rather inappropriate. Tang Hui and Song Pingqing exchanged glances and smiled awkwardly. What a well-matched duel that was. Your son performed excellently, Song Pingqing added. It's just that his opponent was a bit cunning. Lu Jianghai's expression was hard to read somewhere between embarrassment and helplessness. You call that well-matched? His voice was low and heavy. Throughout the entire match, Magneton had barely even touched Haunter, with the only damage being from substitute's drain. A complete crushing defeat had occurred in the finals, and against the designated heir of Liuzhou City's electric-type gym, no less. Seeing Lu Jianghai's grim expression, Tang Hui sighed inwardly. Lu Yi completely read Lu Yu like a book. Tacticians really have dirty hearts. Lu Jianghai rubbed his temples. He had already prepared his victory speech, but reality had slapped him hard across the face. I'm starting to believe those online rumors now, he laughed dryly. Lu Yu losing to him isn't shameful at all. Ha ha. Song Pingqing's gaze swept across the crowd and settled on Lu Yi in the arena. During the preliminaries, it was just a ghastly, but 2 months later it had evolved into Haunter's growth rate was nothing short of remarkable. Just from the breeding quality alone, one could deduce that Lu Yi came from considerable wealth. Would someone like that really compete for mere prize money? He shook his head slightly. Perhaps he really was the descendant of some master, maybe even from a hidden family. A hidden family? Tang Hui half-joked, but seeing Song Pingqing's serious expression, he scratched his head. Well, it's not impossible. The rising and falling cheers throughout the venue pushed the atmosphere to its peak as they witnessed the new champion of the Piplup Cup. Haunter's teaching match had the audience declaring it worth every penny of admission. Lu Yi's fans weren't surprised by his victory, yet they were still thoroughly satisfied. Why didn't teacher Lu use substitute toxic? What's the point of using toxic on a steel type, you idiot? Burn Murphy's Law was enough. Damn, teacher Lu is truly devious. On stage, Lu Yi felt somewhat dazed. Victory had come too easily. That's it, he muttered to himself. He had planned to seriously train Haunter, but his opponent's skill level was even less challenging than the pressure from playing a couple of games against Ajin. Can't beat the strong ones, and beating the weak ones is boring. Why bother being a trainer when making easy money is more practical? He nodded thoughtfully. The cheers were overwhelming as media reporters swarmed in before the referee could even leave. Hello, could you share your feelings right now? Lu Yi smiled warmly like a spring breeze. Not bad. A female reporter in the front row blushed, while a male reporter beside her quickly jumped in. Could you talk about your experience training Haunter? Lu Yi's expression suddenly turned peculiar. Now that's hitting the nail on the head. It trains itself. Trains itself. Exactly. Lu Yi enunciated each word. It trains itself. The male reporter nodded thoughtfully and scribbled furiously, quickly filling lines with notes. Cultivating the Pokemon's self-management awareness, following the Taoist philosophy of Wu Wei, embodying the spiritual essence of Dongwang trainers. Truly worthy of teacher Lu. The male reporter's eyes lit up as he couldn't help but exclaim with emotion. Just in terms of a trainer's mindset alone, this person has left all other contestants far behind. The Piplup Cup Championship rewards were distributed quickly. The 50,000 yuan prize money had already been deposited into Lu Ye's account, bringing his savings close to 100,000. What he valued even more was the soothe bell that came with the prize money, delicate and exquisite, lying quietly in an elegantly packaged wooden box. Lu Yi opened the wooden box and cradled the bell in his palm. With a slight shake of his wrist, a series of crisp chimes echoed through the air. While the melody wasn't particularly enchanting, it brought a sense of peace and joy. He couldn't help but smile. Evie would definitely treasure this thing. Haunter floated in midair, eyes wandering, its crimson tongue slowly extending toward the bell. If you dare lick that, Evie will bite you. Lu Yi quickly raised his hand higher. Haunter sheepishly retracted its tongue and scratched its head with a silly grin. Not that it was afraid of Evie, but as the big brother, it had to secure some benefits for its younger siblings. Back home, Evie was crouched in front of the computer, tail wagging as it watched a video. The file name clearly read, 133 Evie, Avi. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. Instead of learning good habits, it's copying Haunter's sneaky tutorial watching? He quietly crept along the wall and suddenly shouted. B. Evie shrieked in fright, almost becoming a bolt of lightning as it shot from the chair straight into Lu Ye's arms. Holy crap! Lu Yi was pushed back a step by the impact, but fortunately Haunter appeared just in time, using its large palm to block Evie's little head while grinning at Lu Yi. Pretty impressive, right? Before it could finish speaking, Haunter's expression froze. Evie had already bitten down on its ghostly claw and refused to let go. Kakik. Haunter trembled all over from the pain. Lu Yi stroked his chin, thinking, that almost would have been me getting bitten. Thank you, Haunter. He nodded sincerely in gratitude. Lifting Evie by the scruff of its neck, the little one flailed its limbs with a flushed face. Lu Yi glanced at the computer screen, which was playing a training tutorial for the move Protect. So you were secretly practicing, he muttered quietly. It's better to guide than to block. Next time. I'll set training time limits for you all so you don't overwork yourselves and get injured. At this thought, his expression became peculiar. Other trainers forced their Pokemon to train, but here he was doing the opposite, limiting training time. Setting Eevee down, the little one puffed out its cheeks. At least until dinner. This bee won't talk to you. But Lu Yi smiled and pulled out the Soothe Bell, gently hanging it around Eevee's neck while rubbing its soft ear tips. Haunter doesn't have one. This is exclusively yours. Boo bee. Eevee looked down at the bell. Dingling crisp sound danced through the room, and the little one instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, rolling onto the floor and tumbling about. Bee. It giggled contentedly, eyes never leaving the shiny bell at its neck. After the chiming stopped, it reached out with its chubby little paw to gently tap it again, smiling as if hiding some precious treasure. Bee. Haunter scratched its head. Sounds pretty pleasant, just wondering what it tastes like. It swallowed and stared blankly. Lu Yi watched Eevee rolling all over the floor, his face flushing red as he clutched his chest. System. Do you have any quick-acting heart pills? Too freaking adorable. I'm dying from cuteness overload. An hour later, Eevee was still sprawled on the living room sofa, its ear tips trembling slightly, eyes vacant, completely lost in the aftermath of its earlier experience. On the coffee table, the Soothe Bell lay nestled in its sandalwood box, its silver surface reflecting the warm light, looking particularly serene. The little one tilted its head, adorably dazed and confused. Lu Yi found this rather dull and decided to bring over a bowl of freshly washed lepa berries. He carved the fruit into little rabbits, arranging them neatly in a white ceramic dish, then waved a toothpick between his teeth. Want some? V. Eevee nodded obediently, but the next second, as its gaze swept over the bell on the table, it shuddered violently, its cheeks flushing red before it bolted into the bedroom with a swoosh, the door swaying twice in its wake. Jia. Haunter had been eyeing the fruit hungrily all along. Opening its massive mouth wide, with a series of crunching sounds, the entire bowl of little rabbits vanished instantly. Lu Yi scratched his head. Looks like this Soothe Bell works pretty well. I'll put it on Eevee once it calms down. Thinking about that Piplup Cup he'd accidentally entered the registration was entirely Haunter's doing, and how the championship prize now sat right before him. He couldn't help but sigh contentedly. What a sweet deal. With summer vacation officially beginning, he decided to give himself a break first. I'll take you guys out for dinner tonight. A perfect chance to gain some cooking proficiency points on the side. The night breeze was gentle, and the riverside open-air restaurant glowed with its evening lights. The river's surface sparkled, while neon lights in the distance outlined the Magic City's nightscape. Magikarp occasionally leaped from the water, and several Lapras glided slowly through the illuminated waters, their clear calls echoing across the river. At the dining table, Haunter's face was smeared with sauce, a baguette in its left hand and a sandwich in its right, eating with pure delight. Eevee wrinkled its nose in disgust, yet couldn't help stealing glances at Lu Yi, who was gazing out at the river. Somehow his cooking still seemed more appetizing. Lu Yi was frowning at the newspaper at that moment. The bold headline stood out starkly. Exclusive. Piplup Cup Genius Trainer claims victory. Training methods revealed. The news had exploded through the Magic City trainer circles, the first non-professional champion in history. Students from various Pokemon academies were bewildered. Had the times changed? Could a handsome finance major really win championships now? The Magic City Evening Post had also dedicated its front page to extensive coverage. The article stated, in recent years, training methods have emerged endlessly but failed to gain consensus. New champion Lu Ye's humanistic approach better aligns with the philosophy of mutual trust between humans and Pokemon. Lu Ye's eyelid twitched. I'm not even a trainer. Stop making things up. Yet the evening paper's influence was staggering. Before he could finish his meal, his phone had already received over 3 private messages, all from Pokemon studies students seeking advice. The more he read, the more colorful his expression became. Due to the champion's busy schedule, we interviewed Song Pengcheng, chairman of the Magic City Pokemon Association. Song Pengcheng stated, this represents quite an advanced philosophy. Regions like Unova also emphasize the bond between humans and Pokemon. Starting from the heart, not making victory the sole purpose, experiencing emotions through training. I believe this is precisely why he became champion. After finishing the article, even Lu Yi was momentarily stunned. So that's how it is. Lu Yi's eyes widened. How did I never think of this before? Looking back on it, That so-called 200,000 yuan promotional package was probably referring to this whole series of reports. He was just a researcher, yet they insisted on slapping the label training prodigy on him, which left Lu Yi feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. Fortunately, the person appearing in front of the cameras was Lu Yi, and teacher Lu could be considered two different people, so he wasn't worried about being recognized on the street. Night drew the curtains over the city's skylight. Lu Yi walked home with Evie perched on his shoulder and Haunter floating behind him, their shadows stretching long under the streetlights as they made their way back to the apartment. Once inside, he first tied the silver soothe bell around Evie's collar. The little guy froze for half a second, then lifted its nose proudly and let out a haughty Evie. Lu Yi casually grabbed Evie by the scruff of its neck, tossed it into the running wheel, and gave it a push. The wheel spun with a whirring sound, the bell chiming crisply, and Evie's eyes instantly lit up. Double the exercise, double the joy. This is actually great. KH. A black mist peeled away from Haunter's body, quickly forming into a substitute. The original held a broom while the substitute carried a dustpan, working together like a well-trained cleaning crew. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow, surprised that housework could double as move practice. Don't forget to mop the floor too. KH. Haunter gave a salute. Having just finished a match today, Lu Yi decided to give himself a break. Instead of starting his stream, he flopped onto his bed, scrolling through his phone with one hand while listening to the rhythmic chiming of Evie's bell as it ran. The Masters group chat was buzzing with discussion about the upcoming July Masters League. Xiaolon. Qi Hong, are you participating in the July Masters tournament? Qi Hong. No, I'm not planning to participate. This type of exhibition match tournament really didn't offer much of a challenge for Qi Hong. Qing Lu chimed in teasingly. If they changed it to no-holds-barred battles, you'd join then, right? Haha, same goes for you. Qi Hong replied with a laughing emoji. No-holds-barred battles where trainers and Pokemon shared the battlefield. Moves could target trainers directly, and victory came from either subduing the opponent or defeating any one Pokemon. It was essentially street fighting. During the special manga era, most battles were fought this way. It wasn't until Qi Hong won the 9th Quartz Conference Championship that this format was gradually phased out of official competitions. The casual conversation between these two legends instantly silenced the group chat. Kunna cheerfully picked up the conversation. Last year's Masters League champion was Dan D. He'll most likely come to defend his title this year. Ajin scoffed. That's mainly because Qi Hong Senpai didn't participate. If Dan D dares to come to the Quartz Plateau, watch me crush him. In the official rankings, Dan Dai with his invincible Charizard partner from Galar held the top spot. But there was a consensus in the Masters circle. If that man from Kanto actually participated, the whole situation would be completely different. The Masters League rankings refreshed every year, and this year's finals were set to take place at Galar's Winden Stadium. With Dynamax available there, Dan D certainly had more confidence in defending his title. Xiao Qian replied sarcastically. You? Beat me first before talking big. Ajin slammed his fist. Woman, all you do is run your mouth. Xiao Qian. Bring it on. I'll be waiting in Goldenrod City. Fist emoji 1. System notification. Member Ajin has been muted by administrator for 5 minutes. System notification. Member Xiao Qian has been muted by administrator for 5 minutes. After skillfully issuing the mutes, Lu Yi scratched his head, remembering the various Masters League highlight reels on Bilibili. Dan D's Dynamax Charizard sweeping the field, the dazzling display of Mega Y Charizard, Mega X Charizard, and some people even predicted that water absorbability Charizard might appear in the future. Lu Yi suddenly froze. Oh right, this world had all forms unrestricted. This world is home to many Pokemon professors. Professor Oak from Kanto, Professor Sycamore from Kalos, Professor Kukui from Alola. Through the research of these scholars, Mega Evolution, Z-Moves, and even Dynamax have been fully revealed to the public. Although he doesn't plan to become famous by shocking the world, like in the early days, Lu Yi never intended to be a researcher anyway. For him, being able to witness Mega Evolution versus Dynamax battles early would be satisfying enough. Currently, Eternatus's energy still confines Dynamax to the Galar region, but who knows what the future holds. Back then, Professor Oak was certain there were only 151 Pokemon, and Professor Sycamore claimed Mega Evolution could only be used in Calusboth ended up apologizing to audiences nationwide. Who's to say someone won't eventually build an energy transmitter that makes Dynamax available worldwide? Looks like this Masters tournament will be quite exciting. Lu Yi closed his phone, hearing discussions in the group chat about the next match being held in Shanghai, already planning to attend and join the excitement. Late at night, in the 6th floor apartment, Haunter finished mopping the last section of floor until it gleamed, nodding with satisfaction. Haunter. Evie jumped down from the running wheel, yawned deeply, rubbed its eyes, and crawled into its bed. Lu Yi also turned over to lie down, casually pulling Evie over for a good ruffle before instantly transforming into a snoring machine. Evie glared indignantly at its trainer. Haunter neatly folded the blanket corners, then floated up to the ceiling like a balloon and fell asleep in the blink of an eye. Midnight. Deep howls from Houndoom echoed from the construction site, carrying an ominous chill. Haunter and Evie opened their eyes simultaneously, made eye contact, and nodded. Operation begins. Afterward, the witnessing Ratata could only stammer terrified Rata since the bell chimed. They couldn't even think of escaping. They thought they could distinguish Evie's footsteps, but were no match for the paralyzing effect of the soothe bell. Combined with the anticipation ability, the equipped EV was like a mobile gank radar that the Meowth and Ratata simply couldn't withstand. Dawn broke. In the construction site littered with bodies, Haunter floated back to the 6th floor, carrying a smug-looking EV. July 9th, Thursday. Lu Yi stretched lazily, seeing both Pokemon still fast asleep, and couldn't help but smile. They're quite adorable when sleeping. He entered the kitchen, oil sizzling in the hot pan as fragrant aromas quickly filled the air. Glancing at the progress bar in his field of vision, cooking LV2671100, averaging 1 point per day, much more efficient than self-study. The fresh berry salad displayed enticing colors. The butter-fried fish was golden and crispy, and the soft-boiled egg was tender and steaming. Since Evie couldn't get used to milk, Lu Yi prepared orange juice for it instead. The two little ones rubbed their sleepy eyes and yawned as they made their way to the dining table, rustling around as they began to enjoy their meal. Evie grabbed the energy cubes from the plate, chewing them softly with occasional satisfied chomp sounds escaping from the corners of its mouth, while Ghastly simply shoved half a piece of bread directly into its mouth. Don't just grab it with your hands, Ghastly, Lu Yi said with a mixture of laughter and exasperation. Kakik, Ghastly blinked its round eyes with an innocent expression. Never mind, as long as you're happy. The phone's ringtone was particularly loud in the quiet morning. The caller ID showed Old Lu. His father from the countryside called early in the morning, his voice filled with barely contained excitement. Xiao Yi, I heard you won the Piplup Cup Championship. If you want to become a trainer, Dad will be the first to support you. Dad, it's really not necessary. Lu Yi tried to explain, but Old Lu interrupted him. How can that be? A father knows his son best. I've already smoothed things over with your mom, so don't worry. Old Lu, I'm not paying you back for your potted plants, so give up on that idea. Lu Yi half-jokingly concluded. After hanging up, he raised his milk carton and chugged down half the bottle, swallowing his complicated emotions along with it. Before the taste of milk had faded, his phone lit up again. The caller, Zhai Wenyao. Lu Yi thought for a moment, then answered the call. Coach Zhai. First, congratulations on your championship. Zhai Wenyao cut straight to the point. 3 strikes, and you're out. Since you don't plan to join the school team, I won't force you. Today I have a different invitation to serve as the team's assistant coach. The Magic City University Pokemon team had always ranked among the top in national competitions. Assistant coaches were usually filled by third-year students, so extending an olive branch to Lu Yi, who was about to enter his sophomore year, was quite unusual. Let's talk compensation first. Monthly stipend of 10,000, with room for increase if we maintain our ranking. Next semester's team bonus, roughly 30,000, is also open to assistant coaches. Based on Lu Ye's on-field commanding during the Piplup Cup finals, Zhai Wenyao was convinced he was the best candidate. Although his Pokemon's raw strength still lagged behind third years, his commanding skills were already sufficient to support the assistant coach position. I heard, they all call you Teacher Lu? Zhai Wenyao teased with a laugh. Think it over carefully? Lu Yi scratched his head. That's it. The compensation, just that? Zhai Wenyao cleared his throat lightly. Of course not. When the new semester starts, the school breeding house will receive a batch of new Pokemon, and I'll reserve a spot for you. Pokemon from Magic City University's breeding house routinely sold for 6 figures on the market, making this promise extremely valuable. Even thick-skinned Lu Yi was somewhat moved, but still shook his head. I don't need the Pokemon. Just pay me directly. Zhai Wenyao was stunned. He had limited slots available, ones he wouldn't even use for himself. Lu Yi was actually refusing? Could this kid be considering the cost for my sake? Zhai Wenyao felt warmth in his heart, his tone becoming even more cheerful. Don't be polite with me. I'll take care of the Pokemon matter. Lu Yi said with mixed laughter and tears. Really not necessary. I can barely manage 2 already. Why would I want a third? Zhai Wenyao laughed heartily and made the final decision. Don't worry, once summer vacation is over I guarantee I'll pick the most talented Pokemon for you. A big question mark practically floated above Lu Ye's head. Coach Zhai, are we having some kind of misunderstanding here? He complained into the phone. Wouldn't it be easier to just send money? Why do you have to give me a Pokemon, and one with top-tier potential at that? As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at the living room. Haunter was gritting its teeth while lifting tiny dumbbells, and Evie was running frantically on its wheel. The thought of potentially adding another teammate who might backstab him at any moment made Lu Ye's scalp tighten, and he silently thanked the heavens. This really isn't necessary. Don't be so formal with me. Zhai Wenyao's hearty laughter came through the phone. In just a few sentences, he laid out the teaching assistant duties, clearly mainly responsible for freshman selection and training during summer break, with only occasional appearances at school during regular terms. This paid vacation was right up Liu Ye's alley as a seasoned slacker, though the thought of the extra Pokemon still made him sigh softly. After hanging up, he absent-mindedly petted Eevee's fluffy ears, and before he knew it, lunchtime had arrived. Lunch poke blocks. Eevee and Haunter stared at each other wide-eyed, both tilting their heads. Their trainer was actually eating their food? What are you looking at? Louis bit into a light pink Pecha berry block. Can I have a taste? He'd always been curious about how poke blocks tasted. In the anime, even that super rookie Ash from Pallet Town dared to eat them raw. So why couldn't Teacher Lou? Most berries were edible for humans anyway, and concentrating them into blocks made no difference. He wouldn't dare try the blazingly hot Tamato berries, but Pecha berries were fair game. The block melted in his mouth, sweeter than fresh peach juice, and even carrying a cool, fruity fragrance. Luya's expression grew subtle. It's actually pretty good. Both Pokemon instantly turned to stone. Haunter suddenly had an epiphany and wiped away a tear. To save on food expenses, his trainer was even willing to eat poke blocks, had to work even harder to earn money. Oh, Eevee nodded solemnly as well, secretly deciding to venture farther for training that night. Afternoon. With determined eyes, Haunter floated to the door and waved at Lu Yi. Where are you off to now? Lu Yi asked casually. Haunter. Haunter phased straight through the wall. Remember to come back for dinner. Lu Yi called out loudly. Haunter, came the response from outside. Lu Yi was confident Haunter wouldn't get lost. Better to guide than to block. Letting them go out for training occasionally was fine. Once they got tired of training someday, his grand plan would be a success. I really am going to great lengths, he laughed self-deprecatingly, while setting up a flag for himself. Save up more BP, and buy that dark stone that Haunter had been eyeing. The thing was priced at 5,000 BP, and while it hurt to spend that much, he had to keep his word. Besides farming BP, Lu Yi also planned to get his money-making venture on track during summer break. Though his starting capital of 100,000 yuan wasn't much, it would barely suffice. This time, he didn't plan to repost videos or use underhanded tactics, but instead build around the programming LV3 skill he'd acquired last time. Based on Liu Ye's own attempts, creating an independent game with this skill wouldn't be much of a challenge. In this parallel world he found himself in, those phenomenal games from his previous life were still unknown to everyone, making gaming the perfect entry point right now. He casually picked up Eevee by the scruff of its neck and placed it in front of the computer. Having experienced so many airdrops, the little guy already wore a weary expression of complete indifference. Do whatever you want. I've given up resisting. Oh. Lu Yi rubbed Eevee's fluffy head and began typing a new project proposal on the keyboard. Eevee. Eevee looked up, its dark eyes filled with curiosity. This time it's not a live stream. I'm making a game, Lu Yi explained. Eevee. Eevee scratched its head with a confused expression, and finding it boring, leaped down from his lap to go train with its substitute next door. Over there, Haunter's substitute got along harmoniously with the original, even doing household chores together during downtime. But Eevee's substitute had a more fiery temper than the original. There were rumors that Persian could scratch themselves bloody just playing with yarn balls, and Eevee was probably similar. So amid angry Eevee roars, the two Eevees bared their teeth and tangled together in a fierce scuffle. In the bedroom, Lu Yi wore headphones and was completely oblivious to the commotion outside, fully immersed in his planning. The title on his screen document read, Plants vs. Zombies. This tower defense game had been a global sensation in his previous life, yet both its cost and difficulty were manageable. Creativity and gameplay were the soul. With his level 3 programming skills, he could easily build the basic framework. Even better, it had extremely high compatibility with the Pokemon world, requiring only minor changes to the art and storyline. He typed rapidly. The apocalypse has arrived, with wandering ghosts, swarms of bugs, and devouring beasts. Only your trusted grass-type Pokemon can defend your life and backyard. Your neighbor Dave, a legendary grass-type master, will become your most reliable partner in resisting the Pokemon invasion. He paused here. That's the right feel. On the forums, massive amounts of Pokemon art assets were freely available. Lu Yi only had 100,000 yuan in startup funds, so he needed to save wherever possible. Using Pokemon imagery could also rapidly expand his influence. He continued comparing. Sunflower Sunkern, evolving into Sunflora, was a perfect match. Pea Shooter Bellsprout. Walnut Seed, that nose endure. Night maps could use Shroomish, water maps could include Lotad. The enemy side was even easier. Dusclops, Kophagrigus, Sableye could all serve as zombies, plus perennial villains like Beedrill and Grimer, instantly enriching the variety. The keyboard clattered away, and before he knew it, he had written nearly 10,000 words. He stretched and estimated the timeline. He definitely couldn't finish it alone in one summer vacation. He'd need to recruit people to form a studio. In his mind, the first person who came to mind was that Liang Dio with his concerning hairline. Brother Dio should be capable, He's the one. Crash. At that moment, the sound of shattering glass rang out. Louis jolted, quickly hit the save button, then pushed open the door and rushed out. In the living room, Evie was chasing its own substitute, leaping back and forth between the sofas, while glass cups from the coffee table crashed and clattered all over the floor. Playing with itself and having this much fun? Louis swallowed hard. The substitute was tackled and dissolved into white light. Evie puffed out its chest proudly, but when it looked up and saw its trainer's complicated expression, it quickly glanced around. Broken glass, torn sofa cushions, and the gynecology expert banner that had fallen to the floor. Vui. It raised its paw and scratched its head sheepishly. Cleaning up wouldn't be too difficult, could wait for Ghastly to return since that guy was tough enough not to worry about getting cut. But the sofa and coffee table would need to be paid for when moving out. At this thought, Louis could practically hear his wallet crying. Time to prioritize the money-making plan. 2 months of streaming had barely earned him 100,000 yuan, and without a contract with Bilibili, the bonuses were limited. Fortunately, once Plants vs. Zombies launched, he and his 2 little companions would be living the good life. He bent down and lifted Evie out of the glass shards. Are you hurt? Vui. Its bright black eyes blinked. Good thing you're okay. Louis rubbed its head. Someone would worry about you, you know. Evie had curled up into a ball, expecting to be scolded, but instead received only gentle petting. It looked up in surprise. Vui. We'll leave the cleanup to Ghastly, it won't get cut. Louis nodded seriously. Evie paused, then wagged its tail non-stop, showing its tiny fangs in a smile. Vui. After sending the proposal, Louis called Liang Dayo and explained his general idea. What? You want me to make games? Are you trying to make me lose even more hair? Came Dayo's shriek from the other end. We're a team, and you won't be working for free. 20,000 yuan for the whole summer break, that's a good deal, right? Boss, where do I report for work tomorrow? A Magic University student's internship salary was only around 5,000, so this was equivalent to 10,000 per month. He had no reason to refuse. Remote work is fine. I'll send you the framework, it's a tower defense game. Tower defense? Liang Dayo was full of questions. On forums, even beginners could make tower defense games in 3 months using commercial editors. Was Brother Liu having a whim and wanting to burn money? Despite his doubts, he opened the project file. Dense lines of code scrolled before his eyes, making his scalp tingle instantly. Did Brother Liu really write this himself? The logic was clear, the structure rigorous, the skill level was almost catching up to his own. The more Liang Dayo looked, the colder he felt, a chill running through his heart. Being handsome and having more hair than me was bad enough. Now you won't even spare me my last advantage in programming? Liang Dayo was on the verge of tears. Brother Liu, you're absolutely incredible. Not bad, I guess. Louis waved his hand with a smile. Let's get this thing done over summer break. Liang Dayo reached up to touch his increasingly sparse hairline. Anxiety about falling behind washed over him, and he gritted his teeth fiercely. Damn it. If it means working myself to death, I'm all in. First step, they needed to settle on a game title. After weighing options back and forth, they finally decided to go straight to the point, Plants vs. Zombies. Simple, clear, and right on target. Building on the original concept, Liang Dayo excitedly pitched new ideas. While the core is tower defense, we absolutely need to add a capture mechanic. Clearing levels rewards you with Pokeballs to catch enemy Pokemon as one-time items. Earn various medals to unlock grass-type Pokemon for free, complete with capture animations. Louis nodded. Capturing works, but let's hold off on the nurturing aspect for now. Tower defense comes first. Liang Dayo chuckled gleefully. Once we turn it into a mobile game, we can add the nurturing elements. Spend $100 and your Bellsprout evolves instantly. Spend 1,000 and Walnut Dumbbell is permanently free. Spend 10,000 to him. Louis raised an eyebrow. Good grief, Pokemon Company is really missing out by not hiring you. Should we launch on Steam first? Right, PC first with simple maps, then roll out paid DLC later. The original had just 4 maps: garden, night, roof, and pool, keeping the gameplay crisp. But once plant selection and combinations came into play, the strategy multiplied instantly. Their modified Pokemon vs. Zombies not only tweaked stats, but gave each Pokemon unique moves. Bellsprout's Razor Leaf, Victory Bell Swallow, Oddish's Sweet Scent. On night maps, Masharna used Moonlight to generate sunlight. Fungus's Spore and Buta's Attract could cause sleep or infatuation. The enemies were equally diverse. Beedrill could fly over frontline Pokemon, but got stopped cold by Executor. Fury Attack hit randomly 2 to 5 times, putting players' luck to the test. As players progressed, they unconsciously memorized moves and type advantages. When the second draft of the design document was finished, Liang Dayo froze for half a second. Educational entertainment. Could this be Brother Liu's real purpose? His eyes widened. I knew it. Brother Liu's vision is on another level. Once he realized this, his motivation skyrocketed. For art assets, he decided to reach out to his Smeargle friends at art school, which could cut the budget even further. Louis paused at this comment. Even Pokemon were getting into the business now? Come to think of it, That made sense. Big companies were already using Porygon for coding. If he ever started his own company, he could have Porygon handle programming and keep an Electivire as backup power. I'll leave it in your capable hands, Brother Dio, he said with a smile. Don't mention it. Liang Dio snorted. Don't worry, even if it means risking going bald. I'll work overtime to get this done for you. As they say, a person's hairline reflects their true strength. Big Brother Dio, who was just half a step away from becoming a master of the peak, showed up at Lu Ye's place bright and early the next morning with his laptop in tow. Take a look. Does this interface design work? Is it too fast? Lu Ye had just finished typing a line of code when he looked up, startled by the rapidly refreshing interface on the screen. You bet it is. I didn't sleep a wink last night. Big Brother Dio pointed to his dark circles with a bluish tint, chin raised high, his voice brimming with pride. While the two were deep in discussion, Evie curiously fixated on the pink, chubby little creature in the living room. Curly ears, vacant eyes, thick long tail, a giant question mark practically floated above Slowpoke's head. Slowpoke stared blankly into space. Evie tilted its head, waving a paw in front of the creature. The other remained completely unresponsive, only letting out a yawn that lasted several seconds before contentedly flopping over to continue sleeping. In the air-conditioned room, Evie rubbed its eyes and leaped into Lu Ye's arms. What's wrong? Lu Ye stopped typing and gently stroked Evie's soft fur. If you want to sleep, go ahead. I'll call you when it's time to eat. The little one responded obediently, tail swaying gently as it closed its eyes peacefully. Big Brother Dio chuckled. Your Evie is really well behaved. Lu Ye continued stroking Evie's fluffy tail while glancing at the vicious scratch marks on the sofa nearby, thinking to himself, yeah, absolutely adorable. We're outsourcing the artwork to those Smeargle at the Magic City Art Academy. Those guys are incredibly skilled with drawing tablets. They can whip up version Pokemon in no time. Big Brother Dio spoke rapidly about the outsourcing progress. I heard those students are feeling pretty anxious. If they don't step up their game, even Pokemon might steal their jobs. Lu Ye nodded in agreement. Though some people have found an alternative approach. If you can't beat them, just raise a Smeargle. Big Brother Dio shrugged with a meaningful smile. The sun began to set. Evie's gentle purring suddenly stopped as it opened its amber eyes and looked around. Golden orange light streamed through the window, casting a soft glow on Lu Ye's profile. The bell chimed softly as Evie pawed at him twice, reminding him that its stomach was completely empty. Just wait a bit longer, almost done. Lu Ye only spared a moment to pat its head, his eyes never leaving the screen. With its stomach's protests going unheeded, Evie gracefully jumped down to the floor. Under the air conditioning vent, Slowpoke lay sprawled out, drooling from the corner of its mouth, sleeping like a log. Evie circled around it 3 times, sniffing carefully, until its gaze finally settled on that pink tail. Its eyes lit up, opening its little mouth chomp. In the quiet room, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Slowpoke opened its eyes in confusion. The Eevee in front of it looked completely innocent, still chewing on its tail. Well, thought I caught a fish. Slowpoke yawned again, preparing to resume its nap when a sharp pain made it instantly widen its eyes. Lu Ye had originally planned to invite Big Brother Dio to stay for dinner, but Dio waved him off. If I really stay, we might end up eating braised Slowpoke tail. Fortunately, Slowpoke possessed regenerator ability, and the bite marks on its tail faded instantly. As forgetful as ever, it even cheerfully waved its paw at Eevee when leaving, indicating it had been a pleasant day. Kakik. Haunter wiped its drool at the doorway, watching the departing Slowpoke with longing eyes. Lu Ye's expression turned strange. Next time we have guests, you two need to be more careful. People who don't know better might think we're delivering takeout. Bye. Eevee responded first, wagging its tail while lazily opening its mouth, letting out a soft, adorable, and drawn-out yawn. I told you to learn your lesson, not to act cute. Halfway through his words, Lu Ye's eyelids suddenly grew heavy as drowsiness struck without warning. Before he could react, he fell straight backward. Ghastly quickly extended its arms to catch his shoulders. Kojia. It tilted its head, looking at Eevee in confusion. Eevee stuck out its tongue and gently licked the dark circles under Lu Ye's eyes, heavy from all those late nights, then casually turned its head away as if it had nothing to do with this. Lu Ye had been burning the midnight oil these past 2 days, grinding away at code for his new game almost around the clock. Eevee knew he was doing it to earn money for their living expenses, but no matter how busy, rest was still important. It thought to itself, this young should at least make him get some proper sleep. Kojia. Ghastly also made an excited gesture. So that's how you force a trainer to power down. Next time it would just use hypnosis directly. It supported Lu Ye, dumped him onto the bed, then leaned down to tuck in the blanket. The 2 Pokemon exchanged glances, both revealing mischievous grins of mission accomplished. Kojia. Training. Bye. So hungry. Ghastly immediately deflated, floating listlessly above Lu Ye's head. He'd have to wait until this guy woke up. After a refreshing sleep, Lu Yi woke up feeling clear-headed, though he vaguely sensed a chill on his body. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Ghastly hanging there with a face full of resentment. Coach, yeah. All right, I get it. I'll make you food right away. Lu Yi smiled helplessly. As he got up, he scratched his head thoughtfully, his gaze falling on Ghastly. That feeling just now was like being knocked out by Detective Conan's tranquilizer dart. But Ghastly's hypnosis would have shown blue light traces, and there definitely weren't any earlier. So he looked toward Evie curled up in its cat bed. The little one was pretending to sleep, but when it felt Lu Ye's gaze, its body stiffened slightly, though it stubbornly refused to open its eyes. Lu Yi pushed up his non-existent glasses with mock seriousness. There's only one truth. This little rascal went to find Slowpoke this afternoon and secretly learned yawn. Yawn causes the target to become drowsy, falling asleep the next turn. He pulled up the system list and sure enough, saw yawn had been added to Evie's move set. Not only that, but mimic also appeared on the list, a skill that could copy an opponent's current move. It was precisely because of mimic that Evie could master Slowpoke's move in just one afternoon and immediately put it into practice. Theoretically, it could already learn yawn, but with mimicry, the efficiency naturally doubled. Lu Yi sighed. Practicing so quickly, the efficiency was truly terrifying. If he had really fallen asleep and couldn't wake up, that would have been really bad. Having to guard against wild Pokemon outside was one thing, but having to watch out for your own Pokemon too. Being a trainer was way too dangerous. He frowned again. Wait, yawn was usually an egg move, so how did it appear directly on the list? Looking down again and confirming it, his expression became subtle. To pick up Slowpoke's moves this quickly, Lu Yi sighed. Uchiha Ghastly was one thing. Could it be you're actually Kakashi EV who can freeload jutsu techniques? The development of Plants vs. Zombies was progressing smoothly. Thanks to Daio's assistance, Lu Yi's development pace had noticeably accelerated. He still frequently pulled all-nighters, but he maintained his dual approach of slacking off afternoon naps. In the past, Ghastly's hypnosis always left him dizzy and disoriented, but ever since Evie learned yawn, his sleep quality had visibly improved, and even the dark circles from staying up late had faded considerably. In contrast, Daio's hairline continued to recede on his path to becoming stronger. Each had their gains. July 11th, Saturday morning. Lu Yi yawned as he turned off his alarm clock and reached for the cat bed beside him, but didn't find Evie. Looking down, he saw the little one curled up in the deepest part of the blankets, breathing steadily. He'd heard that cats would appear in beds during winter, but he never expected an Evie to pop up in summer too. Seeing how exhausted it looked, Lu Yi gently poked its fluffy cheek with his fingertip, only to have his hand swatted away by a paw before obediently giving up the blankets. After washing up, he went online to stream some casual gameplay. The chat was filled with laughter, creating a relaxed party-like atmosphere. After finishing, he opened Bilibili and casually scrolled through updates. The top trending topic was the Masters tournament starting next week in Shanghai. The official roster hadn't been announced yet, but rumors suggested that Kanto's Lance would be attending. Lu Yi complained, Dragon-type Elite Four? He's clearly a flying-type Elite Four. He then spent a few more minutes watching Claire's runway show at Paris Fashion Week before contentedly going to have lunch. In the afternoon, he continued coding until his peaceful weekend was interrupted by a call from the school team coach, Zhai Xianyou. If you're free, come to the school, Coach Zhai said curtly. There are some freshmen interviewing for the school team, and I want you to put them through their paces. College entrance exam scores hadn't been released yet, but early admission battle department freshmen had already begun arriving at Shanghai University, giving Coach Zhai a perfect opportunity to scout new talent. Lu Yi agreed readily. It was part of his teaching assistant duties, and he could bring his tablet to code while training without any delays. On the sweltering summer afternoon, cicadas buzzed noisily. Lu Yi headed to campus by bus with Evie napping on his shoulder and Ghastly floating beside him. At Shanghai University's athletic center, by the stands, Coach Zhai, wearing a sun hat and holding a clipboard, waved at Lu Yi. There are 5 freshmen in this batch, he said, pointing to the students and Pokemon warming up on the field. Keep an eye on them for me first. The school team is practicing on the adjacent field. What exactly do I need to do? Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. Pick 2 out of the 5 to advance. Coach Zhai laughed and patted his shoulder. Spots are limited, so knock them down a peg first. These freshmen all came from prestigious high schools and were inevitably arrogant, and Lu Yi's role today was to be the bad cop. He stroked his chin and agreed, walking into the training field, immediately causing a stir. Teacher Lu, he's the Piplup Cup champion, right? He's not going to be interviewing us, is he? Early admission student Han Xiaoxiao raised her hand high. Teacher Lu, you're a teaching assistant now. Lu Yi glanced at her and cleared his throat. Han Xiaoxiao, step forward. Han Xiaoxiao immediately stepped out, looking at Lu Yi with curiosity mixed with excitement. Lu Yi pulled out his tablet and said with a serious expression, You'll lead everyone in warm-ups first, then we'll begin the team tryouts. Got it. Han Xiaoxiao flashed a bright smile and playfully winked. So, Teacher Lu, What exactly will the tryouts involve? A 5-way Pokemon Battle Royale. The last two standing make the team. As soon as he finished speaking, the freshmen on the sidelines froze for a moment. Then their eyes lit up. In unison, Magic University's team selection actually used Battle Royale format, testing adaptability, Pokemon training, and tactical command all at once. The difficulty just shot through the roof. Don't worry, Teacher Lu, I definitely won't let you down. Han Xiaoxiao pumped her fist in the air. Lu Yi watched this group of fired-up newcomers and nodded with satisfaction, while switching his tablet screen to an engineering file. This way no one should notice me slacking off. The 5 freshmen immediately took positions around the field, issuing commands to their respective Pokemon. Coach Zhai Wenyao, observing from a distance, crossed his arms and nodded approvingly. Crude as it may be, battle royales are the best way to assess a trainer's comprehensive abilities, adaptability, breeding skills, command presence, all laid bare at once. Of course, it's easy to miss details, so now it depends on this assistant's keen eye. He looked up to see Lu Yi intently focused on his tablet. Zhai Wenyao chuckled quietly. So dedicated to taking notes. We struck gold. At that moment, Lu Yi was actually building the framework for Plants vs. Zombies. His level 3 programming skill kept failing its checks, red error messages flashing across the screen, making his scalp tingle as he wondered if the failure penalty really would make his hair fall out. Damn, does this skill really have no side effects? Why does it feel more wrong the more I code? He scratched his head and looked up. The battle royale was already over. The last 2 Pokemon standing were Han Xiaoxiao's Breloom and Guzhong's Torkoal. The 3 defeated participants hung their heads in disappointment, yet still cast hopeful glances at Lu Yi, hoping for a second chance. Lu Yi pondered. The system's Pokédex had already scanned all 5 Pokemon earlier, and their movesets clearly showed the first 3 were indeed inferior in strength. Giving them another chance would only be unfair to the 2 winners. Please head back, he said with a smile. Of course, if you can defeat me, you'll still get a guaranteed spot on the team. Han Xiaoxiao's eye twitched violently. Battle Teacher Lu? That meant taking down the Piplup Cup champion? Yep, that was definitely his familiar style. The 3 exchanged glances, and finally Du Zhua, the Sand/Slash trainer, gritted his teeth and stepped forward. I'll do it. Lu Yi was considering whether to go easy on Du Zhua for his courage when Eevee had already bounded to the center of the field, letting out a provocative vooey, while giving Sand/Slash a disdainful side-eye and curling its lip in contempt. Du Zhua's cheeks flushed red. Champion or not, sending out an unevolved Eevee was really looking down on him. He waved his hand and commanded, Sand/Slash, Iron Tail. Lu Yi suddenly remembered something, his expression changing. On the field, Eevee could barely contain itself, its eyes gleaming like it was about to score a free move. Little guy, don't. In a flash, Eevee precisely closed in on Sand/Slash, its tail erupting with silver light. Copycat. The replicated Iron Tail was no less impressive than the original, perhaps even more dazzling. Thud. With a muffled crash, Sand/Slash was sent flying by the tremendous force, landing in a deep crater and immediately fainting. Du Zhua stood slack-jawed, finally stammering as he recalled his Pokemon. I was presumptuous. Nearby, Guzhong, the Torkoal trainer, quietly gulped. This assistant looked stern enough already, definitely couldn't afford to provoke him. The field fell pin-drop silent as the freshman gazed at Lu Yi with awe. Why are you all looking at me like that? Lu Yi, who had originally planned to slack off today, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm very gentle. Everyone remained silent. Sigh, forget it. Lu Yi waved his hand helplessly. Is it really this hard to go easy on someone these days? He nervously opened Eevee's move list, where Iron Tail flickered in gray and white, as if just a few more practice sessions would fully unlock it. Lu Yi sighed deeply. Though I was mentally prepared, my Pokemon's talent is just a bit too overpowered, isn't it? In the Sinnoh region, Eterna City, a saxophone blues melody flowed gently from the gramophone, the distinctive crackling of vinyl adding warmth to the tune. The room was furnished with polished mahogany pieces, and Cynthia lounged lazily against the soft armrest of the sofa. Beside her sat Diantha, brown-haired and green-eyed, maintaining perfect posture with the elegant grace of a graceful doe. Diantha extinguished her slender cigarette, tapping her fingertips lightly against the rim of the crystal ashtray, a hint of resignation flickering in her eyes. If we're going to battle, you should be getting proper rest. Cynthia shifted to a more comfortable position, resting her cheek against Diantha's legs, her voice muffled. I just finished work at the research lab, and I need to catch the next flight. Let me rest for a moment. Diantha's fingers threaded through that waterfall of golden hair as she asked softly, to Shanghai. Cynthia nodded like a lazy orange cat, her long lashes fluttering before her breathing gradually steadied. Sunlight filtered through the window lattice as Diantha gently stroked those silky golden strands, murmuring to herself, I have work too. Did you specifically call me here just to use me as a lap pillow? She thought about the packed schedule of the Masters tournament and sighed inwardly. And Cynthia entered the competition, they probably wouldn't see each other for quite some time. To ward off drowsiness, She playfully ran her fingers through the golden hair, tousling it until it was completely disheveled, then covered her mouth as she yawned contentedly. In the quiet afternoon, these two women of contrasting styles remained entwined throughout the entire afternoon. As dusk approached, Diantha drowsily opened her eyes to find the evening light streaming in, and Cynthia already dressed in that familiar black coat. Her golden hair cascaded down, each strand seemingly gilded with thin gold. "Wait for me to return, then we'll go shopping," Cynthia smiled. All right, have a safe trip," Diantha replied with an equally warm smile. Cynthia walked to the marble terrace and threw out a pokeball. A red light flashed, and Togekiss emerged, nuzzling against her affectionately. Diantha suddenly felt concerned and called out, "Are your hotel and luggage all arranged?" "The luggage has been sent to the hotel," Cynthia nodded. "But first I need to visit a little Oni very adorable EV." July 15th, Wednesday. The development of Plants vs. Zombies had entered its 7th day. Liang Dayo and Lu Yi had been working around the clock, and with the mature template from the parallel world, their progress was remarkably swift. However, Lu Yi's headaches were just beginning Hunter, and Evie's strength was growing just as rapidly. Through intensive training in mimicking moves, Evie had mastered Yawn and Iron Tail to perfection, while Haunter had been named monthly outstanding instructor at the Battle Club, with a completely packed schedule. The problem was, the stronger the Pokemon became, the greater the expenses. Haunter's part-time earnings were far from covering Lu Yi's costs for purchasing berries and crafting Pokeblocks. Though Evie had a small appetite, she exclusively consumed rare berries, and Lu Yi couldn't bear to shortchange her. At its core, for Lu Yi, who was not a professional trainer, this increase in strength was undoubtedly a sweet burden. However, Lu Yi wouldn't complain about Eevee and Haunter, nor would he force them not to evolve. Humans and Pokemon are fundamentally equal. Lu Yi cherished every Pokemon from the bottom of his heart, but when he weighed the high risks against the rewards of being a trainer on a scale, it still didn't seem worth it. This is way too proactive. He rubbed his temples, envisioning possible future scenarios. What if he received another Pokemon with an enormous appetite? Wouldn't it completely drain his wallet? An even worse image flashed through his mind. What if the most talented Pokemon that Coach Shai mentioned was actually a naturally gluttonous Munchlax? He'd go bankrupt on the spot. No way. I can't let anyone else handle this. Lu Yi muttered under his breath, his gaze stubborn. When the time comes, I'll pick it myself. The breeding house at Magic University is huge. I am bound to find one that just wants to coast through life. In the afternoon, he arrived at the team training gym on time for his assistant coaching duties. The gym lights cast a wet, golden sheen across the floor. The moment he pushed open the door, he ran into Coach Zhai Wenyao, who was grinning from ear to ear. "Lu Yi." Zhai Wenyao clapped him on the shoulder, his eyes crinkling with delight. "Those two rookies you recruited are excellent. You really have an eye for talent." Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. "I was just slacking off and picked the simplest battle royale format." How did that become having an eye for talent? When discussing tactics and team coordination, Zhai Wenyao grew increasingly animated, talking about the Breloom with the effect Spore ability. In singles, it can ambush and hold the field, incredibly adaptable. And that Guzhong's Torkoal, you know what? It actually has the drought ability. He spread his hands as if presenting an unexpected gift. The trainers are skilled and dependable. Both of these Pokemon could become core team members in the future. Since the freshman hadn't officially started school yet, Zhai Wenyao had only hoped to try his luck. Who knew that in Lu Yi's first time hosting interviews, he'd managed to land 2 gems. Recalling how meticulously Lu Yi had taken notes that day, Zhai Wenyao felt even more certain he'd asked the right person for help. The team really struck gold. He laughed heartily. "Keep up the good work. If we maintain our league ranking, you'll definitely get your share of the bonus." Lu Yi looked bewildered. Is my judgment really that good? Following the coach's gaze to the Torkoal slowly puffing smoke on the training field, he nodded inwardly. The Mini Groudon certainly lived up to its reputation. In Sun teams, it was a top-tier attacker. Under Trick Room systems, it could also perform brilliantly. And Magic City University had always been famous for its Psychic-type Trick Room teams. These two newcomers undoubtedly filled the team's type coverage gaps. As expected of me. Lu Yi patted his forehead, feeling pleased with himself for a second. The Collegiate League was held annually in the second half of the year, open only to freshmen and sophomore Pokemon studies students. Juniors were busy challenging gyms and couldn't participate. In terms of age and skill, Lu Yi was perfectly qualified. But he had zero interest. Being an assistant coach was relaxing enough, but actually competing meant taking the blame. If the battle turned brutal and his 2 little ones got hurt, that would be a real loss. On the other side of the training field, Eevee was secretly giving Torkoal a lesson in tough love. Lu Yi hurried over and scooped up the Eevee that was batting at the shell with its paws, placing it on his shoulder. Just as he was about to leave, Zhai Wenyao called out again. "Oh right, are you going to next Saturday's Master League? The team's reimbursing 1 ticket per person. I'll save 1 for you." The Master League was being held at the Eastern Battle Tower. Regular tickets were listed online for 3,000 yuan. A mere 3,000? Did Teacher Lu need reimbursement? I'll go. Louis flashed a standard smile. Can I get 3 tickets? Front row or back, doesn't matter. The key is I want to bring Evie and Ghastly along. July 16th, Thursday. With a ready-made template in hand, the development of Plants vs. Zombies was progressing by leaps and bounds. Louis estimated they could deliver the first prototype by the weekend. As for Brother Dio, his hairline had mercilessly receded another 2 centimeters, which made everyone sigh with sympathy. However, for this group of programmers who stayed up all night year-round, hair loss was hardly news anymore. When the night was deep enough, there was simply no time to feel sad about it. In the early morning, Evie casually stepped across Liu Ye's face, its soft paw pads tickling his nose. Louis sat up, rubbing his head, and gestured to his 2 Pokemon. All right, I'll go make breakfast now. KH. Jengar responded weakly. Vui. Evie chimed in as well. Louis opened the refrigerator and, under Jengar's resentful gaze, quietly twisted open a can of Moo milk and took a sip, then casually checked his phone for updates. The group chat was buzzing with heated discussions about the Masters League tournament starting this Saturday in Shanghai. Gold. Are the brackets out? Is there anyone I can actually beat? Blue. Unfortunately, probably not. The red team has Lance from the Kanto League. UVE experienced his strength firsthand. Violet. Mr. Lance is also from Viridian Forest. He's really nice. Gold shuddered thinking about those 2 Dragonair that could control the weather. What about the blue team then? At least give me a 10% chance of winning. Whitney. The blue team has Miss Cynthia. You want to win? Fat chance. Brock. Unusually serious. Theoretically, a 10% win rate does exist. Red. Gold has improved quite a bit. 10% is low, but about right. Green. Indeed. Gold. Tearful. Are you guys actually helping me here? Thanks a lot, everyone. Closing the chat panel, Liu Yi muttered. Cynthia's coming to Shanghai? No wonder I haven't seen her gaming these past few days. One less source of coaching income meant being even more broke, but getting to witness a champion's skills in person wouldn't be bad either. Buzz's phone vibrated. Hello, who are you looking for? Liu Yi. Sorry to bother you so early. Are you free on Friday? It was Professor Rowan on the other end. Professor? What's the matter? About Evie's anticipation ability you mentioned last time, are the symptoms still there? Liu Yi turned around to see Jengar collapsed against the wall from hunger, while Evie was playing with its own reflection crash. The newly bought enamel teacup shattered on the floor. Evie blinked and sneakily glanced at Liu Yi. Vui. Sigma. Their eyes met, and Evie looked like it had been caught red-handed, pouting defiantly as it patted the broken cup pieces. The symptoms seemed to still be there. Liu Yi coughed lightly. Don't worry, that's a normal reaction. Professor Rowan chuckled. My assistant is going to Dongwang on Friday and can examine Evie while she's there. That's great. Do you need me to pick her up at the airport? I was just about to ask you that favor. She arrives at Shanghai Airport Friday morning, and since she's unfamiliar with the area, it would be perfect if you could pick her up. No problem. Professor, what's your assistant's name? I'll make a pickup sign. You won't need a pickup sign. You should recognize her right away since you've met her before. That's what Dr. Rowan said. She's the champion of the Sinnoh region, named Cynthia. Liu Yi readily agreed, but the second those words left his mouth, his brain seemed to hit the pause button. Wait, this Cynthia? Is she really the same person? The one who's beautiful, has an amazing figure, and is coming to Shanghai this weekend for a match. Thanks for doing this. On the other end of the line, the decisive Dr. Rowan hung up without ceremony. As the phone screen went dark, Liu Yi sat there stunned, still holding his unfinished Moo milk, so dazed he forgot to open his mouth. The creamy white liquid dripped from the bottle, and Haunter floated over sympathetically, opening its mouth wide to catch every precious drop. Well, that makes sense, he nodded, as if approving of Haunter's actions. Coming back to his senses, he remembered that Cynthia was coming to examine Evie, so he should definitely pick her up from the airport. Evie! Evie! The famished Evie started clawing at the wall. Haunter, cradling its heaven-sent nectar, looked at Liu Yi with teary eyes. If you're not drinking it, give it to me. Who holds a bottle of milk without opening their mouth? Right away, right away. He snapped out of his thoughts and prepared to cook, but his phone buzzed again. Liu Yi muttered a curse under his breath. Why won't these calls stop this morning? The screen lit up. Cabbage ice cream. Can we voice chat? Teacher Lu, can we? Came the helpless text message. Immediately after, Cynthia sent a call invitation. The call connected, and that familiar, deep, magnetic voice came through the line. I'll arrive in Shanghai Friday morning. If it's convenient, could you come to the airport? Liu Yi hesitated for a moment. After a brief silence on the other end, Cynthia seemed to realize she was being presumptuous. I'm being too forward. Let's just plan a game together another time. Wait. Seeing that she was about to hang up, Liu Yi called out urgently. I'm free. Completely free. Cynthia let out a soft breath, seeming to smile. I'm not familiar with Shanghai. You're my only friend in the Eastern Huang region. I understand, Liu Yi responded. So, see you at the airport tomorrow? Absolutely. Anyone who doesn't show up is a Grolive, he promised, patting his chest. Her gentle laughter came through the receiver, slightly husky and even more magnetic. It's a date then. See you tomorrow. The call ended, leaving only Lu Ye's rapid heartbeat in the quiet room. He clutched his chest and murmured, "Why is my heart beating so fast? It's just meeting an online friend, right? It's not like she's coming to spend the night at my place." His trained composure quickly returned, but then he faced another dilemma. In what capacity should he meet her? Gaming buddy? Junior researcher? Just an ordinary Shanghai University student? After some thought, he decided to play it by ear. There was no point in lying since Cynthia would see through his abilities anyway. He just needed to pick her up and escort her to the hotel. Thinking about it this way, Cynthia's only purpose for this trip seemed to be helping Evie with a health check. Lu Yi paused in realization. So Cynthia is basically just doing me a favor? Keck. Haunter's face was turning green from hunger. Evie silently chewed on a napkin with tears in its eyes. Lu Yi could only scratch his head. Coming right now. Friday, July 17th. The weather was clear with wisps of clouds drifting across the blue sky. In the early morning courtyard, the early rising cater pie had already become Pidgey's breakfast, while neighbors who had stayed up all night gaming were still wrapped in blankets, fast asleep. Lu Yi stretched lazily and scooped up the EV from its bed. The little creature half opened its drowsy eyes and made a soft sound. EV. That cat bed was definitely a waste of money, Lu Yi muttered quietly. Sneaking out at night is one thing, but coming back and rubbing mud all over me? That's just too much. He sighed, got up to wash, and splashed water on his face. Water droplets slid down from his hair as he touched his chin, narcissistically sighing. Another day of being woken up by my own good looks. Today he was going to pick up the Sinnoh champion from the airport. Even Lu Yi, who was usually casual about his appearance, took extra care getting dressed. A loose white t-shirt paired with neat short hair, giving him a fresh and simple look. Though his thoughts could be devious and his tactics occasionally dirty, his appearance was genuinely sunny. After all, in this day and age, if the protagonist were ugly, readers wouldn't be able to relate. Haunter, time to go greet our guest. Haunter. The awakened Haunter rubbed its eyes, drowsily scratching its head. I thought we finished all yesterday's lessons. Lu Yi served breakfast to his two little companions, then grabbed his orange juice and sent a message to Cynthia. Arrived. 10 a.m. I'll be right there. No rush, I can wait too. He hailed a taxi to Shanghai Airport, feeling unusually nervous. The driver, one hand on the steering wheel, glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Picking up your girlfriend? Something like that. Lu Yi nodded with a serious expression. The driver laughed heartily. Online romance meeting in person? You've got guts, young man. Lu Yi paused. Were all taxi drivers in the Donghuang League this perceptive? Here's my card. The driver handed it over with a knowing look. If you want to bail after meeting her, call me immediately. Once they latch onto you, it's trouble. Lu Yi calmly pocketed the card and chuckled. Who's latching onto whom remains to be seen. Outside the airport, heat waves shimmered as travelers and various Pokemon bustled about. But the combination of an EV perched on someone's head and a Haunter floating behind still drew plenty of stares. EV. Come down, my neck's about to break. EV. EV proudly lifted its head, gripping even tighter with its little paws. Haunter chuckled in midair and released a black mist over Lu Ye's head. Under the scorching summer sun, he actually shivered. In first class, only one blonde passenger was seated. The airplane window's reflection showed her delicate profile. Cynthia leaned against the window, her slender fingers pressed to her temple, lost in thought. The Donghuang League. It's been a while since I've been here, she murmured to herself. I'll find Teacher Lu first. He should know his way around. Her gaze fell on the aircraft wing cutting through the clouds, and a rare flutter crossed her chest. Nervous? Hardly. She hadn't felt this way even when conquering Sinnoh. Must be tired. She rubbed her brow, thinking of tomorrow's battle with Lance, her eyes gradually sharpening. That fleeting emotion was caught anticipation? Cynthia's lips curved upward. Yes, it's time for a good fight. Lu Yi finally realized he had underestimated the world of the wealthy. Only third-rate celebrities worried about paparazzi. Otherwise, they'd leak their own stories. True privacy was bought with money, like the VIP passage where Lu Yi now found himself. The marble floor gleamed like a mirror, and the massive arrival hall was empty except for him. Nearby, for uniformed, burly men stood watch, their sharp eyes fixed on him with an air of vigilance. In the vast, open space, the guards stood with their hands behind their backs, exchanging puzzled glances. Who exactly is this big shot? The whole thing's been kept so under wraps. All we know is he's the only one here to meet her. A few muffled coughs broke the silence as their gazes discreetly shifted to Lu Yi, now tinged with a hint of reverence. Feeling slightly awkward under their scrutiny, Lu Yi briefly considered holding up a sign for the arrival, but it was clear now that it wasn't necessary. Suddenly, the curious expressions on the guards' faces vanished, replaced by a professional seriousness. From the far end of the corridor, the crisp, steady sound of high heels echoed, drawing closer. Click, click, click. A cascade of golden hair was the first thing to come into view. Dressed in a black trench coat and wide-legged trousers, paired with sleek black heels, the figure exuded an effortless elegance. Her face bore a polite yet slightly distant smile that felt like a warm breeze. None other than the Sinnoh League champion, Cynthia. Click click, the sound of her heels stopped in the center of the hall. She lifted her deep gray eyes, meeting Lu Ye's gaze. The air around them instantly grew still. Mr. Lu? Cynthia tilted her head slightly. Despite his rigorous training, Lu Ye's heartbeat skipped a beat. Just as he was about to respond, the familiar laugh of his haunter interrupted him. Jengar. Cynthia blinked in surprise as Haunter floated over, snatching the bag from her hand and stuffing it into Lu Ye's arms. Then, with its two ghostly hands, it began massaging Cynthia's shoulders with exaggerated enthusiasm. Jengar? Oh, thank you. That's actually quite relaxing, Cynthia said with a soft smile. Jengar. Omega Haunter's face flushed bright red, like a steaming balloon, and it darted around the air in a flustered frenzy. Meanwhile, Evie clung tightly to Lu Ye's head, as if guarding a precious treasure, its tiny face full of nervousness. Lu Ye cleared his throat. Professor Yamanashi asked me to pick you up. Oh, so it was you at the lab last time? Cynthia blinked, finally recognizing the voice that matched her memory. It turned out Evie's trainer and the mysterious Mr. Lu were the same person. Lu Ye nodded. Why didn't you say anything back then? Well, playing a game with the Sinnoh champion, most people wouldn't know how to react right away, Lu Ye sighed. Cynthia studied him carefully, her gray eyes glinting with curiosity. This seemingly young teacher had a grasp of battle strategy far beyond that of ordinary trainers. Even Professor Yamanashi had mentioned his expertise in history and legends. I didn't expect the person I played with to be this beautiful, Lu Ye muttered under his breath. Cynthia froze for a moment before replying softly, thank you. Do you say things like this often? This is the first time and the last, Lu Ye said seriously. Of course, if you'd like, I can say it a few more times. That won't be necessary, Cynthia replied, her smile warm and gentle. Shall we head to your place first? If there had been a system narrator at that moment, it would undoubtedly have shouted sarcastically. It's Cynthia's turn to attack. Lu Ye froze, stammering, this soon? I need to get Evie diagnosed first. Cynthia paused, then stepped closer. A faint, elegant fragrance, both mature and lively, filled the air as the distance between them suddenly shrank. Before Lu Ye could react, her refined nose and soft pink lips were already just inches away. Cynthia reached out and gently lifted Evie from atop Lu Ye's head, cradling it in her arms. So this is the little one, the Evie with anticipation? Oddly enough, Evie, who usually resisted being touched, seemed to lose all its strength. It squirmed weakly in her arms, letting out soft, pitiful cries that were both adorable and helpless. Evie. Lu Ye exhaled deeply and nodded with difficulty. Yes, let's go to my place first. If looks could kill, Lu Ye would have been murdered by the security guard countless times already. Sharona's brilliant blonde hair shimmered like flowing golden threads in the afternoon sunlight, turning heads wherever she walked down the street. Already tall and statuesque, walking alongside Teacher Lu who stood just over 6 feet, they drew constant stares from passersby. How do you usually go out in public? Lu Ye couldn't help but whisper to Sharona, who was wearing sunglasses beside him. I rent out entire streets, Sharona frowned thoughtfully. Or sometimes I just buy a whole street specifically for shopping. Never mind, I asked. Lu Ye rubbed his forehead. According to the original reception protocol, after Sharona's arrival at the Dongwon League, Pokemon Association specialists should have provided full escort with a grand welcome ceremony. But she had always disliked such fanfare, and learning that Teacher Lu happened to be in Shanghai, she simply asked him to pick her up instead. Walking to the roadside, Sharona looked up. Shall we take a flying Pokemon? No, let's hail a taxi. Thinking Lu Ye didn't have any transport Pokemon, she thoughtfully added, I could give you a ride. I'm afraid we'd get shot down by anti-aircraft guns. Lu Ye pointed at the sky. Flying openly within Shanghai city limits? We'd be done for on the spot. Sharona nodded thoughtfully. I almost forgot Shanghai has air traffic control. Sinnoh doesn't? No. You can even fly all the way from Mount Coronet and the Silver Mountain Range straight to Kanto. That sounds pretty nice. Lu Ye was somewhat tempted. Must save a lot on plane tickets. Sharona smiled faintly, not mentioning that she never bought plane tickets anyway. Having a private jet at home was quite sufficient. He dialed the number of the driver who had given him a business card earlier. The driver had thought Teacher Lu was going to bail on him and rush to the airport, but upon seeing Sharona, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Respect. Besides those two words, he couldn't find any other way to describe it. The car was quiet. Sharona's Chinese wasn't fluent, so she simply turned her head toward the window, her fingertips gently stroking the dozing Evie in her arms. Her blonde hair fell onto Lu Ye's hand, the silky strands brushing softly against his skin, giving him an indescribable feeling. Foreigner, the driver peered back. Yeah. The driver suddenly spoke with emotion. Different countries aren't the problem. People who can't hold on to love can't even grip a pokeball properly. Every driver had countless stories, and he patted the steering wheel, ready to pour out his heart when the car arrived at their destination. Ah. The driver looked disappointed. There'll be other chances. Lu Ye patted his shoulder and nodded firmly. Leaning against the car window, the driver shouted tearfully. You two must be happy together. What's he shouting about? Sharona tilted her head. In Dongwang, you generally don't need to tip, but you gave too much, Lu Yi explained. Didn't you pay the fare? I'll get reimbursed by you later. I see. Sharona nodded in understanding. The residential area was quietly shaded by trees, with weathered walls on the old apartment buildings, a peaceful corner amid the bustling city. You live here? Sharona looked around. Cheap rent, Lu Yi shrugged. The great hermit hides in the city, eh? I heard Professor Rowan mention that proverb. If that's how you want to see it, I can't argue. Haunter had already eagerly stuck its hand into the door lock, opening the door for its trainer. Sharona stepped inside. Should I take off my shoes? Lu Yi instinctively glanced at her high heels, feeling somewhat regretful as he waved his hand. No need. Pardon the intrusion. To diagnose Evie's stress response, they first needed to rule out environmental factors. Sharona had just surveyed the entire neighborhood, and it didn't seem like any of Evie's natural predators were lurking about. If anything, since Evie was omnivorous, it should be the native Pokemon who were more nervous. Don't worry, this will be quick. Cynthia pulled a portable stethoscope from her bag and placed it on Evie's chest. Little Evie's cheeks flushed pink as she lay sulking on the carpet, her tail tip twitching stiffly. Lu Yi watched from the side, feeling a pang of jealousy. Usually when I ask you to show your belly, you refuse no matter what, but the moment a stranger shows up, you're suddenly so cooperative? Teacher Lu, I'll leave my other Pokemon in your care for now. Oh wait, what Pokemon? Lu Yi blinked in confusion. Before he could finish speaking, several crimson flashes exploded in the cramped living room. In just 1 second, all 6 of Cynthia's Pokemon materialized before him. On the left stood Garchomp, eyes blood red and radiating an intimidating chill. On the right, Lucario crossed his arms, cold light flickering in the depths of his pupils. These 2 champion-level powerhouses had Lu Yi trapped between them, their gazes carrying an unmistakable hint of scrutiny. Keika, Haunter nearly toppled over. These 2 bosses look like serious trouble. Online help needed urgently. What do you do when your trainer's about to be torn apart? Though panicking inside, Lu Yi wasn't completely unprepared. He took a deep breath and carefully reached into a cabinet, pulling out a transparent jar. The energy cubes inside were perfectly cut with sharp edges and brilliant colors, looking like polished gemstones. He carefully moved around Garchomp's razor-sharp sides, wiping away cold sweat. Boss, want some candy? Garchomp and Lucario exchanged glances, their thick necks nodding almost simultaneously. So obedient. Cynthia tucked a strand of golden hair behind her ear and gently stroked Evie on her lap. Vooey. Oh. Evie wiggled her tail, then feeling embarrassed, buried her little head between her paws. Very healthy. Cynthia put away the stethoscope and commented softly. The anticipation ability makes her reactions faster. Well trained. She found it difficult to assess this man's true strength. Tactically, he could stand alongside her, yet his Pokemon's levels were generally low, but despite their modest power, under his guidance they could unleash extraordinary potential. Haunter's training methods reminded her of Granny Agatha. Evie's training traces bore similarities to Red's Espion. Combined with Lu Ye's claim that he didn't want to be a trainer, interesting. A faint smile crossed Cynthia's lips. Looking up, she noticed something unusual about her own Pokemon. Garchomp, usually aloof around strangers, was now laughing heartily with his arm around Haunter's shoulder. Lucario's hands moved like afterimages, tossing energy cube after energy cube into his mouth, without even bothering to chew. In less than a minute, the entire jar was empty. Cynthia blinked. I buy you energy cubes all the time, but I've never seen you eat them with such enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Gastrodon was sliding wetly up the wall toward the ceiling. Don't. I just painted that wall. Luya's heart bled. Gastrodon shot him a disdainful glance and continued crawling, her soft skin leaving trails of corrosive marks. The phantom sound of his wallet shrinking immediately echoed in Luya's mind. Don't worry, I'll cover the damages, Cynthia consoled him, walking over to the pale-faced teacher Lu and bending down to pick up the scattered energy cubes. As her fingertip brushed against an orange berry cube, it gleamed translucent with blue light flowing across its surface like a finely crafted sapphire. Surprise flashed in Cynthia's eyes. Perfect quality energy cubes? Using just basic orange berries as ingredients, he had crafted such perfect poke blocks. Even Cynthia, with all her experience, had only seen this level of craftsmanship from Wallace, the contest master. Now the actual product rested in her palm, translucent in color, rich with berry fragrance, its quality beyond words. The utterly satisfied expression on Garchomp's face said everything that needed to be said. She instinctively turned her head to look at Lu Yi beside her, his expression calm and composed. Did you make this yourself? Lu Yi glanced at the block in her hand, making no attempt to hide it. Yes, it's just been stored for a while, otherwise the quality could be even higher. Lucario, who had been enthusiastically chewing on an energy block, suddenly stopped mid-bite upon hearing this. His ears trembled slightly, his expression like someone who had just realized something wonderful. It could taste even better? Koga. Jengar remembered the flavor when that batch was fresh from the machine, nearly drooling at the memory. Cynthia raised her hand and pointed to the old, weathered berry blender in the corner of the living room, her golden hair falling beside her ear. You made this with that machine? Is there a problem? Luyi asked in return. No. Cynthia shook her head gently, genuine shock evident in her eyes. To produce such quality with that antique of a machine, she had to completely reassess this trainer's skills. Not suitable for your Pokemon. Luyi noticed her expression, raising an eyebrow. Quite the opposite's perfectly suitable. Cynthia smiled, her tone certain. Even my specially customized blocks don't appeal to Garchomp this much. She was beginning to understand why Teacher Lu always seemed so frugal, or rather, modest in his lifestyle. The cost of making high-quality Poke blocks was astronomical. If most of his funds went toward perfecting his craft, naturally his living would be simple. There were similar examples in the world. The Pokeball craftsman Kurt also possessed top-tier skills, yet lived in extremely humble quarters. For people like them, money only mattered when spent on worthwhile pursuits. Simple food and drink couldn't diminish their joy. Cynthia looked toward Lu Ye's Pokemon and sighed softly. Your Pokemon have met a truly wonderful trainer. I wouldn't call myself a trainer. Lu Yi waved his hand with a sigh. I just cook for them. What about you? Have you eaten? I can make you some noodles. Cynthia's flight was at 10 in the morning, so she probably hadn't had lunch yet. If it were just him, Lu Yi would simply munch on a couple of Pecha berry blocks and call it good. But with a guest, proper hospitality was required. She looked around the living room, where her Pokemon were all contentedly chewing on energy blocks, satisfaction written across their faces. Cynthia nodded. That would be wonderful. Thank you. Card or cash? Lu Yi joked quietly, though his voice was low. Of course, if you really want to pay, I wouldn't say no. By the window, Cynthia's Glacian stood elegantly, her tail tip lightly brushing the windowsill. Jengar tried to sidle over and strike up a conversation, but one cold glance sent him slinking back to his corner. The impetuous little guy was actually intimidated upon first meeting this exceptionally graceful Glacian. Truly was beautiful. Eevee stood on the sofa's armrest, ears pressed flat against his head. Ever since following Lu Yi away from the forest and seeing the outside world, anxiety had crept into his heart. He feared waking up to find Lu Yi gone, feared him catching another Eevee, even feared being replaced. He hadn't needed to worry about such things before, but being caught meant occasionally risking heartbreak. So he bared his tiny fangs and glared fiercely at the Glacian by the window. Vui. Glacian made no sound, simply turning away gracefully. Those deep ice blue eyes gazed quietly at the somewhat timid Eevee. Glacian lowered its head and approached step by step, cornering Eevee against the wall. Eevee. It extended its cool tongue, gently grooming along Eevee's fluffy fur, then lifted the corners of its mouth in a gentle smile. Eevee. Eevee's face instantly flushed red as it scrambled away on its four little legs, darting into the adjacent bedroom in a flash. In the living room, a bright red banner hung on the wall with four gilded characters that read, Gynecology Expert, quite eye-catching. Cynthia compared it with a wiki entry on her phone, murmuring quietly, a doctor with achievements in the field of gynecology? She nodded with a half-understanding expression. All right, dinner's ready, came Lu Ye's voice from the kitchen. He removed his apron and had just stepped out when Garchomp, Lucario, Haunter, and other Pokemon surrounded him, their fierce gazes making his skin crawl. I wasn't calling you guys, Lu Yi said with an apologetic smile. I'll make the energy cubes tonight, definitely enough for everyone. Only then did the Pokemon disperse with satisfaction. Haunter. Lu Yi suddenly noticed that guy mixed in with the group. When did you join the queue? Haunter. Haunter retracted its tongue sheepishly. Sigma, you caught me. I was hoping to sneak an extra bowl. Cynthia walked over with her arms crossed, curiously pointing at the banner. Gynecology expert. What does that mean? Lu Yi nearly spat out the water he had just sipped, but to maintain his image, he forced down the choking sensation. What thing? That banner seems quite important to you. Oh, I'm skilled at massage, especially for women, Lu Yi said without missing a beat. Cynthia paused. I thought only female massage therapists existed. Authentic Hong Kong-style acupressure, passed down from father to son, not to daughters, Lu Yi replied with a straight face. I see. She nodded, still finding it somewhat suspicious, but didn't pursue further. A thought flashed through her mind. Should I ask him for a massage? She immediately dismissed it. It wouldn't be proper to trouble a guest. Steam rose from the dining table. Lu Yi brought out authentic tempura soba noodles. After mixing water and mirin, add soy sauce. The broth is made with bonito flakes and kelp. The large shrimp are coated in breadcrumbs and fried until golden, then sprinkled with scallions. The golden crispy shrimp, clear broth, and rich aroma made all the Pokemon swallow their saliva. Lu Yi checked his retinal data and nodded with satisfaction. Cooking LV3, just one step away from being among Tatsuki's Elite 10. Garchomp and Lucario stood guard on either side of the table, their nostrils flaring. Haunter quietly floated behind Lu Ye's shoulder, drool stretching through the air. Cynthia gracefully took her seat, clasped her hands together, and said softly, "Thank you for the meal." She tucked her golden hair behind her ear and took a spoonful of broth for a gentle sip. The crispness of steak intertwined with the umami of bonito flakes made her squint with pleasure, the corners of her mouth turning up. This taste was even better than Grandma's cooking. Crunch. The fried shrimp crumbled upon contact, its crispiness complementing the broth's clarity perfectly, filling her with instant happiness. Star restaurant quality. "It's delicious," Cynthia praised with a smile. Louis kept watch over the drooling haunter beside him while burying his head in his noodles. Louis felt somewhat moved. "The soba noodles I made are just too delicious." Logically speaking, Cynthia should be facing Lance tomorrow, so today should have been dedicated to intense preparation for battle. However, the moment she arrived at Louis's house, she pulled two controllers from her travel bag and slapped them onto the coffee table with a thud, raising an eyebrow as she gestured for Louis to come sit down. Louis was stunned for a moment. "What are we playing? Aren't you supposed to go to the hotel?" "I can go later." Cynthia's tone was relaxed, clearly having set the match aside. At this moment, Eevee's physical examination had just finished. With a large group of unfamiliar Pokemon suddenly appearing in the house, little Eevee huddled deep in its cat bed, only half an ear visible. On the windowsill, Glacian with its ice blue fur leaned against the window frame, licking its paw before slightly lifting its eyes, the corner of its mouth curving into an elegant, yet somewhat assertive smile. Professor Rowan called via video chat shortly after, mainly to check on Cynthia's situation. Learning that the champion was staying at Louis's house, the professor only offered a few casual words of advice with Cynthia's strength. If anyone truly harbored ill intentions toward her, they probably wouldn't know how they died. The one who should really be worried was probably Louis himself. In the living room, the TV's glow reflected on both their faces. "Are you really okay? You have a match tomorrow." Louis held his controller, his tone carrying a hint of concern. Cynthia leaned back on the sofa, her fingertips gripping the controller tightly, looking unusually serious. Balancing work and rest is important. Rather than being nervous before the match, it's better to completely relax first. After speaking, she tucked her golden hair behind her ear and held up one finger. "This is my battle strategy." Louis's expression was complicated. Every trainer had their own optimal state, but could Cynthia's really be staying up all night playing video games? He pulled up the game list. "Which one?" Cynthia tilted her head in thought, her finger twirling around her golden hair, unable to give an answer for quite some time. "So you really do have severe decision paralysis," Louis realized. "Then I'll leave it to you." The champion smiled with relief, practically instantly tossing the remote back to him. Meanwhile, another session of psychological preparation was taking place in the corner of the room. Haunter floated with a furrowed brow, pondering whom to ask for move instruction. Garchomp and Lucario had too strong an aura, just making eye contact made it tremble all over. Its gaze finally settled on that potted plant under the air conditioner Spiritome. Legend had it that Spiritome was formed from 108 souls, with dual ghost and dark typing, emanating a chilling aura that made one's skin crawl. Thinking of Lu Ye's daily care for his own Pokemon, Haunter mustered its courage and drifted over, making a tentative greeting, "Haunter." The next second, the previously motionless stone surface suddenly rippled. 7 or 8 glowing green eyes appeared one after another, examining Haunter from top to bottom. Then, a pitch-black crack split open across the rock face, seeming to form a grinning maw, with chilling wind and whispers pouring from the fissure. "Haunter." Haunter fled in tears of terror. The crack slowly closed. Spiritome wanted to say something, but gave up, its fan-shaped panel gently closing as it continued pretending to be a quiet potted plant in disappointment. The setting sun bathed the living room in warm, orange light. Louis tossed his controller aside, rubbing his temples and letting out a long sigh. Let's call it a day. After several hours of intense gaming, his back and waist ached, and he realized that playing video games was also physically demanding. What made it worse was that Garchomp had been standing beside them the entire time, coldly staring at the screen like a referee. Under this invisible pressure, Louis's gaming experience was virtually non-existent. "Ah, not coming? I should start cooking, or you could play something else first. What else is there that's fun?" The fading twilight slanted through the room, and dust particles floating in the air became crystal clear in the beams of light. Cynthia tilted her head slightly, her blonde hair taking on a soft glow, her gray pupils so deep they seemed bottomless. Louis's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he quickly averted his gaze, clearing his throat softly. "I have a game I made myself. Want to try it?" "Oh." Cynthia's interest was piqued. Louis moved his laptop in front of her and opened the initial version of Plants vs. Zombies that was still in development. "It's not completely finished yet, but the core gameplay is pretty much there." He explained the rules and interface while demonstrating. Cynthia listened while nodding occasionally, a gentle smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "It looks really fun. I also added a death difficulty mode and achievement system. It's pretty challenging." Louis scratched his head. "You play first. I'll go cook and call you when it's ready." Cynthia said nothing more, her mouse clicking rapidly as blue and white light reflected on her face. She was already completely absorbed. With the familiar background music playing, Lu shook his head helplessly and headed to the kitchen. The sounds of chopping vegetables and clanging pans filled the air as Lu simultaneously opened his system panel to check his BP points. In his view, BP equaled berries, which equaled food expenses, so most of the BP rewards from his videos were exchanged for rare berries, with only occasional 10 pulls to calm his nerves. Being unlucky as he was, he preferred the security of guaranteed rewards. Lu calculated silently. Once the game officially launched, he should be able to earn another wave of BP. Considering nutritional balance, tonight's menu was simple, sandwiches with vegetable salad. After setting the plates, he walked out of the kitchen only to find Cynthia still hunched over, frantically clicking the mouse. Seeing him return, Cynthia looked up and gave a very serious evaluation. Fun. If it's fun, then keep playing. Lu replied casually. Record that comment later, I'll use it for promotion. Okay. Cynthia nodded and immediately dove back into the screen. The street lamps lit up as night pressed down on the sky. Lu leaned against the sofa armrest, staring at Cynthia, who was still battling on, with a complicated expression. At exactly midnight, only the clicking sounds of keyboard and mouse remained in the living room. Sister, aren't you leaving? The Masters tournament starts tomorrow morning. Just a little longer. Cynthia's eyes remained glued to the screen. Lu looked up and sighed deeply. If I made Civilization 6, wouldn't you be pulling all-nighters every day? However, Cynthia seemed to be in excellent condition. Her Pokemon had eaten the energy cubes and were sleeping soundly in their Pokeballs. Perhaps playing games was her way of adjusting her mental state? Where are you sleeping tonight? Lu suddenly asked. Only then did Cynthia look up, glancing at the clock hand on the wall, then at the unfinished level. Do you have a spare room? Huh. The sofa works too. Seeing Lu freeze, she brushed away the hair from her forehead and directly made a phone call. Bring my luggage over, I'll send you the location. In less than 5 minutes, a Polyper arrived at the window carrying a waterproof suitcase. Cynthia gently patted the Polyper's head, dragged the luggage inside, and nodded slightly to Lu. Pardon the intrusion. How could one describe Lu's mood at this moment? It was like that subtle flutter of joy when the first snow has just stopped falling. Warm sake is heating inside the house, and upon opening the door, pristine moonlight rushes to greet you. Yet he couldn't quite put it into words, so he simply shook his head and reminded Sharona, who was sitting in front of the sofa. Don't blame me if you can't get up tomorrow morning. Don't worry, I'll go to sleep right after I beat this level. Sharona focused intently on clicking her mouse, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Lu stared at her profile for a while, scratched his temple, and stood up. I'll go tidy up the room for you. I can sleep on the sofa. Sharona casually retorted. Are you trying to tell me what to do? Lu froze for a moment, then came out of the room, carrying a pillow. He rented a small one-bedroom apartment, and giving up the bedroom meant he'd have to make do with sleeping on the sofa. The sheets had just been changed, and the duvet cover and pillows were a freshly washed matching set, still carrying the faint fragrance of detergent. After tossing the pillow onto the sofa, Lu somehow produced a calculator from nowhere and began tapping away frantically. The accommodations may be modest, but charging bidan breakfast rates should be reasonable. Sharona unconsciously nodded. So there's a fee? That makes sense. She had felt a bit conflicted about staying over, but Plants vs. Zombies was just too addictive. Hearing that payment was expected actually put her at ease. Taking advantage of the game's results screen, she tucked her golden hair behind her ear and leaned over. What are you calculating? The bill. Give me a piece of paper, I'll help you calculate. Lu paused, then reluctantly handed over paper and pen. Sharona quickly wrote down. Energy cubes 50,000, accommodation 3,000, meals 2,000. In just a few lines, the numbers had reached frightening heights. Lu's eye twitched. I don't think I actually spent that much, did I? 3,000 for accommodation? Do you think this is a luxury hotel? And 1,000 for a bowl of buckwheat noodles. Oh, that does seem to be about the right price range. Sharona rested her chin on her hand thoughtfully. Lu wanted to complain that even having money didn't mean you should waste it like this. But when she looked up and raised an eyebrow slightly, asking, too little, he froze for a long moment, then could only laugh awkwardly. That's about the right price range. I'm not sure about the price for energy cubes of this quality. I'll make up the difference when I get back. Sharona said earnestly. Lu was so moved, he nearly teared up. Is this really a wealthy woman? She's practically an angel. Late at night, light seeped through the bathroom door crack, and the gentle sound of running water filled the quiet living room. Lucario half closed its eyes, but its aura remained firmly locked onto Lu. Lu smirked coldly. Think not letting me look will stump me? Just listening to the shower sounds is enough to fuel 3 bowls of rice. Of course, he only dared to think it tactually trying to peek would probably get him sliced up by Lucario on the spot. Drowsiness crept in, and he yawned widely. Little Evie, still somewhat shaken, leaped into his arms. He rubbed Evie's soft fur and, holding it close, leaned back on the sofa, and slowly drifted off to sleep. The night passed without incident. At the crack of dawn, his phone vibrated. Seeing the caller ID, Lu Yi didn't dare show any morning grouchiness. It was a call from the big shot, Chi Hong. Teacher Lu, are you going to attend the Masters tournament in Shanghai in person? Lu Yi half opened his eyes. Yeah, I even scored some free tickets. Chi Hong's laughter came through the receiver. I introduced you to Mr. Du, and he's very interested in you. If it's possible, let him be the first to seek your guidance on my behalf. Seek guidance? You were just asking me for advice. Before he could finish, Lu Yi jolted awake, all drowsiness gone. What the hell? From that tone, could it be Lance wants to challenge me to a battle? I haven't even left the beginner's village yet, and I'm already facing off against an Elite Four member? This is way too intense. He swallowed hard and stammered into the phone. Red, I'm not a trainer. I know. Red laughed heartily. Breeders can battle fiercely too. Green and Mr. Lance are old rivals. Lu Yi opened his mouth, a belly full of, I'm really not cut out for this, complaints ready to spill out. Then it settled. Red excitedly hung up as if he'd just scored front row tickets, muttering to himself, so exciting. I wonder what tactics Professor Lu will use against Mr. Lance. The phone beeped as the call ended, leaving Lu Yi staring blankly at the black screen. Suddenly not wanting to go watch the match anymore. What if they really made him battle? Ghastly would be done for on the spot. Even 10 Ghastlies couldn't handle Lance's red Gyarados. While he was still dazed, the bedroom door clicked open. In loose pink pajamas and bunny slippers, Cynthia emerged with messy golden hair, sleepily yawning. As she squinted, she seemed to realize something, and a rare blush colored her fair cheeks. Thud, the door quickly shut again. Lu Yi froze. Did I just see something incredible? The next second, a red beam shot from a pokeball. Lucario materialized on its own, delivering a precise chop to Lu Yi's neck. Everything went black. When Lu Yi opened his eyes again, he had awakened from the Pokemon Center. No wait, his living room sofa. An unfamiliar ceiling came into view as he groaned. Where am I? The aroma of tea wafted over. Cynthia had changed back into her familiar black coat, golden hair draped over her shoulders, elegantly sipping red tea. I found the tea bags in the cabinet. Want a cup? Oh, no thanks. Lu Yi rubbed his neck, trying to remember. What was I saying? Oh right, something about a friendly match with Lance. He scratched his head, feeling like he'd forgotten something. Lucario stood nearby holding a second cup of tea, subtly influencing his master's memories through aura, sighing inwardly. Temporary amnesia, small price for protection. Despite staying up until 2 a.m. last night, Cynthia looked radiant, a perfect smile gracing her lips. Professor Lu, are you going to watch the match later? Thinking of Lance's possible challenge, Lu Yi's face paled slightly. But this was Cynthia's match. Yes. He gritted his teeth, psyching himself up. There'll be lots of people anyway, and Lance doesn't know me. I'll watch and slip away. He can't possibly drag me out. Want to pick on a newbie? Not a chance. Let's go together then. Cynthia nodded. I have exclusive VIP seats with a better view. The difference between live and recorded matches is huge. Even NBA games are better live, let alone master-level battles. Getting VIP seats where you can see every splash of blood clearly might even discourage the little ones from wanting to become trainers. Invitations don't matter, Lu Yi said seriously. I mainly want to sit in the family section. Cynthia's eyebrows rose slightly. The friends and family section. She smiled, standing up and tucking her pokeballs into her belt holster, her gaze sharpening. The Battle Tower of the East stands as the premier battle facility in the Dongwang region. Its reputation rivals that of Kalos's Battle Chateau, and Alola's Battletree. Trainers come here to test their skills, and none who enter are weak. In the animated Battle Frontier series, Jindai once dominated with his 3 legendary titans, showcasing the facility's incredible difficulty. Now, with the Masters tournament match between Cynthia and Lance taking place here, the Battle Tower has naturally become the center stage. Massive glass curtain walls wrap around the tower's body in diamond-cut facets, gleaming with cold light. Standing at the edge of the plaza, Louis compared the scene with the description on his phone, his expression somewhat bemused. The original Oriental Pearl Tower had been modded into something so cyberpunk? Remembering how Paris's Eiffel Tower had become the Prism Tower in this world, he felt more at ease. What did you say? Cynthia beside him removed her earphones. I said good luck in the match later. I'll be really upset if you lose. Louis repeated his words. Cynthia's lips curved upward, her golden eyes gleaming sharply. I won't lose. In this world, bonds weren't just empty words. Charizard to Leon, Garchomp to Cynthia. When there's genuine love, Pokemon will always respond. Louis nodded thoughtfully, muttering under his breath. Is it really about bonds? Why do the ones I raise always seem like they're here to backstab me? To avoid the swarm of reporters, they took a black business car arranged by the event organizers. Outside the windows, crowds flowed toward the battle tower like a torrent. Upon arrival, Cynthia put on sunglasses and stepped out of the car with composure, stopping at the contestants' entrance. Security check requires going around front. She frowned slightly, pressing a gold-embossed VIP card into Louis' palm. Take this for now. Don't abandon me after the match ends. As his fingertips touched the card, Louis's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained his composure. Don't worry, I haven't gotten reimbursed for the bills yet. Cynthia chuckled softly and waved goodbye. Her heels clicked against the ground as her aura instantly shifted, her stride becoming as sharp as if she'd entered battle mode. Louis watched that brilliant golden hair gradually disappear into the distance, scratching his head. Anyway, let me get inside first. The card's gold-embossed patterns gleamed, still carrying a faint, pleasant fragrance. Louis suddenly remembered something and froze. Huh? I think I still have a ticket I didn't pick up from Coach Zhai. Coach Zhai had brought the entire school team on this trip, and with Louis included, this was practically the main lineup from this year's collegiate league. Coach, the match is about to start. The assistant coach still hasn't arrived? We should have given him the ticket earlier. A team member muttered quietly. Zhai Wenyao frowned. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. He's here. I'm so sorry, coach, I'm late. Louis jogged over, apologizing repeatedly. Good that you're here, let's go in. Zhai Wenyao handed him the regular spectator ticket. But Louis waved his hand, grinning sheepishly. Actually, I just came to explain this situation. I won't be going in with everyone. You're not watching the match. Zhai Wenyao was stunned, his gaze falling on the gold-embossed card in Louis's fingers, his eyes instantly widening. You little rascal, you can afford a VIP ticket worth over 100,000, and you still wanted to mooch off the school team. Shen Tingji, the wealthiest team member whose family ran a luxury goods business, also pursed her lips in surprise. This wasn't even a matter of whether money could buy it unless someone had connections with the organizers. No one could obtain this kind of invitation ticket. Coach Zhai quietly nudged him with his elbow. You know people from the event organizers? Louis shook his head. Don't tell me one of the contestants invited you. Zhai Wenyao burst into laughter. Louis coughed and said, well, coach, I'll reimburse you for those tickets later. Why don't you take everyone inside? As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished without a trace. Zhai Wenyao stared at his retreating figure with a peculiar expression. Could this kid actually know the contestants who were about to compete? Those were champion-level trainers Lance from Kanto and Cynthia from Sinnoh. To be on friendly terms with those two, just how capable was this new assistant instructor? He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered under his breath. The person I picked seems to be quite extraordinary. In the VIP passage, Louis presented the card Cynthia had given him, and a hostess escorted him all the way to the guest box. The box was quiet and spacious, with curved floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the entire arena, and a table set with fruits still covered in morning dew. Louis took out his pokeballs and released Evie and Haunter. The two little ones curiously wandered around the box, occasionally pressing against the railing to peer out. Thunderous cheers erupted from the circular stands. This was a masterclass battle, a peak showdown between top trainers. The announcer shouted at the top of his lungs, pushing the atmosphere to a boiling point. Next, let's welcome the champion contestant from Kanto Lance. Louis leaned forward to look toward the contestant tunnel. A red-haired man emerged wearing a deep crimson cape and a perfectly fitted blue champion uniform. His expression was stern, yet he still waved to the spectators on both sides. Compared to the arrogant youth from the manga, he now appeared much more composed. Louis could almost hear the game's description echoing in his ears, a man with a strong sense of justice. Suddenly, a sharp female voice came from the adjacent box. Were you invited by him too? The railing wasn't high, making conversation between guests on either side effortless. Louis turned his head and immediately recognized the female trainer with light blue long hair and striking curves, Claire, the dragon-type gym leader of Blackthorn City in Johto, and also Lance's cousin. She wore light blue gloves and tall boots, with a cape draped over her shoulders and a dragon tamer's whip standing beside her, making Liu Ye's eyebrow twitch slightly. You know me? Claire frowned. I've heard of you, Liu Ye replied, thinking to himself. The dragon tamer of the dragon clan, unfortunately always overshadowed by Lance's brilliance, and famously devoted to her cousin. The interpersonal relationships in the Pokemon world are truly complicated. Claire's tone was pressing. You still haven't answered. Did my cousin invite you? That's not the case, Liu Ye replied, raising his chin and giving her a gentle smile. I'm here to cheer for my family member Em, my close friend. He directed his gaze toward the arena. She's coming out now. The announcer raised his arms and shouted again. Let's welcome the champion from the Sinnoh region, Cynthia. The applause and cheers instantly reached an even higher crescendo. The blonde woman stepped onto the stage with composed strides, her black long coat flowing slightly, every movement exuding regal bearing. Sorry to keep you waiting, Cynthia nodded in acknowledgement. I've been looking forward to this battle for a long time, Lance responded in a deep voice. I hope I won't disappoint you, Cynthia smiled slightly. The referee's flag dropped sharply, and a piercing whistle blast rang out. The battle begins. Although Liu Ye always teased Adu by calling him a dodo bird, as a champion with years of experience, Adu's strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. In last year's Masters tournament, he narrowly lost to Dan D's Gigantamax Charizard and settled for second place. Cynthia ranked third, with the gap between them being almost negligible. Victory often came down to on-the-spot performance. At this moment, cheers surged like tidal waves from all directions in the audience. Witnessing this world-class showdown firsthand, even Lu Yi, who was accustomed to grand spectacles, couldn't help but feel his blood pumping with excitement. Kakik. Hunter cupped its claws like a megaphone, dramatically cheering for Cynthia. Evie stood at the railing, gazing out as sparks of light gradually lit up in its dark eyes. Watch carefully, this battle is going to be brutal. Lu Yi clicked his tongue in amazement. If you two decide to back down after this, just coming here to watch would be worth every penny. Kakik. Vui. Both little ones nodded solemnly. Both contestants are in position, the announcer shouted hoarsely. Who will emerge victorious? Let's wait and see. In the front row of the VIP section, Claire, dressed in a light blue bodysuit with her hair in a high ponytail, frowned and stole glances at Lu Yi from the corner of her eye. He's specially invited by Cynthia? Claire wondered silently. Usually, Cynthia only reserved her VIP seats for her close friend Diane Thash, never heard of her inviting any other men. Unable to figure it out, she shook her head and turned her attention back to Lance. As one of the most outstanding members of the Dragon Tamer clan, Claire had known Adu since childhood, yet she was always overshadowed by his dazzling talent. Now, watching that man who always walked ahead, leaving only his back view but forever filled with justice and passion, she sighed silently in her heart. She hoped he could truly win this match. The referee's whistle cut through the boiling air as two pokeballs were thrown simultaneously. In the blinding red light, the ground trembled thunderously. A red Gyarados covered in crimson scales reared up, its deafening roar instantly silencing the surroundings. While ordinary Gyarados typically measured about 6.5 meters, Adu's was clearly over 8 meters, radiating overwhelming presence. Its intimidatability made many spectators instinctively shrink back, followed immediately by even more frenzied cheering. Before this massive beast, the blonde woman's figure appeared delicate, yet Cynthia's lips curved into a knowing smile. Cynthia's choice is the Jubilee Pokemon, Togekiss. The announcer's voice crashed into the crowd. Togekiss spread its pristine triangular wings like a glider, claiming air superiority with a few graceful rolls. In the VIP section, Lu Yi opened his system Pokédex and tapped the two Pokemon beside him. Scared? Haunter and Eevee stared blankly at the colossal beast and aerial shadow in the arena, unable to make a sound. Lu Yi nodded with satisfaction. Look, they're scared speechless. The dense list of moves on the Pokédex screen made his scalp tingle, yet it also proved their terrifying strength from another angle. Red Gyarados, Dragon Dance setup, probably carrying a Mega Stone. Lu Yi analyzed quietly. Togekiss is barely affected by Intimidate and can counter the Dark-type Mega Gyarados. His eyes blazed with excitement. Truly worthy of Cynthia. She's definitely playing 4D chess. It all comes down to whether Wataru will choose to force a Dragon Dance. Claire's eyebrow twitched as she couldn't help but respond in Chinese. Wataru's trump card should be his Dragonite. Lu Yi was slightly surprised by her words, but still nodded. Dragonite is indeed powerful, but speed will always be its weakness, and it's not as efficient at sweeping teams as a Gyarados after Dragon Dance. This match, Wataru will definitely rely on Dragon Dance for setup. In the spectator seats, the two exchanged words back and forth. Claire opened her mouth but couldn't find an angle to argue, so she could only silently raise her hand and crack her whip with a sharp snap. The crisp sound made Lu Ye's eyebrow twitch, and he coughed lightly before refocusing his attention on the battlefield. On the field, Sharona's Togekiss took the stage first against Wataru's Red Gyarados. Lu Yi rapidly calculated in his mind, weighing every possible first-turn scenario. Though most of his experience came from games, under these conditions, Sharona's best choice was obvious. Thunder Wave. Lu Yi and Sharona called out almost simultaneously. Paralyze Gyarados first. Lu Yi added. Claire gave him a strange sideways glance, about to say something more, when she suddenly noticed that Sharona on the field had indeed given the same command. Her scalp tingled. This man had actually predicted Sharona's move accurately? Across the field, Wataru's cape billowed as he commanded in a deep voice. Gyarados, Dragon Dance. Roar. Gyarados threw back its head and roared, its aura rising steadily. The massive body, now enhanced, swept across the rocky terrain at terrifying speed, its tail smashing stone pillars into fragments. Thunder Wave locked on as such a large target with perfect accuracy, but just as the ripples were about to make contact, Gyarados slammed its tail heavily against the ground. The shattered rocks flew up like improvised shields, deflecting all the Thunder Wave energy. Thunder Wave is naturally weak to avoid detection, Claire explained smugly in a low voice. That gave Wataru the perfect opportunity to use the terrain. With Wataru's tactics predicted by Lu Yi, Claire quickly covered for her brother, scoring one back. Lu Yi's mind filled with dark lines. The two fan clubs were secretly competing, and this young lady couldn't really be a brother complex, could she? He glanced at Togekiss and muttered to himself. I can probably guess how she'll play next. With Thunder Wave missing and Dragon Dance boosting its power, the red Gyarados' eyes glowed crimson like a god of slaughter. At the same time, the triangular crest on its forehead blazed with intense light. Wataru closed his eyes, raised his arm, and clenched his fingers. The keystone on his bracelet burst with rainbow colors that filled the sky. Gyarados Mega Evolution. The entire venue erupted in amazement. Covered in razor-sharp scales with fins like blood-red wings, Mega Gyarados soared across the sky. Sharona brushed the golden hair from her forehead, her gaze instantly sharp as a blade. Togekiss dodged the Ice Fang, then Sweet Kiss. Togekiss held the high ground, commanding the airspace, but Mega Gyarados shot thick water jets from its side fins, using them to glide and instantly close the distance. Frost-wrapped Ice Fang snapped forward, but Togekiss twisted gracefully to dodge, leaving only a sweet flying kiss. Confusion flickered through Gyarados' pupils as it lost control and plummeted straight down, crashing into the cluster of stone pillars. Boom! Debris scattered as the rocky columns tore a vicious gash across Gyarados' scales. Gyarados is confused and has even taken significant self-damage, the announcer called out loudly. Sharona seized the moment. Dazzling gleam. Brilliant fairy-type energy erupted from around Togekiss, flooding the entire field. Under the super-effective damage, Gyarados roared as misty crimson energy surged around it, instantly breaking free from confusion's hold. Wataru's expression hardened. Gyarados, Ice Fang. The red giant leaped skyward again, its ice-blue fangs sinking viciously into Togekiss's flank. Crack! Frost crystallized as Togekiss was torn down and slammed heavily into the rocky ground. Thud! Before Togekiss could rise, Gyarados' eyelids began to droop heavily. "It's Togekiss's yawn," the announcer exclaimed. Wataru decisively commanded, "Waterfall." Torrential water columns surged upward, slamming Togekiss hard against the protective barrier at the field's edge. The transparent wall shook as Togekiss's body slid down, completely losing its ability to battle. At the same time, the red Gyarados swayed and immediately fell into deep sleep. At the guest seating area, Xiao Chun watched the scene with a complex expression, murmuring, "Not looking good, definitely not looking good." Lu Yi crossed his arms, gently swinging his legs with a relaxed smile. Togekiss is a defensive wall. Making it this far is already quite impressive. Xiao Chun frowned in silence. Indeed, while Adu had taken the first victory, the two Pokémon served completely different tactical roles. According to Lu Ye's analysis, Adu's core was the red Gyarados relying on Dragon Dance to stack boosts. But that Gyarados was now lying quietly on the ground, fast asleep, which was undoubtedly a huge problem for Adu. She looked up to study Lu Yi more carefully. The tactical flow of the battle, the strategic exchanges between both sides, this man seemed to see through it all. "Who exactly are you?" "Just a passing member of the cheering squad." Lu Yi casually rubbed the head of the EV in his arms, not noticing how the little one's ears were trembling with excitement. But more importantly, Adu's situation isn't looking too good. As he spoke, he struggled to suppress his rising smile. Both sides had their supporters, so whoever won would have more bragging rights. But Adu had set up a flag before the match, and look at that cousin of his, nearly crying from all the support. The red Gyarados was recalled, and Adu sent out Aerodactyl as his second Pokémon. A Dragon-type Elite Four member sending out two non-Dragon types in a row. Does that even make sense? Lu Ye's complaints continued non-stop. Aerodactyl excelled in speed, but couldn't last long. Sharona handled it expertly, using Spiritomb to stall for several rounds before Lucario landed a decisive Meteor Mash, bringing it crashing down. Both trainers kept switching Pokémon back and forth, trading victories, with the very air seeming to vibrate. As the battle deepened, Yanma City Gym leader Xiao Chun grew increasingly alarmed by what she was hearing. Her commentary seemed to become some kind of stimulus as Lu Yi chattered non-stop in her ear. "Look at that Salamence 4 times weak to ice. I bet it's about to get one-shotted." Before he finished speaking, Glacian entered the field and Salamence collapsed on cue. "Oh no, Gastrodon can't handle Dragonite. This match might go the full 6 rounds." Xiao Chun tried to pretend she wasn't listening, but his predictions hit the mark every single time. Reluctantly, she had to admit that when it came to understanding battle tactics, this guy was even a step above her. Frustrated and flustered, Xiao Chun bit her lip and interrupted. "Stop talking. I know where I went wrong." "Where did you go wrong?" Lu Yi blinked. "I shouldn't have presumed to give advice." Xiao Chun sighed softly. "Anyone invited by Sharona can't be that weak. With your level of battle understanding, you must be at least master rank." Of course, she had no idea that Teacher Lu was #1 at trash talk, but if he actually had to control Sharona's team, 9 times out of 10 he'd completely fall apart. Lu Ye's expression grew awkward as he cleared his throat. Only one match left. Garchomp versus Dragonite. The moment Garchomp stepped onto the field, Lu Yi clearly felt Sharona's aura shift dramatically. This was the confidence forged through countless victories and defeats. She loved Pokemon, and the bonds she formed with them were second to none. In unknown combat, Even Adu and his Dragonite would struggle to shake the perfect harmony between her and Garchomp. Sharona believed with absolute certainty. This battle was impossible for her to lose. Roar. Garchomp spread its crimson sides wide, eyes blazing red as it shot toward Dragonite like a cannonball. Dragonite's expression grew serious as it beat its wings powerfully, frost instantly coating its fists and ice punch launched straight ahead. Bitter cold winds swept through as Garchomp's protruding head fin became wrapped in thin ice, yet it continued spinning at high speed in its sword dance, its diving momentum only increasing. Crack! Dragon Rush struck first. Garchomp swerved past the ice punch, its headbutt slamming heavily into Dragonite's chest. Boom! In a flash, Dragonite was smashed to the ground. The announcer's voice trembled. A critical hit. Dragonite is unable to battle. The silent arena instantly erupted as waves of cheers swept through the stands. The victor, Sinnoh champion Cynthia. In the audience, Louis finally breathed a sigh of relief. He noticed Claire beside him looking somewhat dejected, yet couldn't help but smirk. Why was watching others lose so satisfying? Clearing his throat, he patted Ghastly and Eevee, grinning. Feel harsh? Don't worry, I can afford to raise you 2 inch. Before he could finish, Eevee had already jumped onto his lap, biting down hard on his sleeve. Vooey. Ghastly also showed a longing expression, as if already imagining itself holding a trophy for Lu Yi on the winner's podium, giggling foolishly. Hitch. A flash of inspiration struck as Ghastly's eyes lit up. Master brought them to watch the match to motivate them. With hard training, they could compete someday too. KH. It enthusiastically made a cheering gesture. Eevee was even more eager to start practicing. Claire smiled. What a hard-working little one. Luia's expression stiffened slightly. Was this really his purpose for coming? But seeing Eevee's enthusiasm, Claire had obviously guessed pretty accurately. He sighed deeply, then noticed Ghastly nodding earnestly. KH. You really understand me, Ghastly. Louis gripped his fist emotionally. KH. Oh. The battle between Cynthia and Lance lasted nearly an hour before concluding. The audience didn't need to leave, as there would be exhibition matches by other veteran trainers later. Since Louis had promised to wait for Cynthia, he lazily leaned back on the sofa. Enjoying the complimentary fresh fruit platter freeloading felt great. He glanced at Claire, who hadn't left yet. Why aren't you leaving? I'm waiting for someone. Who else could it be? Claire pouted. Her cousin, Dragon Master Lance, was naturally the person she was waiting for. Louis suddenly remembered that Red had specifically sought him out this morning. What was that about again? He slapped his forehead, breaking into a cold sweat. Dragon Master Lance wanted a friendly match with him. He might have been able to hide in the regular seats, but this was the VIP section. Lance would find him in minutes. The familiar sound of high heels approached from nearby. Cynthia was obviously close by, making escape impossible, and he still had to escort Cynthia back later anyway. Louis cast a solemn look at Ghastly. Ghastly, I'm counting on you later. KH. Sigma. He calculated. Lance wouldn't go all out in a friendly match. Even if they lost, Ghastly would gain massive experience, but with increased experience came higher energy cube expenses on his end. Schemes, all schemes. A sweet fragrance filled the air as Cynthia entered the private box, gracefully taking a seat beside Lu Yi, resting her chin on her hand. I won. I know. Lu Yi nodded. I also mentioned you to Lance. Next to them, a red-haired man in a cape appeared before Claire. Lance first nodded in greeting to his cousin, then pulled out his phone, comparing it to a photo. After confirming his target, he smiled slightly at Lu Yi. Teacher Lu? Is it? He swept back his cape, revealing his red and blue champion uniform in full display, extending his hand, at Red's request. Allow me to challenge you to a friendly match first. Lu Yi's eyebrow twitched as he shook hands with Lance, still mulling over what the man had just said. First, asking for a friendly match on Red's behalf. Elite 4-level opponents that he hadn't even dealt with yet, and possibly facing a world champion in the future? A newbie who'd been catching Pokemon for less than 2 months was supposed to handle this kind of power level? Louis grumbled internally and could only clear his throat. Mr. Lance, actually, I'm not really a trainer yet. The red-haired man crossed his arms and nodded frankly. Red mentioned that. You specialize in breeding and tactics, which is extremely rare in our line of work. Trainer is just a general term. It breaks down into training, breeding, tactics, commanding, coordinating, and other fields. Red speaks very highly of teacher tactics like spikes, perish song, minimize. You handle them all with ease. His tone shifted, carrying a note of respect. Unlike traditional trainers who pursue pure battle power, tactical masters like you breed different Pokemon and constantly develop new strategies, exploring the limits of battle. Honestly, I really admire that spirit of daring to experiment. As he spoke, Lance's gaze fell on the Haunter and Eevee beside Lu Yi, his eyes brightening slightly. Are these newly bred Pokemon of yours? You all seem deeply bonded. Lu Yi was taken aback. You can tell that too? Claire explained from the side. Lance was once blessed by Viridian Forest and can sense Pokemon emotions. That ability is called the power of Viridian. You actually know about that. Lance raised an eyebrow. Luya's heart sank. He'd originally thought this world had simply merged with the Pokemon world, but he hadn't expected people to actually possess supernatural powers. The power of Viridian could heal, sense, and even strengthen Pokemon. If someone could really fight Pokemon barehanded, being a trainer would be way too dangerous. He muttered to himself, then looked toward the system. Ding. Powers of Viridian, Aura, and similar abilities are limited powers that the host cannot unlock or purchase. Well, that's fine then. Luyi cleared his throat and looked up at Lance. If I may be so bold. The red-haired man pondered for a moment. May I sense these two Pokemon? In their brief interaction, Lance had already sensed the strong emotions both Pokemon held toward Lu Yi, which was enough to prove that Teacher Lu was trustworthy. The sense of kinship from finding a fellow enthusiast made him unconsciously develop more goodwill toward Lu Yi. Lu Yi nodded. Of course. Lance moved with agile grace. Vaulting over the railing, clearly he'd had plenty of real combat experience arresting Team Rocket members. He first placed his hand on Haunter's forehead. Haunter. Haunter tilted its head, looking puzzled. A gentle glow seeped from Lance's palm, making it shiver and close its eyes in comfort. Lance nodded quietly to himself. As expected, this Haunter had just been caught and was relatively weak in strength. Lu Yi was probably preparing to build a new team. But to complete evolution in such a short time and possess such a strong desire to grow stronger, the trainer's charisma and breeding techniques were evident. Next, he reached toward Eevee. Eevee. The little one opened its mouth without warning and bit down hard on his hand. Everyone present froze slightly. Having been around Dragon-type Pokemon for years, Lance naturally carried an intimidating draconic aura. It actually dared to bite me? Even he was stunned for a moment, but quickly picked up on Eevee's thoughts. Worry that its trainer might get hurt. I see. Lance nodded gently. Such pure emotion was rare these days. A slight smile crossed the serious red-haired man's lips, making him even more determined to battle Lu Yi. You're fighting right now? Cynthia frowned slightly, her tone carrying a hint of displeasure. I'm still waiting for him to cook. It won't take long, just a 1v1. If Teacher Lu agrees, we can start immediately, Lance said with a smile. Lu Yi rubbed his temples. There was no avoiding it, and he still had to find time to cook for Cynthia. Might as well treat it like a casual game. Of course, ready whenever you are. Koga's daughter glanced at the seemingly ordinary Lu Yi. This guy can actually battle my cousin? No wonder he was so talkative earlier. She sighed inwardly. If cousin really lost, it would be quite embarrassing. All your Pokemon have lost their fighting ability. She frowned as she reminded them. Even with treatment, they'd need at least an hour of rest. Don't we still have your Pokemon? Lance chuckled lightly. Rental battles are also an important way to test a trainer. Rental battles trainers using borrowed Pokemon to duel. This format was used in both the Battle Factory and Battle Tent. The abilities and moves of rental Pokemon were unknown, making command extremely difficult and testing a trainer's on-the-spot reactions and control. In the special manga Emerald, the calmer Emerald used rental tactics to achieve a 100-win streak in the Battle Frontier, even defeating Ruby. Hearing the suggestion, Lu Yi was momentarily stunned, then cast a grateful look at Haunter. Ah Tong, finally don't have to go up there and get demolished. KH. Haunter's face was written all over with up to no good. You want to borrow my Pokemon? But Koga's daughter didn't finish her sentence. Use mine instead. Cynthia brushed aside her golden hair and gave Lu Yi a gentle smile. Any Pokemon from my team, take your pick. Don't your Pokemon also lack stamina? Lu Yi asked, puzzled. Without answering, Cynthia pulled out a container of energy cubes from her elegant bag and shook it lightly. Brought these from your place. I fed each of them one cube before going on stage. The effect was quite good. Those were Pomeg berry cubes Lu Yi had specially prepared for her pre-competition, even better than Oran berry cubes. The concentrated essence made these premium berries remarkably effective for recovery. Lance's attention was drawn to them, and he was slightly surprised. Energy cubes of this quality. Cynthia, could you? No. Everyone uses rental Pokemon, that's fair. Lu Yi looked up, nearly moved to tears. See that? Cynthia really is an angel compared to her. That Haunter is just KH. Haunter was hugging the entire container of cubes, eating them one after another. Hey, leave some for others. Mission, friendly match with the Elite Four. Mission objective, last at least 10 rounds in the rental battle against Lance. Mission reward, 1000 BP, Cherish Ball 1, Random Orange Item 1. Mission description, starting off against the Elite Four Johto champion? Upon seeing the mission objective, Lu Yi couldn't help but twitch his eyebrow. Survive 10 rounds? Who are you underestimating? A mighty Dragon-type Elite Four member and Johto League champion can't finish me off in 5 rounds? He suppressed a cough, quickly formulating his strategy: survive. As long as he could endure 10 full rounds, victory would be his. Du quickly applied to the organizers for a battle arena. At the center of the field, Claire neatly arranged 6 Pokeballs in a row, crossed her arms, and spoke seriously. Fair warning me, Pokemon might not necessarily obey your commands. Du reached out and patted one of the Pokeballs, replying calmly. No problem. This one will be enough. The moment his fingertip touched the ball's surface, he sensed through telepathy the eager emotions of the Pokemon inside, his gaze sharpening accordingly. In the lounge on the other side, Louis stroked his chin, his eyes scanning back and forth among the 6 Pokemon. Garchomp was undoubtedly the strongest, but the female shark was squinting her vertical pupils with a look that clearly said, choose me, and I'll slice you in half. Lucario stood upright with arms crossed, as aloof as a block of cold steel. Glacian and Togekiss seemed friendly enough, but thinking of his stall tactics, Teacher Lu could only shake his head helplessly. After pondering for a moment, he cleared his throat and pointed to the last Pokeball. I choose you, Spiritomb. Hispop, you're choosing me? Spiritomb froze for 2 seconds, then 7 or 8 pairs of ghostly green eyes suddenly appeared on its fan-shaped stone surface, glistening with what looked like tears about to fall. From the corner, Cynthia watched this scene with a smile. It seems really happy that you chose it. Louis studied the eerie ghost type, lightly stroking his chin. How should I put it? After looking at Haunter for so long, this type of ghost type actually looks quite cute. See you cute? Hispopok. Spiritomb's stone surface curled inward slightly, its purple patterns faintly showing a reddish tinge. Spiritomb. Type, Ghost Dark Gender. Ability, Infiltrator. Moves, Hypnosis, Dream Eater, Curse, Sucker Punch, Foul Play, Destiny Bond, Pain Split, Will-O-Wisp, Shadow Ball. Louis closed the data sheet, his expression complex as he muttered quietly. This really is perfectly suited to my playstyle. Cynthia sat on the sidelines watching the battle, holding a reluctant EV in her arms. The Haunter draped over her shoulder was diligently massaging her shoulders, while the fierce-eyed Garchomp nearby looked ready to pounce on Haunter at any moment. Unable to contain her curiosity, Xiao Chun cleared her throat softly. Miss Cynthia, how did you invite? Teacher Lu. I stayed at his place this morning, then came here with him. Cynthia replied naturally. Huh? Cynthia, who had always been oblivious to such matters, looked completely puzzled. Is there a problem? Xiao Chun frantically shook her head like a rattle drum. Let's just watch the match. Cynthia nodded gently, hugging Evie tighter as her gaze fell on the 2 trainers in the arena, her brow slightly furrowed. Teacher Lu's true strength. This match should reveal something about it. At the center of the field, Lance, having just finished his previous battle, narrowed his eyes in complete concentration. The rookie trainer who had received such high praise from Red was about to face him, and with both using borrowed Pokemon, adaptability would be the key to victory. Coming from the Dragon Tamer clan, Lance knew Xiao Chun's Dragon-type Pokemon like the back of his hand and could command them effortlessly. However, what truly concerned him was whether Lu Yi could get Cynthia's Pokemon to obey his commands. Champion-level Pokemon typically only obeyed their original trainers, and without achieving that connection, this battle would be meaningless. Thinking about this, Lance actually felt somewhat worried. In contrast, Lu Yi was more concerned about Spiritomb's safety. If you can't handle it, just play dead, he whispered, leaning down. I don't mind losing face, but don't get hurt. His snapped the patterns on Spiritomb's surface glowed faintly red as it swayed gently to show understanding. Xiao Chun served as referee, raising her black whip and cracking it sharply. Battle began. Lance threw back his cape and hurled his pokeball. Go, Drudigan! Roar! The shiny Drudigan landed with its dark green scales gleaming coldly in the sunlight, its red and yellow head particularly striking. It planted its feet firmly on the ground, muscular arms ready for action, its roar making the air tremble. Looking at this, forgiveness-colored Drudigan, Lu Ye's expression was complicated. It was clearly one of Xiao Chun's ace Pokemon, yet this guy had wings but couldn't fly. Even Garchomp, a land dragon, could fly, but this one couldn't? What a disgrace to dragons. But complaints aside, with its sheer force ability, this maxed-out attack Drudigan had terrifying offensive power. If Spiritomb's foul play could hit, there might not be no chance of victory. Seeing Spiritomb floating obediently in place, Lance nodded with satisfaction. A ghost type. Are you planning to demonstrate future tactics for Haunter? Kage. Haunter's eyes lit up upon hearing this, listening attentively. I'm not. Don't make things up. Lu Yi immediately denied it. Although he had defeated Cynthia in games before, this time he was facing a champion-level trainer in real combat. Taking a deep breath, he gradually steadied his heartbeat, his gaze growing sharper. Lance caught this change and smiled. Finally getting serious? Drudigan Dragon Claw. Roar. Drudigan let out a beast-like roar, its dark green claws flashing with cold light as it charged forward like an accelerating tank across the open field. Spiritomb's mobility was naturally poor, but having been trained as a physical wall, it wasn't completely defenseless. Spiritomb, defend in place. Spiritomb's surface suddenly closed shut. As the Garchomp closed in, Lu Ye's voice rang out. Foul play. The fan-shaped face suddenly opened wide, and sinister green eyes blazed with an eerie light. Foul play uses the opponent's own attack power against them. The higher the attack, the greater the damage. Just as the light flared, the Garchomp suddenly dove down right in front of Spiritomb, plunging headfirst into the ground. Foul play missed its mark. Wataru's lips curved into a smile. Seismic toss, followed by earthquake. Boom. The Garchomp burst from the ground beneath Spiritomb's feet, first launching it into the air, then grabbing its body as a cushion before slamming it heavily toward the ground. From the sidelines, Janine whispered, "Wataru read Spiritomb's foul play perfectly." Cynthia rested her chin on her hand, her gaze sharp. Once he spots an opening, Wataru's offensive is nearly unstoppable. Unless, just as the Garchomp and Spiritomb were about to hit the ground, Lu Yi shouted coldly, "Now, Sucker Punch." If the opponent attacks first, Sucker Punch can seize the initiative. At the moment of impact, Spiritomb forcibly broke free, its form flickering as it appeared 1 meter away from the Garchomp. Wataru immediately followed up with a roar. "Garchomp, continue with earthquake." Roar. The Garchomp's feet struck the ground, cracks surged wildly, and the tremors sent Spiritomb flying once again. Without giving even half a second to breathe, Wataru raised his hand and clenched it in the air. Gunk shot. Purple toxic orbs surged from the Garchomp's Class 120 power poison-type physical attack, boosted to over 150 points by its sheer force ability. If Spiritomb, having already taken hits from Earthquake and Dig, were struck by this, it would surely lose its fighting ability. Only now did Lu Yi truly comprehend the terror of champion-level battles. Every second was an instinctive tactical chain, leaving him almost no time to think. In just 2 minutes, Spiritomb's stamina flickered like a candle in the wind. But he was gambling that Wataru would disdain a draw. Spiritomb, Destiny Bond. Wataru narrowed his eyes. Garchomp, create distance. The evasive maneuver gave Lu Yi a moment's breathing room. Just as Destiny Bond's ghostly light began to glow, Gunk Shot was already bearing down. Lu Yi quickly changed tactics. Dodge it. Pain Split. Gunk Shot only had 80 accuracy and lacked proper aim. The airborne Spiritomb barely evaded, landing and steadying itself before its sinister ghostly hands suddenly extended, locking around the Garchomp's neck. The ghostly hands drew life force like an umbilical cord, splitting the remaining stamina equally between both Pokemon. Roar. The Garchomp cried out in pain as the ghostly hands' light dimmed and finally dissipated. In this desperate situation, Lu Yi had forced Wataru to reveal an opening. Janine frowned and nodded slightly. Just based on that split-second reaction, this guy is definitely master-level material. Cynthia furrowed her brow. A risky gambit seeking victory from danger, but he's still at a disadvantage. Though Pain Split had connected, Lu Yi didn't have a moment's chance to relax. The crimson-faced dragon surged upward, its flaming fist sending Spiritomb reeling back more than 3 meters. Before the scorching punch's aftershock could dissipate, Wataru threw his arm up sharply, his voice exploding alongside the molten debris. Crimson-faced dragon, earthquake. The thunderous roar approached like drumbeats. Wataru's offensive so swift it seemed to leave no breathing room for his opponent. Spiritomb's form swayed left and right, with no time to take proper aim. Lu Yi gritted his molars, shoulders tensing as he shouted with desperate determination, "Hypnosis." Everyone assumed this command was nothing but futile death throes. But just as the crimson-faced dragon's claws were about to strike, an eerie ring of light appeared on Spiritomb's cracked stone face. The hypnosis had actually connected. The crimson-faced dragon's eyelids drooped suddenly, its steps faltering as it forcibly halted mid-attack despite its terrifying momentum. Lu Yi couldn't help but curse. Holy shit. Cold sweat broke out across his back while others relied on luck in battles. He was literally betting his life on probability. With my terrible luck missing 3 hydro pumps in a row, I must have saved up all my good fortune for this moment. On the sidelines, Sharona's lips curved slightly. Spiritomb really trusts him. Her gaze was gentle yet penetrating, seeing through the tense atmosphere on the field. The crimson-faced dragon swayed as it fell into slumber, and Wataru immediately countered. Crimson-faced dragon, Sleep Talk. Sleep Talk activated, and the sleeping dragon suddenly raised its claws, randomly executing Dragon Claw. Purple-blue dragon energy coiled around its blade-like arms, still terrifyingly powerful. If Spiritomb used Dream Eater now, it would surely be knocked out instantly, but the sleeping crimson-faced dragon could no longer dodge Destiny Bond. Lu Yi's brow furrowed, his gaze sharp as a needle. Spiritomb, Destiny Bond. The dragon claw struck down, brutally tearing through Spiritomb's rocky shell. In the next second, the sinister light of Destiny Bond bloomed, and both the crimson-faced dragon and Spiritomb crashed to the ground simultaneously, dust and flames intertwining as the arena fell into brief silence. Lu Yi versus Dragon Master Wataru draw. Looking back, their entire clash lasted only 3 rounds, no more than 5 minutes total. Yet Lu Yi was already drenched in sweat, his heart pounding wildly. The constant strain of gambling on psychology, betting on probability, and playing tactical games made him once again consider quitting as a trainer. Without nerves of steel, this profession could literally kill someone. Only now did he understand the system's devious nature in issuing this task without that desperate gamble on hypnosis's minuscule hit rate. This reward would have been impossible to obtain. Thinking of this, he wiped away his cold sweat with his sleeve and muttered under his breath. That was close. Good thing I'm skilled enough to pull it off. Ding. Friendship match with the Elite Four completed. Mission rewards. 1000 BP, commemorative ball 1, random orange item 1. Mission completion rate 150, bonus reward. Random purple item 1. The system notification chimed. The original goal was to last 10 rounds, but Lu Yi forced a draw in just the third round, causing his completion rate to skyrocket. If he could defeat Lance within 10 rounds, the rewards would likely double. However, Lance was a battle-hardened champion-level trainer, while Lu Yi's combat experience remained limited. This ultimate one-for-one trade had already far exceeded his expectations. Just 2 months since his debut, and he had fought the Dragon Master Lance to a draw. Although he borrowed Cynthia's Spiritome, that Pokemon had just finished a 6v6 battle and was far from peak condition. Lu Yi's ability to maximize his plays under such disadvantageous circumstances was truly remarkable. On the opposite side, Lance recalled his fainted shiny Flygon, rapidly reviewing the battle in his mind. He had made an error that Lu Yi had precisely capitalized on. If Flygon hadn't happened to select Dragon Claw during its sleep talk, the victory might have truly swung to Lu Yi. His brow furrowed as he realized he had actually risked defeat. Koga and Cynthia on the sidelines both recognized this point. Spiritome was positioned as a physical wall and had just endured a grueling battle, while the shiny Flygon was Koga's ultimate offensive ace. Attacker versus support, the scales were already tipped, yet Lu Yi had forcibly dragged the situation into mutual destruction. This level of commanding skill. Koga's eyes lit up with admiration. His assessment summed up in one word. Brilliant. Cynthia smiled slightly. If the borrowed Pokemon hadn't been a dragon type, Lance would probably be even more troubled. Koga pondered these words, falling into deep thought. Force a draw against Lance under such obvious disadvantage. This guy's commanding ability was on par with the Kanto Elite Four and the current Johto champion. Miss Cynthia, Koga couldn't help but ask, where exactly did you meet him? I've never heard of a trainer of this caliber from the eastern regions. We met through gaming, Cynthia replied after some thought. Gaming? And you lost to him? Yes, and more than once. Even Cynthia had been defeated. Koga raised an eyebrow, looking at Lu Yi in the field with disbelief. Then his other Pokemon must be at least champion level 2. What was even more admirable was that he didn't take advantage of Lance having just completed a 6v6 battle, instead choosing the fairer rental battle format. Koga nodded, his gaze now holding several degrees more appreciation. Truly an exceptional trainer. A trainer's journey has no end, Cynthia said softly. That's also why he decided to raise new Pokemon. The friendship match between Lu Yi and Lance came to an end. Besides completing Red's commission, Lance himself had enjoyed an exhilarating battle. Although Spiritome's tactics were conservative, perhaps even overly cautious, that might be Teacher Lu's personal style. Lance silently contemplated. Rental battles only represented part of one's strength. If Lu Yi were to bring his own Pokemon for a direct confrontation of victory, in such a match, might still be uncertain. Du let out a breath, his sharp gaze gradually softening as he stepped forward and extended his hand to Lu Yi with a slight smile. I look forward to the day when we can have a full battle. Lu Yi hadn't recovered from his shock when he was hit with this sudden challenge invitation, and could only cover his throat and cough heavily. I've only caught 2 Pokemon, so I'm afraid that opportunity won't come. Only 2 Pokemon. Du was stunned at first, then realized what was happening. Teacher Lu planned to rebuild his team in this new region. This wasn't uncommon in master circles, arriving somewhere new and starting from scratch to train new partners. Du, draped in his champion cloak, crossed his arms and nodded with conviction. I can wait until your new lineup takes shape. He glanced sideways at the Haunter floating nearby, and the EV curled up on Lu Yi's shoulder. They have strong fighting spirit. If they don't see you reach the top of the league again, they probably won't be satisfied. Lu Yi's expression was subtle. Do you know how much these 2 will drain from my resources before I win the championship? But it was well-intentioned after all, so he could only sigh. Thank you for your kind words. Before departing, Du and Claire took the first steps. Reaching the doorway, Claire couldn't help but turn back, her sharp gaze sweeping over Lu Yi like a whip. If you challenge the Blackthorn Gym, I absolutely won't go easy on you. Her pride was extremely strong. She had once challenged for a position among the Elite Four and ranked among the top gym leaders in Johto, yet had never been able to shake Lance's position. Therefore, she now viewed Lu Yi as a worthy rival. Lu Yi smiled calmly. Don't worry, I definitely won't challenge it. Claire nodded with satisfaction and was about to turn around when she suddenly felt something was off, letting out a soft huh. But Du had already changed the topic. Du patted his cloak with slight apology. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare a proper gift. This scale contains dragon-type energy. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. As his words fell, a dragon scale with sharp edges and gorgeous patterns landed in Lu Ye's palm. How embarrassing. Lu Yi skillfully pocketed it with a natural smile. Since you came all this way, why bring gifts at all? This thing looked like it could sell for quite a bit. Cynthia had been observing for a long time and nodded while resting her chin on her hand. Speaking of which, I should prepare some thanks as well. A return team you should find it useful. She pulled out a gray USB drive from her bag, brushing aside her golden hair. Return might help with Eevee's evolution. Lu Yi looked down at the USB drive, never expecting to obtain what was theoretically the most powerful normal-type move this way. At maximum friendship, Return had 150 power, even more devastating than Hyper Beam. Since it would benefit Eevee, he gladly accepted it. With gifts from both big shots in hand, Lu Yi cleared his throat lightly and shifted his gaze to Claire nearby. Your cousin already gave a greeting gift. Aren't you going to show something? Claire was stunned at first, then veins appeared on her forehead as she gripped her whip tightly. I know. I have a gift too. It's really not necessary. Lu Yi waved his hands frantically. Just having the thought is enough. Claire ignored him, removing a dragon claw-shaped ring from her finger and forcibly stuffing it into his hand. Quick, claw-light, and sharp. The Pokemon carrying it has a chance to move first. Cynthia frowned slightly, but said nothing. After Dew and Cynthia bid farewell and left, Lu Yi finally slapped his forehead. This dragon scale seems more suitable for Garchomp, doesn't it? Taking your return TM makes me feel bad. Let me give you this scale. Surprise flashed in Cynthia's beautiful eyes. She could actually present borrowed flowers right to her face. But this would indeed enhance Garchomp's strength. She solemnly accepted the beautifully textured dragon scale and smiled warmly. Let's go home. South of the border, above the calm azure sea, a dragonite spread its crimson wings, carrying 2 passengers as it soared slowly through the air. The howling sea breeze caught his cape, and Dew instinctively tightened his grip around the red-haired man. Where exactly are you putting your hands? Claire's cheeks flushed red, her voice stretched thin by the wind. I'm afraid you'll fall, Dew replied matter-of-factly. I'm a dragon-type gym leader, for crying out loud. Her face turned even redder. Only then did Dew let out an "oh" and released his arms from around her slender waist, letting the fierce sea wind rush into his sleeves. Moving past the awkward moment, Dew's gaze followed the tentacruel appearing and disappearing on the ocean's surface, inevitably drifting into memories. When you were 6 and rode a dragonite for the first time, you clung to me crying your eyes out. Enough. Claire gritted her teeth, her ears turning red. I was just a child then. Stop bringing it up. The dragonite adjusted its flight pattern in the high altitude, its scales gleaming with cold blue light under the sun. After a brief silence, Claire hesitantly spoke up. About today's match, what did you think? Dew sighed. So close. Sharona's Garchomp truly lives up to its reputation. He gathered his thoughts. In another battle, he had used dragon-type Pokemon, but was forced into a draw. For Dew, ranked second in the Masters tournament, this was tantamount to defeat. Losing twice in one day left him understandably frustrated. Lu Yi, judging by his age, he's probably from the same generation as Red, Dew murmured. His commanding skills are exceptionally refined, even somewhat dirty. Claire finished for him. No, it's just tactics. Dew shook his head, remembering the surging emotions he'd sensed through his Viridian powers, a smile playing at his lips. You can tell from his Pokemon that he's trustworthy. Not every Pokemon can display such intense emotional resonance. Even some gym leaders' Pokemon can't match that Haunter and Eevee's unwavering determination to grow stronger. He ran his fingers through his red hair, sighing helplessly. I really don't know how he trained them. No wonder Red speaks so highly of him. Claire pondered for a moment. Then why didn't Lu Yi win the Dongwon conference? Perhaps Dongwon wasn't the first region he traveled through, Dew shrugged. His Pokemon were recently caught, clearly indicating he just began his Dongwon adventure. Claire nodded softly, whispering, I hope when he comes to Johto, I'll get to battle him. Buzz buzz. Dew lifted his cape and answered his phone. This is Dew. The mountain winds of Silver Mountain carried hints of snow. Red finished his training and lay down on Venusaur's broad back to rest, wiping sweat from his brow as he asked with a smile. Dew-san, how did your match go? I lost, Dew sighed. Lost twice. Though it was a draw with Lu Yi, I'm still ranked second in the Masters tournament, so publicly it's no different from losing. Red was momentarily stunned, then surprised. You encountered Teacher Lu? Yes. An outstanding trainer with remarkable tactics and understanding. Dew's tone was serious. I see. Red pulled his cap lower, battle spirit surging in his chest. Being defeated by Teacher Lu after underestimating him was perfectly reasonable. After a moment of silence, Dew spoke. Do you have his contact information? I'm very interested. Perhaps we could have a full battle in the future. Red's smile broadened. Of course, I'll just add you to the group. What group? Dew was puzzled. Teacher Lu's fan group. In the lively Masters group chat, everyone was discussing this morning's Masters tournament. Using a Miss Sharona won. Gold. Holy crap, that Garchomp is so cool. Looking at Xiaojing, Sirona's side seems to be in better condition. Xiaolan covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes curving into crescents. Allah! Green lost. Hand over the money quickly. Green frowned. I didn't even place a bet. I don't care. I've already started the betting pool. You have to pay up when you lose. Xiaolan refused to budge. Seeing this, Green rubbed his temples. Even someone as confident as him was shocked by the outcome of this battle. Green's training had always been precise down to the second, but when it came to emotional bonds, he indeed couldn't match Red. The more critical the moment, the more important daily rapport became. Garchomp's critical hit at the last moment was proof of this. Gold's gossip fire burned brightly. What about the other match? Did Mr. Lance beat Teacher Lu? Red shrugged. Unfortunately, it seems Teacher Lu won. Nanny. Gold's eyes instantly widened. So if I crush Teacher Lu, wouldn't that be the same as crushing Lance? Member Lance has joined the chat group. Lance saw Gold's crushing Lance message as soon as he entered the group and almost bent his phone in half. This kid. He scratched his red hair and gritted his teeth. I need to get Silver to teach him a lesson. Claire also popped up, trying to smooth things over awkwardly. To be honest, Gold is indeed quite strong. Lance snorted coldly. Strong is strong, but with his unorthodox methods, he'll suffer in official battles sooner or later. Viridian's Daisy typed excitedly. Mr. Lance. Lance switched to a gentle smile. Yellow, long time no see. Are you living with Red now? No. No, we're not. Yellow denied frantically. Ice Beauty Lorelei commented coldly. At your age, still chatting in groups like a kid. Lance raised an eyebrow. Old woman, you're here too? Who the hell are you calling an old woman? Come to Seven Island right now if you dare. My phone's dying, chat later. Lance fled instantly. Administrator Red silently muted both Elite Four members for 5 minutes and sighed heavily. I always feel like Mr. Lance becomes a different person online. Or maybe he's returning to his youthful rebelliousness. But being an admin is really hard. I want to retire. Members Lance and Claire the Dragon Tamer have joined the chat group. Lu Yi looked up at the sky. Another new character unlocked? While others catch Pokemon to complete the Pokédex, he seemed to be collecting people. If even Boss Giovanni got pulled in, that would be no joke. Chatting aside, Gold's crush Teacher Lu was still in the chat history. Lu Yi smiled coldly. He could go 50-50 with Lance, so his combat power was worth at least 5 golds. At worst, he could borrow another Pokemon from Sirona. He came back to his senses and found Sirona following him, looking completely natural. Why haven't you left yet? Lu Yi asked puzzledly. Sirona raised her slender index finger seriously. I plan to stay one more night. Nanny, it's a rare vacation. Leaving too early would be such a waste. She scratched her dazzling golden hair and blinked at him. You won't kick me out, right? No, of course not. Lu Yi's expression was odd. Just pay the room rate, as usual. No problem. Sirona agreed cheerfully. Red light flashed in the living room as Garchomp was released, glaring fiercely at Lu Yi with a murderous look. What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I'll slash you. Sirona gently patted its back and handed over a beautifully patterned dragon scale, smiling. Here. The scale contained rich dragon-type energy, and the best way to process it was to eat it directly. Garchomp opened its bloody maw, saliva dripping, but froze when it heard the next sentence. This is a gift from Teacher Lu, Sirona added. Garchomp was stunned, maintaining its open-mouthed posture while eyeing Lu Yi sideways. Lu Yi immediately put on a serious face and nodded righteously. Indeed, it was I who gave it to you. Always giving away borrowed flowers. Sirona smiled slightly but didn't expose him. After a moment of standoff, Garchomp silently picked up the dragon scale and crunched it with a kala-kala sound. Its crimson eyes gradually brightened, and its hostility dissipated. It nodded slightly in a rare gesture, indicating acceptance of the goodwill. Young man, you're quite sensible. In the living room, Garchomp lay beside the coffee table, its sharp teeth grinding dragon scales with a crisp crunch-crunch sound. Cynthia, with her golden hair, lifted her gray eyes and quietly observed Lu Yi sitting across from her. All right, I'll go cook. Lu Yi raised his hands in surrender. Cynthia gently brushed the strands of hair from her forehead and smiled with curved eyes. I could help too. No way. Lu Yi put on a stern face. You'd have to compete with Haunter for household chores. It would get anxious. Kaja. Haunter, wearing a little apron and holding a broom, nodded seriously. Cynthia covered her mouth and laughed. Then what should I do? Pet, Evie. Lu Yi instructed with a pained expression. Remember, you can't bury your face in its belly. I haven't even gotten to do that once. Vui. Evie suddenly leaped toward Lu Ye's arms, but he grabbed it by the scruff of its neck, leaving its little legs kicking in the air. Vui. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows smugly. Nice try, little one. I can even dodge Haunter's tongue, so I'm not afraid of your tackle. Teacher Lu Ye's evasion is maxed out. Before he finished speaking, Evie bit down on the back of his hand. Lu Yi was about to cry out in pain, but only felt a gentle nibble. Vui. Evie jumped in surprise, worried it had bitten too hard. Seeing Lu Yi was perfectly fine, its little face immediately turned bright red with embarrassment. Cynthia said gently. I'll take good care of both Pokemon. Don't worry about going out. Aren't you going grocery shopping? She blinked. Or should I come with you? Lu Yi cleared his throat. No need to trouble yourself. You attract too much attention, and the media is still watching. Having Cynthia watch the house would indeed make things much more convenient for him. Then I'll leave it to you. What would you like to eat? The fatal question was thrown his way, and Cynthia rested her chin on her hand and thought. 5 minutes later, she hesitantly spoke. Anything? Don't answer a question with a question. Lu Yi broke out in a sweat and had to make the decision himself. Then I'll decide. Cynthia nodded gently. Before pushing open the door, Lu Yi suddenly felt a sense of crisis. The painful memories of his Pokemon wrecking the house in the past flashed before his eyes, but this time with Cynthia keeping watch. It should be fine. He reassured himself. There's no food left at home. I need to carefully pick some ingredients. With that, he went out. Only Cynthia and the two Pokemon remained in the house. This was her first time closely observing a man's living space. The bookshelf in the corner was neatly organized, the blanket on the sofa was folded squarely, and a faint sandalwood fragrance drifted through the air. Thinking of the scene this morning when he drowsily got up and opened the door in his pajamas, her ears turned slightly red. Outside the window, green shadows swayed and cicadas chirped continuously, while inside the room was so quiet that only heartbeats could be heard. Cynthia curved her eyelashes. She would help him as much as possible. Kaja. Haunter diligently glided across the floor, mopping the living room until it gleamed. After finishing, it dropped the broom, patted its apron pocket, pulled out a stack of lecture notes, and grinned while gesturing to Cynthia. What is this? Cynthia took the document and examined the bold black text, looking somewhat surprised. Poison Mastery Notes. Jengar. Haunter nodded, grinning shyly. These are Teacher Lu's training notes, aren't they? Cynthia murmured softly in acknowledgement, her fingertips flipping through the pages as she whispered in admiration. The insights are quite remarkable. No wonder he wants to train you. In terms of poison-type techniques alone, this training method is already at Elite 4 level. She shook her head self-deprecatingly. I'm not particularly skilled with poison moves, so I can't help you there. Haunter's smile froze on its face. Seeing its dejected expression, Cynthia tucked her blonde hair behind her ear and suddenly curved her lips into a smile. However, I can teach you other moves. Jengar. Haunter was stunned at first, then its eyes lit up with anticipation. Consider it a return gift for Teacher Lu. Cynthia efficiently tied her long hair into a ponytail, put on sunglasses, and beckoned with a gentle smile. Come on, I'll take you to train. Vui. Evie came rushing out from the end of the hallway, spinning around anxiously in place. Cynthia patted Evie's head. Come along too. Vui, Omega. At the same time, Teacher Lu was crouched in front of supermarket shelves picking out ingredients. He placed a package of bell peppers wrapped in plastic into his shopping cart, his eyelid twitching inexplicably. Why this sudden strong sense of unease? He muttered under his breath. These next few days should bring good fortune. I'm probably just overthinking it. Shaking his head, Lu Yi refocused his attention on tallying his gains. In this Masters tournament, he had managed to fight Wataru to a draw, and even used Dragon Scale to boost Garchomp's affection toward him. He'd additionally received the TM, return, and the item, Quick Claw, though unfortunately neither could be sold for money, which pained him greatly. The system rewards were generous though, 1 legendary quality item and 1 epic quality item. Lu Yi claimed them both without hesitation. Epic grade Itima light green berry covered with sharp little spikes, Salac berry. Contains the power of the sky, can boost a Pokemon's speed. The description also noted, based on snake fruit, also known as Salac, worth 500 BP. Sweet and sour, even humans can eat it? Lu Yi examined the fruit with a peculiar expression. Looks like Eevee and Haunter have another snack option. Poor as he wasn't desperate enough to compete with his Pokemon for food. Next came the golden legendary grade card. With a finger tap, the screen vibrated. Wow, legendary black glasses. Item description. Seemingly ordinary sunglasses that can enhance dark-type moves to a certain degree when worn. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. They look exactly like regular sunglasses. Are they trying to fool me with street vendor goods? The classic sunglasses look of Squirtle from the anime popped into his mind. He couldn't sell them, and if he tried to show them off, people might think he was an idiot. After pondering for a moment, he smiled wryly. Whatever, Haunter will probably like them. Worst case, I'll use them as regular sunglasses and save a few hundred yuan. His shopping cart was already packed full, and he'd settled on the menu Japanese curry, which Cynthia should find acceptable. Over 2 hours later, Lu Yi pushed open his front door carrying bags of groceries. I'm home. The empty living room made his heart sink. On the table was a pink sticky note with a faint fragrance, written in Cynthia's Japanese handwriting. I took Haunter and Evie out for training. We'll be back later. How long is later exactly? It's almost dinner time. Lu Yi scratched his head, muttering, secret training sessions are one thing, but picking when I'm not around to do it. He huffed twice, looking exactly like an empty nester. Feeling somewhat weary, Lu Yi sat down on the sofa. glanced at the bags of ingredients on the table, and let out a long sigh. While Louis was home alone, Cynthia was putting the two little ones through rigorous training. The bull training club was closed today, leaving the usually bustling facility empty except for the dim wall lights casting a faint glow. Somehow, Haunter had produced a thin wire from nowhere and skillfully picked the front door lock with a few deft movements, working with the practiced ease of a seasoned burglar. Are you sure this is okay? Cynthia blinked. Kakik. Haunter proudly puffed out its chest and waved the trainer's license hanging around its neck, indicating it was properly certified. Seeing this, Cynthia couldn't help but laugh. This bold, daring attitude was so much like Teacher Lou. The training session wasn't long, but Cynthia's methods were enough to leave a lasting impact on the Pokemon in just one afternoon. This was her way of giving back to Louis. She surveyed the spacious training area, her gaze finally settling on Haunter. Let's start with the moves you can already handle. A flash of red light revealed Spiritomb, its chilling aura spreading through the facility like fog. Facing this dark-type senior, Haunter couldn't help but shiver. Cynthia planned to have it learn Shadow Ball techniques from Spiritomb. Pokemon could teach moves to each other as well. One afternoon obviously wouldn't be enough to master Shadow Ball. True proficiency would take at least 6 months, plus substantial Ghost-type resources. Cynthia memorized the complete training method to pass on to Louis later, having Haunter first grasp the basic framework of the move. As for the cost, roughly 3 to 4 million in resource investment. Cynthia nodded slightly. She'd mention it to him when the time came. Spiritomb opened its pale red fan-like form, dark energy gathering in the air. The cold was piercing, making Haunter's purple body tremble. But remembering Louis' determination to become a trainer, it took a deep breath and its eyes grew resolute. Kakik. I'm definitely going to learn this new move. Meanwhile, Eevee was practicing return under Glacian's guidance. Glacian demonstrated on the spot, and later combined with the TM, Eevee's learning efficiency would be even higher. Return stemmed from emotional energy, and Louis' Pokemon naturally had an advantage in this area. Eevee ran tirelessly across the field, its fur matted with sweat, yet maintaining sharp focus because Louis had given it a new life, and it wanted to repay that kindness by becoming the strongest trainer alongside him. Vui. White light flashed as Eevee struck the target, unleashing power far beyond an ordinary tackle. Even Glacian blinked in surprise. But once wasn't nearly enough. Grimacing and panting, Eevee stood up and charged forward again. On the sidelines, Cynthia stood with arms crossed, quietly watching these two Pokemon giving their all, nodding with a smile. Whether a trainer deserved respect could be seen from how they treated their Pokemon. Some people used Pokemon as money-making tools, while others saw them as friends, battle partners, family. In Cynthia's view, the most important condition for becoming stronger was to always love your Pokemon. It was this very love that had carried her step by step to the top of the Sinnoh League. Nothing else mattered. Cynthia tucked her blonde hair behind her ear, revealing a gentle smile. At least on this path, Teacher Lou and I share the same perspective. The setting sun cast its slanting rays, painting the window sills with vast expanses of fiery clouds. A flock of Pidgey formed a loose formation as they swept across the horizon. By his desk, Louis propped his forehead with one hand, sighing listlessly. It's already dinner time. Why aren't they back yet? Though the world line had shifted only 2 months ago, he'd already grown unaccustomed to days without his Pokemon companions. Haunter and Eevee had long since become family to him, though occasionally, he'd also find himself missing Cynthia, far away in Sinnoh. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a translucent, ghostly claw suddenly poked through the door crack, clumsily fumbling for the handle. With a creak, Haunter pushed the door open and floated into the room. Tada! The Great Me is back. Seeing its excited demeanor, Liu Ye's prepared complaints instantly melted into a helpless smile. Good, you're back? I'll go reheat the food. Meanwhile, an exhausted Eevee swayed as it jumped onto the sofa, and within seconds, steady snores filled the air. Louis gently draped its silk scarf over it, and turned the air conditioning up 2 degrees. Were you guys training just now? He asked in a hushed voice. Haunter eagerly nodded before Cynthia could respond. Louis's heart sank. The brutality of the Master League should have discouraged these two, but instead, they'd been training even harder. At least they hadn't demolished the house. Just as he was counting his blessings, Cynthia's gentle voice came through the communicator. I helped Haunter practice Shadow Ball. It should come in handy. Now Louis understood. No wonder the 2 little ones had trained until late at night. They'd been getting carried by the champion. I'll send the Shadow Ball training plan to your email later, Cynthia continued. Though we'll need a small budget for Haunter's materials. How much for Shadow Ball training? Louis's heart skipped a beat. Solid dusk stones, high-quality ghost gems, altogether about 3 million or so. When Cynthia quoted the figure, her tone was casual, a hint of a smile seeming to play at her lips. Louis froze. 3 million? That was a down payment on a house in Magic City. Were trainers really this expensive? But thinking it through, a Shadow Ball personally taught by the champion would be extraordinarily powerful. Getting the complete curriculum for just 3 million in materials was definitely a steal. The problem was, he had no intention of becoming a professional trainer. 3 million investment with no return. A luxury villa seemed to sprout wings before his eyes and soar away. Cold sweat trickled down his temples. Maybe Hunter doesn't necessarily want to train. His last shred of reason struggled. Training was tough and exhausting, especially champion-style devil training. Hunter might not be able to handle it. He turned, only to meet Hunter's sparkling, expectant eyes. Cynthia reminded him, "It's best to practice soon, or what we learn today will start to fade." As her words fell, Hunter's excitement gradually deflated into disappointment. It drifted to the wall, tracing invisible circles, its entire face spelling dejected. "I can lend it to you first. You can pay me back slowly," Cynthia offered gently. Louis's throat bobbed as he looked at the downcast Hunter, then thought of Evie's gently rising and falling chest. He simply couldn't bring himself to disappoint his own Pokemon. After a moment of internal struggle, Louis finally gritted his teeth and said in a trembling voice, "Buy it. It's only a little over 3 million. Once Plants vs. Zombies hits the market, it'll be easy to recoup the investment." Louis tried to reassure himself, but the next second, he couldn't help wanting to slap himself. How could he let money matter more than disappointing his own Pokemon? Since he'd captured them, he had to take responsibility to the end. Damn it. This surge of passionate determination made his cheeks burn. Just as he was feeling conflicted, he suddenly realized the real mastermind was Cynthia. Not only had she planned the training, but she'd even calculated the loan process for him. Was this all part of your plan too? He rubbed his temples and swore silently. There absolutely won't be a next time. Teacher Lou, will never become a trainer in this lifetime. Kakik. Oh. Hunter flew around the house in circles, spinning excitedly like a top, even thoughtfully massaging Cynthia's shoulders. Louis immediately felt like the big sucker footing the bill, who'd been betrayed, was the one buying the dark stone and paying the money. Yet somehow it became Hunter's filial gift to Cynthia. Thinking of Evie, he instinctively looked over. The little one was curled up with its tail, sleeping peacefully with soft snores. Following his gaze, Cynthia suggested, "I recommend getting custom training equipment made for it. Given Evie's size, it shouldn't cost more than 1 million. It's been training so hard that custom equipment could adjust the force distribution and prevent potential bone problems." Louis had just finished making his vow when reality slapped him hard in the face. Looking at the sweetly sleeping Evie, his heart bled. "Buy it." Cynthia quickly calculated the total. Adding the previous expenses, it comes to about 5 million total. She gently tucked her blonde hair behind her ear, speaking calmly. "That's actually quite reasonable." Louis's expression was complicated. Don't we have slightly different understandings of what reasonable means? But for Cynthia, this was probably just the cost of one 6v6 battle. She'd already spent over 100 million on her Pokemon. Cynthia casually tossed a card to Louis, who caught it reflexively. She had no intention of asking for an IOU, but Louis knew the nature of borrowing was different, had to pay it back gradually. Not even a trainer yet, and already 5 million in debt. He sighed wearily. "It's all schemes, nothing but schemes. Don't worry, I'll pay you back as soon as possible." Louis believed Plants vs. Zombies would be a hit, treating this as an advance investment. Cynthia smiled slightly. "No rush, your Pokemon training is more important." In her view, Teacher Lou, who possessed advanced energy cube crafting skills and tactical master commanding techniques, only lacked temporary liquid funds. Being able to help actually made her happy. "Repayment date?" Louis asked. "I'm flexible." Cynthia yawned. "Just write whatever you want." Cynthia put away the IOU with a calm smile, neither confirming nor denying anything. Hunter waved its arms in the air, twisting excitedly. Clearly, from its perspective, the most charming moment for a trainer was indeed when they were spending money. Although EV was still in the dark, from a health perspective, professional training equipment was indeed necessary. To make Ghastly happy, Louis had splurged over 3 million on equipment without hesitation, then spent another million just to reduce EV's risk of injury. Clutching the IOU totaling 5 million, he sucked in a sharp breath, and despite the financial pain, consoled himself this investment was worth it. Night painted the windows as city lights flickered on one by one. In the living room, drowsy Evie opened its eyes, its nose immediately catching the fruity aroma of a large bowl of fresh orange berry energy cubes placed right in front of it. Across the sofa, Ghastly clutched the printed Shadow Ball training manual that Louis had given it, eyes focused intently, thinking so hard its brow seemed ready to knot up. Louis lounged deep in the sofa watching TV, while beside him sat a gentle blonde beauty, Cynthia, completely absorbed in operating her game controller, her fingers moving with lightning speed. The little one shook its head, its soft cry particularly warm in the glow of the bright screen. A month's separation felt like a lifetime. "If this was a dream, please don't wake me up." Evie smiled sweetly, shifted to a more comfortable position, and fell asleep again with its silk scarf as a pillow. Are you really going to film?" Cynthia noticed the camera and looked slightly startled. Lu Yi produced a DSLR from somewhere, pointing the lens at her. Just say an advertising slogan. What slogan? If you're a real friend, come and, ahem, not that one Plants vs. Zombies is really fun. Cynthia's cheeks flushed slightly. That feels so embarrassing. Then I'll formally ask you to be our spokesperson another day. Hearing this, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded with a smile. The Master League competition and the sudden 5 million debt had already left Lu Yi physically and mentally exhausted. He yawned widely and waved his hand. Let's get some rest. He then gently scooped EV into his arms and snuggled into bed with his Pokemon. Cynthia turned off the game console and thought for a moment. Tomorrow, do you have any plans? Lu Yi poked his head out. Want to go out and have fun? My flight is at 10 p.m. That's perfect. He chuckled softly. I know this area pretty well. I can show you around without any disappointments. Won't that be too conspicuous? Then we'll pick places with fewer people. Lu Yi half joked. Or, can't you just rent out entire streets? Cynthia nodded seriously. I'll call and ask if that can be arranged. Lu Yi's expression immediately became subtle. The mindset of the wealthy. Could she really book an entire commercial district in Shanghai? Shanghai Pokemon Association. The news that Cynthia had invited Lu Yi to sit in the VIP section had already surprised Chairman Song Pengcheng considerably. Reviewing the venue's surveillance footage, he discovered that Lu Yi had fought a friendly match with Lance and actually ended in a draw. No wonder he commanded like a veteran master during the Piplup tournament. Song Pengcheng rubbed his temples, finding this young man increasingly unfathomable the more he thought about it. With skills like that, he actually went to novice tournaments to dominate beginners. He couldn't help but laugh. What a strange world we live in. His secretary called, and Song Pengcheng raised an eyebrow. Cynthia? Who is she shopping with? Hearing the name, Lu Yi, he understood. The two had been staying together for at least 2 days, and were now going out together whether they were old acquaintances or not. This was excellent news for the Dongwang region. That kid is quite handsome too. Song Pengcheng stroked his chin. I wonder, could he win Cynthia over? After all, he'd never heard of her being so close to any man before. He tapped his fingers on the desk, picked up the phone, and ordered, clear the roads for their outing, and if possible, try to help them get closer. On a bright, sunny morning, Lu Yi opened his eyes to find Sharona brushing her dazzling golden hair. The layered locks cascaded like a waterfall down to her waist, each strand shimmering with pale golden ripples in the morning light. She wore her familiar black coat, and simply looked up at Lu Yi with a quiet smile. Spend the whole day out? Lu Yi asked with a smile. That wouldn't be impossible, Sharona nodded gently. Lu Yi hoisted EV onto his shoulder while Haunter eagerly pushed open the door, pulling out a pair of sunglasses and grinning smugly, as if posing for a camera. Downstairs, a sleek black luxury car dispatched by the Shanghai Association waited quietly. Chairman Song Pengcheng had called specifically last night, simply instructing Lu Yi to enjoy the trip. Lu Yi assumed it was a privilege for the Sinnoh champion, unaware it was actually the chairman's date assist. The driver wore white gloves, silent and professional. In the soft, spacious back seat, Sharona rested her chin on her hand, gazing out at Shanghai's scenery. Lu Yi scrolled through his phone. First stop, the aquarium. There's a seal performance today. Perhaps due to early clearing, the venue had few visitors. By the ticket booth, a little girl with a hot pip on her head held dew-covered flowers, sweetly calling out, Big brother, buy some flowers for the pretty sister. Wrap them all up for me. Lu Yi paid readily after all. He already owed 5 million, so this small expense hardly mattered. Taking the armful of flowers, he handed them to Sharona, who blinked in obvious surprise. Don't worry, I saved one for EV too. Lu Yi pulled out a stem to tease EV, who blushed furiously and simply gulped down the petals whole. In a flash of red light, Lucario emerged from its ball unbidden, took the bouquet from Sharona's hands, shot Lu Yi a cold glare, then silently retreated back into the ball. Inside, the azure underwater tunnel seemed to extend into another world. Behind the glass on both sides, Magikarp and Goldeen darted through rippling patterns of light. Haunter pressed its face against the glass, making faces at a brilliantly patterned Seeking, only to deflate when it flicked its tail and swam away. Sharona tucked her golden hair behind her ear, walking alongside Lu Yi with a gentle smile. As sunlight filtered down from above, a Gyarados slowly glided past ahead, followed by a Mantine whose fins blocked the tunnel's overhead light, leaving about 3 seconds of dimness. The performance began, with Dugong and Seal's spectacular moves earning rounds of applause. Lu Yi and Sharona clapped along. In that moment, Lu Yi had the fleeting sense that the person beside him wasn't the lofty league champion, but simply an extraordinarily beautiful ordinary girl. He turned his head, meeting Sharona's gaze for a second, catching a hint of bashfulness in those deep gray eyes. It was Lu Yi who blushed slightly instead. There's still the next stop. For lunch, the driver led them to a luxurious restaurant. The entire place was reserved, leaving only their table for 2. The head chef from Kalos personally explained the culinary techniques before withdrawing. Sharona set down her cutlery and said earnestly, It's not as delicious as what you make. I think so too. Lu Yi sighed, nodding in agreement. This world doesn't have Disneyland. Instead, there's another chain with a different trademark called Naughty Electrode Park. Lu Yi looked up to see a massive Naughty Electrode model hanging above the main entrance, its round body grinning menacingly, as if it might explode overhead at any moment. He muttered to himself, "Art is an explosion," but still followed behind Sharona into the roller coaster queue. A roller coaster? Sharona's golden eyes lit up. Lu Ye's face stiffened, while Evie and Ghastly beside him excitedly stomped their feet. Despite being able to fly, Garchomp was strapped tightly into the front row safety harness, its face pale as iron. Lucario sat in the second row, body rigid throughout the ride, not daring to say a word. The car shot off the track with wind rushing at their faces. Garchomp in the front let out a piercing shriek, while Lucario gritted its teeth and endured. Sharona's golden hair flew in the wind as her clear laughter rang past their ears. Ghastly cackled, "KK," its laughter sounding like clanging dumbbells. After one round, Lu Yi felt dizzy and disoriented while Sharona's cheeks glowed red. "One more time?" she asked, still wanting more. "Let's try a different ride." Lu Yi quickly waved his hands, wiping cold sweat for both Garchomp and Lucario. They switched to the water ride, where the surface was much calmer. Lu Yi nodded to the Poliwag responsible for the water effects, only to get blasted in the face with a water gun the next second. He could only smile bitterly while wiping the water away. The final attraction was the Ferris wheel. The narrow cabin slowly rose into the air, with lights below flowing like a river of stars. Sharona's breathing was clearly audible in the silence. "I find it wonderful," she said, gazing out the window, her voice as light as wind. After a moment of silence, she added, "The encounters between people are truly wonderful things." "Yes," Lu Yi nodded. "All encounters between living beings give birth to something between people, and even more so between people and Pokemon." Sharona was slightly stunned. These were exactly the words she wanted to say. She smiled. "In many ways, we're quite similar. It's just that I don't want to be a trainer," Lu Yi said firmly. "Like you said." Sharona looked at the EV in his arms, her lips curving slightly. "Sometimes a person's destiny isn't decided by themselves." Lu Yi rubbed his temples and smiled helplessly. "I'd be satisfied just taking good care of these two." The Ferris wheel reached its highest point, the city's noise suddenly distant, their gazes crossing in midair. Just as the atmosphere was about to crystallize, Ghastly rubbed its belly and let out a loud burp. "Keika, that lunch was really good." This might not count as a perfect date, but Lu Yi had never thought that far ahead. Being able to spend such a relaxing day with one of the world's top trainers, Sinnoh champion Sharona, was already miraculous. The Magic City Association provided full escort with no unexpected incidents. The final stop was a movie Sharona chose, Karun's new film, Curly as Morning. The title was plain and the plot equally so, but Karun on screen bore some resemblance to Audrey Hepburn. As Lu Yi watched, he nodded to himself. Indeed, designed after Hepburn's prototype, copying a few scripts shouldn't be too difficult. By the time they finished, it was nearly 8 p.m. Sharona had to catch her flight, so naturally Lu Yi had to see her to the airport. Night wind blew from the elevated highway, gentle and lingering. Sharona's black coat fluttered in the lamplight. Magic City Association Director Song Changpeng counted down through the intercom. 3, 2, 1, launch. Just as Lu Yi was about to speak, the entire night sky was illuminated by fireworks. Streaming fire burst into brilliant patterns, dyeing Sharona's golden hair with sunset colors. "So beautiful," she whispered in admiration. Lu Yi looked at that exquisite profile and chuckled softly. "Yes, so beautiful." Sharona tucked the scattered golden hair behind her ear and turned to Lu Yi. "If you come to Sinnoh, I'll treat you to the fireworks festival." When a girl actively invites a man to watch fireworks, it's already a rare hint. Lu Yi nodded solemnly. "I'll definitely go." Time flowed slowly as fireworks bloomed cluster by cluster in the sky. Sharona looked up, her golden hair swaying in the evening breeze, her face alternately bright and dim in the shifting light. Lu Yi etched this scene into his memory. After seeing her through the security checkpoint, Ghastly waved tearfully. "Keika." Lu Yi took a deep breath and headed home. When he woke up again, it was already the morning of the second day after Sharona's departure. Tuesday, July 21st. Teacher Lu was jolted awake by a thunderous explosion from the living room. The deafening blast seemed to erupt right beside his ear, and he sprang up from bed, rushing barefoot toward the living room. The first thing he saw was Haunter and Eevee locked in fierce combat. Haunter. Haunter rubbed its palms together, forming a spinning shadow ball that shot toward Eevee with a bang. Eevee. Eevee dodged with a shake of its head and tail, emerging completely unscathed. The little one immediately retaliated with a powerful return attack, but it passed through Haunter like mist, leaving only an afterimage. Haunter clutched its belly, laughing heartily, but when it turned to meet Lu Ye's resentful gaze, its smile instantly froze. Mutual immunity as a training exercise, you two really know how to have fun. Lu Yi looked up at the ceiling as debris rained down. This house is going to get blown to pieces by you two someday. He quickly called a repair crew. Chomping on half a piece of bread, he added 2,000 to his ledger, then sighed with relief. Thank goodness. Only 2,000. What's 2,000 anyway? When you already owe 5 million, why worry about pocket change? The repairs dragged on until afternoon. The screwdriver had barely been put away when the doorbell rang. Polipper Express, please sign for your delivery. The Polipper opened its massive beak, and from its pouch large enough to fit a capsule machine, 2 packages tumbled into Lu Ye's hands. This was a 5 million yuan delivery. With Evie and Haunter watching eagerly, he carefully unwrapped the outer packaging, his heart bleeding. This expensive, and they can't even throw in freebies? 1-star review. Just as he finished speaking, he felt an elegant card and raised an eyebrow. A Wilderness Group lifetime VIP card. That's where he'd ordered Evie's training vest. This company specialized in custom Pokemon training equipment, artificial exoskeletons, waterproof coatings for rock types. In a world where spatial technology was commonplace, nothing was impossible. Wonder how Pokeballs actually work. Lu Yi scratched his head. Science is amazing. He pulled out a pair of light pink ankle guards with bouncing ribbon bows. Evie looked at the color scheme and tilted its head with a puzzled Evie. Custom made, cute, right? You'll look even better wearing them. Lu Yi grinned. According to the system scan, these had effects similar to a choice scarf, enhancing speed EVs. In reality, they would correct EV's improper force application and eliminate training hazards. Cynthia's exact words. Without hesitation, he grabbed the scruff of Evie's neck and slipped the ankle guards onto its little legs. Evie blinked and took a few awkward steps. Evie, 3-inch. It's normal to feel uncomfortable at first, Lu Yi consoled, patting its head. Besides, you really do look great. Haunter's eyes were already gleaming as it eagerly rummaged through the other package. Lu Yi took the wooden box, and the moment he lifted the lid, a chilling aura spread through the air. Haunter. Just the scent alone left Haunter in a blissful daze. The wooden box, worth over 3 million yuan, contained only 2 levels, each holding a matte, ink-black dusk stone. Lu Yi had encountered dark stones before. He'd exchanged 5,000 BP for just a small piece, which showed how precious they were. Now, lying before him were 2 dark stones of the same grade. Thinking about the 3 eternal fire, water, and thunder stones that Red possessed, Lu Yi suddenly slapped his forehead. No wonder Red was so wealthy. Those 3 stones alone were worth billions. Beside the exquisite wooden box lay an accompanying letter. It is my honor to share with you the wonders of minerals. If this sparks your interest in stones, nothing could make me happier. Sincerely, Zvonimir Daigo. Seeing the signature, Lu Yi nodded in understanding. No wonder these 2 dark stones were of such exceptional quality. They came from Daigo's private collection, that stone maniac. If Cynthia hadn't personally requested him to select these pieces, such treasures would never have left his collection. For Haunter, who was practicing Shadow Ball, they couldn't be more perfect. At this thought, he sighed wearily. Practicing Shadow Ball. I'll probably have to rebuild the house again. Keika. Haunter's eyes widened like saucers, its crimson tongue licking the surface of the dark stones repeatedly, looking absolutely ravenous. Meanwhile, Evie wore butterfly-patterned ankle guards and a silk scarf around its neck, pacing back and forth in front of the mirror. Vui. It bared its teeth at the mirror, then immediately pulled back, stealing glances at Lu Yi. Noticing its trainer watching, Evie's face instantly flushed red as it quickly turned away, pretending nothing had happened. Watching his 2 little companions, Lu Yi couldn't help but smile. Well, as long as they stay this happy. His ambitions weren't particularly grand, just wanted to live peacefully with his Pokemon. But if Haunter and Evie were willing to battle, he'd gladly accompany them on that journey. This realization came to him after Cynthia's departure, amid his slight sense of regret. The encounters, bonds, and mutual influence between humans and Pokemon were probably what made this world so captivating. As for training, he'd leave that to Haunter's dedication. Lu Yi calculated silently. Though he was a training genius, his priority was still earning money to support his family. If possible, he'd set a small goal first, maybe support a Sinnoh champion. He instinctively reached into his pocket and pulled out that conspicuous IOU, his expression immediately stiffening. Anyway, I need to pay back this 5 million first. At the Hoenn Masters League venue, the winner Cynthia. Amid the crowd's cheers, the blonde woman in a black coat looked up slightly, her gaze falling on the VIP section. Gray-haired, blue-eyed Diantha, draped in a pristine white dress, applauded elegantly. Exiting the contestant tunnel, the 2 champions embraced gently. How was your trip to the eastern regions? Diantha asked. Quite wonderful. Cynthia's eyes curved into crescents. You've never been fond of traveling, but meeting different people and different Pokemon. She thought of Haunter and Evie, her eyes crinkling like crescent moons. It's quite interesting. Diantha nodded. Travel can be refreshing. However, you'll be quite busy from now on. Thinking of her packed schedule for the second half of the year, Cynthia rubbed her forehead and sighed softly. She slipped her hand into her pocket, her fingers touching a folded piece of paper. Unfolding it, she saw Lu Ye's bold handwriting. Imagining his stern expression while writing the IOU, Cynthia couldn't help but chuckle softly. For some reason, Cynthia suddenly broke into a smile. Wednesday, July 22nd. Early in the morning, Lu Yi pushed open the livestream camera while holding a sleepy little Evie in his arms. The screen immediately flooded with viewers eager to virtually cuddle Evie. Comments cascaded down like a waterfall. Evie-chan is finally streaming. Teacher Lu, stop blocking the camera, please move aside. Thanks for the rocket gift for little Evie. Only then did Lu Yi realize he was blocking the camera. Sheepishly, he adjusted the frame to focus on the EV in his arms. The chat immediately went wild with laughter. Isn't this supposed to be a dirty tactics channel? How did it turn into a pet blogger stream in 1 second? However, judging by the surge in gifts, the effect was no less impressive than when Teacher Lu showed his face. If anything, it was even better. Lu Yi felt perfectly justified as he gently rubbed Evie's fluffy little head with one hand. Take your hands off. Teacher Lu dropped dead. Trolled by the chat, Lu Yi had no choice but to squeeze Evie's squishy paw pads and clear his throat. Today we're playing with a fun lineup, starring our old partners, the Pink Devil family. The so-called Pink Devils referred to Pokemon like Clefairy, Chansey, and Blissey, creatures that looked adorable on the surface but were absolutely diabolical in practice. In reality, Blissey was basically monopolized by the Joy family lineage, making them both rare and lacking in offensive power, which is why Lu Yi called it a fun lineup. Thanks to why didn't Teacher Lu stream a few days ago for the plain gift? The chat immediately derailed. Teacher Lu was on a date with Cynthia a few days ago. The next second, the screen was flooded with a string of I have never seen such shameless audacity. Lu Yi sighed. These days, nobody believes you when you tell the truth. During his time with Cynthia, not only did he fail to latch onto a rich benefactor, but he also ended up with 5 million in debt. To pay it back, he decided to take his Pokemon on the path of becoming an idle scratch that becoming a streamer. Streaming was his old profession anyway, so even if Plants vs. Zombies flopped, he'd still have a backup plan. As for selling energy cubes, he'd considered it, but that required professional certification. It was practically like prescription medicine. Given the potency of his cubes, selling them to the big shots in his group would probably count as international smuggling. So, even small earnings matter, and he couldn't let streaming revenue slip away. During ranked matchmaking, he casually opened the local test version of his game. The pixelated lawn and zombie flags immediately caught the audience's attention. What's the streamer playing? Why isn't the streamer talking? Mute streamer? Followed. While having an encrypted conversation with Dave, Lu Yi casually explained. It's a game Teacher Lu developed himself. It'll be released in a few days, so feel free to support it if you're interested. The chat exploded. Holy crap, Teacher Lu can make games too. It looks super fun. A streamer who doesn't want to be a game developer isn't a good trainer. This impromptu promotion inadvertently advertised Plants vs. Zombies, and Lu Yi nodded with satisfaction as the ranked match finished loading. Then unsurprisingly, Teacher Lu once again demonstrated his traditional skill of terrible luck. Missed moves, failed predictions, spontaneous self-destructions. The livestream chat turned into a marketplace of laughter. Watching Red is just for fun, but if you want to learn real technique, you gotta watch Teacher Lu. This move right here, this is a direct assault on the stomach. Lu Yi slammed the table in frustration. How can there be such a dirty move like switcheroo? The opponent was a psychic-type trainer whose team centered around Trick Room combined with Ally Switch. With just these two moves, they had mastered positioning to perfection. Beyond Teacher Lu's signature dirty tactics, the moves themselves were even more flexible than teleport, capable of turning any singles match into the chaos of a doubles battle at any moment. Some spectators were already sighing, if you can't beat them, join them. They might as well have all 6 of Teacher Lu's Pokemon learn Ally Switch. Teacher Lu accepted today's defeat gracefully, but couldn't help glancing at his opponent's username. Lucian. Seeing that name made him frown. The Sinnoh Psychic-type Elite Four member, that scholar who spent his days buried in books, was actually playing ranked matches? Sinnoh region, Canalave City, Lucian's residence. Lucian, wearing a Wynard suit with blue hair reaching his shoulders, leaned back on the sofa and glanced at Flannery and Aaron beside him. This is what you call a fun game? Flannery scratched his bright red afro and laughed sheepishly. I really didn't expect you'd pick it up so quickly. Aaron, with his distinctive cowlick and wearing a tank top, nodded repeatedly. Lucian's so dirty. He uses tactics even more skillfully than in real battles. Lucian adjusted his blue-framed glasses and snorted softly. The opponent is someone who defeated Cynthia. Why don't you two give it a try? Although Cynthia had used an alternate account that day, there were only so many active players in the master tier, and everyone's identity was an open secret. Aaron, the bug-type Elite Four member in his 20s, quickly shook his head. Had already faced Teacher Lu several times, and his Baton Pass team had no advantage against those underhanded tactics. Fire-type Elite Four member Flannery also recalled the terror of being dominated. His flash fire strategy was both straightforward and rigid, losing about as often as Aaron. In fact, a single champion could influence an entire league's culture. Hoenn had 3 champion-level trainers, Stephen, Norman, and Wallace, but each was busy with their own pursuits. Stephen dug for stones, Wallace put on shows, and Norman educated his son. Since Sinnoh champion Cynthia similarly led by example and slacking off, the Elite Four naturally enjoyed ranking up on company time. Lucian reflected on his recent battle with Teacher Lu, frowning inwardly. If not for his slight stroke of luck, he would have been thoroughly crushed. This person's team building and commanding skills had long transcended the concept of a mere game. Lost in thought, Aaron suddenly sat up straight. Oh right, word from Kanto is that Teacher Lu recently battled Lance and apparently won? You've got to be kidding. Lucian's glasses nearly slipped off. But reason told him, if not for his earlier luck, he too would have suffered a crushing defeat. So Teacher Lu defeating Lance wasn't impossible. Flannery suddenly poked Lucian's shoulder, gloating. You're matched with Teacher Lu again. Lucian took a deep breath, readjusted his glasses, and quickly scanned the lineup. Blissey leading. It can definitely abuse Trick Room speed, but as long as I use ally switch the move won't hit. Before he could finish speaking, a massive rock slide crashed down on Bronzong's head, knocking it out instantly. What the hell? Lucian exclaimed. Blissey knows rock slide? The kindly smiling Blissey first used Thief to steal Bronzong's leftovers, then raised its hand and pointed, causing rocks to come crashing down. With its serene grace, ability doubling secondary effects, the flinch chance became overwhelming. The battle instantly spiraled out of control. On the track of Who's Dirtier, Teacher Lu had never lost to anyone. The Blissey's power was truly overwhelming. For over 30 consecutive rounds, Rockslide pounded mercilessly at the center of the battlefield, sending debris flying everywhere and burying the Bronzong almost completely under a pile of rubble. Yet this steel-type pseudo-legendary remained stubbornly resilient, floating motionless in midair, though completely unable to break free from the lockdown. Red light repeatedly emerged from the pokeball in Lucian's hand, only to be brutally blocked by the falling rock. She couldn't even recall his Pokemon. Sure, it's like scratching an itch, but this feels more like torture. If voice chat were enabled, the live stream would have been filled with gasps of shock. His Teacher Lu, are you even human? Please, just put it out of its misery. No. Lu Yi sneered coldly, his voice like frozen steel. You like switching Pokemon? Blissey, continue Rock Slide. He had named this strategy the classy Rock Slide team. On the surface, it appeared to be an entertainment lineup, but with its full-screen bombardment that gave opponents no room to switch, it could occasionally produce stunning results. At this moment, Lucian's mind went completely blank, his mouth agape, but unable to voice any commands. Teacher Lu really is. Flannery, with her red explosive hair, stared at the battlefield with a complex expression. Dirty, Bugsy shouted outright. Flannery lowered her voice. Does he have some connection to the Joy lineage? Otherwise, how could he have studied Blissey and Chansey so thoroughly? Bugsy waved his hands frantically. Anyway, I definitely don't want to battle him. On the other side, Lucian, his forehead beaded with sweat, let out a long sigh. I just can't win. Bugsy tried to lighten the mood with a laugh. After all, Teacher Lu's commanding skills can rival Champion Lance's. I'm thinking of studying his lineup next time to see if I can climb the ranks. Lucian adjusted his blue glasses and smiled bitterly. Even Champion Lance couldn't handle him. I really wonder what kind of lineup this guy has prepared. Bugsy and Flannery exchanged glances. Bugsy's green cowlick suddenly perked up as he concluded matter-of-factly. It's definitely the extra dirty kind. In the training room, Haunter suddenly let out a loud sneeze. KH. It scratched its head, startling itself. Lu Yi glanced at it. There's ginger cola for dinner. If you're going out to train, remember to come back on time. KH. Haunter immediately raised its fist with a serious expression. After Cynthia left, Lu Ye's mood had dampened somewhat. Sensing its trainer's emotions, Haunter decided to practice Shadow Ball even harder, continuing this afternoon. In the live stream, the extremely classy Rock Slide team received widespread praise. This strategy is similar to Serene Grace Togekiss. If Rock Slide misses, Blissey can instantly switch to minimize for perfect continuity. In terms of classiness, it's even higher than Togekiss. However, in reality, both Blissey and Togekiss were extremely rare, so Lu Yi just treated it as entertainment content. Compared to the Spikes teams common in the previous Master League season, Teacher Lu's Battle Tutorial 07, Rock Slide team, returned to its roots, focusing more on entertainment value while reaching new heights in terms of dirty tactics. The video was pinned to the homepage as soon as it was published. Stop it, this isn't even Pokemon battling anymore. Blissey is so cute. How can it be this dirty? It's not Blissey that's dirty, it's Teacher Lu. To be fair, dirty or not, it really does suit Blissey. Besides earning over 3,000 BP and exchanging for several Salic berries, Lu Yi's follower count had also reached 1.8 million. In his private messages, Lu Yi was surprised to discover that he had several fans from the Joy family. Teacher Lu, I'm currently working at a Pokemon Center. but there are always troublesome trainers causing problems. So I taught my chancy rock slide, and the town became quiet all at once. Teacher Lu, I'm on duty in Kanto and just drove away a group of Team Rocket members yesterday. My goodness, my chancy can actually be this strong. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Lu Yi looked up at the sky, his mind conjuring images of Chansey manipulating rocks to hurl at troublemakers, followed by Nurse Joy dragging people out with an unchanged expression, leaving long trails of blood on the ground. Ahem, this was still better than Joy getting hurt herself. With this thought, he cleared his throat and nodded solemnly in reply. Similar private messages were quite common. Not every Pokemon Center was equipped with dedicated security guards, and not every Joy was like that Prosecutor Joy, who possessed the legendary Pokemon Latias. Most Joys weren't skilled in battle, but by following Lu Ye's strategic thinking, they could easily deal with thugs and even Team Rocket grunts. Such dirty tactics, yet they can create social value. That's me all right. Lu Yi rubbed his chin and proudly clapped his hands. Promoting reform of the Pokemon Center medical system? The chairman of the Sinnoh Pokemon Association looked down at the proposal submitted by Elite Four-member Lucian, frowning slightly. Lucian, you should understand that this investment would be astronomical. Lucian, wearing a burgundy suit with shoulder-length blue hair, nodded gently. The core of the proposal is to improve security at Pokemon centers, targeting medical disputes and criminals. Since equipping every Pokemon Center with security Pokemon is clearly impractical, my suggestion is, he adjusted his light blue glasses, enhance the combat capabilities of the medical staff themselves. How is this different from if you can't solve the problem, solve the people causing the problem? The chairman was taken aback. The cost isn't high. Lucian smiled slightly. We only need to add a rock slide course at the Chansey Nursing Academy and promote Chansey, who master rock slide, to head nurse positions. Chansey's rock slide has limited power and is more for intimidation, plus it can help reduce the burden on Officer Jenny's. The chairman pondered. Recently, Team Rocket members skilled in substitute protect toxic and minimize strategies had appeared frequently in multiple locations, greatly increasing security pressure. If Lucian's plan was effective, it could not only protect medical staff, but also reduce security expenses. There's one more point. Lucian raised a finger, his tone gentle yet confident. In Chansey breeding, Chansey without the natural cure ability are often discriminated against. Actually, Chansey with the serene grace ability are better suited for rock slide, and this would provide them with better career prospects. The chairman was finally convinced. I'll give you a response as soon as possible. If it works, we'll establish pilot programs first. Lucian nodded slightly and adjusted his glasses again. If the plan is implemented, please mention the source of the proposal. The chairman laughed. Such a good deed that will be remembered forever should naturally bear your name. Lucian? Not mine. Lucian brushed aside his light blue hair, revealing a faint smile. The source is a trainer from Dongwon. Thinking of the tactics Lu Yi had painstakingly developed, Lucian felt a surge of respect. A trainer with noble ideals Lu Yi. Lu Yi himself remained completely unaware. At this moment, in the hearts of Team Rocket members and the Joys, he was both the originator of substitute protect toxic strategies and a pioneer of medical reform. Yet at this very moment, Teacher Lu was still working hard to pay back his 5 million debt. July 27th, Monday. It had been exactly 1 week since Cynthia's departure. In the dormitory, Lu Yi idly watched his two main Pokemon's daily training routine. V's return attack was becoming increasingly refined, its form cutting through the air with each crisp, decisive strike. Meanwhile, Ghastly was licking a Darkstone clean before eagerly pouncing on the next one. As that crimson tongue rolled and twisted with enthusiasm, Lu Yi winced internally. Each lick was worth thousands. Meanwhile, the development of Plants vs. Zombies had entered its final testing phase, scheduled to launch in early August. Just as he was planning the launch promotion, Coach Zhai called, asking him to come to Magic University campus immediately. This training camp was for the upcoming friendly match against Jinling University. Zhai Wenyao spoke rapidly. All the major universities are preparing for the Collegiate League, and we need to act too. I'm putting you in charge of pre-match training and on-site coordination for the friendly. Lu Yi rubbed his nose since he was taking the salary. He couldn't keep slacking off forever. What exactly do you need me to do? Zhai Wenyao frowned. Jinling University is really strong this year. They even recruited the Jiangsu Province Rookie Cup champion. If its tournament format, will be at a serious disadvantage. The Collegiate League included both individual and team competitions. Individual matches featured singles and tournament format, while team battles were 5v5 melees, testing both individual player skills and coaching tactics. After hearing the analysis, Lu Yi couldn't help but give Zhai Wenyao a sideways glance. Are you forgetting there's a Piplup Cup champion sitting right here? Sure, it was just a commercial tournament, but don't underestimate the village chief. This is an away match, we leave in 2 days. Zhai Wenyao's expression was serious. This afternoon, let's gather the school team so you can get to know everyone. After half a month as assistant coach, Lu Yi still hadn't memorized all the team members' names, so he could only pat his chest confidently. Don't worry, I've got the training covered. As a self-proclaimed training genius, leading a group of rookie students shouldn't be too difficult. That afternoon, at Magic University's competitive center, Teacher Liu, Han Xiaoxiao waved and ran over, with Gu Zhong following shyly behind, opening his mouth, but making no sound. Liu Yi patted Gu Zhong's shoulder, having always had a soft spot for this kid who came to Magic University from a mountain village. Don't be nervous during training later, just perform normally. Gu Zhong was stunned for a moment, then nodded gratefully. Besides training, they also needed to select the starting lineup. Liu Yi had already met both first-year early admission students. Among the 6 sophomores, he only recognized Xin Tingji with her single ponytail. The junior and senior Pokemon major students were mostly out challenging gyms or training, showing little interest in the collegiate league. Zhai Wenyao surveyed the entire team and raised his voice. You've all met assistant coach Liu. The situation is serious, so let's focus on preparation. Before he finished speaking, a sarcastic mutter came from the crowd. Do we really need an outsider to coach us? Shen Tingji frowned and instinctively turned sideways. Han Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and looked back, but the speaker had already retreated into the group. Zhai Wenyao's face darkened. Dong Jin, step forward. A stocky man reluctantly stepped out, his mouth twitching as he looked up at Zhai Wenyao. Coach, an outsider? Zhai Wenyao let out a cold laugh. If an outsider has Liu Ye's level of skill, none of you here would make it onto the school team. Inviting a sophomore non-major to serve as an assistant coach had already stirred up plenty of gossip within the team, but Zhai Wenyao was confident in his judgment. Liu Ye's commanding abilities spoke for themselves, and anyone who questioned that was essentially slapping Zhai Wenyao in the face. Liu Yi remained calm and composed. He understood that to get everyone to willingly commit to training, he'd need to show his strength first. He raised his hand, releasing a pokeball from his waist, and asked in a gentle yet provocative tone, I wonder if this outsider could have a little sparring match with you? As soon as the words left his mouth, a bead of cold sweat rolled down Dong Jin's forehead. He knew Liu Yi had won a championship with his Piplup, but that didn't necessarily mean he would low seat least. That's how he tried to comfort himself. Bring it on. Dong Jin gritted his teeth and threw out his pokeball. Go, Gravel. Red light coalesced into a massive rocky silhouette. Liu Yi didn't even spare it a glance, simply raising his finger to signal, his voice as calm as a weather report. EV, Iron Tail. The next second, a brown blur too fast to track sliced through the air. Crack. A brilliant tail strike fell like a blade, sending rock fragments flying as Graveler let out a pained roar and crashed to the ground. Eevee landed gracefully from release to finish. It was all over in the blink of an eye. The scene fell dead silent. Even Jiang Chun, the captain of Magic University's team, couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. That wasn't EV. Even with double type advantage, it shouldn't be able to shatter a Graveler with a single tail strike. Zhai Wenyao's expression remained calm, as if everything was going according to plan, his cold gaze fixed solely on Dong Jin. Han Xiaoxiao mimicked a sarcastic tone, her voice sharp and shrill. No way, surely no one here can't even beat an outsider, right? Dong Jin's lips trembled as he stared blankly at the fallen Graveler. The school medical room should still be open. Better get treatment first. Not bad. Liu Yi nodded, showing neither joy nor sorrow. Dong Jin couldn't tell whether to cry or laugh, quickly recalling his Graveler and running off toward the medical room. Liu Yi turned to Zhai Wenyao. That's one starter eliminated. Zhai Wenyao nodded slightly, quite satisfied with Liu Ye's composed demeanor. Liu Yi then faced the crowd and cleared his throat. Anyway, anyone who's not convinced can challenge me anytime. I'll still use Eve. You can even come at me altogether. Vui. Evie stood proudly at his feet, looking completely ready for whatever came next. The crowd fell silent. Who would dare step up for a beating when they couldn't even see the pokeball before the battle ended? Captain Jiang Chen forced an awkward smile. Coach Liu, please go ahead with training guarantee, not a single complaint. Oh, calling me coach now. Liu Ye's eyes lit up as he immediately circled something on his paper. You're on the starting lineup, he announced seriously. Let's begin today's training. Pair up for battles, and I'll join in too. For Magic University's honor, even this eternal slacker is getting motivated. By the end, he was almost moved by his own words. Meanwhile, the Torkoal that had been paired up caught sight of Evie's friendly smile and immediately puffed out a wisp of alarmed black smoke from its shell. Watching the training field's fast-paced, well-organized battles, Zhai Wenyao nodded with satisfaction. Liu Yi really was exceptionally good at training. For the members of the Magic University battle team, having Liu Yi as their assistant coach was definitely a mixed blessing. The good news was that this new assistant coach's guidance was extremely scientific. Group sparring sessions, targeted stretching routines, never forcing extra training, and everyone could finish practice on time. The bad news was that his overly enthusiastic EV conducted touring challenges around the training field every day, chasing other Pokemon and beating them up all over the place. In just 2 days, the number of Pokemon treated in the medical office doubled, and the consumption of healing supplies was several times higher than usual. During halftime break, Wang Rui wiped his sweat and walked over to team captain Jiang Chun, lowering his voice with a complex expression. Why do I feel like assistant coach Lu's training methods are even better than Coach Zhai's? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat, quickly making a shushing gesture. Shoo, don't let Coach Zhai hear that. He paused, then nodded in agreement. But honestly, my improvement over these 2 days is almost equivalent to 1 or 2 weeks of regular training. He glanced toward Lu Yi napping under the shade of a tree, speaking in a respectful whisper. I imagine each person's training plan was something the assistant coach stayed up late into the night thinking about. Let's not disturb him and just focus on our practice. Wang Rui nodded along, unable to help but sigh. I really envy Coach Lu. Not only is he handsome, but he's also so skilled at training. In fact, Lu Yi did indeed stay up very late every night, but the reason wasn't team affairs. In the quiet of the night, he usually wore headphones while gaming with Cynthia, occasionally gazing at someone with longing thoughts. The 5 million debt note placed beside his keyboard made him too embarrassed to mention gaming companion fees anymore. Sigh? We're too close now. I can't bring myself to ask. Lu Yi sighed while resting his chin on his hand. I wonder when Cynthia will realize on her own and reimburse me for the bills. As for the daytime training plans, those were actually simple to execute. A qualified coach knows how to teach according to individual abilities and tap into potential, so Lu Yi simply doubled the training volume based on Coach Zhai's original plans. As a result, the team members actually felt they had encountered a more reliable assistant coach. Zhai Wenyao looked at the packed training schedule with some concern. Is such a heavy training load really okay? You're just tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Lu Yi smiled. They're not short on money. As long as the volume is there, their family's resources will naturally keep up. Zhai Wenyao nodded but still worried. But what about Gu Zhong? I'll figure something out. Lu Yi answered with confidence. Gu Zhong came from a mountain village, had a quiet personality, and his family wasn't well off. Being able to barely keep up with his teammates' pace had already exhausted all his energy. For him, intense training might seem endless, but it was the only thing he could do. Under the scorching afternoon sun, he was doing extra practice in a corner, sweat dripping from his chin. Suddenly, a small light blue bottle appeared before his eyes. Lu Yi handed it over with a smile. Here, this is for you. Gu Zhong was stunned, stammering. I can't take this. It's just ordinary orange berry cubes. Lu Yi cleared his throat, for treating Torkoal's internal injuries. After all, Evie loves to beat it up. Speaking of this, he felt a bit embarrassed too. Perhaps because Torkoal's shell was hard enough. Evie always considered it the best opponent, sending it to the medical office every few days. Fortunately, through this brutal treatment, Torkoal had learned iron defense, which made Gu Zhong genuinely grateful to Teacher Lu. Teacher Lu. Han Xiaoxiao squeezed over from the side, puffing out her cheeks and poking the bottle with her finger. I want energy cubes too. Lu Yi glanced at her and said, if you let your Brelum give Evie a beating, I'll give you one too. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Xiaoxiao nearly choked on her own saliva. Even Colossal, known as the tank of the school team, couldn't withstand Evie's relentless assault. The price for that energy cube was something she wanted but didn't dare to claim. Gu Zhong opened his mouth hesitantly. I have a match tomorrow. Get some good rest. Lu Yi handed over the energy cube and patted his shoulder with a smile. Try to get off to a good start tomorrow. As the cube fell into his palm, Gu Zhong's eyes instantly welled up with tears. After holding back for a long moment, he could only nod vigorously. I won't let Coach Lu down. A day later, on the high-speed train bound for Jinling. Coach, can I take another look at the starting lineup? Zhai Wenyao nodded and handed over the folder, his expression grave. Jinling University isn't weak, and that rookie champion from Jiangsu province won't be easy to handle either. We need to be cautious. Magic University and Jinling University have always been neck and neck in rankings. The individual competition is arena style, so strategic deployment is more important than anything else. Lu Yi flipped through the materials while confirming. In arena-style matches, we can't change the battle order, right? The starting lineup came into view: Jiang Chun, Wang Rui, Han Xiaoxiao, Gu Zhong, Shen Tingji. His eyebrow twitched slightly. It's for training purposes, so having 2 freshmen in the starting lineup is reasonable, Zhai Wenyao said casually, clearing his throat twice. Lu Yi pointed to the last entry, his mouth twitching. What's the deal with the 6th man? I'm just an assistant coach though, I really have to go on the field myself? In case things don't look good, someone needs to step up and save the day, Zhai Wenyao said with an awkward smile. We agreed beforehand that I'd only work as an assistant coach, Lu Yi said with a cold expression. If you really want me to fight. Lu Yi, listen to me, it's like this. Fine, pay me more. Huh? Zhai Wenyao was stunned, thinking he was joking, and let out a dry laugh. The Magic University Breeding House will let you pick a new Pokemon in early August. I'm thinking we'll take you there right after the friendly match ends. Didn't you say I'd have to wait until the end of summer vacation? Lu Yi was slightly surprised. The school won't shortchange someone who's contributed to its success, Zhai Wenyao said with a proud wink. Lu Yi sighed. No wonder you waited until I got on the train to tell me. People who play tactics really have dirty hearts. Alright, so when do I go up? Wang Rui starts first. After he sets up Trick Room, Guzhong's Colossal will take position. Your third go up and stabilize things, Zhai Wenyao said, pointing at the tactical board with everything clearly arranged. Lu Yi wanted to complain that just letting me sweep the team would be more efficient, but on second thought, he was here to work, there was no need to have his Pokemon clash heated. He glanced at Haunter by the window. A ghost had its entire face pressed against the glass, curiously watching the fields rushing by. Looking down, Eevee was baring its teeth and biting its own tail, rolling around on his lap. Lu Yi picked up Eevee and whispered quietly, "Just perform normally later." Eevee's ears shot up immediately, its eyes shining like two gems as it nodded solemnly. Vui. Sigh. They arrived at Nanjing University at 2 in the afternoon. The bus slowly pulled into the tree-lined driveway shaded by plane trees and came to a stop under the dappled shadows. As soon as the door opened, Han Xiaoxiao eagerly raised her hand. "Coach, can we visit the Qinhuai River tonight? We're supposed to head back to Shanghai tonight, though staying in Nanjing isn't out of the question." Coach Zhai replied with a smile. Han Xiaoxiao's eyes immediately lit up, but Shin Tingji beat her to it, turning to look at the back row. "Teacher Lu, want to stroll along the Qinhuai River tonight?" "No thanks." Lu Yi shook his head decisively. Boys need to protect themselves when they're away from home. B. Eevee stood on Lu Ye's shoulder, flicked its tail, and bared its teeth at everyone. Waiting in the parking area was Cui Yuanshan, a coach from Nanjing University, who shook hands and exchanged pleasantries with Zhai Wenyao. "The kids are already waiting," Cui Yuanshan said with a smile. "They were so excited they didn't sleep a wink last night." Zhai Wenyao laughed heartily. "My team members haven't been able to sleep since the day before yesterday. They haven't closed their eyes for 3 days." Cui Yuanshan raised his eyebrows. Lu Yi was stunned. "Are you two seriously competing over something this ridiculous?" "Who are you kidding, old Cui?" Zhai Wenyao sneered. "Cut the small talk, we'll settle this with real skills in a bit. And you call yourself a coach from Shanghai University? Let's go. Let me see what this year's rookies are made of." When old rivals reunite, sparks fly. Their mutual banter was simply their unique way of greeting each other. The Nanjing Competition Center was all set up, with the massive circular arena brightly lit. Scattered spectators sat on both sides, and some faculty members had also come to watch the matches. "Eevee is so cute," came excited squeals from the young ladies in the stands. "That Eevee still hasn't evolved? Isn't it just here to make up the numbers?" some students whispered skeptically. Director Wang from Nanjing University glanced back at the crowd, and the audience immediately fell silent. "Is this year's Shanghai University team still using spatial tactics?" Director Wang asked. "Hard to say." Cui Yuanshan shook his head. "There's no information about that Eevee trainer in the roster." "Coach Cui, that's the champion of Shanghai's Piplup Cup." Fengzhe interjected. Qin Yu smiled and added, "His name is Teacher Lu, right? I heard he's also a gaming streamer." Zhao Xianyong moved his lips, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. "I almost exposed the fact that I'm a fan of Teacher Lu." Before the match began, the captains from both sides stepped forward to shake hands. Wang Rui took the stage first, opening the competition. Off the field, Zhai Wenyao frowned and muttered. "Their first contestant is Jiangsu Province's rookie champion." Lu Yi cleared his throat. "To be fair, sitting next to you is also Shanghai's rookie champion." Zhai Wenyao paused. "True. I always tend to forget." Lu Ye's championship victory had been so effortless that it seemed almost unreal. The opponent Suyu's Pokemon was a Scyther, combining both speed and visual appeal. Wang Rui's Dusclops wasn't without a fighting chance. Zhai Wenyao pondered. With Suyu leading off, Wang Rui can still put up a fight. Lu Yi scanned through Dusclops' move list and didn't see any super effective moves like Thunder Punch or Fire Punch. "Let's hope Will-O-Wisp hits," he said quietly. "That Scyther is probably going to set up." The battle began with Suyu taking the initiative. Scyther, swords dance. Scyther. Scyther swung its twin scythes, the blades enveloped in a cold metallic gleam. Wang Rui didn't immediately use Will-O-Wisp, but instead raised his hand to command. Trick Room. A purple light screen, almost tangible, enveloped the battlefield, and Scyther's movements instantly became sluggish. Will-O-Wisp. Hearing Wang Rui's command, Lu Yi couldn't help but shake his head. The Trick Room was already set up, yet he didn't add Gravity Kit. "You're still not dirty enough." Blue and white ghostly flames rushed towards Scyther. With a flutter of wings, the steel-green figure shot up from the ground, gracefully dodging the Will-O-Wisp. At the same time, its razor-sharp wings cut through the air with a whooshing sound, slashing back at Duskull. The gray-white shell was instantly carved with a menacing gash. In the stands, Cui Yuanshan nodded with satisfaction. That kid Suyu's commands are quite on point. 2 consecutive Will-O-Wisps missed the opponent's mentality, must be completely shattered. Fengzhe laughed heartily. But Wang Rui was breaking out in cold sweat. The jeering buzzed in his ears, completely disrupting his thoughts and rhythm. The third slash came down, and Duskull crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. Suyu calmly withdrew his stance. Next, Wang Rui stood frozen in place, lips pressed tight, his mind completely blank. You really called it. Zhai Wenyao glanced at Lu Yi and sighed helplessly. 2 will-o-wisps missing. Does my mouth really have some kind of blessing? Lu Yi coughed lightly. Don't panic, we still have Gu Zhong's Torquil type advantage. Before he finished speaking, Gu Zhong walked onto the field with a serious expression. Passing by Lu Yi, he stammered, Assistant. Assistant Professor Lu, I won't let you down. Lu Yi was momentarily stunned, then responded with an encouraging smile. Gu Zhong took a deep breath, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. Even if I'm not as strong, there must be something I can do. The sunlight suddenly blazed intensely, energy condensing in midair into a scorching solar disk. Gu Zhong swung his arm and roared. Torquil, smokescreen. White smoke mixed with sparks billowed out, instantly engulfing half the field. Almost simultaneously, Scyther approached like lightning. Its twin sides crossed as it forced through the smoke, wings slashing down once more. Crack! A teeth-grinding sound tore through the air. Torquil cried out in pain, but was pinned in place by the relentless slashing attacks. Lu Yi frowned deeply. The power gap is too great. Zhai Wenyao anxiously slammed the table. Why won't this kid just surrender? On the field, Gu Zhong clenched his fists, and Torquil's gaze remained determined. Images flashed through his mind. Teacher Lu practicing with him until late at night, personally teaching iron defense, gifting precious energy. Cube Sheet absolutely couldn't let him down. Torquil, iron defense. Gu Zhong roared hoarsely. Hold steady, then continue with smokescreen. The straightforward and simple command drew laughter from the audience. What kind of strategy is that? Is this Magic University's level? In the stands, Director Wang frowned as he looked toward Cui Yuanshan. The latter pondered. He's a newcomer, haven't had time to focus on training him yet. But he's so stubborn. Director Wang pointed at Gu Zhong. Even in this state, he still won't surrender? Torquil was covered in wounds, but still searched desperately with its trainer for a chance to counterattack. Finally, Suyu deliberately showed an opening. Chance! Gu Zhong shouted. Flame wheel. Wreathed in flames, Torquil charged heavily toward Scyther, only to be slashed diagonally by twin sides the next second. Its massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. After a brief silence, the audience began discussing again. What's the point of dragging it out like this? Waste of time. Why didn't he just give up earlier? Gu Zhong hung his head, shoulders trembling slightly. No matter how hard he tried, the result was still dismal. Teacher Lu had put so much effort into helping him, and Evie had trained with him until late at night. Yet he had disappointed everyone's expectations. His nose stung, and he fought back tears, standing frozen and at a loss. You lost. Why aren't you leaving the field? Someone shouted. Just then, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. Gu Zhong looked up in confusion. Lu Yi had walked onto the field, patting his shoulder, then looking at the Torquil that was still stubbornly crawling toward them despite its limp. He smiled. Diligent people don't always succeed, but Pokemon will never betray them. He patted Gu Zhong's shoulder once more, his gaze as sharp as an unsheathed blade. The victory of this match, I'll take it. B. Eevee bared its teeth fiercely, glaring at the battered Torquil. How dare someone else beat up a teammate like this besides itself? That Scyther was asking for death. Eevee raised its front paw and tapped twice on Torquil's shell, as if making a promise to get revenge for you. The bruised and swollen Torquil stared blankly before breaking into a silly, innocent grin. Individual Match 3. Lu Yi vs Suyu. Magic City University had already lost 2 matches in a row, and playing away from home, their morale seemed particularly low. Zhai Wenyao patted Gu Zhong's shoulder with a comforting smile. Don't feel pressured. Go heal Torquil first. He suddenly remembered something and handed over an appetizing energy cube. All right, Teacher Lu left this for you. Han Xiaoxiao added from the side. I heard this is Teacher Lu's secret recipe. Gu Zhong hurriedly took the orange berry cube, stunned for a few seconds before nodding heavily and clutching it tightly in his palm. The moment Lu Yi appeared, the audience erupted. What's with that Eevee? It hasn't evolved yet. Suyu is too fierce. Is he really going to sweep all 3? Maybe even all 5 at this rate. Director Wang from Jinling University frowned. This Lu Yi? How have I never heard of him? He's supposedly a finance student, Cui Yuanshan chuckled. But his skills are extraordinary. Zhao Xianyong exclaimed in surprise. A non-professional trainer? I always thought Teacher Lu was at least veteran level. Xinyu glanced at him sideways. You seem to know him pretty well? A drop of cold sweat slid down Zhao Xianyong's forehead as he thought to himself. After all, I'm a level 10 fan in Teacher Lu's livestream. For a finance student to make the school team is indeed remarkable. Director Wang nodded approvingly. But Suyu is the rookie champion of Su Province, so his strength, his words cut off as his eyes widened in shock. The referee's whistle had barely sounded when the audience burst into amazed cries. Holy crap, charging up power right from inside the Pokeball? That's even possible. Quick attack right from the start. Lu Yi simply nodded calmly at Suyu, then threw his Pokeball. White light flashed as a figure traced an arc through the air, striking precisely at Scyther's abdomen. Scyther's eyes bulged. SCY. It spat out bitter fluid and swung its scythe down, only to slice through a substitute. Suyu's eyelid twitched as he shouted urgently, "Behind you!" But his command was a moment too slow. Evie flipped and leaped up, its iron tail wrapped in brilliant white light, crashing down. Hissed the agony of the head blow instantly overwhelmed Scyther. Its scream barely escaped before it fainted and collapsed. B. Evie disdainfully kicked some sand over its head before walking away with a shake. The arena fell into dead silence. The Jinling University crowd had expected Lu Yi to be strong, but to knock out Suyu's Scyther in the first round? This gave no time to adjust. Less than 3 seconds, and the battle was over. Suyu stood slack-jawed, staring blankly at Lu Yi as his mind rapidly replayed the battle, predicting movement trajectories from the moment of release. Successful prediction, perfect coordination with Evie, and this was supposedly a non-professional student? Something had to be wrong. Lu Yi smiled slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Next. Suyu froze for a moment. The words he was about to say caught in his throat as his face flushed bright red. The audience fell into a dead silence. Lu, yes, words, what did he mean? Was he really planning for Evie to take down 5 opponents in a row? That sounded like pure fantasy. Over at Jinling University's team bench, Fengzhe abruptly stood up, his voice cold and firm. "Coach, let me go in." Cui Yuanshan frowned as he scanned the field, his tone low and cautious. "Be careful. His strength is likely far beyond what we've seen." Years of coaching experience told him that Lu Yi was far from simple. Still, this was Jinling University's home turf. He shook his head with a wry smile. Having just an EV take down the whole team? Unrealistic. Beside him, Zhao Xianyong muttered under his breath, "With Lu's skills it's not entirely impossible." Fengzhe stepped onto the battlefield, staring down his opponent with a cold smirk. Relying on an EV to sweep the team? Dream on. Lu Yi sighed lightly. Funny how telling the truth just makes people doubt you. Fine, they'll let the results speak for themselves. The pokeball was thrown, and a muscular primeape landed on the field, pounding its fists into the ground with a heavy thud. The referee's whistle pierced the air. "Primeape, karate chop." Fengzhe commanded immediately. The enraged primeape let out a wild roar and lunged at Evie. Evie's ears twitched, its first standing on and its danger sensibility instantly went into overdrive. "Evie, I didn't yell at you. Why are you yelling at me?" Lu Yi glanced at Primeape's move set and raised an eyebrow. "Counter or revenge, Evie? Quick attack, jump into the air." Evie darted across the field in a flash and leapt skyward. Fengzhe sneered. "Still charging in mindlessly? Primeape, counter." Evie swift. Star-shaped beams of light shot out, like blazing meteors. Just as Primeape raised its fists, it was bombarded by the relentless barrage, its stance faltering. Taking advantage of the opening, Evie landed and swept its iron tail. Boom. Primeape was sent flying out of bounds, crashing into the barricade. Fengzhe stood frozen in disbelief. That wasn't quick attack? He predicted my command? The arena fell silent, broken only by Lu Ye's calm voice echoing through the air. Next. Han Xiaoxiao trembled with excitement, nearly leaping to her feet to cheer, but held back, worried about celebrating too soon. Zhai Wenyo's expression turned grim. The earlier battle between Su Yu and Gu Zhong had already made this friendly match feel like a powder keg. Was Jinling University really hoping to make a name for themselves through Su Yu? Jiang Chun, if Lu Yi slips up, you're next. No matter what, we have to win this match. Jiang Chun nodded, but gave a wry smile. Coach, I don't think he'll get the chance to go in. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a shadow streaked across the field. Rhyhorn was sent flying by Evie's iron tail, smashing through an off-field billboard. In less than 10 seconds, Lu Yi had taken down another member of Jinling University's team. The audience erupted in a low murmur, their shock stifling their voices. Evie just sent Rhyhorn flying? That size difference and it got one shot? This Evie is way too savage. Evie, small but fierce, bared its teeth and claws, standing protectively by its handsome trainer's side. Lu Yi glanced toward the opposing bench, his gaze lingering briefly on the anxious Su Yu, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Next. Lu Yi's voice echoed through the arched dome of the Jinling Athletic Center, the vast arena empty and silent. Cui Yuanshan's eye twitched violently. Could the new champion from Magic University really be this powerful? The EV hadn't even evolved yet, and this level of training was simply unbelievable. Be careful out there, he couldn't help but warn. Cui Yuanshan knew his own EV was at its limit, and against an opponent like this, they could only proceed with extreme caution. Qin Yu nodded lightly, but couldn't suppress the unease rising in her heart. In the center of the field, that proudly standing EV showed no signs of fatigue. It certainly didn't look like it was about to run out of stamina. The whistle blew, and Jinling University's 4th contestant entered the arena. Qin Yu took a deep breath and raised her pokeball high. Go, Breakson. The graceful Breakson landed with the lightness of a young girl, its fiery red ear fur dancing in the air. It waved the branch in its hand, and scorching flames suddenly erupted. Fire spin. Rolling streams of fire surged toward EV. As EV used quick attack to dart upward, Qin Yu added in a low voice, "Ignite the surroundings." Brakeson swept its branch in an arc through the air, and the scattered sparks instantly spread, forming a ring of fire that cut off and surrounded the entire battlefield. EV's charge was forced to halt as the flames continuously devoured the available movement space, with the blaze closing in toward the center. Zhai Wenyao frowned. She's using field advantage for a war of attrition. Quick attack, substitute. Lu Yi quickly adjusted his strategy. EV understood the command, baring its fangs slightly as its form became a blur rushing straight at Brakeson. Psybeam. Qin Yu's voice erupted almost simultaneously with the light beam. Brakeson aimed its branch at the charging EV, and the brilliant blue beam blazed through the air at such close range, it was nearly impossible to miss. Just as the beam fired, EV's form split in two. Dodging with incredible coordination, the substitute took the Psybeam heat-in while the real body slipped past the light and darted through a gap in the fire ring. The roiling flames consumed the substitute, but the real EV burst through the wall of fire. Illuminated by the blazing light, the little creature leaped onto Brakeson's shoulder and bit down hard on a vital spot. Qin Yu's face went deathly pale. A critical hit. That was too devastating. EV used the momentum to spring off Brakeson's forehead and leap clear of the sea of flames without looking back. Brakeson cried out in pain before being engulfed by its own flames. When the fire died down, it had already lost consciousness. The entire venue fell silent. The referee's whistle pierced through the quiet. Brakeson is unable to battle. The winner is Lu Yi. The audience erupted. Aeon versus 4 sweep? For consecutive battles with 2 substitutes? Did that EV eat miracle fertilizer? Its stamina is more impressive than a Snorlax. See coach. Han Xiaoxiao stammered excitedly. Teacher Lu is really going to sweep their entire team. Zhai Wenyao said nothing, just looked at Lu Yi on the field with satisfaction. Magic University had several move manuals suitable for EV'd, let Lu Yi pick whichever ones he wanted as a reward when they got back. Qin Yu walked off the field looking dejected, and Jinling University's morale seemed particularly low. On the other side, Lu Yi crouched down to check on his student, asking with concern, "Are you all right?" Vui. EV licked its paw and lifted its head disdainfully. Watching the little one looking so spirited and thoroughly enjoying the battle, Lu Yi nodded thoughtfully. He suddenly raised his right hand, and the entire venue fell silent. Everyone thought he was about to deliver another one of his devilish lines, and their faces changed in unison. "I'm requesting a 1-minute timeout," Lu Yi said with a smile, "to remove EV's held item." The crowd erupted in discussion. EV was holding an item? A berry? But we didn't see it use anything. Taking off an item now? Isn't that stupid? The referee was stunned for a moment, instinctively turning to look at Director Wang, who pondered briefly before nodding, then signaled for the match to pause. The final challenger was from Jinling University. Scratch that. It was Lu Ye's fan, Zhao Xianyong. Zhao Xianyong was dazed for half a second, then felt ecstatic. Teacher Lu is definitely going easy on me. However, the next second, everyone's expressions changed completely. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Yi grabbed EV by the scruff of its neck. The little creature that had just swept through the field like a war god instantly turned red-faced, its limbs flailing wildly. Vui. Lu Yi remained unmoved, bending down to remove 4 pink ankle guards from EV's legs. He weighed them in his hands, raising an eyebrow slightly. These things are really heavy. So the so-called proper way to exert force was actually completely restricting EV's power? These 4 ankle guards were power anklets, excellent for protection, but incredibly heavy. When worn, they decreased speed but could improve growth potential over time. Lu Yi deliberately tossed the anklets onto the field. Thud! The heavy, muffled sound echoed throughout the arena, and the air seemed to freeze instantly. Hiss! Lu Yi was secretly alarmed. That's over 1,000,000 yuan worth of equipment. Better not break it. The Jinling University team stared wide-eyed. That EV was dragging those things while fighting us. It swept 4 of us while wearing weights. Zhao Xianyong now felt like Rock Lee during the Chunin exams, surrounded by expressions of disbelief. Going easy? Teacher Lu was this ruthless even with his own fans. Lu Yi cleared his throat, his voice calm but commanding. Next. That gentle smile looked like nothing short of demonic to Zhao Xianyong. But since he could battle his idol, it was worth dying for. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Go, Electabuzz!" The yellow and black Electabuzz landed, swinging its claws as electric arcs crackled wildly through its fur. Lu Yi glanced at the system's Pokédex static ability confirmed, then immediately ordered, "EV Yawn." Zhao Xianyong's expression tightened. Here it comes, Teacher Lu's signature strategy. Cui Yuanshan nearby was also slightly stunned. Now that EV had removed its burden, its normal speed was approaching that of quick attack, theoretically allowing for complete frontal domination. Yet Lu Yi chose ranged attrition. Overly cautious. Cui Yuanshan murmured. Electabuzz Thunderbolt missed completely, while Yan hit precisely. As the electric light faded, Electabuzz' eyelids began to droop, and Eevee never gave it any chance to get close. This strategy is way too cowardly. Fengzhi felt his scalp tingle. Cui Yuanshan smiled bitterly, not giving the opponent any opening. Truly an excellent competitor. Lu Yi had always been like this. Against opponents with static ability, ranged attacks were the optimal solution. Eevee's swift, star-shaped beams flew wildly, and the sleeping Electabuzz was mercilessly beaten, falling to one knee before it could even open its eyes. Eevee casually tossed sand on its head, burying Electabuzz halfway before contentedly licking its paw. The winner is Lu Yi. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Eevee raised its head, surveying the entire field with pride. Vui, I can't believe it. We actually got swept by one Pokemon. I mean, I get it, but that Eevee is just so adorable. The Jinling Athletic Center had been roaring with excitement just a second ago, but now it was so quiet you could hear sneakers squeaking against the non-slip flooring. Moments later, the audience remembered this was a friendly match and spontaneously burst into applause, the sound rolling toward the center of the arena like waves. Cui Yuanshan stood at the entrance to the player tunnel, letting out a long sigh. He had originally hoped that their newly recruited Tsuyuti would thoroughly dominate their old rivals, but instead he had just watched his own team get swept by a single Eevee. His feelings were complicated, to say the least. On the field, Lu Yi bent down under countless awestruck gazes to pick up the power anklet he had hastily dropped on the ground earlier, brushing off the dust. Fortunately, it wasn't damaged. Only after confirming his equipment was intact did he truly relax his shoulders and turn to walk toward the Magic City University bench. Zhai Wenyao came up to meet him, making no effort to hide his excitement as he slapped Lu Ye's shoulder hard. When we get back, you can have your pick of any move manual from Magic City University. Lu Yi was stunned for a moment. Move manuals included training videos and methods, but you still had to pay for the actual training resources yourself. His expression immediately twisted. Coach, that's really not necessary. Haha, I get it. Zhai Wenyao laughed heartily. You think it's too little, right? Fine, I'll give you 2 manuals. Lu Yi could only respond helplessly. Well, thank you so much. On the other side of the field, Eevee sat calmly, having swept 5 matches with barely a scratch. Its tail tapped lightly against the ground, looking as energetic as if it had just finished warming up. In the system panel, his remaining BP had jumped to 2,000, and Lu Yi was already planning another couple of 10 pulls when he got back. The other Magic City University team members gathered around, their eyes full of admiration. Assistant coach Lu was already famous for his training, but they hadn't expected him to be ridiculously strong in battle too. Guzhong felt somewhat ashamed after his defeat, hanging his head in silence. Lu Yi patted his shoulder. Don't blame yourself. The key is treating your Pokemon well. Remembering that Torkoal who refused to surrender and was just as honest as its trainer, he added with a smile. Pokemon will never let down your expectations. Though he silently complained to himself. Of course, that includes backstabbing me every time. Guzhong was stunned for several seconds before nodding solemnly. As the friendly match concluded, that trainer who possessed both strength and good looks, along with his adorable yet reckless Eevee, quickly became the hot topic on Jinling University's campus. In a way, being swept by an Eevee meant they had witnessed a piece of history. Cui Yuanshan smiled bitterly as he shook hands with Coach Zhai. I really don't want to run into you guys in this year's point matches. Zhai Wenyao understood perfectly. Lu Yi was an assistant coach after all, technically an outside player, so having him compete in every match was nearly impossible. He sighed too. I wish Lu Yi could play every match. On the high-speed train back to Magic City, Han Xiaoxiao chattered excitedly, replaying every spectacular moment of Eevee's Universusfive sweep. Lu Yi rubbed his temples. It's just a sweep. Is it really worth getting this excited about? To train Eevee, he was practically becoming a noob-crushing instructor. Though he acted annoyed, Lu Yi knew in his heart that after this official battle, Eevee's combat skills had reached another level. Thinking about how its house-wrecking efficiency might improve even further, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. Lu Yi, have you decided which move manuals to pick for Eevee? Coach Zhai asked, leaning back in his chair. The options suitable for Eevee lay before him. Dig, Shadow Ball, Sunny Day, each with an equally terrifying price tag. If it learned Dig, Sister Lu's building would be uninhabitable. As for Shadow Ball, he had Cynthia's training method for that, so he could wait until he had more money. After much deliberation, Lu Yi still chose 2 cheaper but practical manuals, Reflect and Light Screen. These 2 moves would perfectly enhance the Pokemon's defensive capabilities, reducing the risk of Eevee getting injured. In wild battles, these techniques were practically life-saving skills, especially suitable for Professor Lu, who was too dirty to leave the house. Thinking that he wouldn't have to worry about fans sending death threats anymore, Lu Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Choosing these 2 moves had deeper considerations. Hunter could directly understand the training materials without needing Lu Ye's Hansen guidance. Lu Yi felt secretly pleased. I really am a training genius. During the round trip, both Pokemon had acquired the wall-type moves. Lu Yi patted his forehead and praised himself. Well done, Professor Lu. That evening, after returning to Shanghai, Lu Yi and Zhai Wenyao headed straight to the battle department to collect the two move manuals. Once home, he printed out the training steps for reflect and light screen and solemnly handed them to Haunter. As the big brother, you need to set a good example, Lu Yi said seriously. I went through great trouble to get these two moves for you both, so don't let me down. Haunter was stunned for a moment. Then his crimson eyes immediately filled with tears as he nodded repeatedly. Kaka. Master is working so hard to become a trainer. I must train diligently and learn these moves as soon as possible. Night fell deep. While Lu Yi prepared dinner for his two little companions, he casually did 2 10 pulls. Rare, rare, rare. He sighed helplessly. Same old bad luck. Suddenly the interface flashed golden legend. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. Orange in 20 pulls. Drops. Pecha Berry 4, Orange Berry 5, Moo Milk 4, Pokeball 3, Super Potion 3, Golden Raspberry 1. The so-called golden legend was this raspberry glowing with faint golden light. In the Heart Gold Soul Silver versions, it could greatly increase capture rates. For Capture Expert Crystal, it was practically standard equipment. Lu Yi stroked his chin and mused. Once I save up a few more, I can develop new poke blocks. Almost all the berries currently unlocked in the system shop had been made into poke blocks by him. Besides the basic varieties, there were also Qualot Berry Block Bitter enhances defense. Tamato Berry Block Spicy enhances special attack. Gripa Berry Block Sour Sweet enhances speed. As for Lu Yi himself, his favorite was still the Pecha Berry Block Sweet Enough. Dinner consisted of berry salad with moo milk, while Evie had orange juice on the side. It stood on the table, obediently wagging its tail. Noticing Lu Yi staring intently, it immediately turned away and stopped wagging. Vui. On the other side, Haunter held the training materials, extending his long tongue to lick across rows of text, while using a floating pen to rapidly take notes. Though his hands had fully developed, he couldn't break this reading habit. Kaka. The peaceful dinner time passed in a flash. The phone rang. Coach Shai laughed heartily on the other end. Lu Yi, you can go to the daycare to pick a Pokemon tomorrow. No need to thank me. It's nothing. Lu Yi sighed but then became spirited. Tomorrow I'll definitely pick a top-tier slacker. Evie and Haunter exchanged glances and nodded in understanding. Kaka. Extra training tonight? Vui. Then let's charge ahead. July 30th, Thursday. In the early morning, Evie tiptoed across Lu Ye's cheek with tiny steps, poking 2 fluffy little paws out from under the covers like cotton balls, stretching lazily before contentedly retreating back into the warm blanket. One moment, Lu Yi was trapped in a nightmare where a Dynamaxed Evie was trampling over him like a carpet. The next, he jolted awake with his scalp tingling. On the ceiling, Haunter hung upside down, snoring loudly with drool glistening at the corner of its mouth. Lu Yi threw back the covers, and Evie curled up into a ball, waving its paw pads irritably as if the light was too bright. With his hair sticking up like a bird's nest, he sighed deeply. Having nightmares first thing in the morning isn't a good sign. I still have to go pick out a Pokemon today. I hope nothing goes wrong. Thinking about meeting a new partner soon, he felt both apprehensive and excited like Ash on his first journey. He wasn't taking the professional trainer route anyway, so getting along harmoniously with these two little ones was what mattered most. Besides, she calculated secretly this household couldn't afford to support a third Pokemon that might betray its trainer at any moment, so he'd better not try too hard. Last night, Evie and Haunter had practiced Reflect and Light Screen until the wee hours. Though they hadn't fully mastered the moves yet, they'd at least grasped the basics, which worked similarly to Protect. Seeing both of them sleeping in today, Lu Yi didn't bother to complain. He quietly prepared breakfast and left a note. I'm heading out, and we'll be back this afternoon. Handle lunch yourselves. Since Haunter could read, he placed some cash under the note. With money in a mouth, it wouldn't be hard for Haunter to take Evie out to eat. When it came down to it, with Haunter around, Evie probably didn't even need a trainer. Thinking about this, Lu Yi nodded smugly. Thank goodness he'd trained Haunter so well. The scorching midsummer heat of approaching August baked the earth. Several Pidgey perched listlessly on the treetops, and the sky couldn't spare even a wisp of cloud. Lu Yi hailed a taxi and headed straight for the breeding facility at the foot of the mountain near the south campus of Shanghai University's Pokemon Academy. You're here. Zhai Wenyao stood at the entrance, waving with a smile. Lu Yi wore the black glasses he'd won in the last lottery, which came with the effect of enhancing dark-type moves, looking exactly like a villain. But he had to admit, they worked excellently as sunglasses with top-quality lenses. He looked around. Coach Zhai, this entire area belongs to the breeding house. This was his first time setting foot in the breeding department's campus, and judging by the land area alone, it left other departments far behind. Zhai Wenyao explained. Though we call it a breeding house, this place covers over 3,000 acres. Students from Shanghai University's breeding program come here for internships every year. Many students board their Pokemon here, along with graduates and faculty members. There are quite a few powerful Pokemon here. The cost of raising Pokemon is no less than training expenses. Lu Yi nodded. Zhai Wenyao continued. The association established this 6 Pokemon carry limit back then because they were afraid that with too many Pokemon, trainers wouldn't be able to properly care for their daily needs, which would amount to abuse. But truly wealthy and confident trainers carrying 12 Pokeballs isn't uncommon. As for the extras, paying to board them at breeding houses or entrusting them to familiar Pokemon professors is standard practice. Lu Yi's expression grew subtle. Shanghai University's breeding house is only 3,000 acres? I saw on Bilibili that Professor Oak's backyard has over 30,000 acres. Zhai Wenyao laughed heartily. Professor Oak is the foremost authority in Pokemon studies, after all. Rather than calling it a backyard, it's more appropriate to call it a wilderness. Lu Yi followed Coach Zhai as they ventured deeper into the garden. Along the way, various habitats flashed by. Shadowy forests, scorching sandy areas, babbling streams, soft grasslands, and even a strange crossed-out sign that read, "Under girls' skirts." All sorts of Pokemon came into view, leaving Lu Yi dazzled. In the woods, a pair of Nidoran and Nidoran were being affectionate with each other. Behind the foliage, a Kakuna revealed only its vigilant red eyes. Nearby, a plump and tender-looking Farfetch'd strutted about carrying its leak. Every scene made Lu Yi secretly swallow his saliva. Passing through the tree shadows, the two arrived at a wooden cabin. The door creaked open, and a white-haired, kindly-faced elderly woman emerged, leaning on her walking stick. Zhai Wenyao pointed at Lu Yi with a smile in his voice. This young man helped our Magic University get some serious revenge just a few days ago. I'll trouble you to help him pick out a Pokemon. It's rare to see young people with such drive these days. Granny Wu squinted as she sized up Lu Yi, her tone cheerful. The Pokemon from Magic University's breeding house are guaranteed to be hardworking, motivated, and full of potential. Lu Yi's heart suddenly tightened. He silently groaned. If the old lady really used her years of sharp judgment to pick for him, wouldn't he be doomed? He quickly waved his hands. Granny, I can handle this small matter myself. Please rest. Granny Wu looked him up and down, her smile growing wider. The young man had decent strength, handsome features, and knew how to respect his elders. It seemed she should recommend those descendants of the faculty Pokemon to this boy. She tapped her walking stick lightly. Wait a moment, I'll go prepare. In the brief silence, Lu Yi quietly breathed a sigh of relief. What he feared most was being forced to take a Pokemon with explosive talent. Firstly, he worried about disappointing expectations, and secondly, if it had a battle-loving personality, it might not get along well with Eevee and Haunter. It would be best to choose one that, like himself, wanted to be a slacker. Don't worry. Zhai Wenyao patted his shoulder. Granny Wu's judgment is absolutely professional. However, you can only choose from the few she offers, since some Pokemon belong to private individuals, so you can't really pick just anyone. Lu Yi nodded, but secretly wished he could get that Slowpoke from the pond. When they passed by earlier, that Slowpoke had even lifted its hand to wave at him slowly, completely hitting his preferences. Granny Wu wouldn't pick a starter Pokemon for me, would she? Lu Yi half joked. Those cost 6 figures each. Magic University can't be that wealthy. There have been precedents over the years. Zhai Wenyao said after recalling. In any case, let's see what she recommends. Whatever she picks will definitely be most suitable for you. Lu Yi breathed another sigh of relief. The old lady was deeply experienced and should be able to tell at a glance that he was a slacker, right? In the back room of the wooden cabin, Granny Wu walked over to her husband, leaning on her walking stick, and gently kicked the dozing old man awake. Old man, called the old principal. I'm planning to give away one of the starter Pokemon. The old man jolted awake, rubbing his eyes and mumbling. Those are Pokemon left by the master. You're giving those away too. This old lady just likes young handsome men. So what? Granny Wu snorted, casually handing over a straw hat. The old man smiled apologetically. I'll go make the call. It's hot outside, put your hat on. Warmth welled up in Granny Wu's heart, but she only replied coolly. There's sour plum soup in the fridge. Remember to drink some later. Will do. I'll go check on that batch of Pokemon. The old man rubbed his hands as he walked outside, muttering. Each one brave and battle-ready. Haha. I wonder which trainer will have such good fortune. Lu Yi and Zhai Wenyao waited outside for what felt like an eternity. Coach, Lu Yi finally couldn't hold back anymore and asked in a lowered voice. Do you think the Pokemon from Magic University's breeding house? Are they strong? Strength isn't the main point. Zhai Wenyao closed the documents in his arms, his tone serious. Someone conducted a research report on this. Different breeding houses and regional environments shape Pokemon with very distinct personality tendencies. Combined with each facility's unique training methods, this creates what's called a brand effect. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. So what characteristics do the Pokemon from Magic University's breeding house have? They're battle-hungry. Zhai Wenyao's voice suddenly carried a hint of pride. Infernape, Swellow, Houndoom. The combat power of Magic University's breeding house ranks among the top in all of Dongwang. Lu Yi, question mark. He wanted nothing more than to grab Zhai Wenyao by the throat right then and there. If he had known this place only produced battle maniacs, he would have turned around and run long ago, instead of standing here like an idiot for half an hour. Just as Lu Yi was staring blankly at the sky with lifeless eyes, the wooden door creaked open. Granny Wu stepped out, leaning on her walking stick, waving kindly with a benevolent expression. Lu Yi, we've gotten permission. Come in and choose a Pokemon. The old principal of Magic University had always trusted Granny Wu's judgment. Since she had taken a liking to this trainer, giving away a starter Pokemon as a future investment was completely worthwhile. Young teacher Lu had no idea about this deeper meaning, still harboring beautiful fantasies about picking a Slowpoke. What a tragic situation. Following Granny Wu, Lu Yi walked through the corridor and arrived at another small courtyard. The air was filled with rich, fruity aromas, clearly indicating that many rare berries were cultivated here. Citrus berry, chesto berry, rost berry. Lu Yi muttered as he walked, his eyes suddenly widening. They even have dragon scale berries. The large dragon scale berries on the branches gleamed with an oily luster in the sunlight, appearing to him like a stack of glowing money. Granny Wu looked at him with surprise and smiled. I didn't expect you to have knowledge about berries too. Just a little, just a little. Lu Yi cleared his throat, but internally he was shouting, berry experts are drawn to each other. With his level 5 poke block crafting knowledge, his performance further solidified Granny Wu's decision. The group stopped in front of an exposed rock. Granny Wu tapped it with her cane. This Tepig has a violent temper, but it's the strongest. It inherited quite a bit of its parent Darmanitan's sheer force ability. Before she finished speaking, there was a dull thud as Tepig head butt the rock, sending debris flying everywhere, then raised its head and let out a rough roar. Lu Ye's mouth twitched. Granny Wu, I feel like this one might not be quite suitable for me. Granny Wu nodded and pointed to a Cyndaquil covered in scars not far away. How about this one then? Its strength is somewhat lacking, but it has a competitive nature and the flash fire ability. After evolving into Typhlosion, it could be the core of a sun team in sunny weather strategies. Lu Ye's mind flashed with images of Cyndaquil setting the house on fire. He sighed deeply and shook his head helplessly. Granny Wu frowned and sighed softly. You came too late. If you had come earlier, I could have introduced you to a Chimchar. Lu Ye's expression instantly froze. Were all fire types explosive powerhouses? If it was really as frenzied as Ash's senior disciple, how could he continue his laid-back lifestyle? He coughed lightly. Granny Wu, I think fire types aren't quite suitable for me. Teacher Lu, the old schemer, was indeed incompatible with fire types. Granny Wu nodded and, leaning on her walking stick, led Lu Yi to the lush berry forest. A Squirtle with bloodshot eyes roared furiously as it stomped the ground, sending powerful earth tremors rippling in all directions. Damn it! Holiculi cursed as he leaped into the air, the white light above his head transforming into needle-like projectiles that shot toward the Squirtle with rapid precision. Lu Yi watched with a complicated expression. The Pokemon at Magic University's breeding house. Why do they all have the same temperament? How is anyone supposed to enjoy selecting a Pokemon like this? And why are they all starter Pokemon? Isn't there a single normal slacker among them? Granny Wu laughed heartily. These little ones are exactly like I was in my youth. Lu Yi sighed deeply. Granny, I never would have guessed you were such a spitfire when you were young. Now I understand why all the Pokemon here are so battle-hungry. So you're the real culprit, Granny Wu. Lu Yi smiled awkwardly. Granny, why are they all starter Pokemon? Aren't there any other Pokemon available? Granny Wu smiled proudly. This is an opportunity one secured for you from the old principal. I like the look of you. You have the makings of a trainer. I hope you won't disappoint me. She patted Lu Yi's shoulder firmly. Lu Yi was bewildered. Did something go wrong somewhere? I just wanted to pick a Slowpoke. So how did I end up having to choose from starter Pokemon? If I refuse now, will the Magic University principal put me on a blacklist? Lu Yi looked troubled. Granny, do you have any slightly weaker Pokemon? Oh, you want to train one from scratch. Granny Wu immediately understood. While these starter Pokemon were powerful, they all carried traces of Granny Wu's training style. If that didn't match the trainer's approach, it could become a problem. Granny Wu nodded approvingly, finding Lu Yi more and more agreeable. This young man has excellent judgment. In the grass-type courtyard, there were no Bulbasaur, which disappointed Lu Yi somewhat. But thinking about it, Bulbasaur was grass and poison type after all, with poison glands distributed throughout its skin. If not controlled properly, Lu Yi might end up in the hospital. Besides, he was worried Haunter might drain a Bulbasaur completely dry. Lu Yi rubbed his temples with a headache. Who would have thought that selecting a Pokemon would become such a burden? This really tarnishes my reputation as Teacher Lu. Let me think. There are suitable water types too. I'll take you to see them. Granny Wu led Lu Yi to a stream where water babbled pleasantly, bringing immediate relief from the heat. Lu Yi looked around. What caught his eye was a Froakie practicing its bubble technique, casting a cold glance in their direction. Honestly, Lu Yi had a good impression of Froakie. Forming a bond with it might awaken some kind of backstabbing connection in the future. But Lu Yi wasn't a protagonist and didn't think he could compare to that fool. Besides, this cold personality might not mesh well with his own. Lu Yi sighed. Granny Wu, the Pokemon you've raised here are really quite exceptional. Granny Wu smiled. What a sweet talker. Suddenly, Lu Yi's attention was drawn to a shell on a rock in the river. The brown shell gave off a strong sense of security, even keeping it at home wouldn't cause any problems. In the heat of summer, while other Pokemon trained diligently, this one slept lazily without a care, completely carefree. Tucked in its shell, honestly being a slacker, avoiding worldly conflicts. Who first awakens from the great dream? In my life, I alone know. Lu Yi was instantly moved to tears. Isn't this the sleeping dragon I've been desperately searching for? Lu Yi's hands trembled as he opened the system's Pokédex and scanned it, immediately overwhelmed with joy. Squirtle, water type. Ability, torrent. Gender, male. Moves, tackle, water gun, withdraw, rapid spin. Look at this harmless move set. Look at this slacker appearance without a single inherited move. No backstabbing, no risk of home destruction. This is the Pokemon of my dreams. Lu Yi took a deep breath and pointed at the shell, shouting, Granny, this is the Pokemon I want. Granny Wu was stunned and looked in the direction Lu Yi was pointing, seeming somewhat hesitant. As if reluctant to part with it, she confirmed again, Are you sure? You want this Squirtle? You can choose any of the other starters, think it over carefully. Lu Yi grinned. No need, I choose this Squirtle. Backstabbers are common, but slackers are rare. A sleeping dragon from Magic University's breeding house isn't something you encounter easily. Granny Wu looked back and forth between Lu Yi and the Squirtle, then said through gritted teeth, All right. Then it's settled. At that moment, the Squirtle tucked in its shell used its keen aura detection to sense the surroundings and suddenly opened its eyes. In those calm eyes, a flash of sharp light appeared. I've hidden so deeply, yet I was still discovered? Lu Yi smiled and said, Grandma, I'll choose this Squirtle. Granny Wu nodded silently, her knuckles turning white as she gripped her walking stick, clearly reluctant to part with it. Yet inwardly, she gained newfound respect for Lu Yi's discernment among all these starter Pokemon. He had managed to pick out the most exceptional Squirtle at first glance. It seemed this ordinary-looking young man was far from ordinary. In the competitive breeding house, this Squirtle could still leisurely bask in the sun on the bluestone thanks to its innate aura talent. All things possess aura, but few can resonate with it. The Squirtle inherited this rare gift from its ancestor, a Clauncher belonging to the former principal of Magic University. That Clauncher possessed the Mega Launcher ability and had mastered Aura Sphere to perfection, helping the old principal claim the Dongwon Conference Championship. Aura Sphere wasn't a hereditary move, so it didn't appear in Squirtle's move list, but the Aura talent had been fully inherited, making this Squirtle nearly unmatched in Magic University's breeding house. If it were to master Mega Evolution in the future and become a Mega Blastoise with the Mega Launcher ability, combined with this talent, even Granny Wu couldn't imagine its potential. However, words once spoken and choices once made couldn't be undone. Granny Wu slowly shook her head and sighed softly. So be it. So be it. Since you could pick it out, it proves your judgment is worthy of this Pokemon. Lu Yi's lips curved upward, though he secretly complained to himself. Among all these powerhouses, I just had to pick the slacker. That's so typical of me. Granny Wu tapped her cane as a reminder. Next, you'll need to capture it yourself. If the Pokemon doesn't accept you, everything is meaningless. Lu Yi immediately nodded, agreeing with this philosophy of capture. Having no interest in battles or research, he always prioritized Pokemon's emotions above all else. Don't worry, it will definitely accept me, he said confidently. A trainer who wanted to be the ultimate slacker meeting a Squirtle that napped in broad daylight was like a match made in heaven. Under the sunlight, Lu Yi removed his sunglasses, took off his shoes, rolled up his pants, and stepped into the cool stream. Ripples spread across the water's surface, the bluestone was covered in moss, and the Squirtle retreated its head into its shell, having heard every word of the previous conversation through its aura perception. A glint flashed in its eyes. Among all the trainers who had come and gone, someone had finally seen through it? Lu Yi suppressed his amusement and cleared his throat. I think we're quite similar, same goals, same direction. I've already captured 2 adorable little ones. Though they can be quite rambunctious, with you around, everyone would surely get along well. Before he finished speaking, Lu Yi was laughing internally. This move? This was the ultimate slacker strategy. He'd chosen a Squirtle without any inherited move. Could it possibly betray him? He refused to believe that keeping a turtle at home could somehow lead to his house being demolished. The stream babbled gently, and the shell remained perfectly still. Lu Yi understood that for Squirtle, leaving the breeding house meant giving up readily available comfort. It was a difficult decision. After all, staying here meant it could continue being a slacker. Being a trainer's Pokemon, however, was a different story entirely. With this thought, Lu Yi felt increasingly at ease, silently musing to himself. Indeed, this is the kind of reliable partner I can fight alongside. He looked up and flashed a sincere smile at the Squirtle across from him. With you here, I believe our dreams will soon come true. His aura surged as he transmitted this pure, unwavering hope. Squirtle caught that fervent emotion, and thoughts churned beneath its hard shell. This world is too dangerous. I had planned to stay hidden in the breeding house until I evolved into Blastoise. But this trainer is so genuine. After much deliberation, it let out a long sigh. So be it, so be it. I'll have to venture out eventually, and following such an ambitious, far-sighted trainer doesn't seem too bad. The shell cover opened slightly. Squirtle poked its head out, looked calmly at Lu Yi, then nodded. Squirtle, for this kindness you've shown me, I'll help you achieve your championship dreams. Lu Yi's lips curved upward. This moment right here, it's like Boya meeting Ziki, flowing water finding its kindred spirit. Granny Wu, standing nearby, nodded with satisfaction. Even Squirtle acknowledges you. It seems your determination to grow stronger is genuine. The welcoming gift for Eevee had been a silk scarf, and for Haunter, that breeding manual from Green. Lu Yi pulled out the third gift. He'd prepared a pair of black sunglasses and offered them to Squirtle. Squirtle first used its aura to confirm they were neither explosives nor some new type of Pokeball before accepting them with relief, sliding the sunglasses onto its face. Though they weren't the classic triangular style, combined with its stubby tail and hard shell, the imposing gang leader aura was instantly maxed out. Squirtle underscore. It adjusted the frames and nodded to Lu Yi. Granny Wu chuckled. It's saying you can capture it now. Lu Yi pulled out several Pokeballs, a commemorative ball, a regular Pokeball, and a dive ball. Squirtle raised its hand, pointing at the dive ball, gave a thumbs up, and grinned widely. Perfect choice. A water-type Pokemon should naturally live in a dive ball. Lu Yi raised his hand and threw the dive ball. However, just as it left his hand, Squirtle frowned and instinctively ducked with a backward lean. The Pokeball grazed the edge of its shell and flew past, rolling away with a series of thuds. Lu Yi and Granny Wu exchanged glances. Squirtle, I dodged on instinct. Squirtle scratched its head sheepishly, quickly trotting over to press the button and disappearing into the ball as a red light. Lu Yi wiped away cold sweat, muttering under his breath. Why do I get the feeling this kid might not be too bright? Granny Wu also smiled awkwardly. Strong? Yes, but a bit simple. Would it really be a Squirtle if it weren't a bit simple? Lu Yi felt completely reassured. Strong or not doesn't matter as long as it's a lovable blockhead. A lovable blockhead plus a crafty slacker. Squirtle, you're exactly the teammate I've been searching for. He picked up the dive ball and struck a dramatic pose with his right hand extended. Squirtle get days. Before he could finish speaking, the ground rumbled and shook. At the foot of the distant mountain, a thick tunnel suddenly erupted upward, sending rocks flying as an onyx frantically burrowed forward, heading straight for them. Lu Yi's expression changed. Granny, what's happening? But Granny Wu remained remarkably calm. The onyx on the mountain is in mating season. It acts up every few days. How can you be so calm about this? What's the big deal? Go on, use your Squirtle. Lu Yi froze, a bead of cold sweat sliding down his forehead. This Squirtle can actually take on an onyx? The tunnel came to an abrupt halt as a dark shadow burst through the earth. Rumble. Debris exploded outward, raining down like scattered droplets as a massive shadow blocked out the sky, its rocky hide gleaming with a cold, harsh light. Roar. A giant onyx with stone horns jutting from its head reared up, its bloodshot eyes fixed menacingly ahead, its deafening roar echoing through the air. The colossal beast, nearly 10 meters tall, loomed close by, its body of stacked stone blocks radiating an indescribable sense of overwhelming pressure. Yet Granny Wu remained perfectly calm, as if she were simply watching an ordinary play. Lu Yi sighed deeply. He finally understood why every Pokemon at the Magic University breeding facility was so battle-hungry. With this kind of trainer in this competitive environment, it would be hard not to develop a taste for combat. But then he wondered, why was his Squirtle in his palm so laid back? He looked down at the dive ball in his hand, his expression peculiar. Granny Wu patted his shoulder. Don't just stand there. Let Granny see what you can do in the wild. Lu Yi looked up into the onyx's blood-red eyes and gritted his teeth as he threw his hand forward. Go, Squirtle. This first real wild battle made him slightly excited, but remembering that the onyx might attack the trainer directly, he quickly suppressed his smile. The dive ball was thrown toward a nearby tree. In a flash of light, Squirtle landed on the treetop, securing the high ground though its sunglasses nearly slipped off. The little guy frantically reached to catch them, but lost his footing and tumbled from the tree, face planting into the dirt with a Squirtle. After getting up, he waved his sunglasses with a dirt-covered face, signaling to Lu Yi that his gift was perfectly intact. Lu Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm about to kick the bucket here, and you're worried about your sunglasses? The onyx was also amused by this comical scene, staring at Squirtle and bursting into thunderous laughter. Roar, roar, roar. At that very moment, a sharp glint flashed in Squirtle's eyes, and his previous bumbling demeanor vanished instantly. Show weakness to deceive the enemy, then strike with strength. Lu Yi's command came almost in sync with Squirtle's action. Squirtle, water gun. Squirtle opened his mouth wide, and a powerful stream of water instantly condensed into a column, striking the onyx with a resounding thud. Roar. The giant serpent was knocked back by the water gun, sending up a massive splash as it cried out in pain. Louis stared in shock. You call that a water gun? The torrential water column roared continuously as Squirtle's gaze turned cold, and he unleashed his full power. Half of the onyx's body was caught in the current, letting out piercing wails. It was nearly defeated in one hit. Louis stood frozen. If this guy didn't have the sturdy ability, that one shot would have finished him off? You're just a Squirtle using water gun. How did you manage to deal hydro pump level damage? Roar. The onyx quickly burrowed underground, digging away as if fleeing for its life. The courtyard was left in shambles. Birds chirped and chattered. Then the surroundings fell quiet once more. Granny Wu nodded with satisfaction. This child has great talent with pulse-type moves. Though it was just water gun, he incorporated water pulse techniques into it, making it incredibly powerful. Louis recalled the battle and stood stunned for a long moment, his expression strange. But Granny, I don't think he's learned water pulse yet. It's only a matter of time. Granny laughed and patted his shoulder again. Louis was speechless. In front of him, scenes seemed to flash by. Ghastly unleashing Will-O-Wisp, Squirtle firing water gun. Louis stiffly turned his head, his face filled with despair as he stared at the Squirtle in front of him. Is something wrong here? The move list clearly doesn't show any inherited skills, and now there's talk of some kind of aura-based talent. And your system's Pokédex can't even identify it. Ding. The Pokédex cannot detect special talents outside of moves. Please identify them yourself, host. Louis tilted his head toward the sky, tears accidentally sliding down to the corner of his mouth. System, are you screwing me over again? Seeing the trainer so emotional that he was crying, Squirtle adjusted its sunglasses and slowly raised a thumbs up. As a water-type Pokemon, it's only logical that my water gun packs the punch of a hydro pump. Sure, I haven't evolved yet, but taking down an Onix in one hit? Most Pokemon can manage that. Meanwhile, a glimmer of warmth flashed in Squirtle's eyes. This was only my first battle, and he's already this moved. It seems this trainer is really worth following. The outside world is dangerous, but to repay him, he'll have to work hard to grow stronger. With the situation settled, Louis walked out of the breeding house in a daze, followed by the sunglasses-wearing, swaggering Squirtle. At the door, Granny Wu waved with a smile. Come back and visit anytime. Squirtle. Squirtle waved its paw in farewell. Zhai Wenyao laughed heartily and clapped Lu Yi on the shoulder. Lu Yi, don't hold back, this is all yours. Lu Yi forced a smile, sighed, and quickly pulled himself together, locking eyes with Squirtle. Squirtle? I was just thinking you and those two little ones at home might have a lot to talk about, Lu Yi said with a grin. Since he had now caught Squirtle, he would treat it as family. That was Lu Yi's way. He grasped Squirtle's small paw. Let's take care of each other from now on. Squirtle froze for a moment, a warm feeling surging in its chest. The bond between humans and Pokemon is truly magical. A new environment, new companions, and new family. It took off its sunglasses, blinking its pale purple eyes shyly, scratching its head. Squirtle. On the bus ride home, Squirtle was placed in a child's seat, its legs dangling as it swung them nervously. Louis had confirmed with Granny Wu that this little guy had only recently hatched, so it should get along well with Eevee and Ghastly. He sighed suddenly. Let's just hope they don't bond over house-wrecking ideas. Before they even reached the door, Ghastly had already recognized the sound of his footsteps and eagerly pushed the door open. Eevee followed close behind, wagging its tail, staring curiously at the unfamiliar shell on Lu Yi's back. It tilted its head in confusion. Eevee, Lu Yi introduced, this guy is new here. Your big brother and second sister are already home. Squirtle scratched its head and extended a paw. Squirtle? Ghastly's eyes lit up, sensing a kindred spirit. Ghastly. Eevee, meanwhile, stared at the sturdy shell thoughtfully before turning away and chuckling softly to itself. Squirtle and Ghastly shook paws amicably. Then, to Lu Yi's astonishment, Squirtle suddenly opened its mouth and sprayed a water gun at both Eevee and Ghastly. Not strong, just playful. In an instant, Ghastly and Eevee were soaked. Ghastly Eevee. Squirtle stood with its hands on its hips, nodding in satisfaction. Looks like they're not Ditto or Zorua pretending to be them. Lu Yi's expression shifted. Ghastly didn't seem to mind and burst out laughing, while Eevee's face darkened, a faint mist of anger forming above its head. Eevee. Above Squirtle's head, a large, unmistakable danger sign seemed to appear. Squirtle was deep in thought. Since they would be on the same team from now on, confirming identities seemed especially important. It blinked its eyes, carefully observing the dripping wet Ghastly and Eevee before finally nodding solemnly. Ghastly froze for a moment, then broke into a wide grin. Squirtle. It burst into laughter, officially acknowledging this amusing new little brother. Eevee, however, was completely unbothered by the laughter. Eevee. Shaking off the water, it lowered its head and immediately noticed its silk scarf had been soaked. Its tail shot up, and with bared teeth, white light flashed as it swung an iron tail directly at Squirtle. Lu Yi, Ghastly. The two of them looked on in shock. Squirtle was sent flying, but it didn't panic. Instead, It performed a smooth 360 spin midair, casually tossing its sunglasses back to Lu Yi. Then, it angled its head downward and dove toward the floor like a missile. Squirtle, are you trying to smash through the floor? Lu Yi scrambled to catch the sunglasses, his heart skipping a beat. Crack! At the last second, Squirtle neatly tucked itself into its shell, which slammed into the floor with a heavy thud. A deep dent formed instantly, and the entire floor trembled. Dust sprinkled down from the ceiling as Lu Yi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I get it now. It's not me I should be worried about, it's the other tenants in this building. Evie snorted softly. Evie flicked its tail and gracefully padded away, ready for dinner. Lu Yi wiped his sweat and exchanged a glance with the trembling Ghastly. Both of them swallowed hard at the same time. Did we do anything to offend her recently? Meanwhile, inside its shell, Squirtle sat dazed, little stars bouncing around its vision as a giant question mark floated above its head. Are all of the trainers' other Pokemon this strong? My aura detection can't even gauge this Eevee's power. Could it be that the Pokemon outside are way stronger than the ones at Mo.'s breeding house? It quickly made up its mind. I'm still far from strong enough. First, they'll get a sense of the environment here, then sneak out at night for extra training. When it came to meals, Lu Yi never skimped. You could call him calculating or stingy, but you could never question his cooking skills. With his culinary skill at level 3, he was just a step away from being a master chef. Even the Pokemon-specific meals he prepared were flawless. Hot, fragrant red bean taiyaki were served on the table, their aroma wafting through the room. Squirtle. The little guy was instantly won over, holding the snack in both hands, its round face turning bright red with delight. Ghastly and Eevee both let out disdainful humphs, but the next second, they each took a bite and immediately fell into the same state of bliss. Ghastly Eevee. Lu Yi cleared his throat. I might have added too many berries this time. He'll adjust the recipe next time. After dinner, Lu Yi sank into the couch to watch TV. On the screen, a turtle-like figure was sweating profusely. Squirtle, Squirtle. Squirtle shouted motivational slogans as it did push-ups, water dripping steadily from its shell onto the floor. Lu Yi's mouth twitched. I was hoping for a laid-back freeloader. How did this turn into a hard-working role model? Could it be that to slack off, you first have to be stronger than everyone else? He chuckled dryly, finding the logic strangely convincing. This scene even moved Ghastly. It floated down, laughing with its signature Ghastly, and began punching at the wall as if demonstrating strength training. Eevee froze for a moment, hesitated briefly, then nimbly leaped onto the running wheel. Vooey! The metal wheel spun rapidly, its crisp clicking sounds echoing throughout the living room. Haunter floated in midair, making instructional gestures, while Squirtle carefully lifted tiny dumbbells, occasionally glancing back to ensure safety with its addition. Teacher Lu's home was instantly filled with an intense training atmosphere. Lu Yi stood at the doorway with his arms crossed, looking completely out of place amid this lively scene. He muttered under his breath. Did I get something wrong? Wasn't I originally looking for a Pokemon that would just slack off with me? The TV screen then went dark, and he pulled out his phone to join the group chat. At that moment, the chat group was buzzing with excitement about August's Type Expert Tournament. This competition focused on all 18 types, with regions taking turns hosting events where participants were all experts with deep knowledge of specific types. Blue. Lorelei, Sister Lorelei, are you judging the Ice-Type Expert Tournament in Unova? Lorelei. No, it's Mr. Price from Johto. He's much more professional than I am. Price. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. That Johto Ice-Type gym leader's signature Piloswine had once faced off directly against a legendary Pokemon's strength was quite terrifying. Erica, then Teacher Lu. The first event is the Kanto Grass-Type Expert Tournament. Will you be participating? In everyone's eyes, Teacher Lu's specialty type remained a mystery. With his tactical prowess, it wouldn't be surprising if he mastered all types like Red. Erica's question was mainly to seek advice on substitute toxic, tactical details. Lu Yi replied honestly. I can't participate, I just caught my third Pokemon. Erica felt slightly disappointed. It seemed Teacher Lu wasn't enthusiastic about these limited tournaments. But Blue caught the key point. Teacher Lu, what's your third Pokemon? Lu Yi glanced toward the living room. Haunter was patiently demonstrating movements while Squirtle methodically completed its weight training. Lu Yi sighed. An overly cautious Squirtle. At the Johto Daycare Center, Gold typed while munching on an apple. Just like Sister Blue. Did you also get yours from the old man? Green immediately corrected him. You should call him Professor Oak. Gold shrugged. Same difference, same difference. He put down his phone and muttered through gritted teeth. Teacher Lu actually knows Professor Oak too. Just like that old man. Always playing tactics. Originally, Red, Green, and Blue had all received their Kanto starters from Professor Oak. So seeing Lu Yi capture a Squirtle made them feel a bit closer to him. Blue smiled sweetly. Starter Pokemon breeding cases are rare to begin with. If Teacher Lu needs it, I can sell you a guide. That won't be necessary. Lu Yi politely declined. Green rubbed his temples. Blue's merchant instincts had triggered again, but he had to admit that when it came to understanding Blastoise, Blue was indeed more thorough than himself. It seemed Teacher Lu was quite confident about Squirtle's training. Grandpa knows Teacher Lu? Green fell into thought. If he could ask Teacher Lu to help collect data, that would be excellent. Red's praise, Brock's recognition, defeating Lance. These events made Green fully acknowledge Lu Ye's abilities. Just then, Brock squinted and commented, "While I can't give Teacher Lu advice on breeding, I do know an expert when it comes to water types." Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. "The water type expert you're referring to, it couldn't be." A system notification popped up. Member, solid as a rock, has invited Cerulean Mermaid to join the master chat group. Misty, the water-type gym leader of Cerulean City, came online. Unlike the fiery girl from the TV series, she appeared gentle and graceful at this moment, and more importantly like Yellow. She also had feelings for Red. Behind her screen, Lorelei hugged her pillow and rolled around with glee. Lance shook his head helplessly, though he couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Louis looked up at the ceiling. Great, Red's harem just got another addition. Thinking of Red's conflicted expression, his lips slowly curved upward. It felt like this chat group was becoming more and more interesting. A girl with apricot-colored shoulder-length hair emerged from the water, dripping wet. She affectionately patted the white sea lion beside her and tied her short hair into a braid. The communicator on the shore lit up, and she casually wrapped herself in a towel, wiped the water droplets from her cheeks, and opened the video call. On the screen, a dark-skinned, muscular man with squinting eyes nodded slightly. "It's been a while, Misty. Is this about the type expert tournament?" Misty tilted her head with a smile. "I just accepted a position as a water type judge myself." Brock shook his head. "It's something else. It's about a Squirtle belonging to a master breeder." "Squirtle?" Misty raised an eyebrow. "A new Pokédex holder?" The dark-faced man crossed his arms and pondered for a moment. "Possibly. Anyway, I recommended you to Professor Lu." "Professor Lu? You know him?" Misty's eyes lit up. "I mentioned him to Lorelei before. His Parish Song Strategy video was really inspiring." Brock nodded. "That's good then. Once you join the group, everyone will have more to talk about." "What group?" Misty froze. She glanced down at her phone, her face flushing red to avoid any awkwardness. She had even deleted Red's contact information, never expecting it to come up again in this way. She carefully chose her words. "How are he and Yellow doing?" "They're fine." The steel-hearted straight man Brock gave the most concise answer. "Everyone's a fan of Professor Lu." Misty paused for a moment, feeling a slight disappointment in her heart, then quickly shook her head. "No need to overthink it. It's just casual conversation." She took a breath. "I'll organize some water-type techniques and pass them to Professor Lu." After a moment of silence, she suddenly brightened. "Please thank Professor Lu for me." System notification. Member Cerulean Mermaid has joined the chat group. Also in the group were Yellow, who secretly loved Red but hadn't confessed yet, and Misty, who had been giving obvious signals but was ignored by the oblivious straight man. Lu Yi, watching through the screen, keenly sensed an atmosphere of impending drama. Unfortunately, Red was probably still training hard on Mount Silver at this moment, completely unaware of being thoroughly backstabbed. What battle legend? He was clearly a harem protagonist. He looked up at the sky and mourned for Red for 3 seconds. Perhaps the so-called battle legend was just someone who survived countless dramatic situations. Although he couldn't afford Daisy's teaching materials, the newly joined Misty brought a generous gift. Water Pulse Move Manual. She smiled gently through the video. "It's perfect for Squirtle, and I've included some of my own insights. The effect would be even better if combined with a water stone or mystic water." Louis raised an eyebrow. "How much would this whole set cost?" "Not much." Misty counted on her fingers. 2 or 3 million should cover it. Louis's breath caught. "I don't need this right now." "That's okay, just keep it for now." She winked. "Maybe your Pokemon will learn it on their own." Louis was stunned. "Yeah, wasn't that funny? It's a famous joke in Kanto." Misty felt awkward about her own joke falling flat and scratched her head. Louis's expression turned strange. What he feared most was Misty's words becoming prophetic. These so-called cold jokes had already happened to Lu Yi several times. He leaned back in his chair with a long sigh, mentally calculating that stubborn debt of 5 million yuan once again. Why did it feel like the day he'd pay it off was getting further and further away? That afternoon, he had just received the Water Pulse Move Manual from Misty. While Squirtle could naturally learn it on its own, Misty, as a water-type specialist, had unique insights into the techniques, plus several training regimens for water-type Pokemon, things that even the well-traveled Haunter wasn't good at. Louis decided to study them thoroughly first, then improve Squirtle's diet while he was at it. As the sun set westward, the sky gradually darkened. Cynthia, who rarely had free time, called him, and they chatted about recent interesting events. When she learned that Louis had caught a Squirtle, Cynthia chuckled softly. "I heard that Pokemon's personalities become more and more similar to their trainers." Louis glanced at the Squirtle that was sneakily surveying its surroundings and shook his head helplessly. "I'm not that much of a dummy." On the surface, Squirtle looked completely innocent, but it was secretly memorizing every escape route. First, it had to scout the terrain before making the most thorough training plan. It had always been cautious and was thoroughly shocked by Eevee's combat power. If even a tiny Eevee was this strong, how terrifying would future opponents be? Squirtle adjusted its sunglasses and secretly set a goal. First improve its strength, then hide its abilities while a gentleman conceals his talents and waits for the right moment to act. Deep into the night, Louis accompanied Cynthia for just a quick game. But before he knew it, it was already late at night. After drinking a glass of moo milk, he always followed the principle of don't let fatigue carry over to the next day, and fell dead asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. The room fell into darkness and silence. Squirtle poked its head out of its shell, planning to do some surprise night training, but suddenly froze. Two equally sneaky figures had already appeared before it. Squir. Its heart skipped a beat. Had its secret plan been discovered? Eevee and Haunter were also stunned in place. Haunter stood there dazed for a long moment, then extended a claw. Haunter? Together? Squirtle looked completely bewildered. So I'm not the only one who wants extra practice? Or rather, have you guys been doing this all along? Squirtle. TT, when people stronger than you work even harder, life becomes impossible. Eevee tapped the hard shell with a tap, eyes lighting up as it showed an extremely friendly smile. Eevee. Squirtle. The next morning, Lu Yi, who unusually hadn't been stepped on awake by Eevee, stretched lazily and sat up feeling refreshed. Lifting the covers, he indeed saw Eevee still fast asleep. The little one looked adorable while sleeping, and he couldn't help but poke its paw pad, only to be immediately swatted away, though he couldn't hide his amusement. The next second, he looked toward Squirtle in the corner and was immediately startled. Holy crap. Squirtle. The bruised and battered Squirtle poked its head out of its shell and awkwardly waved a claw. Luya's expression was strange. Thinking of his Pokemon's fine tradition of secretly training extra at night, he muttered under his breath. Looks like Eevee really likes you. This is just its way of saying hello. Squirtle? It looked completely confused. But this is way too much. Luya finally got angry. Squirtle. Squirtle nodded vigorously with tears in its eyes, as if saying, Coach is absolutely right. Why didn't you retreat into your shell? Luya was frustrated. Take a few more beatings and maybe you'll learn iron defense or something. Squirtle. Sigma. I might not be human, but you're truly ruthless. August 1st, Saturday. Silver Mountain. Thick mist swirled around the peak, reducing visibility to less than 2 meters. A young man with short black hair and determined eyes, Red, let out a sharp cry as he threw a punch alongside the Snorlax before him. Snorlax. With a thunderous roar, Snorlax's fist became enveloped in milky white light. The million-ton punch shattered a human-sized boulder, sending debris flying in all directions. On the other side, the rock bore only a shallow white mark. Red flexed his aching wrist and chuckled self-deprecatingly. As expected, I still can't match you, Snorlax. Snorlax scratched its head sheepishly. Red recalled it into its pokeball, checked his watch, and had his Aerodactyl grab his backpack and shoulder before taking flight toward Pallet Town. Upon landing, he found a girl with a high yellow ponytail standing at his doorstep. Huang. Her cheeks flushed red with nervous anxiety. What's wrong? Red asked, puzzled. Changpan Dingxiang's face turned crimson. Thinking of Misty, who had just joined their group chat today, she took a deep breath and stammered. The new movie theater in Saffron City. It's finally finished. I was wondering if... His phone suddenly vibrated. Red glanced at the group message, his lips curving upward. It's Misty. Haven't had a good battle with her in ages. Pikachu must want another match too. He turned to ask the Pikachu on his shoulder. Pikachu looked back and forth between Red and Huang, momentarily at a loss, its ears twitching nervously. All right, it's decided. Tonight we challenge Cerulean Gym. Red pulled his cap low, his gaze sharp and focused. Huang stood frozen for a moment, then hurried after him. I'll come too. At the same time, the trainers' group chat was surprisingly quiet, showing no signs of drama brewing. Luyi clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. Lorelei couldn't sit still any longer and created a gossip discussion group. Why hasn't anything exploded yet? Luyi chimed in. I'm wondering the same thing. Are they really getting along this peacefully? Everyone in the world could see that both girls had crushes on Red, everyone except Red himself. What a shame. Our Red only has eyes for Pokemon and battles. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to ask Misty. Lorelei declared before leaving. On the other end, Lance's gossip instincts flared up. Then I'll ask Huang. Luyi looked skyward. It's bad enough that gym leaders are Team Rocket spies, but even the Elite Four are like this. The Kanto League is doomed. Jean, who wasn't added to the discussion group, looked completely bewildered in the main chat. What's going on? Can someone please tell me what's happening? Night fell. Lorelei returned from her gossip mission, looking deflated. Teacher Lu, what's really going on with Red and those two? The suspense is killing me. Lorelei shrugged. According to my sources, Red went to Cerulean Gym. Lance exclaimed, what? Lorelei sighed, and Huang went with him. Luyi. What kind of move is that? Bringing your current girlfriend to beat up your ex? Lorelei delivered the final blow. After the gym challenge, they all went out for dinner. Green suddenly interjected, they all? Only then did Lu Yi realize that even the seemingly upright Green had somehow infiltrated their gossip group. Lorelei's expression grew subtle as she tapped the message interface. Just see for yourselves. A picture popped up from Red's social media. The image showed a family restaurant bathed in warm yellow light, with appetizing dishes spread across the table. Snorlax sat alone, devouring a mountain of cake, while Starmie, Espion, Raticate, and other Pokemon moved nimbly around the dining table. Red sat in the center of the sofa, with Misty on his left and Yellow on his right, both girls blushing slightly and looking rather flustered. Red remained completely oblivious, maintaining his usual calm expression as he picked up an energy cube and affectionately fed it to the Pikachu in his arms. His social media post read, an exhilarating battle. Cheers. Seeing this update, Lu Ye's expression grew subtle. What should have been a love triangle somehow turned into a friendly sparring match. Perhaps when everyone thought Red had low emotional intelligence, it actually demonstrated his high emotional intelligence. Lu Yi stroked his chin and murmured admiringly, that's so like you, man of battle. Squirtle had perfectly integrated into Lu Ye's household. Lu Yi had specifically bought a transparent square fish tank and, after much consideration, placed it in his bedroom. First there was a ghost, then EV, and now a turtle had joined the mix. He silently complained to himself that his place might as well be renamed a zoo. EV was still fast asleep on the bed. The bruised and battered Squirtle was doing push-ups on the floor, and Haunter floated around, cleaning the house until it was spotless. Lu Yi looked around and muttered, going out now. Should be fine, right? He needed to meet with Liang Dayo to finalize the launch schedule for Plants vs. Zombies. Currently, the studio consisted only of Liang Dayo, who had worked overtime until he was nearly bald, with art outsourced to Smeargle. Most of the massive debt Lu Yi had previously shouldered was invested in this game. But since even Cynthia was addicted to it, he remained confident. Take good care of the house, Haunter. Lu Yi called out loudly. I'll be right back. Kage. Haunter saluted and enthusiastically waved goodbye. When he arrived at Liang Dayo's place by taxi, the man was buried in testing the final version. Getting it online only required passing review, a simple process, but promotion was the real challenge. If no one knows about it, no one will play it, Liang Dayo worried. Did you forget what my side job is? Lu Yi laughed and patted his shoulder. You're planning to drive traffic from other video platforms? Liang Dayo looked slightly stunned. The most important thing is that the game has to be fun, Lu Yi grinned. How much our hair is actually worth depends on its performance. Thinking of his increasingly thinning locks, Liang Dayo's eyes welled up with tears. The review process would take time. During this gap, Lu Yi decided to produce his first sponsored content video, featuring the Sunaba-launched Plants vs. Zombies. His own game, his own endorsement, I'm really something, he patted his chest. His main series, Teacher Lu Teaches You Battle Strategy, had become the site's crown jewel, with each episode breaking 2 million views. Since he needed to go home and make a late-night snack anyway, he might as well record another episode of Teacher Lu's Midnight Diner. I'm home. When he pushed open the door, Haunter didn't come out to greet him as usual, which Lu Yi found strange. Looking up at the ceiling, he muttered, strange, is there a pipe leak? Just as he stepped inside carrying his grocery basket, a water gun blast hit him square in the face. Squirtle Haunter. Oh, the two Pokemon were beside themselves with joy, high-fiving with a loud smack. Water had risen to Lu Ye's ankles, and the house looked like a complete flood zone. Eevee was excitedly splashing in the water. Vooey. So you spent the entire afternoon having a water fight at home. Lu Yi wiped his face, feeling chilled to the bone. Squirtle, no dinner for you. Squirtle. Sigma. Haunter froze for half a second, then immediately created a double and grabbed a mop and bucket to frantically clean the floor. Lu Yi put the grocery basket in the kitchen. Dinner time, Eevee. Squirtle looked at Eevee in confusion, only to see the latter gracefully leap to Lu Ye's side and stick its tongue out at him. Wasn't it you guys who said you wanted to practice water gun? And the pranks. Haunter was the one who suggested them first. Squirtle, TT. I may be simple, but I'm not stupid. You're just bullying the honest one here. KH. Looking at the spotlessly clean room as if it had been thoroughly washed, Haunter set down the mop and contentedly wiped the sweat from his forehead. In the kitchen, Lu Yi cooked while sighing deeply. Last time the house was burned down, this time it was flooded. He aggressively peeled potatoes, thinking to himself, there won't be a next time. At the doorway, Squirtle, Eevee, and Haunter lined up in a row, eagerly waiting for dinner. Knowing he had caused trouble, Squirtle lay flat on the ground, only daring to poke his head out from his shell, looking pitifully at Teacher Lu. How could I dare to scold you? I was just joking. Lu Yi chuckled and gestured. Wait a little longer. Dinner will be ready soon. Eevee lifted her head and glanced sideways at Squirtle. Eevee, did you hear that? I'll let you off the hook this time. Squirtle's eyes darted around. This must be a test arranged by my master, but I foolishly believed my colleague's slander. How wrong of me. He shook his head and sighed, his eyes slightly red. To make up for my mistakes, I'll aim to learn stronger water-type moves. Lu Yi wasn't angry for him. This was just another familiar part of daily life. He gathered his thoughts and focused all his attention on cooking. Curry Dompa pork rice bowl. The name alone was enough to make anyone salivate. First, the pork belly was deodorized and chilled until firm, then placed in hot oil and fried until both sides were golden brown, sizzling away. Next, it was submerged in chicken broth with Sichuan peppercorns, ginger slices, and scallion segments to simmer slowly, filling the entire house with aroma. The braised meat was then transferred to a curry pot with black pepper, bay leaves, and chili peppers, cooked over high heat to reduce the sauce. For a full hour, the savory and spicy curry flavors layered upon each other, with the meaty aromas seeming to drift even outside the windows. The three little ones at the doorway were already drooling. Kh. Golden, tender dompa pork was placed over pearl rice, accompanied by blanched vegetables, and finally topped with a ladle of thick curry meat sauce. Lu Yi whispered in admiration. Now this is what I call a proper meal. Evie picked up a piece of pork belly and chewed elegantly, then suddenly buried her head in the bowl with a thump. Haunter and Squirtle extended their claws and frantically scooped up rice. No one's competing with you. Slow down. There's more. Before Lu Yi finished speaking, the two exchanged glances and ate even faster. They had to finish quickly to get seconds. Lu Yi smiled helplessly and took a chopstick full of rice mixed with meat sauce himself, only to find he couldn't stop eating bite after bite. A strange vision seemed to appear before his eyes. The mighty Yangtze River flowed eastward, with Squirtle standing on a reef gazing into the distance. A bowl of bright red dompa pork rice slowly rose from the river's center. Evie was rolling around on the meat, and when Lu Yi tried to pick up a piece with his chopsticks, he accidentally picked up Evie as well. Brilliant! His eyes lit up. Just then, Squirtle set down his empty bowl with a thump, and brilliant white light shot up from his body. Haunter and Evie froze, both staring at their little buddy evolving after just 2 days of joining them. That was way too fast. Within the white light, Squirtle calmly pulled out an Everstone and fastened it to his chest. The next second, the dazzling light receded like a tide. Lu Yi was dumbfounded. Squirtle grinned and slowly gave a thumbs up. I'm the top dog at the Magic University breeding house, and evolution is just around the corner, totally normal. It gestured proudly while muttering. I scouted this place last night and even figured out where the Everstone is kept. Staying in my original form keeps everyone's guard down. Once I have the ability to protect myself, then I'll evolve if that's the foolproof strategy. With that, Squirtle put on a serious expression. Until then, I won't make any rash moves. Lu Yi watched as it pulled out the Everstone, his expression subtle. Fine, wear it if you want to. He reminded. In battles you can only carry one item, but in real life, you can stuff as many as you can carry. Look at Eve wearing power anklet on one side and a silk scarf on the other. As it turned out, Evie didn't evolve, but Squirtle nearly did. Lu Yi glanced over the nonchalant Squirtle, the petrified Haunter, and Evie with its "that's it" expression, sighing deeply. My Pokemon are just too strong. 12:30 a.m. Teacher Lu's Late Night Diner 02 Curry Dompa Pork Bowl, past review right on schedule. Do the reviewers have it out for us? I'm starving to death. Teacher Lu, are you even human? My instant noodles suddenly don't smell good anymore. He's been inhuman for more than just a day or two. While the audience complained, they were still captivated by the aromatic Curry Dompa pork rice bowl in the video. This ultimate comfort food looked even more tempting than the previous episode, and Teacher Lu's culinary skills were clearly improving. Holy crap, Squirtle evolved this time? In the previous video, Haunter's evolution at the end had already left a strong impression. Pokemon evolution was always rare and unpredictable, and achieving evolution through food alone was master-level skill. Now news of Squirtle's evolution instantly caused an uproar. How can every Pokemon evolve in his hands? So Teacher Lu's ability is culinary evolution. The video quality was explosive as always. Within just a few minutes at midnight, it broke 10,000 views. Complaints and enticing aromas flew together, yet viewers were healed by the heartwarming narrative and the atmosphere of Pokemon gathering. I want to have late-night snacks with so many Pokemon too. So touching. Reminds me of family reunion moments. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Nothing wrong with that comment above. Pokemon are family too. A simple late-night food poisoning video unexpectedly brought peace across the screen, with everyone immersed in the happiness of being surrounded by Pokemon. However, an ad suddenly appeared in the second half. Ahem. The game I made is now available. Go support it if you're interested. The comment stream instantly filled with question marks. Give me back my emotions. Isn't the point that you can also make games? Teacher Lu, I'll make the games, handle the promotion, and take the endorsements, then expect to earn a penny from me. Even with self-promotion, the hardcore effect still pushed Late Night Diner 02 to the front page, making more people realize Teacher Lu was actually an indie game developer too. Driven by curiosity, crowds of viewers clicked the gaming platform link, Plants vs. Zombies. This seemingly ordinary tower defense game turned out to be incredibly addictive. Hoenn region, Kanazawa City. Located in western Hoenn and adjacent to Meteor Falls, this city stands as the region's premier commercial hub. The massive monopolistic corporation Devon Company has established its headquarters here, initially built on the energy industry, but now generating a full 25% of its revenue from its gaming division. Devon's global gaming platform ORES enjoys tremendous popularity overseas, as well with the top downloads still being that real-time virtual Pokemon battle game. ORES releases hundreds of new titles each month, but only a precious few achieve real success. In August, a tower defense game called Plants vs. Zombies emerged as a dark horse, shooting straight into the top 10 of the new releases chart. Kanazawa City, Trainer School. Did you play that game I recommended yesterday? Before class, several boys gathered in a circle. Ugh, my sunflower seeds keep getting eaten by Rattata. Haha. You need to put acorns in the front row, dummy. The class bell had rung, but the conversation remained heated. Someone pulled out a tablet. I brought my device, watch me play. But this is Ms. Roxanne's class. Don't worry, as long as she doesn't catch us. Before he finished speaking, the lecture hall's front door opened. A graceful female teacher walked in here, her hair styled in a bun with red ribbon-tied pigtails hanging on either side, wearing a wide skirt with pink stockings, carrying a stack of textbooks in her arms. This was Roxanne. Setting the books on the podium, she cleared her throat. Today we'll be discussing the use and countermeasures for status conditions. Protect or no protect. Teacher Lou thinks you're hopeless. A sudden roar erupted from the audience. I give up. Why are Teacher Lou's fans everywhere? The students burst into laughter. Roxanne paused for 2 seconds, then smiled awkwardly. This is another new meme? I can't keep up with the trends. The class president kindly explained. A content creator on Bilibili who specializes in tactics and team building. Roxanne muttered under her breath. But that's just an amateur. Teacher Lou already taught us about these status conditions. He explained even poisoning in more detail than the textbook. She instantly deflated and had everyone turn to page 36. Suddenly, she raised an eyebrow and walked straight to 2 students whispering in the back row, snatching away their tablet and announcing triumphantly. See me in my office after class. The 2 turned pale. I finally beat Dr. Octillery. Teacher, let me finish the level before you take it. Playing games during class? Roxanne grumbled, clutching the tablet to her chest. In your dreams, we'll discuss this later. The dismissal bell rang. Back in her office, she stared at the tablet in her hands, unable to resist her curiosity. What game is this? Plants vs. Zombies, the student answered. Just downloaded it on ORES today. Only $20. The other boy's eyes lit up. Ms. Roxanne, why don't you give it a try? Roxanne scoffed. I wouldn't play such a boring tower defense game. 20 minutes later. Ms. Roxanne, aren't you going to class? It started 10 minutes ago. A colleague poked their head in to remind her. Let me finish this level. Roxanne's fingers flew across the screen, then suddenly froze, stammering. What? Class already started. 3'll go right now. Do-1 frantically closed her tablet, but forgot to save her progress, and suddenly burst into tears. Can't this thing pause? Why is it so addictive? Similar scenes were playing out across the Hoenn region. While ORES had become ubiquitous locally with nearly everyone owning a copy, Plants vs. Zombies was causing a sensation overseas. Early in the morning, Tai Xian, an elderly member of the chat group from Malville City, called Lu Yi. Lu Yi, could you send this old man a walkthrough? Even a cheat code would do. The old man laughed heartily. Who asked the creator for cheat codes? Lu Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Haha, no worries. It's just so much fun, I had to call and tell you. Plants vs. Zombies became more popular than Lu Yi had anticipated. Released on August 1st with just an inconspicuous new release recommendation, it broke into the top 10 new games within 3 days. Priced at 20 yuan, it sold over 5,000 copies in 3 days with virtually no marketing. The backend showed a 95 positive review rate. With 10 game reviewers writing lengthy recommendations, this kind of organic support was rare, even for major studios. The comment section was equally lively. Stayed up all night to beat Dr. Zomboss, and I still have to challenge a gym tomorrow morning. Exhausted and done. Teacher Lou can make games too? And they're this fun? I'm jealous, but it's genuinely amazing. I asked my mom for $20 to buy study materials, saying it would help me memorize Pokemon evolution, abilities, type matchups, and moves. Yes, I'm talking about Plants vs. Zombies. Watching the constantly updating sales figures and reviews in the backend, Liang Dio excitedly grabbed Lu Ye's hair. Brother Lu, you're famous. Stop pulling. Lu Yi remained remarkably calm. With his system skills, he had faithfully recreated the classic gameplay while incorporating Pokemon elements, so he was confident in the quality. You deserve credit for this too. Lu Yi smiled and patted his partner. We signed an employment contract, not a partnership. Liang Dio, who studied law and was naturally rule-abiding, shook his head despite being well compensated. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't envious, but without your creativity, I never could have made such a hit game. I'll be satisfied just having my name listed in the studio credits. No problem. When it came to naming the studio, both men were stumped. Louis had originally wanted to call it Game Freak, but if they were to establish a company later, they'd need to avoid Nintendo, the world dominator that everyone associated with Pokemon. Too bad there's no Famicom-era foundation. Here nobody remembers the plumber, he muttered casually. As for Fire Emblem, being the SRPG pioneer, making strategy games now clearly wasn't the best choice. MOBAs were also just getting started in this world. Louis stroked his chin and suddenly smiled. Let's just call it Pokemon Studio. We'll keep our themes centered around Pokemon. Let those who are limited by circumstances and can't catch Pokemon still experience their charm. Wednesday, August 5th. Louis, sporting two heavy dark circles under his eyes, watched as Jengar floated leisurely through the half-open window, carrying a half-asleep Eevee and Squirtle. Jengar poked its head in with a wide grin, waving cheerfully. Jengar, good morning. That excited expression made it clear that last night had been another all-night training session. Louis rubbed his temples and sighed. Thanks for your hard work, everyone. In fact, he hadn't slept a wink either. The new version of Plants vs. Zombies had just launched, and it was vastly different from the beta version he played with Cynthia. The Sinnoh champion was immediately displeased and ruthlessly offered an hourly rate of 10,000 to have him stay up all night, grinding through levels. Louis never imagined his lifelong reputation would be ruined by a tower defense minigame. Why did I make the levels this difficult? He gritted his teeth while hammering the keyboard. This is tower defense, not Dark Souls. But it was precisely this hellish difficulty that truly hit the sweet spot for tower defense players without challenging the limits. What's the point of playing tower defense? After dawn broke, he stretched and waved to Jengar. Breakfast is on the table. Wash your hands before eating. With that, he dragged his weary body toward his room to catch up on sleep. Jengar caught the scent of toast and casually dropped Squirtle onto the floor, then grabbed Eevee and floated toward the dining table. Thud! Squirtle fell flat on the wooden floor, poked its head out, and a huge question mark appeared above its head. Jengar suddenly slapped its forehead. Jengar! Sigma. It had almost forgotten that its newly recruited little brother hadn't been properly settled yet. Louis returned to his bedroom and casually opened the ORES backend. Plants vs. Zombies had shot up to 7th place on the new games chart, with sales breaking 100,000 in 3 days. With the current positive review rate, monthly revenue exceeding 1 million was practically guaranteed. The 5 million debt looked like it would actually be paid off. At this thought, his mood lifted considerably. Meanwhile, the system had awarded over 3,000 additional BP due to his increased personal influence. Louis directly exchanged them for 6 lychee berries that could boost defense. The bitter taste perfectly matched Squirtle's cautious personality. Getting beaten up by Eevee every time was indeed tough on the little guy. Additionally, launching his first game had triggered a system achievement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement, Independent Game Developer. Achievement description: create an independent game and successfully launch it. Achievement reward: random skill LV3. Not a bad reward. Louis raised an eyebrow. System skills were incredibly powerful and could be continuously upgraded. As long as he got his hands on one, he could slowly grind proficiency. Let me see. Fishing LV3. As a skilled angler, you know the bait and habitats of aquatic Pokemon, with a 40 chance of catching Pokemon other than Magikarp. If it swims in water, you can catch almost anything. Louis was stunned for 2 seconds. It was actually a fishing skill. As a devoted fan of Stardew Valley, he was quite satisfied with this reward. Now I can compete with Ash. He stroked his chin and smiled. If I train it to max level, maybe I could actually fish up Kyogre? He slept straight through to the afternoon. Louis yawned and instinctively reached for his phone beside the pillow. Teacher Lou's late-night diner ranked second in the residential area, with Professor Oak's backyard taking first place. In the quiet of the night, Louis followed his usual routine, first spending some time virtually admiring the adorable and mischievous panda in Professor Oak's backyard through the live stream, unable to suppress a silly grin, before switching back to the chat group. The group was currently buzzing with lively discussions about his latest game creation. Chi Hong, Qing Lu, and others showed little interest in non-battle games, but Ajin was completely hooked, enthusiastically exchanging completion tips with the old man Taixian. Xiao Gang's focus was entirely different, was fixated on Teacher Lu's almost absurdly impressive breeding abilities. Xiao Gang. In the new episode of the Late Night Diner, Teacher Lu made Squirtle show evolution reactions just through his cooking, truly worthy of Teacher Lu. He expressed his genuine admiration in the group, then immediately added, if the first time could have been a coincidence, this time it's confirmed. This is an advanced breeding technique that infuses emotional energy into cooking, even capable of directly triggering evolution. In front of his screen, Louis' expression was subtle. I suspect Squirtle was mostly trying to scare off Ghastly, so it could have time to eat a few more bites. This fast, Squirtle evolved already? Xiaolon showed her amazement in the group. 3 days ago, Teacher Lu had specifically video called her. and at that time Squirtle showed no signs of evolution whatsoever, yet now it was about to become Blastoise? She was completely bewildered. Evolution through eating cooking? Who exactly is the evolution expert here? You or me? Teacher Lu promptly clarified. No, it used an Everstone to halt the evolution. Only then did Xiao Lan breathe a sigh of relief. Evolving too quickly wasn't beneficial for growth, and Teacher Lu had obviously realized this as well, so he used an Everstone to forcibly hit the pause button. After a moment of silence, Xiao Lan suddenly remembered something. The breeding manual for Squirtle. Teacher Lu, do you still need it? Lu Yi was stunned for half a second. Last time he was strapped for cash and didn't dare ask, but this time he felt like he was back in business. How much? Last time was just a joke. Xiao Lan sent a sneaky smile emoji. For Teacher Lu, this thing isn't worth much money. Hearing the subtext of free, Lu Ye's eyes lit up. You should have said so earlier. Thank you, Xiao Lan. Send it over. File, Blastoise breeding manual received. Opening the file, he browsed page by page, nodding from time to time. Although Squirtle is amphibious, it still needs to soak in water regularly. It's best to have a large water tank at home. It has extremely high water quality requirements. Abundant water-type energy keeps its skin smooth and elastic. Lu Yi once again showed a peculiar expression. Indeed, everyone has their own style when writing manuals. Qing Lu, being both a trainer and researcher, packed his entire document with academic terminology. If it weren't for ghastly searching and taking notes beside him, he might not have understood it at all. Xiao Gang preferred comparing data with practical examples. But Xiao Lan had some inexplicable obsession with Squirtle's skin condition. Water quality enhancement items list. 1. Mystic water 5 milliliters. 2. Water stone 200 G. 3. High quality water gems 2. Lu Ye's hand trembled. Good grief, in the end it still costs money? He searched online for prices, and his chest ached faintly. Buying the whole set would cost over $1 million, and just changing the water would cost tens of thousands. Being a trainer really makes one lose their mind. Thinking about how the revenue share from Plants vs. Zombies hadn't arrived yet, he had originally planned to pay off debts, escape poverty, and reach the pinnacle of life, but now new expenses directly added another $1 million. Calculating it all, he still owed over $6 million? Hiss! Lu Yi sucked in a sharp breath and quickly tried to calm himself down. Eevee and Ghastly had also been carefully tended to this way, and playing favorites wasn't his style. Besides, Squirtle was already a family member. Having seen the needs, he could no longer pretend to be oblivious. No wonder Xiao Lan had freely given him the manual. Sweat quietly slid down from his forehead as Lu Yi patted his own hand and sighed with heartache. How can I never control this hand of mine? Lu Yi clutched his head with both hands, sitting on the sofa in utter despair, as if he could see that house with wings flying away circling before his eyes again. Xiao Lan's suggestion had made his already tight financial situation even worse, and he let out a long sigh. With just 3 Pokemon, his household was already struggling to make ends meet. If he really went down the money-burning path of being a trainer, wouldn't he just explode on the spot? But saying he wasn't conflicted would be a lie. Squirtle had already integrated into this little family alongside Eevee and Haunter, and if Lu Yi pretended not to see it, he would feel guilty toward Squirtle. Besides, as long as Teacher Lu worked hard to earn money, he could pay off his debts someday. He took a deep breath, and confidence surged back into his heart. It's just another $1 million in debt. Lu Yi let out a cold laugh. With so many games waiting for me to copy, how could I not pay back a mere $6 million? Once a person falls into hardship, the IQ spirit always kicks in right on time. Thinking about how Red spent $2 million monthly feeding Snorlax, he actually felt a bit comforted. Calculated this way, it seemed like he was still making a small profit. Thank goodness I'm not a trainer. Lu Yi nodded optimistically, secretly encouraging himself. Take it slow, I'll escape poverty and get rich eventually. Without further delay, he called the Wilderness Group. Last time when he ordered custom power anklets for Eevee, he spent over $1 million, but also got a lifetime VIP card installment plans with only $100,000 down payment. Lu Yi gritted his teeth and put out all the money he earned from playing games with Cynthia last night, scraping together the down payment. Next month there'll be game revenue, he muttered. Why does this feel like a road of no return? That afternoon, the logistics company delivered the items to the Lu residence. Along came a well-dressed manager with a face full of smiles. You have excellent taste. Everyone who orders from us is a seasoned trainer in the industry. Lu Yi was stunned. This was only his second time here. The manager cheerfully delivered the finishing blow. If there's a second time, there'll be a third. You're so distinguished and exceptional, clearly destined to be a future league champion. I'll give you a 10% discount. Lu Ye's face darkened, and he immediately slammed the door shut with a bang. Haunter, show him out. The manager outside, having been shut out, still shouted loudly. 20% off works too. We can negotiate. Lu Yi gritted his teeth as he placed the package on the coffee table, swearing there would never be a next time. I swear on Eevee's wheel. Eevee. Eevee jumped up suddenly, trying to ram Lu Ye's knee, but he easily grabbed it by the scruff of its neck. Nice try, still too green. Luyi smiled smugly. Evie protested with a V while waving its paws. Smelling the fragrance, Haunter floated over with a kikik laugh. Squirtle also poked its head over curiously. Though it felt like it had just arrived and might not get a turn, it was still full of curiosity. Luyi smiled and patted its shell. Stop looking. This is for you. Squirtle. Squirtle froze in place. Your big brother and second sister already got theirs. Now it's your turn. Luyi tore open the packaging, and cold air wafted out from the exquisite wooden box. 5 milliliters of mystic water contained in a delicate glass vial, shimmering with water light. It was said that mystic water that naturally crystallized into solid form under natural conditions was even more expensive, starting at least in the 6 figures. Thinking of this, Luyi couldn't help but shudder. The remaining items included waterstone powder and water gems for improving water quality. Both would provide visible benefits for Squirtle's growth. Squirtle's eyes widened, momentarily overwhelmed by such thoughtful care. KHH, Haunter chuckled mischievously from behind, giving it a gentle push forward to examine the gifts. Looking up at Luyi, Squirtle stood there dazed for quite a while before bashfully scratching its head, its entire face turning an adorable shade of red like a perfect, embarrassed blush emoji. Luyi smiled softly. Building bonds with Pokemon meant responding to their expectations in a timely manner. He had been equally generous with Haunter's Darkstone, and Eevee's Power Anklethy were family, and he wouldn't shortchange Squirtle. Though this move was somewhat like putting on airs beyond his means, Teacher Lou could still manage a mere 6 million in debt. Well, I've already bought them, so I hope you'll behave and stay in your tank tonight. Luyi stuffed the receipt into his pocket, muttering under his breath, the lengths I go to. Hearing this, Squirtle's eyes grew slightly misty. Even the harsh days at Magic University's breeding house couldn't compare to this genuine warmth. Big Sister's daily beatings were to help it master iron defense sooner. Haunter's lessons about worldly caution were to make it more prudent, and this seemingly stingy trainer had actually spent money on such precious items. Squirtle sniffled, secretly vowing to work twice as hard. Luyi slowly poured half a bottle of mystic water into the tank, then scattered small pieces of water gem across the bottom. Instantly, the clear water reflected golden ripples, transforming the ordinary rectangular tank into something resembling an aquarium display. Squirtle cautiously circled the tank twice, testing the water temperature with its front paws. After confirming everything was perfect, it flipped and slid into the water. The cool liquid enveloped its body, making it squint with pleasure. Squirtle. Oh, a few bubbles escaped from its mouth, and the next second it simply retreated into its shell, letting its body sink to the bottom. This was incredibly comfortable. According to the formula provided by Blue, this nutritional bath would not only enhance Squirtle's water-type affinity and boost its move power, but also accelerate the healing of surface injuries. Luyi tapped the glass gently, his tone warm. Getting stronger is important, but serious injuries would defeat the purpose. Squirtle's approach to improvement differed slightly from its teammates. Haunter was naturally disciplined. Eevee trained out of gratitude. Squirtle, being cautious by nature with a touch of paranoia, always wanted to arm itself to the teeth. The intensely competitive environment at Magic University's breeding house had instilled this wariness. But in Lu Ye's new team, it didn't need to live so tensely. With me here, no one can bully you. Lu Yi smiled reassuringly. Go ahead and do what you truly want to do. In the water, Squirtle poked its head out, pressing its face against the glass and releasing a stream of bubbles. Squirtle it nodded solemnly. It had decided to follow Lu Yi precisely because this master had recognized its potential at first sight, and it had never forgotten this recognition. Though the outside world was dangerous, as long as it developed steadily and proceeded cautiously, it believed it could fulfill its master's aspirations. Aura conveyed Lu Ye's sincere emotions to the little creature in the shell. Squirtle closed its eyes, a glimmer of determination flashing in their depths. I'll personally make your grand ambitions come true. Thursday, August 6th. The positive reviews for Plants vs. Zombies kept climbing, and sales had quietly surpassed 8,000 copies. For a studio with no marketing budget and zero reputation, this was simply incredible. Lu Yi sat at his computer, glanced at the back-end numbers, and muttered under his breath. I should be able to pay off the remaining balance. Including the water stones and other items he'd purchased for development, he was already 6 million in debt. But with so much debt already, he remained calm. After all, it was already 6 million, so what difference would a little more make? As long as the cash flow kept coming, he could just make a few more games. The morning's inevitable random event occurred as usual, finding an Eevee refusing to get out of bed. Lu Yi lifted the fluffy little creature out and took advantage of the bright sunlight to change the sheets. Eevee crawled into the cat bed with a couple of grumbles. Meanwhile, Haunter burst into the living room carrying a mop and bucket, waving them around enthusiastically. Squirtle stretched and rolled its shoulders, puffing out its cheeks to store water. Lu Ye's face stiffened. Minimum power only. Squirtle smiled sheepishly and sprayed a gentle stream, following the mop around the house. After all that effort, the floor only got wetter. Looking back, he saw Evie crouched in a puddle, excitedly splashing the water. Evie! Oh! Louis could only lean on the mop and laugh helplessly. Fine, as long as you're all happy. By 10 in the morning, they finally finished. The three little ones sat obediently at the dining table, waiting for their meal. Louis pushed berry salads in front of each of them, and the room filled with the soft sounds of munching. The afternoon was relatively free. The school team had just finished a friendly match and wouldn't be training for a while. Hunter went off to its part-time job at the battle club as usual. Louis picked up Evie, sat down at his computer, turned on the camera, and started today's live stream. Viewers immediately flooded into the stream. Brothers, it's feeding time. Teacher Lou, your game is so addictive. Can someone lend me 20 bucks? I want to see what all the fuss is about. The fans were almost all first-wave players of Plants vs. Zombies, and amid the barrage of comments, Louis began providing live commentary of his own game. Ugh, putting Mac Hop in the front row and Bellsprout in the back, they can't even hit the zombies. Annoying. This Rattata keeps appearing out of nowhere. My victory bell can take them out in one bite. Watch me deal with you. This level is so hard. Lawnmower, save me. The chat exploded with question marks. He can't even beat his own game? I'm done. Teacher Lou makes even single-player games entertaining to watch. You think Teacher Lou is bad because you're on the first level, but he's on the 5th level. He can even miss in a tower defense game. Teacher Lou's on fire today. Thanks to Team Rocket Grunt for the donation. Wait, Team Rocket is watching too. The hilarious failures and donations flew together, creating an unexpectedly effective promotional campaign. Louis nodded with satisfaction and glanced toward the fish tank as usual. Xiaolan's formula is in the water, so Squirtle should sleep well tonight. Strength is up to fate. Being a slacker is the way to go. The next second, he froze. There wasn't a trace of movement in the tank. Squirtle had completely vanished without a trace. Louis scratched his head. Everything was fine this morning. Did it sneak out with Hunter? Whatever. The lazy sofa on the coffee table had a shallow dent pressed into it. Evie lay sprawled across his lap, ear tips twitching slightly as it let out a long yawn, then rolled over to find a more comfortable sleeping position. Have you been putting on weight lately? Louis casually squeezed its soft back. Evie. Sigma. Evie's fur instantly bristled as it leaped down. Immediately after, the living room filled with the sound of frantic running on the exercise wheel. Louis rubbed his temples with an amused smile. It should be fine. Surely it wouldn't run off to train by itself like Hunter does. The doors of the Toro's Battle Club creaked open. Hunter wore ordinary sunglasses that completely concealed its ghostly aura. Behind it followed a Squirtle wearing matching sunglasses. The receptionist's eyes lit up. Oh, Coach Hunter, you're here. Kaka. Hunter raised its hand with great authority, pointing to the Squirtle behind it, indicating that today was its special session. Of course, no problem. The receptionist nodded cheerfully. Feel free to use any of the training facilities. Hunter was practically a celebrity at the club. Initially, everyone had been wary of the ghost type, but its lively personality and knack for creating a fun atmosphere quickly won over all the members' hearts. If it hadn't been coming for such a short time, it probably could have been promoted to manager. Squirtle adjusted its non-existent sunglasses on its nose bridge. It had come here on its master's orders to learn moves. The master considered this simple coursework that didn't require personal involvement, and learning from Hunter would also strengthen their camaraderie. Squirtle squinted its eyes, secretly admiring. Truly worthy of being the master, such thorough consideration. Hunter floated to the center of the training area, its shadow stretching long and thin across the floor. It reached into its shadow and rummaged around before pulling out a USB drive, waving it mysteriously. Kaka. Squirtle. Squirtle tilted its head in confusion. Hunter rolled its eyes. Can't even read properly, and still wants to be the master's reliable fighter? But since it was its underling after all, Hunter responsibly plugged the USB into the projector. The lights dimmed, and on the large screen appeared demonstration footage of Squirtle practicing water pulse materials that Hunter had copied from Liu Ye's computer that morning. Seeing its fellow species on screen manipulating water flow into blue rings, Squirtle's jaw dropped in amazement. Hunter crossed its arms and nodded approvingly. The master was busy, so it taking over some responsibilities was perfectly normal. Squirtle quickly composed itself and focused intently on the video. With its aura talent and the water stone and other items Liu Yi had provided, learning water-type moves was naturally twice as effective with half the effort. It closed its eyes, channeling the water flow within its body as aura seeped like fine threads into every droplet. Water gun combined with aura, the water compressed, vibrated, then expanded outward. Squirtle. Its eyes suddenly snapped open as water light flashed. Boom. A torrential curtain of water cascaded from midair, crashing heavily onto the ground. Shock waves scattered in all directions as the sturdy floor instantly cracked. If Liu Yi had been there, his face would have turned ashen. This was clearly surf-level power. Hardly just water pulse. Hunter clapped its hands in satisfaction. Kaka. Mastering the core technique in just half an hour while not quite at its own level yet, it was already quite impressive. Pokemon really do become more like their trainers, it thought smugly as it crossed its arms and nodded. However, when its gaze swept over the crack-covered training ground, Haunter froze. Kaka Sigma. The repair costs. It would probably have to pay for this itself. Kaka. It gestured to Squirtle and floated toward the exit first. Time to make our escape. Squirtle stood stunned for a moment. Then suddenly, its expression changed. On its short little legs, it hurriedly followed along in their hasty retreat. Team Rocket operates legitimate businesses across various regions. In the eyes of most citizens, those companies with proper licenses could never be associated with a cross-regional criminal organization. With all their business permits in order, the League Association can't find any regulatory grounds for shutdowns. The association has repeatedly vowed to root them out completely, but these enterprises cling on like parasites, leaving each president to pass this headache to their successor. Rumors of Team Rocket's reformation have repeatedly surfaced in Johto, Hoenn, and other regions, only to be proven baseless in the end. Without that irreplaceable leader, Team Rocket has lost its soul. Thus, whether it's Interpol or League prosecutors, there's truly only one target left to watch: Giovanni. August 6th, Johto region, Violet City. ASU brushed aside the bangs covering his eyes, closed the thick stack of reports, and sighed wearily. I really envy the prosecutors in Dongwon. At least they don't have to deal with Team Rocket case files every day. His assistant gently placed a freshly brewed coffee at the corner of the desk and smiled. With Dongwon's low crime rate, doesn't that mean prosecutors there actually handle more routine cases? ASU paused, then nodded. You have a point there. The Team Rocket remnants that have been stirring up trouble recently have all been captured. His assistant adjusted his glasses. Once we finish this busy period, Mr. ASU can take a vacation to Dongwon too. Visit the Great Wall perhaps? Legend says it was built to defend against mythical-level Pokemon. ASU took a sip of coffee, his brow furrowing slightly. I heard from the investigators. Quite a few people were injured during the arrests. Yes, his assistant sighed. Poisoning, tear gas, self-destruction, and those unpredictable shrinking Grimer. I really want to know where they learned these tactics. They seem even more troublesome than the original Team Rocket. With that, he angrily slammed his palm on the desk. ASU fell silent for a moment, then set down his cup. In any case, conduct a thorough search for Giovanni's whereabouts in Johto. Once discovered, execute immediately. His assistant stood at attention and saluted crisply. Yes, sir. New Island, Team Rocket underground base. Under the dim overhead lights, a purple-haired woman with short hair focused intently on the terminal screen, her round-framed glasses reflecting cold data. With the communication line kept open, she reported meticulously. Instructor Viper has submitted the squad leader promotion list. No anomalies at the base. In the silent operations room, the intercom suddenly crackled to life. Thank you for your hard work, Matori. Just from this husky yet magnetic male voice, Matori felt all her fatigue disappear. She responded with near fanatical devotion. It is my honor to serve you, Boss Giovanni. Have you heard the recent rumors circulating within the base? The man paused. About the formation of special units. Yes, Matori adjusted her glasses, the poison gas unit, and the assassination unit. Assassination? The man chuckled softly. I'm not that foolish. Then came a bout of violent coughing, his voice carrying an unsettling quality. Boss Giovanni. It's nothing. I've reviewed the promotion list. The man caught his breath. There's one more thing. Please go ahead. Matori bowed her head respectfully. I need you to invite someone. Is this related to the three executives? She inquired cautiously. No, it's a young man. The man's voice was low and intriguing. A young man who can exchange several moves with Lance. Liu Yi stared blankly at the compensation bill before him. This is what I have to pay. Liu Yi pointed at the bill, his finger trembling. The receptionist jogged back alongside Haunter, forcing an awkward smile. Coach Haunter and the others were using the beginner training field, but their move power was just too strong. According to our customer policy, you only need to pay for the field repair costs. Squirtle. Hearing the words, powerful, Squirtle bashfully scratched its head. KH. Haunter also squinted and nodded. It had taken a full half-hour to master Water Pulse, but they felt their performance was pretty decent. The two Pokemon slapped their paws together, both wearing expressions that screamed, this coach is amazing. Liu Ye's eyebrow twitched as he darkened his face and growled. You two better reflect on what you've done. The receptionist collected the 5,000 yuan compensation and hurriedly took her leave. Liu Yi let out a long sigh and finally nodded. Just 5,000. I can handle that. Without dwelling on it further, he raised his hand and activated the system's Pokédex to scan Squirtle. Sure enough, several new moves had appeared in the move list. Is my Pokemon's growth rate different from everyone else's? Liu Yi rubbed his temples. Despite limited training time, their strength was skyrocketing. Squirtle had been on the team for less than a week, yet 3 moves now appeared on the list: Water Pulse, Bite, and Protect. He could understand Water Pulse. Granny Wu had mentioned early on that this Squirtle possessed exceptional aura talent, which perfectly matched the move Manual Misty had provided. The destroyed training field was probably a result of this as well. But how did it learn bite and protect? Haunter and Squirtle looked at each other and scratched their heads simultaneously. Eevee. At that moment, Eevee gracefully approached, glanced at Squirtle, and its tail instantly glowed with cold white light, iron tail. Luyi was startled. Holy crap, are you serious? Before he could finish speaking, Squirtle reflexively retreated into its shell. Bang! The shell hit the ground as a pale green barrier suddenly expanded, protect. Eevee! Eevee cried out as Iron Tail crashed down with tremendous force. Crack! It brutally tore through half the barrier. A drop of cold sweat rolled down Lu Ye's forehead. Iron Tail could actually shatter protect. What kind of Pokemon was he sleeping with every night? As for the third move, Bite, the black glasses could enhance Dark-type energy, which indeed matched that move perfectly. Lu Yi mused that Squirtle probably figured it out while competing with Haunter for dinner. Squirtle? Squirtle poked its head out to look at the shattered barrier. Even it hadn't expected to withstand Eevee's Iron Tail. It immediately placed its hands on its hips, threw back its head, and puffed out its chest with a "look how awesome I am" expression. Lu Yi stroked his chin. Being able to master these skills wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Although his wallet had shrunk again, seeing Squirtle's excited expression made him feel it was worth it. Whatever, he shook his head helplessly. As long as you're all happy. Plus his phone vibrated. Diyu was calling. The moment Lu Yi answered, an excited roar came through the other end. Brother Lu, we're about to strike it rich. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.